The Beast Companion Awakening Altar in Chun Hai City's slums stood desolate, as if completely cut off from prosperity. The formation's light flickered as students displayed various expressions. Some gasped in surprise, others beamed with joy, while many appeared dejected and disappointed. The teacher overseeing the awakening ceremony merely cast a cold glance over them, his tone flat and emotionless, yet his soft words cut like knives. Want to reach the heavens in one step? The fate of commoner beast tamers is to create resources for the noble families. Though spoken quietly, these words pierced deep into every student's heart. At that moment, a handsome young man with delicate features stood with resolute expression, his fists quietly clenched. He had no background, no money, no resources. One of the city's lowest commoners, he could only live at others' mercy, surviving in the cracks, forced to depend on the powerful for a thread of material security and safety. The teacher impatiently called out, "Next, Changqing." The young man silently stepped forward, submitting his prepared blood sample and documents. The teacher scanned the list, and upon seeing "killed in action" in the parents section, a mysterious smile played at the corners of his mouth. "A hero's descendant, excellent. Seeing you grow up brings some comfort to their spirits in heaven." With that, he tossed the blood into the altar's formation. An unexpected phenomenon suddenly occurred. After the blood fell, the altar's core erupted in intense crimson light, followed by a deep, thunder-like cry that rolled forth, shocking everyone present. The teacher's eyes widened, his expression changing dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not brilliant light effects, but red bloodline great." Hearing the teacher's cry of surprise, Changqing's heart raced as he finally understood this red glow was the legendary bloodline of myth. His beast companion actually possessed legendary bloodline. Moments later, the formation's spectacle faded, and a crow-like spiritual beast burning with crimson flames dove directly into the beast companion contract card. Simultaneously, a cold system notification echoed in his ears. "Congratulations on obtaining a legendary bloodline beast companion blood demon fire crow." On the red contract card, golden lines outlined the blood demon fire crow's silhouette, its phantom form appearing to resonate with his soul. The scattered few onlookers displayed complex emotions: envy, frustration, helpless sighs, all ultimately settling into dejection, for they were merely the lowest commoners of Chun Hai City. What did legendary bloodline matter? The Abyss Altar was ultimately just the commoners' only gamble for advancement. 1,000 years ago, the Abyss dimension suddenly descended upon Blue Star, digitizing the world as fierce beasts ran rampant, nearly destroying humanity. To balance power, Abyss Altars descended upon major cities, allowing humans to awaken beast companions to fight against the monsters. Human ancestors arduously carved out the beast tamer advancement path, letting every 18-year-old awaken their own beast companion at the altars. But as noble families rose to power, the altars were gradually neglected, becoming the commoners' only hope. Changqing pocketed the legendary beast companion card, clenching his fists as he envisioned the future. Having transmigrated here 13 years ago, he had studied beast taming knowledge diligently for this very day. Though his golden finger had yet to arrive, this legendary beast companion was enough to give him the qualifications to fight for a bright future. Just as he descended from the altar, the supervising teacher suddenly called out, "Student Changqing, would you consider selling that legendary beast companion card?" Selling beast companion cards wasn't uncommon in Chun Hai City. Changqing remained expressionless, firmly shaking his head. "Sorry, teacher. I have no intention of selling." With that, he left without looking back. The teacher watched his retreating figure for a long time, sighing softly. A legendary beast companion. What a pity, such a pity. Returning home, Changqing had just changed his shoes when a gentle, melodious voice came from the kitchen. "Xiao Qing is back. Dinner will be ready soon." He responded, struggling to suppress his inner ecstasy. Suddenly, an exquisitely beautiful face appeared at the kitchen doorway, delicate as if carved by divine craftsmen. "I heard you went to the awakening altar. How did it go? What bloodline did you awaken?" Changqing exhaled softly, and seeing this, the woman comforted him. "It's fine. Awakening depends on luck anyway. I'll go check the beast companion auction house later. Your first beast companion must be the best." Her earnestness made Changqing unable to contain himself any longer, and he rushed into the kitchen, embracing his sister who still wore an apron and held a spatula, exclaiming excitedly, "Sister, I awakened a legendary bloodline, beast companion legendary." The woman froze momentarily, then dropped the spatula and hugged him tightly, weeping tears of joy. "Really? That's wonderful. I knew Xiao Qing was the best." Her lips gently touched his forehead as warmth spread between them. The dinner table atmosphere was joyful as his sister carefully instructed, "You rest first. I'll go buy materials for you. Legendary beast companions need special care. Complete the contract as soon as possible, understand?" Changqing smiled. "Understood, my dear sister." After she left, he took out the red beast companion card and pricked his finger, letting blood drop toward the card's surface. Just then, a fierce wind suddenly whirled through the room, blowing the blood to the floor. His heart tightened with confusion. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open as a group of people poured in, instantly filling the living room. The leading man spoke coldly. "You're Changqing, right? I'm Chun Ziming, head of the Qin family, and I want that legendary beast companion card of yours." Chun Ziming's eyes were sunken deep in their sockets, bloodshot and weary, but when he caught sight of the legendary beast companion card, they blazed with unmistakable greed and excitement. Changqing's breath caught sharply. With a quick flick of his wrist, he swiftly tucked the card into the most concealed compartment of his backpack. The moment he zipped it shut, he looked up to survey the living room aside from Chun Ziming. He recognized every other visitor. Principal Wang Zhendong from Chun Hai, First High School, 2 department heads, and the most significant guest of all, Li Haoran, Deputy City Lord of Chun Hai City. His heart clenched suddenly. Suppressing his rising anxiety, Changqing stood and smiled. "Leaders, what brings you to my humble home? Are you here to offer condolences?" Principal Wang's smile was warm as he pulled out a chair and sat beside him, patting his knee gently. "Changqing, we've all heard about you obtaining the legendary beast companion. By all rights, you should receive priority cultivation." However, his tone shifted, becoming more serious. "You know better than anyone how rare legendary bloodlines are. Even if we devoted an entire city's resources to cultivating it to perfection, no one can estimate the time and materials required." Principal Wang's gaze was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. "You're the descendant of heroes, the pride of Chun Hai City, with blood that flows for the greater good of our nation and people. The school and city lord's office have deliberated extensively and reached a proposal. Please hear us out." He gave Chun Ziming a meaningful look. Snap! Over a dozen procurement lists for beast companion advancement materials, along with a check for 3 million gold coins, were spread across the coffee table. The golden-edged papers and red official seals were both dazzling and piercing to the heart. Principal Wang continued. 1 golden beast companion card, plus all the materials needed for cultivation, and 3 million gold coins as compensation. With these, you'll have no trouble quickly joining Chun Hai City's elite ranks. To ensure Changqing understood clearly, Principal Wang recited the bloodline hierarchy once more. Colorless white, bronze green, silver blue, golden yellow, Lord cyan, king purple, legendary red, mythical orange, divine gold. The bloodline colors correspond to attribute strength. In today's data-driven age, without attributes, any item loses its value. Red legendary attributes, whether on beast companions, equipment, or materials, are priceless treasures that money can't buy. Changqing understood this wasn't a transaction, it was daylight robbery. He asked coldly, "Principal, is this a trade or theft? Legendary grade items start at tens of millions at auction houses, and they're rarely available. You can't try to fool me just because I'm young, can you?" Chun Ziming stared at him with sinister eyes, his voice hoarse. "Boy, what we're offering is more than enough. The wise adapt to circumstances and do anything that would harm Chun Hai City." Principal Wang shot Chun Ziming a sharp look while maintaining his smile. "It really is quite generous. Changqing, think about it, cultivating a legendary beast companion is a bottomless pit. How far could your family's resources possibly take you? More importantly, its significance extends far beyond being just your beast companion. It's destined to become our city's guardian divine beast. When that time comes, all the citizens will remember your selfless sacrifice, and their very lives may depend on your decision. You haven't forgotten Chun Hai First High's moral education, have you? Sacrifice the small family to build the greater family." Changqing looked up, a flash of mockery in his eyes. "Principal, are you trying to push me onto some moral high ground? If we're all supposed to sacrifice our small families for the greater good, why isn't Master Chun willing to make a few more sacrifices himself? You bastard, getting cocky just because I showed you some respect. A lowly commoner like you thinks you deserve a legendary beast companion? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror?" Chun Ziming slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted with malice as he glared at Changqing, his words dripping with contempt. "Hand over that legendary beast card if you know what's good for you, or I'll destroy you today." Principal Wang had initially wanted to intervene, but after witnessing Chun Ziming's true vicious nature, he ultimately remained silent, turning his head away without a word. The atmosphere in the conference room turned ice cold, suffocating everyone present. At that moment, Li Haoran, who had been leaning against the wall watching the drama unfold, let out a cold snort. What a fine Chun Hai First High School, what a prestigious institution. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Principal Wang, do you only teach strength but not character?" Changqing, despite being the descendant of a hero, is selfish and disregards the greater good. Having such students and beast tamers is a plague upon our city. Without giving anyone a chance to respond, his voice came down like an iron gavel. "As a precautionary measure, I hereby order in my capacity as Deputy City Lord. Changqing harbors dangerous ambitions, and the legendary beast companion must not fall into his hands." Family head Chun, for the safety of Jinhai City, what are you waiting for? Yes. Chun Ziming responded with a sinister grin, advancing step by step toward Gu Changqing, his tone sharp as a blade on a chopping block. Gu Changqing's face went pale. What are you planning to do? Principal Wang rose and left the room, while the other school administrators moved forward in unison, forcibly pinning Gu Changqing to his chair, giving him no room to struggle. Chun Ziming produced a pitch-black card from his palm. Gu Changqing recognized it immediately and cried out in shock. A reverse contract card? You. What are you planning to do? You'll find out soon enough. Chun Ziming swept away the pile of transaction documents from the table, forcibly grabbed Gu Changqing's fingers, and made a cut with a blade, drawing blood. He used the blood to trace a six-pointed star formation on the table surface, placing the crimson droplet at its center. A low, hoarse shriek echoed through the air. In the next second, the legendary beast card flew out from Gu Changqing's backpack, as if summoned by the blood, hovering quietly at the center of the six-pointed star. Red light flowed as the formation emitted an eerie glow, resonating with an identical array that suddenly appeared beneath Gu Changqing's feet. Behind him, the phantom of the blood demon fire crow stirred, blazing flames churning as if ready to break free from its bonds at any moment. However, Chun Ziming flicked his wrist and crushed the reverse contract card. Countless dark tendrils emerged like tentacles, one end drilling into the legendary card, while the other wrapped tightly around the blood demon fire crow's phantom, forcibly severing the bond between master and companion. Gu Changqing roared and struggled, but was held down firmly by several school administrators. He could only watch helplessly as his beast companion was gradually pulled away by the dark energy. He cast his last hope toward Principal Wang, but the principal only met his gaze briefly before looking away. In that instant, Gu Changqing's heart sank to the depths. The room echoed with the tragic roars of the beast and Chun Ziming's maniacal laughter. Truly worthy of being a legendary beast companion. Chun Ziming's face contorted with excitement. An ordinary reverse contract card really couldn't extract it, but I came prepared. Submit obediently. Under the Chun family's cultivation, you will become Jinhai City's guardian divine beast. The blood demon fire crow's shadow had been pulled halfway out, its wings blazing with blood-red flames. But suddenly, the intense blood flames struck back against the dark energy, causing the reverse contract card's tentacles to crumble inch by inch. Simultaneously, the card's surface rapidly changed colors: red, purple, cyan, yellow, blue, green, finally fading of all hues to become a deathly white. Crack! With the sound of shattering, Chun Ziming's face turned ashen. Li Haoran's eyes also flashed crimson, his fury almost tangible. They never imagined that the legendary beast companion would rather die than submit, burning its very essence to resist the reverse contract. Not only had they failed to steal the companion, but its grade had plummeted from legendary status. Li Haoran suddenly glared at Chun Ziming, then pointed at Gu Changqing, his voice trembling with rage. Excellent. What a fine student First Hai has produced. Even if you disagreed with the transaction, you had no right to destroy it privately. Principal Wang, how exactly does your school educate its students? Is there any need to keep such a rotten apple? With that, he stormed out. The school officials turned the tables and blamed the victim, while Gu Changqing sat in numb despair, mechanically stroking the now pure white beast card, his face ashen as death. The legendary beast companion's bloodline essence was completely depleted, its grade falling from legendary blood demon fire crow to common grade night bright crow. The high-ranking officials from the first high school who were restraining Gu Changqing looked helplessly toward Principal Wang. They had come to seize the legendary beast pet, but never intended to destroy it. At this moment, Principal Wang's face turned ashen as he roared at Chun Ziming. Master Chun, even if the trading chips weren't enough and Gu Changqing was asking for too much, you didn't need to resort to forbidden methods just to protect a legendary beast pet, did you? His voice thundered through the building, startling even the neighbors next door. Chaotic footsteps echoed in the hallway as residents crowded to their doorways to watch the commotion. Chun Ziming caught on immediately and sighed cooperatively. I never expected him to go to such extremes. Whether the deal worked out or not, we were acting with the intention of protection and cultivation. Alas, the human heart is unpredictable. Outside, voices rose in discussion. What happened? I heard Gu Changqing got a legendary beast pet card, and the Chun family and school came to negotiate a trade. Gu Changqing refused no matter what, kept raising the stakes, and when talks broke down, he destroyed the card. How could it be that dramatic? I heard they came to rob him. Rob? The Chun family is Jinhai's premier family. Would they need to? That's a legendary beast pet we're talking about, not some random creature. The city government officials have already made their judgment, saying Gu Changqing was too greedy. I think you're like. Like what? A lapdog of the aristocratic families. Opinions varied, but most favored Principal Wang and the Chun family. Principal Wang and Chun Ziming secretly breathed sighs of relief. Changqing, you've misunderstood our intentions too deeply. This is really too extreme. Gu Changqing stood frozen in place, his mind replaying the tragic scene of the blood demon fire crow being forced to self-destruct. He muttered to himself, was I wrong? Yes, I was wrong. Wrong for not contracting it earlier, wrong for harboring false hopes, wrong for still having a shred of trust in the school. He coldly surveyed everyone present. In the face of a legendary beast pet, everyone becomes a wolf or tiger. The legendary beast pet is gone, now would you like me to see you out? A department head stiffened his neck and scolded. How can you speak like this, child? How did the school educate you? Such disrespect for. Get out. Gu Changqing's explosive shout cut off the rest of the man's words. Principal Wang forced a smile. All right, calm down first. The national examination is approaching. With that, he forcibly dragged away the furious Chen Ziming. The living room instantly fell silent. Seeing no more drama to watch, the neighbors dispersed and closed their doors. Night wind drifted through the windows as if nothing had happened. Gu Changqing felt as though his heart had been hollowed out. Yet reality came crashing back. The national examination was imminent. The first beast pet was crucial, and his legendary beast pet had become worthless white trash. You were willing to fall into the abyss rather than abandon me. So how could I abandon you? He took a deep breath, reopened his still bleeding wound, and let a drop of hot blood fall onto the beast pet card. The card's surface initially resisted, remaining motionless. Only under his whispered threats did the blood slowly seep through. The next moment, a palm-sized black crow broke free from the card, landing lightly on his shoulder and using its sharp beak to brush away the remaining tears on his cheek. The throbbing sensation of blood connection instantly surged through his heart. Gu Changqing gently stroked the crow's smooth feathers, whispering a promise. Even if you no longer possess legendary bloodline, I will never abandon you. Chirp chirp. The night-bright crow lowered its head and responded to Gu Changqing with melancholy. Suddenly, a notification from the abyss arrived. Congratulations on contracting your first beast companion, a night raven. You have officially become a beast master, and your information panel is now activated. Congratulations on awakening your beast master talent. Infinite golden attributes. Level increased to 1. Talent triggered. Please draw a golden attribute. A series of mechanical yet grand notification sounds exploded in Gu Changqing's mind. He froze for a full second, then eagerly opened his information panel. Gu Changqing, Beast Companion, Night Raven. Grade, White Common. Level, 1 Experience, 0-100. Rank, Novice Beastmaster. Talent, Infinite Golden Attributes. Unique, gain 1 golden attribute with each level increase. Note, attributes can only be granted to contracted beast companions. Beast companions granted attributes cannot betray their master. Is this real? Golden attributes. He rubbed his eyes vigorously until the notification sound urged him again, then took a deep breath and clicked draw. Attribute draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden attribute Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. In the next moment, a blazing golden flame burst into existence from thin air, bathing the entire beast taming space in brilliant golden light. The flame's mere presence caused painful stinging in one's eyes, like staring directly at a newly risen sun. A golden attribute, and the corresponding bloodline was mythical? Gu Changqing's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Mythical grade bloodline. Since the beast taming system was established, this miracle had only appeared in the first-generation beast god. Everyone aspired to godhood, yet none achieved it. Now, a beast companion with mythical bloodline lay quietly before his eyes. The surprise came too quickly, like a roller coaster shooting from the valley floor to the clouds. Even having been reborn once, Gu Changqing couldn't help but breathe rapidly, his fingertips trembling. He opened his inventory, where the golden flame floated suspended. He tapped on it. Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline Grade Golden Attribute. Origin, Supreme Divine Fire born from the sun, burning all things, supremely magnificent. Special ability. Beast companions granted this attribute awaken bloodline abilities without additional restrictions. When level and advancement materials meet requirements, advancement success rate is 100. Grant requirements. Fire type avian beast companions. It's real? It's actually real. Gu Changqing suppressed his excitement, took several deep breaths, then chose to grant the attribute. Grant the golden attribute Great Sun Golden Flame to Beast Companion Night Raven? Yes. Golden attribute successfully granted. Your Beast Companion Night Raven has successfully advanced to Dawnbird. The panel content updated instantly. Beast Companion Dawnbird. Grade, Bronze. Level 1. Bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame Gold. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Spirit 70. Spiritual Power, 500. Skills, Form Transformation, Dawn True Flame, Fire Immunity Passive, Golden Crow Body. Great Advancement Path. Night Raven Common Dawn Bird Bronze True Fire Sparrow Silver, 3 Young Burning Eagle Gold Void Karma, Fire, Eagle Lord 9 Flavors, Separation Fire Saint King Supreme Separation, fire vermilion bird legendary, supreme, yang flame, phoenix mythical, great sun golden crow divine. Gu Changqing opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single syllable. At this moment, all the surging emotions and thoughts were compressed into two words. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Rank represents the advancement level that beast companions achieve upon reaching specified levels and using designated materials for breakthrough promotion. The strength of bloodline traits directly determines the ultimate rank height a beast companion can reach. Only after witnessing the Night Crow's second form with his own eyes did Gu Changqing truly comprehend the meaning of heaven-defying. When the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline fusion completed, all four-dimensional attributes of the Night Crow climbed to 100 points, standing firmly at the pinnacle of the newborn beast companion tier. The Night Crow's first skill, form transformation, allows it to freely switch between Night Crow and Dawnbird forms, while its other three bloodline skills are enough to leave any experienced beast tamer utterly astounded. Conventional beast companions typically possess only one passive skill after contracting, or sometimes none at all. Only during rank advancement do they have a chance to awaken their next skill. Even more terrifying is that the advancement path of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline from low to high tier has been completely mapped out. As long as the level requirements are met and evolution materials are prepared, breakthrough will face no obstacles. This is the true significance of golden traits. Absolutely terrifying. What happened? Shaoqing. In the evening, Yi Rian pushed open the door and immediately saw the disheveled living room and Gu Changqing sitting on the sofa with an agitated expression. Clothes were scattered across the floor, the coffee table was askew, and the air carried lingering sense of burning and blood, as if a brief but brutal battle had just taken place. She quickly stepped forward and gently shook his shoulders. The still wet bloodstains on the table's surface caught her eye, and she instantly understood what had happened. Who was it? Which family in Chun Hai City? Usually composed, she now displayed open fury, like a lioness protecting her cubs, her voice low and dangerous. Sister, it's nothing. Gu Changqing forcibly suppressed the wild joy and excitement in his heart, only recounting how the Qin family, the city lord's mansion, and Jinhai First High School had joined forces to frame him. As for the golden trait and the secret of the mythical grade beast companion, he mentioned not a word. At present, he couldn't afford to provoke those people's madness and schemes. Even with unlimited potential, before possessing the power to protect himself, he still needed to disguise himself as a vulnerable victim to lull all opponents into complacency. Yi Rian showed little surprise, only instinctively grasping Gu Changqing's hand, her tone resolute. Don't worry, sister will seek justice for you. 7 years ago, when the abyss rules loosened and seals shattered, fierce beast tides surged against Jinhai City. In that battle, countless brilliant beast tamers died on the battlefield. Yi Rian, along with Gu Changqing's deceased parents, had been members of the city defense team. After the war, she assumed a false identity and entered Jinhai First High School as a teacher, naturally taking care of Gu Changqing. Regarding her true origins, Gu Changqing had only heard fragments from his parents. She had formidable backing, but always kept a low profile. Hearing her solemn promise now, Gu Changqing became even more certain of that power's significance. However, he still shook his head and declined this assistance. Yi Rian lowered her gaze, a trace of hesitation flickering in her eyes. She wasn't afraid of those family forces, but was weighing whether to reveal her trump cards. Having depended on each other for years, they had long become true family, yet she had never fully disclosed her identity, surely having unspeakable concerns. Gu Changqing feared that if she intervened forcefully, she might one day leave due to exposing her past. Sister, I'll get it back myself, trust me. The two locked eyes. After a moment of silence, Yi Rian restrained her murderous aura and nodded. All right, I trust you. She understood Gu Changqing's character. Without considerable backing, he would never act rashly. If I don't succeed, it won't be too late for you to step in. Gu Changqing revealed a meaningful smile. Yi Rian paused, then raised her hand to tap his forehead. You little rascal, always thinking such nonsense. Go to sleep now, you still have classes tomorrow. All right. Watching Gu Changqing enter the bedroom and close the door behind him, the smile on Yi Rian's face abruptly vanished. She stared at the bloodstains on the table, her pupils gleaming with an icy, sinister light. In the bedroom, Gu Changqing examined his beast companion over and over again. Only after confirming that its bloodline and talents weren't mere illusions did he finally fall into a deep, satisfied sleep. The next morning, he awoke to Yi Rian's rhythmic knocking. After hastily washing up and having breakfast, the two walked out shoulder to shoulder, making their way to school through the morning mist. The lights in the narrow school corridor were dim. Before reaching the classroom, someone called out from behind. Gu Changqing, wait up. He turned around his homeroom. Teacher Lu Mei was hurrying toward him, adjusting her thick glasses. Though plain-looking, she had a naturally warm demeanor. She pulled Gu Changqing aside to the stairwell corner and lowered her voice. I've heard about everything that happened, but I believe in your character. A student I've taught could never do something so despicable. This trust warmed Gu Changqing's heart. Due to his special circumstances, Lu Mei had always looked after him. Lu Mei sighed. I'm just a teacher with little influence. I can't speak up for you. We just had a meeting, and the school wants you to take some time off at home. But perhaps it's for the best use this time to adjust and prepare for the upcoming national exams. Gu Changqing wasn't surprised. It would have been strange if the school had done nothing. I understand, teacher. I'll go collect my things from the classroom. Good. Don't get discouraged. He had faith in you from the beginning. Keep your chin up. Thank you. When he pushed open the classroom door, the previously noisy room fell silent as a pin drop. All eyes turned to him in unison. Gu Changqing pretended not to notice and kept his head down while packing his textbooks. A sharp gust of wind suddenly struck slap. The crisp sound accompanied by stinging pain exploded across his cheek. Looking up, he saw a beautiful, scholarly-looking girl glaring at him with fury. Su Cece. Her hand was still raised, clearly preparing to deliver a second slap. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened as he dodged to the side. Su Cece, are you insane? Su Cece froze for a moment, then shrieked in disbelief. Gu Changqing, you're cursing at me? How dare you curse at me? With that attitude, you think I'd ever accept your pursuit? Dream on. I demand you kneel and apologize right now, or you'll never see me again. Gu Changqing was so angry he laughed. A few days ago, he'd lost a bet and was forced to confess to this honor student. Back then, Su Cece had been hesitant, quiet, and had gently declined. He thought the matter was over. How long had it been since this White Lotus had evolved into a master manipulator? Thanks but no thanks to you and your whole family. Don't worry, I'll never see you again. He just wanted to grab his things and leave. As he pushed past the still pestering Su Cece, she glanced toward the classroom door and suddenly collapsed with a thud, clutching her arm and crying out. Ow! Gu Changqing, I'll never forgive you, never. Hi, help me. A cold snort came from the doorway. Disrespecting elders in Chun Hai City is one thing, but now you're bullying classmates too. Gu Changqing, you're really something. Standing in the doorway was a tall young man with brooding, handsome features, blocking his exit completely. Chun Hai, the young master of Chun Hai City's Chun family, Chun Ziming's son, hailed as the Chun family's genius and future heir. Looking at Chun Hai, the fury in Gu Changqing's chest nearly erupted. So Chun Ziming had stolen the legendary beast companion for this young master. He took a deep breath. Gu Changqing, stay calm. Hi, look at him. His hands are all scraped up. In the classroom, Su Cece's shrill voice sounded like nails on glass, making the onlooking students break out in goosebumps. Chun Hai, however, looked completely satisfied as he wrapped his arm around the girl's soft waist, casually ruffling her hair before sneering at Gu Changqing across from him. Gu Changqing, apologize to my girlfriend. His lips curled with mockery. Let me tell you, Cece is my girlfriend now. A pathetic loser like you thinks you deserve to confess to her in front of everyone. Murmurs immediately broke out around the man. Arrogant young master from a wealthy family and a manipulative girl were truly a perfect match. Gu Changqing's expression remained indifferent. Move aside. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Chun Hai pressed further. Su Cece nestled in his arms, fanning the flames. Get on your knees and apologize, or you won't be leaving this school. Then I'll spread what happened last night, with some embellishments added. Gu Changqing's casual remark made Chun Hai's face stiffen. Immediately, he snarled viciously. Gu Changqing, do you really want to die? Humph. Even if you talk, who would believe you? Crushing you would be easier than squashing an ant. Gu Changqing brushed him aside with his hand. Move. You're asking for it. Chun Hai flew into a rage, raising his fist high. What's going on here? Don't you have class? Everyone back to your seats. Homeroom teacher Lu Mei appeared just in time, forcing Chun Hai to lower his fist. Gu Changqing nodded to Lu Mei and walked straight out of the classroom. The moment he stepped through the school gates, his pace suddenly quickened. With the national exam approaching, his beast companion's level had to be raised as quickly as possible. In the principal's office, Yi Rian's chest heaved as her gaze turned sharp. Gu Changqing is a student at Chun Hai First High. Not only has he suffered grievances and losses, but now he has to bear disciplinary action too. Principal Wang looked troubled. Teacher Yi, this is a decision from the city lord's manor. There's nothing I can do. Fine. Yi Rian suppressed her anger. Then please tell the Qin family this for me. Principal, if they dare to scheme against Shaoqing again before the national exam, someone will kick the Qin family out of Chun Hai City, and even their backers won't be able to stop it. Principal Wang's expression shifted slightly. Teacher Yi, why escalate things to this point? I'll personally warn and restrain them. Then I'll trouble you with that, Principal. She enunciated each word clearly. Of course, of course. After Yi Rian left, Principal Wang immediately picked up the phone. Hello, this is Wang Gang. Below the teaching building, Yi Rian gazed up at the azure sky and murmured softly. Shaoqing, your sister can only buy you a little time. Outside the school gates, Gu Changqing hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Instance Plaza in Chun Hai City's Western District. The Instance Plaza was specifically designed for novice beast tamers, featuring everything from level 1 to top-tier instances for junior beast tamers. Though the rewards were modest, it was perfect for newcomers to adapt to combat. After getting out of the car, he saw teams busy recruiting members in front of various light portals. Veteran leading newbies, need one more. Selling level 1 beast equipment set, 10 strength, perfect for beginners. Level 5 hell difficulty, seeking powerful beast types. The cacophony of calls merged into one. Changqing didn't pause, walking directly to the light portal of the level 1 instance and reaching out to touch the energy barrier. Changqing rushed to the level 1 instance portal without stopping. The moment his hand made contact, the abyss notification sound rang out. Dungeon green grassland difficulty. Normal, level 1 introduction. An ordinary green grassland where animals have been infected and mutated after the arrival of fierce beasts. This dungeon allows teams of 5. The system detects that Changqing is alone and asks whether to wait for a team no. Whether to enter the dungeon yes. A crimson light curtain surged from the dungeon portal, instantly enveloping Changqing. After a dizzying spin, he found himself standing on an endless grassland where the scent of green grass was mixed with a faint smell of blood. A 6-pointed star array lit up beneath his feet, and the night raven burst forth with a joyful cry, landing on his shoulder. Little Gold, it's your time to shine. The night raven's feathers were pitch black, but when it switched to its dawnbird form, a tuft of golden feathers suddenly sprouted from its head since the ultimate form of the great sun golden flame bloodline was the golden crow. Changqing simply named it Little Gold. Little Gold's black eyes sparkled with intelligence as its golden feathers shot out and grew longer. It fluttered into the air, circling and scouting above the waist-high grass waves while Changqing crouched low and followed, parting the dense grass. Bah! A sharp sheep's cry suddenly rang out. A black sheep burst out, its blood-red pupils fixed on him, 2 sharp and slender fangs almost touching his face. Holy crap! Changqing's heart skipped a beat as he turned and ran frantically. The reedy black sheep made seemingly harmless bleating sounds while relentlessly pursuing him with razor-sharp teeth. Screech! A clear cry came from above as Little Gold dove down, spitting out blazing white flames. The scorching airflow brushed past Changqing's neck with a light boom. The black sheep was engulfed in flames, struggled for a few seconds, then crashed to the ground. System notification. Congratulations on killing a level 1 lower-tier fierce beast mighty black sheep. Experience gained, 5. That's it? It's dead. Changqing was stunned. Fierce beast rankings were completely different from beast companions. Lower tier, mid-tier, high tier, elite, fierce demon, beast king, beast emperor, beast god, 8 tiers in total, starting 1 rank higher than beast tamers or beast companions. Although the abyss rules suppressed and reduced their strength, Little Gold still achieved a one-shot kill. The power of a mythic-grade beast companion was truly outrageous. He opened Little Gold's skill panel, and 3 bloodline skill descriptions jumped into view, making his mouth drop open in an O shape again. 1. Dawn True Flame Bloodline Skill. Fires scorching white flames for ranged attacks, dealing damage equal to mental attribute 2. 5-second cooldown. 50 spirit power consumption. 2. Flame Immunity Passive. Ignores fire damage from same level and tier. Enhancement increases with tier advancement. 3. Golden Crow Body Bloodline Skill. When activated, all of Little Gold's flame skill damage doubles. Additional abilities unlock as bloodline advances. Good heavens. No wonder it can instantly kill fierce beasts. Little Gold was born with 500 spirit power, meaning it could unleash up to 10 Dawn True Flames within a minute at maximum output. Compared to those rookie beast tamers who had to wait around after using 1 skill, this firepower was simply bullying. Let's continue. Changqing's blood was pumping with excitement. In moments, fireballs danced wildly above the green grassland, and the smell of burning mixed with grass fragrance created a new aroma. Changqing became a potion-popping expert, continuously using his own energy to replenish Little Gold's spirit power aside from returning to the beast space. Absorbing the master's energy was the only alternative recovery method. After about 20 minutes, a warm current flowed through his body. System notification. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 2. Infinite gold attribute triggered. Please draw. A new golden trait awaits. Drawing now? Before Changqing, a blazing golden light erupted with tremendous force. Countless shimmering golden threads scattered like a waterfall before finally condensing into a stream of light that merged into his eyes. Trait extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden trait Boiling Battle Spirit. Boiling Battle Spirit support, type golden trait. Effect, surging battle blood pounds in the heart. Infinite fighting spirit burns like towering flames. Even facing insurmountable chasms and countless gods and demons, fear nothing. Special ability. During combat, Battle-type beast companions gain 0.1 attribute enhancement per second with no upper limit. Requirement. Can only be granted to Battle-type beast companions. Holy shit. Even Changqing, who prided himself on his composure, couldn't help but curse. This was a true golden trait unlimited combat stacking. A perfect war machine. Little Gold was already a powerhouse, and with this golden trait added, he couldn't even imagine how devastating the results would be. Granted, golden radiance flowed from his fingertip across Little Gold's surface, instantly spreading and transforming into crimson patterns that seeped into its feathers. With a soaring, clear cry, golden light surged around Little Gold's body. Changqing quickly pulled up the attribute panel, his mouth forming a perfect O. Beast Companion, Dawn Bird. Rank, Bronze. Level 2. Bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame. Golden Attributes, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Spirit 140. Spiritual Power, 700. Skills, Form Transformation, Dawn True Flame. Fire Immunity Passive, Golden Crow Body. Good lord, he marveled internally. One golden trait had doubled all 4 core attributes, and combined with the quadruple enhancement from Golden Crow Body and Dawn True Flame, it was absolutely ridiculous. While others slowly nurtured their beast companions with rare materials and equipment, he soared to new heights directly through golden traits. With 2 golden traits now, this 3-legged golden crow had transcended existing rank classifications truly god tier. If he added a few more, what heights would it reach? Even Changqing himself didn't dare imagine. On green grassland, sheep-type fierce beasts had always bullied novice beast tamers to boost their superiority. But today, they encountered a god of slaughter. If not for the Abyss rules deliberately scattering fierce beasts to give newcomers adjustment time, Changqing could probably sweep the entire dungeon in under 10 minutes. After Little Gold incinerated the last white sheep fierce beast into charcoal, he pondered briefly. It was time for level crossing challenges. Little Gold's combat power was more than capable of cross-level kills. Having a mythical grade beast companion that transcended known ranks, playing it safe would be a complete waste. Suddenly, the grassland ahead shook violently, with grass debris and dust swept up by fierce winds. The next moment, a black shadow burst through the dust, and 2 heavy objects collided. Little Gold's modest frame surprisingly held its ground. As the dust settled, the culprit revealed itself, a wolf standing upright on its hind legs, wielding a blood-stained cleaver in one hand and a battered wooden shield in the other. Changqing's mind raced as his identification skill instantly provided the data. Gray Wolf Lordier Fierce Beast. Level 3. Attributes, Strength 21, Constitution 15, Agility 13, Spirit 9. Skills, Defense, Cleaving Strike. Description, who rules green grassland? Gray Wolf with unmatched blade and shield. A level 3 lower tier fierce beast. Overall attributes only slightly higher than the sheep types. Xiao Jin's spiritual power was still slowly recovering, but aside from its mental attributes, its other 3 stats were all superior to Big Bad Wolf's. Combined with the boost from its battle fervor and aerial advantage, each time it dove down from above, its razor-sharp claws tore horrifying gashes across the wolf's gray fur. In less than a minute, accompanied by the crisp sound of blade breaking and shield shattering, Big Bad Wolf fell backward to the ground as deep crimson blood quickly soaked the grass. Abyss notification. Congratulations on defeating the lower-tier beast Big Bad Wolf. Experience 10. Novice Dungeon Green Grassland cleared. Auto-exit in 10 seconds. That's it. Changqing stared at the system panel, still feeling unsatisfied. When the countdown ended, he was transported out by a light screen, and his character jumped 4 levels directly. Without pause, he immediately selected a higher difficulty level 5 dungeon. However, this time, aside from reaching level 6 and obtaining some beast meat and a few plain white equipment pieces with no attributes, there were no other gains. The dungeon's drop rates and experience rewards were appallingly low, and this was with him soloing the dungeons and keeping all the experience to himself. He shook his head and exited the dungeon interface. Although the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline didn't require completing tedious advancement quests, it needed several key materials. To obtain these items, he'd either have to pay money at the city's specialized pet shops or try his luck in the highest difficulty level 10 dungeons, where only defeating the final boss had a chance of dropping them. After weighing his options, he temporarily abandoned grinding dungeons and took a taxi home. Once inside, Changqing retrieved a gray savings card from his desk drawer, the compensation money left behind after his parents' sacrifice. He sat at his computer, opened his browser, and searched through Chun Hai City's major pet specialty stores, comparing prices one by one. Space Stone, 100,000 gold coins. Fire-type Beast Stone, 50,000 gold coins each. Bloodline Evolution Agent, 59,000 gold coins. Bloodline Stabilizer, 66,000 gold coins. Adding all the numbers together came to exactly 300,000. Changqing scratched his messy hair and muttered with a bitter smile. Why do the poor get poorer while the wealthy families get richer? Just this pet advancement barrier alone is enough to block countless people. But having come this far, he still had to buy them. Changqing entered his personal information and delivery address, clicked on the payment interface, but suddenly a line of glaring red text appeared in the center of the screen. This store currently does not offer purchasing services to you. Huh. He paused, confused, then tried several other shops repeatedly, only to get identical results. Even when offering to pay extra, the same message appeared. I'm back. Accompanied by the sound of keys, Yi Rian pushed through the door, took off her coat, and walked behind him. Glancing at the notification on screen, her expression immediately darkened. Can't purchase? The Chun family must be behind this. The Chun family, Xinhai City's premier clan, had financial influence throughout the city. Accomplishing this would be effortless for them. Yi Rian tried using her own account, only to be rejected as well. Changqing, I might have made a mistake. She recalled her harsh tone when warning Principal Wang today. While outsiders might not understand her relationship with Gu Changqing, the city's upper echelons knew perfectly well. They feared Gu Changqing might use this connection to rise quickly and eventually uncover the truth about what happened years ago, so they decided to cut off his resources from the start. Gu Changqing already had a general idea of what was happening and sighed deeply. He grasped Yi Rian's hand and smiled. It's okay, sis. Everything you did was for my sake. If I can't buy online, I'll go to the stores in person tomorrow. They can't possibly throw me out, right? Yi Rian looked guilty. Changqing, I really have my reasons. Before she could finish, Gu Changqing suddenly stood up and gently pressed his index finger against her red lips. Sis, I'm not a child anymore. I understand. Yi Rian froze for a moment, then flew into a rage, slapping his shoulder. You little brat, how dare you take advantage of me? The two chased each other around, instantly livening up the atmosphere in the room. After their playful scuffle, Yi Rian was breathing heavily, her magnificent chest rising and falling with each breath, leaving Gu Changqing feeling parched. By the way, what do you need these materials for? Wait, you've contracted a pet? Don't tell me it's that one whose bloodline was reduced to nothing. Gu Changqing didn't hide anything and summoned Xiao Jin from his beast taming space. As soon as Xiao Jin appeared, it landed gracefully on the ground like a fluffy golden ball, bouncing all the way to Yi Rian's feet. The tuft of golden fur on its head swayed left and right with its movements, looking so adorable it could melt anyone's heart. Girls had virtually no resistance to such cute little pets, so Yi Rian bent down and scooped it into her palms, gently stroking its soft feathers with her fingertips. Xiao Jin made delighted chirping sounds, clearly enjoying every moment. After playing for a while, Yi Rian couldn't suppress the worry in her heart. She looked up and said softly, Changqing, I know it can't bear to leave you and would rather burn its bloodline than go away. But you've already contracted with it. What about the national exams? Your parents, they have such high expectations for you. Sis, why don't you check its attributes first? Gu Changqing said, actively opening the inspection function, though he had secretly tampered with the data beforehand. A golden flash appeared, and information materialized. Yi Rian stared intently at Xiao Jin, first with surprise, then confusion. Golden tier bloodline. Changqing it. Gu Changqing nodded, lowering his voice. The bloodline wasn't completely burned away. It still retains growth potential. After all, it's a legendary tier beast pet. It won't be easily destroyed. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Rian precisely because he trusted her. He chose to temporarily conceal more of the truth. The beast taming world was full of strange and mysterious dangers, and he didn't dare rashly expose his trump cards. After a brief moment of joy, Yi Rian calmed down and became worried again. It still won't be enough on its own. If I hadn't rushed out that day and had stayed to help you complete the contract, maybe we could have preserved the bloodline. Seeing her fall into self-blame again, Gu Changqing sighed inwardly and decided to continue the well-intentioned lie. Sis, Xiao Jin's bloodline can gradually recover. What's done is done. We can only look forward. Really, when have I ever lied to you? Gu Changqing's expression was serious, then he rubbed his stomach. Sis, I'm hungry. I want some braised pork. Little glutton. Yi Rian smiled and playfully scolded him. Though she understood her brother was trying to comfort her, she was still infected by his confidence, and a blind yet warm trust grew in her heart. The next morning, while Gu Changqing was still deep in sleep, he was awakened by sharp pecking sounds. Xiao Jin stood beside his pillow, chirping incessantly with its mouth open, its belly visibly deflated. All right, I know you're hungry. Gu Changqing sat up and pulled out chunks of fierce beast meat from his backpack that he'd saved from last night's hunt. Xiao Jin's eyes immediately lit up, and it pounced forward, devouring the meat like a ravenous ghost. All right, I still have one golden trade extraction chance. He'd been busy studying materials last night and chatting with Yi Rian until late had almost forgotten about this. You have one extraction opportunity remaining. Would you like to extract? Extract. He rubbed his palms together, staring intently at the panel. What will it give me this time? Countless golden rays crisscrossed before his eyes. Then only a single thread of light emerged. Trade extraction complete. Congratulations on obtaining the golden trait Foodie's Paradise. Foodie's Paradise? Why are the names getting more and more abstract? Gu Changqing muttered, clicking on the ability description. Foodie's paradise gold, even foodies have their spring. Everything is edible. Farewell to picky eating. Whatever a beast pet consumes, it can maximally absorb the attributes and abilities within. The description was still convoluted, but he firmly believed there are no useless golden traits. So without hesitation, he bestowed it upon Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's feathers ruffled slightly as it was devouring meat, pausing momentarily before its pecking speed exploded, its beak becoming a blur. The entire chunk of meat, weighing over 10 pounds, disappeared in an instant. Still not satisfied, it chirped frantically at Gu Changqing, demanding more. Holy crap! Gu Changqing rubbed his throbbing temples, thinking that at this rate of consumption, even another mountain of gold wouldn't be enough to sustain this appetite. Ding, the system notification chimed unexpectedly. Foodie's paradise ability triggered. Beast companion consumed bloodthirsty boar meat. Constitution 1. It can boost attributes too? Gu Changqing's eyes lit up. Now it all made sense. He immediately pulled out a basic piece of armor from his backpack equipment. Wooden vine armor, white attributes, strength 1, agility 1. Little Gold finished the meat and instantly locked onto the armor. Before Gu Changqing could pull his hand back, it pounced forward. Its sharp beak tore through the wooden vines, crunching away as vine strips disappeared into its belly like noodles. In less than 2 minutes, the entire piece of armor vanished without a trace. Ding Foodie's paradise ability triggered. Beast companion consumed 1 white grade equipment, strength 1, agility 1. Watching the attribute panel fluctuate, Gu Changqing finally understood how this golden trait worked. 1. Meat enhanced corresponding attributes based on the beast meat's grade. 2. Equipment was fair game for consumption. 3. Higher grades provided greater boosts. 4. Everything consumed was perfectly utilized with 0 waste. This ability is absolutely broken, he swallowed hard. However, with the food supply exhausted, Little Gold fluttered its wings against his cheek, acting adorably pitiful. Gu Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he glanced at the 4 remaining white-grade items in his backpack originally intended to be sold for money to save up for advancement materials. Screw it, money comes and goes. I can always earn more. He gritted his teeth and pulled out all 4 pieces of equipment. Little Gold's eyes flashed crimson as it dove into the equipment pile. Ding Foodie's paradise ability triggered. Beast companion consumed 1 white-grade equipment, strength 1. Ding Foodie's paradise ability triggered. Beast companion consumed. 5 minutes later, all equipment had been devoured. Little Gold kicked its tiny legs into the air and flopped onto the floor on its back, humming contentedly. Cheating feels so damn good. Gu Changqing marveled. In just moments, the 3-legged golden crow's 4 core attributes had increased by a solid 12 points. He stood up with determination. Let's go to the beast pet shop. If I can't buy online, I'll throw cash in their faces until someone accepts it. He took a taxi straight to the city center plaza, where beast pet-related shops lined the streets and crowds bustled about. The most prominent was Eternal Beast Pet Shop, with its luxurious storefront reportedly backed by the city lord's mansion. As long as you had the money, rare materials were yours for the picking. That's the one. Gu Changqing headed for the entrance, only to be simultaneously blocked by 2 greeters. You're Gu Changqing, right? Sorry, our shop doesn't serve you. Please leave. Couldn't even cross the threshold? Gu Changqing's brow twitched. Without making a fuss, he turned and walked to another shop nearby. But no matter which shop he tried, the result was identical. Every single one used the same excuse to bar him from entering, and they had all uniformly erected wooden signs at their entrances. Gu Changqing and dogs are not permitted in beast pet shops. A 5-meter vacuum zone formed around Gu Changqing. The bustling square seemed to have a chunk carved out of it as pedestrians instinctively stopped in their tracks, gathering in small groups around the perimeter and whispering among themselves. Many found his name familiar, but couldn't quite place who he was. Through their hushed conversations, more people recalled the legendary beast companion incident, and their expressions immediately became subtle. Well, I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's the celebrity from Chun Hai, First High. Of course he's a celebrity. Rather than let a legendary beast companion slip through his fingers, he'd rather let it drain its bloodline essence completely than hand it over to the most suitable person. Chun Hai First High must have accumulated serious karma from past lives to produce a student like this. What are you being sour about? If you've got the guts, go awaken at the abyss, alter yourselves. Gu Changqing is using his actions to tell us all. What does Chun Hai City matter? I do what I want, I do what feels good. The shop clerks listened with great interest and decided to play along with the mockery. One worker waved his broom and called out loudly. Hey genius, want to come into the beast pet shop? No trouble at all, just tell us what you need. Another swung a hemp rope with sharp snapping sounds, adding sarcastically. Want some beast droppings? Not expensive, I'll give them to you for free. Haha, you guys are too cruel. How can our genius bear this? Mockery surged like a tide from all directions, yet Gu Changqing maintained a faint smile throughout, listening quietly as if these cold taunts had nothing to do with him. More and more onlookers gathered. and the shop workers simply raised their brooms and pulled their ropes in a shooing gesture in people's eyes. That blame had to be pinned on him. What's going on here? Everyone move aside. A furious shout cut through the noise, and the crowd reflexively parted to create a path. Chun Hai appeared with several lackeys, looking quite pleased with himself. Seeing Changqing blocked outside the shop in trance, a hint of schadenfreude crossed his lips finally. He could vent some of his frustration. He surveyed the shop clerks with knife-like eyes, and whoever he stared at lowered their head in avoidance. Do you know who he is? He's from our Xinhai First High. Did you ask my permission before treating him this way? One clerk trembled as he spoke. Young Master Chun, please calm down. We're just following the rules. This person has such a terrible reputation, selfish and self-serving. Despite being a hero's descendant, he lacks his predecessor's noble spirit. Doing business with him would damage our credibility. The other clerks nodded in agreement. Chun Hai put on a stern face and spread his hands toward Changqing, adopting a "this is difficult for me too" expression, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, Scholar Gu, if you sincerely beg me and publicly admit your wrongdoings, they'll immediately let you pass. He was certain the other would bow his head the moment Changqing placed that online order yesterday. He knew the backlash had begun. He just hadn't expected it to be this swift and severe. Changqing chuckled softly. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Chen. I may not have much else, but I do have a stubborn backbone. With that, he turned and left, heading straight to his car to go home without looking back once. After he left, the crowd of onlookers also lost their entertainment and gradually dispersed. The square became noisy again, but no one paid attention to that cleared 5-meter space anymore. Chun Hai's expression shifted between light and dark. A lackey asked, Young master, are we just letting him go like this? He's just a waste. We'll play with him a bit. Chun Hai glared at him coldly. Are you trying to tell everyone in Xinhai City that the Chun family is plotting revenge behind the scenes? No, I absolutely didn't mean that. Chun Hai's expression softened slightly. Let public opinion continue to ferment. Don't touch him personally yet. Yes, I understand. Public humiliation, ruthless trampling, preferably grinding Changqing into the dirt. Chun Hai's calculations clicked away smoothly. He wanted to see that celebrity become notorious, fade into obscurity, and disappear from Xinhai City. However, his father warned him that while they could pressure Changqing from all angles, it must never escalate to matters of life and death. Chun Hai stood at the door of his father's study, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, understanding clearly that the perfect opportunity to crush Changqing was gone. Since that was the case, he sneered coldly, even if I don't lay a finger on you. In Xinhai City, you'll learn what it means to face insurmountable obstacles at every turn. What? Every beast pet shop in the city has blacklisted you. In the evening living room, Yi Rian slammed her palm on the coffee table, making the glass cups tremble. Her beautiful face was frosty with anger. Are my words just falling on deaf ears? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen, ready to call for backup at any moment. Sis, don't worry. Changqing quickly reached out to hold her wrist. How can I not worry? Yi Rian was coaxed back onto the sofa, still huffing with indignation, but soon suppressed her emotions and said, I thought carefully last night. Rank among the top in the national exam. You must break through to intermediate beast master and unlock the second beast space. Changqing was stunned for a moment, then felt a warmth in his heart. His sister had already calculated all the backup plans clearly. Yi Rian continued her analysis. 1. Beast masters become beginners when they contract their first beast pet. 2. After reaching level 10, if they use materials that match their beast pet's evolution path, they can advance to intermediate level and unlock the second beast space. 3. The key material, space stone, is absolutely essential. The problem was, now that all beast pet shops had blacklisted them, it was virtually impossible for independent beast masters to obtain space stones. Want to gamble on dungeon drop rates? That was no different from winning the lottery. There really were people online who didn't believe Itone person spent an entire month grinding level 10 dungeons and didn't see even a fragment of a space stone. So I never planned to pin my hopes on drop rates. Yi Rian shook her head. We don't have that much time, it's really. Before she could finish, she suddenly caught the certainty in Changqing's eyes and realized something, exclaiming in shock. You want to go for the clear record? Changqing nodded. Dungeon clear records were rewards added by the Deep Blue rules after beast dungeons were generated. As long as the top scorer maintained a top 10 record for 24 hours, they would receive rare material space stones, and all advancement materials were on the reward list. The only difficulty was that only hell-level difficulty clear times would count toward the records. Xiaoqing, have you really thought this through? Hell-level dungeons are almost equivalent to the beast's original strength. Changqing had already pulled out his phone and brought up the leaderboards for all level 10 dungeons. Ranking first was clearly the gold team from Eternal Beast Pet Shop. 3 minutes and 30 seconds? No, 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Yi Rian stared at the seemingly insurmountable number, her brow furrowing deeply. She understood the difference. Clearing only required finding methods and exploits, grinding slowly. Breaking records required complementary teammates, intimate knowledge of the dungeon, and powerful beast pets. All three were indispensable. What made it worse was that as a high-level beast master, she had already lost qualification to enter such low-level dungeons. Meanwhile, Changqing's reputation had been maliciously amplified, making him a pariah under public condemnation. Who would dare risk universal censure to team up with him? She turned to look at Changqing, who was studying dungeon materials, as if she had made some decision. Just as she was thinking of an excuse to leave, Changqing snapped his phone shut and stood up from the sofa. I've read through most of the materials. Sis, let's go. Yi Rian was stunned. Where to? Changqing grinned mischievously. Shopping. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. All these factions are joining forces to cut off my resources? Fine, then I'll just take down all of yours. When Yi Rian was pulled out of the car by Changqing, she was still in a daze. She looked around the plaza, where dungeon portals stood like towering lighthouses, their radiance blindingly bright. She quickly pulled Changqing to a secluded spot and lowered her voice. Xiaoqing, don't be impulsive. You're not seriously thinking of entering a dungeon alone, are you? Yeah, Changqing shrugged. Finding teammates is too much trouble. What he didn't say out loud was, keeping all the experience for myself is the way to go. Yi Rian felt her breath catch in her throat, nearly spitting in his face. After all that talking, it had all fallen on deaf ears. For the first time, she truly felt that this little brother she had carefully looked after for years had become a stranger. Changqing had now lost his legendary beast companion, been framed, and faced suppression from major powers. In her position, without any backing, she would probably be at a complete loss by now. Yet he hadn't given up on himself, but was actively seeking ways to break through the situation, as if he had some other trump card that allowed him to charge forward without fear. Am I really getting old? Yi Rian smiled bitterly to herself, realizing she had begun to hesitate. After a moment, she suddenly raised her hand and patted Changqing's shoulder. Her ample chest stood proud, and a confident smile spread across her stunning face. Xiaoqing never fights battles he can't win. Go ahead, if anything happens, your sister will handle it. Changqing was stunned, then felt a weight lift from his shoulders. When he first met Yi Rian, she seemed like a decisive female warrior, dazzling in her brilliance. But after his parents died, the warrior had shed her armor and become a nagging yet caring guardian, all because of him. Now things had come full circle. His legendary journey was about to begin, and Yi Rian should also embrace the glory that belonged to her. With you here, nothing can go wrong. I'm going, he replied, turning toward the level 10 dungeon entrance. Just then, the portal suddenly pulsed with crimson light. Congratulations to the Chun Hai King squad for breaking the clear record for the chaotic Stone Ridge dungeon. The announcement boomed across the plaza, drawing gasps of amazement. Changqing immediately pulled up the record board, his pupils contracting. The Eternal Beast Pet Shop that had held first place was now pushed down. Dungeon Chaotic Stone Ridge, Hell Mode, Clear Time Rankings. First place Chun Hai King Squad, 29.11. Second place Eternal Beast Pet Shop, 30.03. Third place Beast Taming Rose, 33.64. Yi Rian glanced at the rankings and said in surprise, under 30 minutes? Could this Chun Hai King Squad be from the Beast Tamer Association? Let's wait and see. We'll know soon enough, Changqing said, his gaze fixed on the portal. Before long, a vortex formed in the center of the portal, and 5 figures slowly emerged. Behind each person followed a beast companion with imposing presence, all golden rank or above, with powerful bloodlines and overwhelming auras. Clearly, these beasts weren't simply bought with money. Their lineages were also exceptional. The unified black and gold uniforms caught Yi Rian's eye, and she immediately recognized them. The elite city guard unit protecting the Eastern District. Eastern District. Changqing's heart sank. That was exactly where the Chun family's ancestral home was located, and the city guard had countless ties to the Chun family. It seemed the Chun family had calculated even this step, their planning truly meticulous. Oh, isn't this Yi Rian, the former deputy captain? The leader of the 5-person squad immediately recognized the cold-faced female deputy and called out a greeting. Yi Rian swept her gaze over them, her expression grim. The city guard's mission was to protect Chun Hai City from beast attacks. When did these people start targeting even low-level dungeon records? She lowered her voice. What's this? Has the Chun family fallen so far that they can't supply your advancement materials anymore, forcing you to resort to such schemes? The leader glanced around at his 4 companions and shrugged with feigned helplessness. Deputy Captain Yi, that's rather unfair. We're just bottom-tier soldiers, not like you who was born at the top of the food chain. Advancement requires materials. Desperate. Besides, you're not planning to compete with us for records, are you? With your current physical condition and that beast companion, it seems unlikely. I still have some dignity, he snorted. High-level beast tamers dropping their rank to farm low-level dungeon records, how pathetic. Yi Rian quietly circulated her spiritual power, a flash of light in her eyes as she quickly saw through the 5 men's true ranks, her brow furrowing deeper. Changqing. They've all used secret techniques to forcibly drop their levels. They won't let outsiders touch any records. Changqing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 5 men. These people were familiar with Yi Ruyan, yet their words carried hints of contempt. Changqing muttered under his breath, "Damn, coming here to bully newbies and acting all superior about itis this what city guard elites are like." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears precisely. The beast tamers standing before various dungeon portals froze, breaking into discussions. Where did this punk come from? Thinking breaking 30 minutes is a joke. That's monster-level achievement. Are all youngsters this arrogant nowadays? Many students in the crowd recognized Changqing and whispered among themselves. So it's him, the one ruthless enough to strike down his own beast companion. Changqing, stop embarrassing Chun Hai, first Hai. The cacophony of voices rose and fell. The leader's gaze turned sharp, as if trying to dissect Changqing. You're the Changqing who awakened a legendary beast companion at the Abyss altar? Changqing shrugged. What? Not adding prefixes like selfish and Chun Hai's poison this time. His preemptive strike left the leader momentarily speechless. You have some nerve. I'm asking if you're here to break records. The leader gritted his teeth, pointing to the portal behind him. Changqing pointed back at them. Are you that scared? Even with a legendary beast companion down, you're still this cautious? Veins bulged on the leader's forehead. Will you answer the question or not? Changqing smiled slightly. Can't handle a few words? Fine, you're just doing your job for money. I can't be bothered making bets with you. With that, he stepped forward, pushed past the still stunned leader, and stood before the dungeon portal. Please select the difficulty for dungeon Rocky Lonely Ridge. Hell level. Detection shows only one person in your party. This dungeon supports up to 5 members. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Hell level difficulty dungeon generated. Please enter the portal. While everyone was still confused, Changqing had already stridden into the deep blue portal. It's starting already? You have entered the hell level dungeon, Desolate Rocky Ridge. The portal's light faded as Changqing's feet touched the ground, landing on fine, shifting sand. Before he could take in his surroundings, a sharp whistle tore through the air, growing more urgent by the second. Holy crap! He looked up to see a massive boulder, a meter in diameter, plummeting toward him like a cannonball. Changqing instinctively stepped back, but suddenly froze. His feet had sunk deep into the sand. Xiaojin. With a clear cry, the golden feathered spirit bird spat out a blazing white fireball. The flames struck the boulder midair, melting the rock layers with intense heat, and a pitch-black stone figure crashed to the ground, stirring up a sandstorm. Data immediately appeared on the light screen. Unknown beast, black jade stone golem. Rank, unranked. Level, 10. Attributes, strength, 100, constitution, 300, agility, 55, spirit, 0. Skills, falling rock, dark frenzy, perpetual motion body. Through the swirling sand, the stone creature's body gleamed with an eerie light as it stood motionless. Changqing wasn't intimidated by its stats, but his heart sank for another reason. Why was this dungeon NPC appearing ahead of schedule? He knew the Desolate Rocky Ridge strategy guide by heart. Players should first encounter sand monsters after teleporting. The black jade stone golem only spawned after crossing the sand marsh and reaching the foot of Eagle Ridge. Now the entire sequence was disrupted. No sand monsters in sight, yet the stone golem had appeared early. He took a deep breath, deciding not to dwell on the cause. Fortunately, the stone creature had no quest objectives and showed no aggressive tendencies. Escaping was the priority. Xiaojin, he called again. The golden bird gripped his shoulders with its talons and took flight. After consuming Foodie's paradise, Xiaojin's 4 core attributes had doubled, making its 40 points of strength more than sufficient to lift Changqing effortlessly. As the strategy guide had described, the black jade stone golem indeed became statue-like after shedding its shell. Carried by Xiaojin, Changqing soared over the creature's dark head toward the distant, hazy mountain beyond the sand marsh. Whoosh! Another piercing sound cut through the air. Xiaojin reflexively dodged sideways as a black stone projectile grazed Changqing's cheek, leaving a burning pain. He wiped away the warm liquid trickling down. The blood was black. It's poisoned. The thought flashed through his mind, though his body felt no discomfort. Just as he was about to have Xiaojin fly farther from the sand marsh, a first light, true flame, trailing a long fiery tail, suddenly blasted toward the black jade stone golem. Immediately after, Xiaojin tossed Changqing upward, then dove low with its talons ablaze in white flames, striking directly at the stone creature's throat. Clang! Clang! The talons struck before the fireball hit, but only produced a few sparks. The white flames instantly extinguished, leaving the stone skin completely unscathed. Xiaojin soared skyward as the first light, true flame, finally struck the ground. Boom! The thunderous explosion and terrifying shockwave sent sand flying everywhere. At the center of the vortex, white flames surged upward, engulfing the black jade stone golem in their inferno. Xiao Jin fluttered his wings and gripped Changqing with his sharp talons, nuzzling his face against the dizzy and disoriented Changqing, as if to say, "Don't worry, I've avenged you." Changqing's head was pounding as he struggled to suppress the churning in his stomach. The side effects of being a mobile artillery platform were too severe. He could never use this method again unless it was a matter of life and death. As a beginner beast tamer, he simply couldn't withstand unprotected high-speed movement. After catching his breath briefly, the blazing primordial sun true flame in the air gradually dimmed. Changqing kept his eyes fixed on the black jade stone man. Many players in the strategy guides had mentioned whether this thing could be killed, but the comments boiled down to just 2 points. 1. Its defense couldn't be broken. 2. The black jade stone man was too lazy to fight back, maxing out the mockery factor. With his mental attributes reaching over 280, the primordial sun true flame was currently his most powerful attack. If even this couldn't break through its defense, continuing to waste time would be meaningless. As the sandstorm settled and the flames died out, that black figure still stood unmoved like a war god. Not only was its surface completely unharmed, but its color had become even more profound. "Let's go." Changqing patted Xiao Jin's back, no longer lingering. An unknown species that even Deep Blue couldn't identify was simply impossible to defeat at this stage. Screech! Xiao Jin let out a fierce cry toward the black jade stone man, as if issuing a final warning. The next second, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Changqing jerked his head up to see a boulder 10 meters in diameter, like a small mountain, suspended above them. Damn it! This dungeon is cursed. The previously gentle and kind black jade stone man was now going for the kill. Fortunately, Xiao Jin demonstrated the prowess of a mythical-grade beast companion with agile evasion. But just as they moved into the safety zone, new boulders appeared out of thin air, pursuing them relentlessly, clearly not intending to let them leave. As time passed and battle intent built up layer upon layer, Xiao Jin simply stopped fleeing and began launching a primordial sun true flame every 5 seconds. Strangely, whenever the falling rocks were touched by the flames, they immediately crumbled and dissolved into sand. Changqing frowned as the black jade stone man's skill flashed through his mind perpetual motion body. Could it be blocking me because it wants me to power it up? He simply abandoned the idea of setting records and focused on the battlefield. The flames were being absorbed faster and faster, and that black surface became increasingly lustrous. For a full 10 minutes, Xiao Jin's spiritual power repeatedly hit rock bottom only to be refilled by potions, while Changqing swallowed so many pills he nearly vomited blood. Suddenly, a massive repulsive force rippled out from the black jade stone man. Then, with a crack, the first fissure appeared on what had been an indestructible surface. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. In an instant, they spread across its entire body like a shattered porcelain piece that would collapse at the slightest touch. Xiao Jin down. Xiao Jin dove down and stopped beside the black jade stone man. Changqing leaped off and reached out to touch it lightly. Crash! Half of the black jade stone man's body instantly crumbled, revealing a hollow cavity. At the very center, a black card floated quietly where the heart should have been. At that moment, a drop of black blood seeped from a small wound on Changqing's cheek where debris had scraped him. It happened to fall onto the card and was quickly absorbed and merged. Everything happened too fast. Before he could react, a clear notification sound rang in his ears. Congratulations on completing the special hidden quest, the unfillable perpetual motion body. Reward obtained. 1 unknown species beast companion card. A black beast pet? Changqing gripped the card, his brow furrowed deeply. Clearly, this creature's rank wasn't part of any sequence outlined by the Abyss rules. Whether it would prove a blessing or curse remained uncertain. He tucked the black beast pet card into his pack and grasped Xiao Jin's sharp talons, taking flight from the sandy marsh. Once he cleared this dungeon, he'd need to research unknown species thoroughly. If he could truly contract a tank like that black jadestone guardian, he wouldn't need to worry about defense during the national examination. The thought of that nearly impenetrable defense made his heart race with anticipation. The howling wind in his ears gradually subsided, and the swirling sand began to thin as the outline of a towering, solitary peak emerged. As the dust settled completely, vibrant green rushed toward them. Lush vegetation sprawled beneath Changqing Ridge, with layered branches and bird songs echoing along the winding mountain path. Xiao Jin swooped past the treetops and landed as the system notification chimed. Rocky Solitary Ridge Dungeon Stage 1 complete. Time, 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Stage ranking, 19th. Stage 2 initiated. He'd burned precious time in the marsh replenishing the black jadestone guardian's energy. To break any records now, he'd have to go all out. Xiao Jin, can you still hold up? Changqing looked up inquiringly. At this moment, Xiao Jin's spiritual power was less than half depleted. After more than 10 minutes of relentless bombardment, even with 3 golden attributes backing it, The creature was nearly exhausted given its current rank and level. Xiaojin lowered its head and nuzzled against his chest, making soft, coaxing sounds with its beak. Changqing chuckled and gently patted its head. He'd entered this dungeon to help it level up and find food, but instead of gaining anything, they'd nearly drained themselves. A little sulking was perfectly understandable. All right, everything ahead is food, all yours. The promise of all yours instantly awakened Xiaojin's foodie instincts, battle spirit blazing in its golden eyes. As Changqing stepped up the mountain, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A dark green vine as thick as a thigh burst from the earth, its tip sharp as a blade, stabbing straight toward his heart. Hungry flames danced in Xiaojin's pupils as it teleported in front of Changqing. Dealing with long, straight things that were both flexible and firm was pure instinct from its bloodline. Its claws clamped firmly around the vine's body as it breathed out, first dawn, true flame. With a sharp crack, the searing fire severed the vine's rear section, leaving the remaining portion twitching before retreating underground. Seizing this moment, Changqing pulled up the data. Human-faced cattail tree, level 10 intermediate fierce beast. Attributes: Strength 72, Constitution 208, Agility 5, Spirit 30. Skills: Earth Spike Combo, Vigorous Vitality. A level 10 intermediate fierce beast with such pathetic stats was basically a moving target. But as he surveyed his surroundings, his scalp still tingled. Rows of towering trees stretched densely toward the mountainside, covering roughly 1,000 meters of mountain path. In other words, Stage 2 required not only identifying which trees were human-faced cattails, but also constantly defending against their ambushes, a pure test of speed and reflexes. However, in the next second, a smile curved Changqing's lips as he turned to look at Xiaojin. Xiaojin was savoring the softened vines with great relish, each bite releasing a burst of juice, crisp, fresh, and fragrant with the scent of wild grass. Xiaojin, I've heard there's a particularly delicious fierce beast up on the ridge. Changqing crouched nearby, his tone serious yet tempting. Compared to that, what you're munching on now is nothing but scraps from the gutter. Don't forget, you're blessed with a golden attribute by Messiper divine level, even surpassing the gods themselves. And yet here you are eating weeds. Still in its juvenile stage, Xiaojin possessed the intelligence of a young child. Provoked by its master's words, its golden pupils immediately brightened. It lifted its head to look directly at Changqing, wings trembling slightly, the meaning crystal clear: whatever master says, I'll do. Changqing pointed toward the distant dense forest. That whole area is trash. Burn it clean, and we'll go feast. Whoosh, a sharp sound suddenly cut through the air as Xiaojin spread its wings and soared skyward. Blazing dawn true flame gathered at its wingtips, forming a blinding white fireball that crashed thunderously into the forest. Boom. The fireball exploded, flames scattering everywhere. Whether ordinary trees or human-faced catalpa trees, anything touched by even a spark immediately burst into flames. Within just 2 minutes, the dense forest had become a sea of fire. The human-faced catalpa trees, naturally afraid of fire, lost all control once the flames started, requiring no further attention from Xiaojin. Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, watching the towering flames with the relaxed mood of someone enjoying a picnic. My own pet is so easy to fool. It's just a shame about all that equipment definitely won't be salvageable from the fire. The moment this thought crossed his mind, system notifications exploded in his ears. Defeated level 10 intermediate fierce beast human-faced catalpa tree. Experience 50. Defeated level 10 intermediate fierce beast human-faced catalpa tree. Experience 50. Defeated level 10 intermediate fierce beast swift wind eagle. Experience 25. Defeated level 10 lower fierce beast swift wind eagle chick. Experience 10. Experience surged like a flooding tide. Considering this was a hell difficulty dungeon, Changqing couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Though leveling experience doubled with each level, it still felt effortless at this grinding speed. In less than a minute, the familiar level up notification appeared. Congratulations. You have gained 1 level. Infinite golden attribute triggered. You may draw 1 random golden attribute. Character panel. Changqing. Beast pet. Dawn bird. Level 4. Experience. 20,800. Rank. Junior beast tamer. Talent. Unique infinite golden attributes. Level 4 required 800 experience points, and the growth rate was still slowing. With the dungeon nearing its end, he rubbed his hands together. Give me another heaven-defying golden attribute to make the final boss easier. Drawing golden attribute. Congratulations. You have obtained the golden attribute Path of Destiny. Path of Destiny? Changqing immediately opened the description. Path of Destiny. Type: Special bloodline attribute. Description: a heaven-defying path filled with thorns and obstacles, only manageable by special beast pets. A specific golden attribute? How useless. Changqing frowned. The textbooks and beast encyclopedias recorded over 1,000 types of beast pets, not counting undiscovered species. Finding a suitable one would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was lamenting this wasted opportunity, the black beast pet card in his backpack suddenly began trembling violently, as if guided by some mysterious force. The black beast pet card vibrated violently. The mysterious beast pet temporarily housed within the card kept ramming against the edges, clearly wanting to break free from its constraints. But the deep blue rules were cold and merciless, dissolving each of its impacts without mercy. The rules were clear. Uncontracted beast pets cannot be embedded with golden attributes. Changqing took out the black beast pet card from his pack, holding it in his palm as he murmured to himself, "Are you attracted by a familiar aura?" The card vibrated again. "Stay put. I'll consider making you my second beast pet." With this promise, the beast pet card finally settled down. After putting the card away, Changqing began to recall when he first obtained the designated special golden attribute. The card immediately showed unusual activity. Could it be that his infinite golden attributes talent used him as a template to randomly generate attributes? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But since he was still some distance from level 10, he decided not to dwell on it for now. At this moment, Eagle Ridge had completely transformed into a sea of flames. After the dawn true flame extinguished, the remaining fire condensed into blazing fire dragons that danced wildly along the mountain range, determined to devour the entire ridge. The experience bar was still jumping, though the increase was beginning to slow. Just as it seemed about to break through to level 5, it stopped at the threshold. Changqing shrugged. Contentment was key. Other teams rushing for records would avoid touching any monsters, using everything to compress time. Yet this mountain fire had been burning for less than 7 minutes, and he had already gained a level and a half of experience, leaving plenty of room for maneuvering before the dungeon record. What remained was just one ultimate boss. Little Gold circled above the fire scene, occasionally diving down to snatch a piece of damaged equipment, only to disdainfully toss it back into the flames. It couldn't absorb those attributes, making them nothing but scrap metal to it. Rocky Lone Ridge, second stage completed, time, 7 minutes and 31 seconds, stage ranking, first place. Final stage begins. Due to your arson causing the dungeon's fierce beast to go berserk, stage difficulty has increased. Defeating the final fierce beast will yield higher drop rates, with a significant chance of dropping rare items such as bloodline essence and spatial stones. The fierce beast has gone berserk. Just as the abyss notification ended, the open ground to the left exploded with a bang, creating a crater several meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, most of the white flames surrounding Little Gold had been scattered. Little Gold. Changqing's expression changed as he leaped into the crater to check. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. The flame protection was still intact, and Little Gold was unharmed. But suddenly the earth began to shake violently. Little Gold spread its wings and grabbed Changqing, rushing toward the sky. Looking down from above, it wasn't just the ground, the entire dungeon was trembling precariously. From the direction of the sandy marsh, several tornadoes made of fine sand shot straight into the sky, spinning as they converged toward Eagle Ridge. Massive rocks tumbled down the mountain, which was visibly rising higher. Those blue-green swift-winged eagles that hadn't perished in the great fire gathered in flocks at the mountain peak, their piercing cries echoing one after another. In an instant, the feathers of over 100 swift-winged eagles scattered and merged, forming into a massive eagle head. The mountain, now nearly 3 meters taller, slowly extended thick limbs, while the surrounding sand condensed into flowing armor and a cape. What the hell? Standing before him was a fusion-type monster, 30 zhang tall with an eagle's head and robes of sand. Changqing prided himself on his solid beast-taming knowledge, backed by the infinite golden traits, aura that allowed him to produce countless heaven-defying effects at will. Yet now, gazing up at this colossal creature, he could only think one thing. Everything in the textbooks was just fairy tales for children. This was supposed to be a rampage? It was more like revealing its true form. According to standard dungeon guides, the final boss should have been the lightning-fast swift-winged Eagle King and its minions. Who could have predicted that casually setting a fire would cause the dungeon to respond like using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito, unleashing this kind of monster? He gulped hard as the status panel appeared before his eyes. Fierce Demon Lone Ridge Watcher Fusion Type Special Beast. Level 10. Attributes: Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300, Spirit 300. Skills: Swift Wind Eagle Cry, 1,000-mile flowing sand. All things spring forth, perpetual motion body passive. Description: a mutated fierce beast forcibly fused by unknown power. Defeat it to receive unprecedented special rewards, die in battle, and become part of it. Holy crap! Fierce demon level. Changqing had slain nearly 1,000 fierce beasts, but the highest was only mid-tier. Now he faced something 3 full major levels above him. He looked up at the dungeon sky, feeling as if the abyss itself was roaring in his ear. Just say you want to die. All 4 attributes boosted by 300 had already crushed the normal difficulty of a level 10 dungeon. The 3 active skills corresponded exactly to the boss abilities from the dungeon's 3 stages. No wonder Little Gold had been swatted away with a single slap. Even with mythic-grade bloodline golden traits, it was still small fry compared to this fusion monster. Little Gold exhaled scorching white vapor as its body temperature surged, white flames rolling until even Changqing was engulfed in the fire wave. A fireball condensed before its chest, building power for a full minute until it reached 1 meter in diameter, then launched toward the fierce demon with an angry cry, trailing a long flame tail. The moment the fireball flew out, Changqing's vision blurred as he seemed to see the phantom of a magnificent divine bird enveloping Little Gold, the golden crow form. Little Gold's spirits lifted briefly before quickly wilting. This single attack had instantly drained all its painstakingly recovered spiritual power. Changqing frowned deeply. The most troublesome aspect of the fusion demon was precisely its perpetual motion body. The Black Jade Stone Man also possessed this skill, and he wasn't sure whether the demon had absorbed abilities from other beasts in the dungeon or was originally an unknown species sharing the same origin as the Black Jade Stone Man. The blazing white true flame of first dawn streaked across the air, causing even space to warp slightly in its wake. The demon remained motionless, allowing the fireball to approach its eagle head. Suddenly, the tightly closed eyes on the eagle head snapped open, black jade pupils gleaming coldly. An invisible air wall instantly formed, colliding heat-in with the rushing true flame. Watching the fireball's power slowly diminish, Changqing's heart sank. If his guess was right, this match was unwinnable. Better to restart while he still could. Crack! The sharp sound interrupted his retreat plans. Spiderweb cracks spread across the air wall's surface before the fireball burst through the next second, somewhat weakened but still fierce. There's a chance. Changqing's spirit soared, but his joy lasted only 2 breaths somehow. The demon's stone arm had already conjured a massive sword of flowing sand. The heavy stone arm swung down, sending crescent-shaped sand sword energy across the sky. The moment the true flame of first dawn made contact, it was instantly enveloped and extinguished. A sandstorm filled the sky, centered around the fierce demon, covering most of the dungeon's heavens. In the instant the raging sands surged forth, the dawn true flame that Xiao Jin had unleashed with all its might was completely devoured, and Changqing's heart plummeted to rock bottom. How could they possibly continue this fight? His attacks were nothing more than scratching an itch, while the fierce demon's casual strike could destroy heaven and earth. They weren't even in the same dimension of power. Xiao Jin, Changqing called out in a low voice, already considering retreat. However, Xiao Jin raised its head toward the orange-yellow canopy above, only letting out soft whimpering sounds. Thinking the little creature was unwilling to accept defeat, Changqing gently comforted it. Don't mind it. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Your future is far beyond what a mere fierce demon can compare to. Once you grow a bit more, you'll be able to defeat it with ease. Before he could finish speaking, the usually docile Xiao Jin suddenly became agitated. It abruptly turned its head and jabbed its sharp beak directly at Changqing's abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Changqing tensed up in fright. Why would Xiao Jin attack him? The next second, the sharp beak passed through what seemed like an invisible barrier and pulled out a black card. Changqing looked closely. Isn't this the Black Beast Companion card from my inventory? Could it be? The moment the black card was gripped, white flames rose from the corners of Xiao Jin's mouth, enveloping the entire card. Nourished by the flame's power, ripples of black waves spread across the card's surface. Then, a childish, stuttering voice reached Changqing's ears. Stupid bird. Let go of me. You're biting my little brother. Quick, loosen your beak, or I'll hit you. Changqing was stunned, taking a moment to confirm that the voice was indeed coming from the Black Beast Companion card. At the same time, another melodious and crisp voice also emerged. Black kid, this is all trouble you've caused. Quickly lend me your power, otherwise, humph. What power? Stupid bird, I'm still a child. Child my foot. If anything happens to master, I'll tear you apart, roast you slowly over a small fire until you're sizzling with oil, then eat you. Crude and violent. What does your master have to do with me? Changqing listened silently, but inwardly he was amused. The textbooks said that beast companions belonging to the same beast tamer could communicate through resonance. Since Xiao Jin had mythical-grade bloodline, having this ability wasn't surprising. The fact that the beast companion in this black card could respond indicated that it too was equally powerful. Still refusing to give in? Fine. Once we get out, I'll have master find some bright, shiny things to bathe you in holy light every day, washing away all that darkness from your body. Xiao Jin's voice carried a note of smugness. The two beast companions' stubborn argument was cut short by Xiao Jin's killing blow. Milky curses came from the black card, but the next moment, surging black energy still reluctantly flowed out, attaching itself to the white flames. Screech! Xiao Jin cried out clearly, stuffing the black card back into Changqing's inventory space, then spread its wings and soared skyward. The black energy coursed along its feathers as its form expanded at a visible rate, swelling to nearly 10 meters tall in just a few breaths before gradually stopping. The golden crow's true form. This was the real golden crow body. Changqing quickly checked Xiao Jin's status. Beast Companion, Chuyang Bird, Bronze Tier, for bloodline traits Great Sun Golden Flame Gold, Boiling Battle Spirit Gold, Foodie's Paradise Gold, Strength 404 Foodie Trait, Constitution 403, Agility 402, Spirit 2804 Spiritual Power, 21,100 Bloodline Ability Activation 20,000, Skills, Form Transformation, Primordial Sun True Flame, Fire Immunity Passive, Golden Crow Body, Status, Dark Perpetual Motion Dark Negative Attribute Destruction 100, Absorption 100, Dark Origin Tracing Maximum Enhancement. Of Beast Companion Bloodline Ability Activation, Upper limit determined by Beast Companion's Constitution. After status ends, all attributes and skills enter 5-hour cooldown restriction period. Looking at the endless pages of status data scrolling through the information panel, Changqing finally understood why Xiao Jin had brought that black card to him. Ever since encountering the black Jade Stone Guardian at the dungeon entrance, he had passively unlocked a hidden quest, and the Beast Companion in the card was the only key to defeating the fierce demon. Go, Xiao Jin! He couldn't control his emotions and shouted loudly. Dark Origin Tracing activated, and Xiao Jin responded to its master with a clear, sharp cry. In the next second, towering flames erupted from its body. The blazing white, Great Sun Golden Flame merged with the pitch-black negative energy, without any conflict, as if they were naturally meant to fuse. It spread wings several times wider than its own body and dove straight at the fierce demon. Changqing silently marveled. This is the true dominance that a mythical grade bloodline, Great Sun Golden Crow, should possess. The mountain-sized fierce demon, the lonely ridge watcher, with its eagle head and black eyes, sensed the threat and once again drew its flowing sand great sword, swinging it wildly several times. Rolling sand streams condensed into a heavy canopy, seeming to swallow the entire dungeon. However, a massive fireball 9 meters in diameter tore through the black mist and crashed straight through the sand wall. Pure black light surged in the fierce demon's eyes, but under the complete suppression of dark perpetual motion, any absorption became meaningless. When the fireball was about 10 meters from its target, it exploded thunderously, countless small fire orbs transforming into a meteor shower that completely covered the fierce demon's massive body. Bang! 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 With each explosion, black and white flames intertwined into towering pillars of fire. Shockwaves and fire surges swept across the earth, carving deep grooves into the barren stone. Changqing was forced to jump into a deep crater created by earlier battles to barely avoid the aftershocks. As soon as the violent trembling stopped, his head spun with dizziness, his stamina and spiritual power feeling as if they were being drained away. Is this going to drain me completely? The backlash from their contract symbiosis was all too obvious. Previously, when suppressing ordinary fierce beasts, Xiao Jin relied on bloodline superiority without needing to draw on its master's power. Now that Dark Origin Tracing forcibly elevated its bloodline, it could only overdraw from the other end of the contract. Without hesitation, Changqing grabbed a pill bottle and poured it into his mouth. Just as the bitter taste passed his throat, the deafening roar outside came to an abrupt halt. A black shadow swept overhead. Xiao Jin had switched to its night crow form, its wings tattered and riddled with holes. Blood stains and thorn fragments were scattered around its beak, clearly showing the battle had been brutal, yet it had stubbornly persisted until the very last moment. Rest well. With a flash of light, he recalled Xiao Jin into the beast-taming space. Climbing out of the crater, what met his eyes was a sky full of flames and pitted ruins. Changqing smiled bitterly. Such skills could only be used when absolutely necessary. System notifications flooded the screen. Congratulations on killing the fierce demon class special fusion type fierce beast lonely ridge watcher. Gained experience 2000. Congratulations on completing the final dungeon hidden quest. Obtained special item Eye of Darkness. Congratulations on clearing the hell-level dungeon, Chaotic Stone Lonely Ridge. Completion time. Yi Rian stood quietly outside the dungeon portal, waiting. Her constantly fidgeting hands betrayed her true state of mind. Despite Changqing's confident assurances, as time ticked by second, the worry in her chest continued to surge like a geyser. She glanced at the portal repeatedly, her emotions as tense and complex as when she first faced fierce beasts in formal combat. Deputy Captain Yi, no need to worry. Team Leader Zhang Sun said with a cheerful smile, trying to comfort her. Even if he can't clear the dungeon, just having the courage to venture in alone shows impressive spirit. Yi Rian shot him a cold look and snorted. Zhang Sun, is the Chun family's payment really that generous? Willing to sacrifice your future just to farm records in a low-level dungeon? Have you all been dulled by over a decade of peace? Zhang Sun remained unfazed. You don't need to provoke me. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The city guard serves the city lord's mansion. You know this better than anyone. I wonder what those heroic spirits who died defending Jinhai City from beast tides would think if they saw you all like this now. Yi Rian's tone grew even colder. You're still as compassionate as ever. Zhang Sun shrugged. Those in high positions naturally care about the world, but that's also a shackle. Otherwise, how could you have been trapped in Jinhai City for over 10 years? Having touched a nerve, Yi Rian's eyes flashed with fierce intensity. Shut up. Say another word, and I'll cut out your tongue. Zhang Sun immediately made a zipping gesture and stepped back. One last thing before I shut up, for the sake of our former mentor. The Chun family doesn't dare harm Guanqing's life because of you, but other methods are fair game. What do you mean? Yi Rian pressed, but Zhang Sun had already returned to his team, his attitude nonchalant. Just then, the crowd in the square spontaneously parted to create a pathway. Lu Renjiao, a senior department director from Jinhai First High School, approached with a solemn expression, accompanying Chun Hai. Su Cece walked arm in arm with Chun Hai, but when her gaze met Yi Rian's, her confidence instantly deflated, and she lowered her head in shame. Yi Rian looked up in surprise. Director Lu, what brings you here? Before Lu Renjiao could speak, Chun Hai cleared his throat and stepped forward assertively. Teacher Yi, what a coincidence. Regarding that outrageous incident involving Changqing, the city lord's mansion just issued the latest notice. The school leadership is furious and held a special meeting to decide his punishment. Director, show Teacher Yi the results. Lu Renjiao forced a smile and handed over a disciplinary notice, coldly pressing it into Yi Rian's hands. Teacher Yi, since Changqing isn't here, please pass this along to him. Yi Rian unfolded the notice, and after reading it, her face darkened, expelling him from Jinhai First High. Director Lu, is the school really going to be this ruthless? Regarding the legendary beast companion incident, you all just... Lu Renjiao immediately interrupted, his anger perfectly controlled. Teacher Yi, expulsion from Jinhai First High is already showing mercy. His behavior in the legendary beast companion incident was a disgrace to Jinhai City and a desecration of beast tamers. Yi Rian's chest heaved rapidly, but she forced herself to stay calm. She understood clearly that this disciplinary notice was enough to change Changqing's future. Forced withdrawal from school, questionable character, plus ostracism from the entire city even if he remained eligible for the national college entrance exam. Prestigious schools cared most about their reputation. This move was vicious enough. They were ruthless enough to push Changqing into the abyss, dooming him to eternal damnation. The school should have dealt with Changqing long ago. Someone with such poor character was fortunate not to have contracted with a legendary beast companion, or he would have become the greatest menace to Jinhai City. Su Cece clung to Chun Hai's arm, wishing she could melt into his reasonably impressive physique. Chun Hai smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Yi, you have powerful connections. Why lose face over such a disreputable character? Originally, the school's decision was to issue a nationwide notice, but considering he's the descendant of a hero, they gave him one last chance to reform. Yi Rian was furious, pointing at Su Cece and shouting, so young, yet already a master manipulator. What did I do wrong? With Chun Hai by her side, Su Cece felt even bolder. What is Changqing anyway? Does he deserve a legendary beast companion? He's just a common Arevan with special treatment. How much could he possibly get? A legendary beast companion is beyond his reach. Wouldn't it be better to trade it for something more suitable? A bottom feeder should focus on crawling out of the gutter, not reaching for the stars. If the legendary beast companion were in Hai's hands, with the Chun family's abundant resources for cultivation, it would become Jinhai City's guardian divine beast. He sacrificed this grand vision just for himself. Tell me, isn't he a sinner against Jinhai City? Expelling him from school is too lenient, should be banished from Jinhai City entirely. Everyone fell silent at Su Cece's words. Are you two a couple? If so, you're being way too controlling. Everyone wants to keep a legendary beast companion for themselves. If not, what business is it of yours what choices he makes? This outrageous rhetoric is truly... Birds of a feather flock together. Su Cece then pointed at Yi Rian with disdain. Teacher Yi, you've always been self-righteous because you don't understand the survival logic of the lower class. If you really have the ability, then use it. Yi Rian's face flushed red, but surprisingly, she didn't argue back. She indeed had the power to change Changqing's fate, but she hadn't acted. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind Yi Rian. What are you supposed to be? What my sister chooses to do is none of your business, you stinking bitch. From the dungeon portal, Changqing emerged weakly. Yi Rian was delighted and rushed over anxiously. How are you? Are you hurt? Changqing shook his head, and seeing the dismissal notice in her hand, he smiled contemptuously. Jinhai First High is truly rotten to the core. Lu Renjiao immediately flew into a rage. Changqing, You selfish traitor who endangers Jinhai City, how dare you speak so boldly? What gives you the right? What gives me the right? Shut your dog mouth and prick up your dog ears to listen carefully. Buzz. As soon as Changqing finished speaking, the abyss notification sound echoed across the plaza. Congratulations to Changqing for clearing the hell difficulty dungeon Rocky Lonely Ridge, reaching first place on the dungeon record leaderboard with a time of 27.63. The abyss's announcement hit everyone like a bombshell, striking them right between the eyes. The leaderboard refreshed once again. Changqing solo clear, beating the Jinhai King squad's time by a full 2 minutes, ruthlessly trampling the former record holders underfoot. What made it even more shocking was that all other records were achieved by full 5-person teams, while he had done it completely alone. What the hell? Zhang Sun's neck went rigid as he and his teammates fixed their gazes on Changqing. Those 2 minutes might seem like just numbers to outsiders, but to them, it was an insurmountable chasm. Forget 2 minutes, even shaving off 2 seconds would require breaking their limits. Not to mention how the swampland had severely slowed their pace, and the second stage had consumed massive amounts of time and money. When the Jinhai King squad originally broke the record, they had relied on dimensional suppression, forcibly lowering their rank from advanced beast tamers to beginner level, then combining 5-person coordination, experience advantages, and chugging rare recovery potions to barely squeeze out that 2-minute lead. Even so, their record had now been cleanly shattered by Changqing. How on earth did you pull that off? Zhang Sun's brain was practically overheating, yet he still couldn't figure out a reasonable explanation. Cheating, obviously. Changqing made no attempt to hide it, shrugging as he delivered another blow to Zhang Sun and the others' hearts. My talent is just heaven-defying. What are you going to do about it? He had indeed cleared it using his cheating talent, but this happened to be a completely legitimate ability. Chun Hai and the others finally snapped out of their shock, following the conversation thread to angrily denounce him. I knew it was cheating. Changqing, you actually have the nerve to admit it. Su Sisi immediately chimed in. Exactly, how shameless. Maliciously stealing dungeon records, the City Lord's Manor and the Beast Tamer Association will never let this slide. Many of the watching beast tamers of similar age were swept up in the momentum, and a wave of condemnation quickly spread. Changqing, shame of Jinhai City, throw him out. You've tainted the honor your parents bought with their lives. Being of the same generation as this person is our humiliation. Banish him from the city. Banish him from the city. The chants rose higher, nearly lifting the roof. However, another group of beast tamers remained silent, those who had experienced hell-level dungeons themselves. Since the abyss rules had been introduced to this world, there had been instances of system collapse due to excessive power, but never had anyone truly managed to exploit loopholes for gain. These veterans understood that dungeons refined over generations couldn't possibly open backdoors for Changqing alone. Yi Rian gripped Changqing's hand tightly, expressing her stance through silence. Changqing gently squeezed back, showing a warm smile. Sister, it's not over yet. Just then, a new system notification descended. Congratulations to Changqing for completing the dungeon's hidden quest. The chaotic Stone Ridge dungeon will be temporarily sealed for 1 hour. Upon reopening, new fierce beasts will be refreshed. Congratulations to Changqing for unlocking the unique hidden quest chain. First stage rewards have been distributed. The abyss's voice was somewhat quieter compared to when the record was broken. The massive outcry of protest was still suppressed. The crowd fell silent like a punctured bubble, all eyes locked onto Changqing in unison, curiosity, envy, and greed weaving together into a bizarre web. A quest? There are quests in the dungeon. Whispered discussions rippled through the crowd. I'm only level 2. How would I hear about this stuff? Could some level 10 expert tell us what this hidden quest is about? Are the rewards good? Not sure about the details, but since the dungeon opened, everyone suspected there was a hidden quest. Never thought it would actually be triggered, and it's unique too. The rewards must be insane. The chatter grew louder, surging toward the center of the plaza like a tide. Yi Rian froze for a moment, then became so excited that her chest heaved as she threw herself into Changqing's arms. You little rascal, look at you now. A fragrant breeze hit him, and the soft impact against his chest made Changqing's face turn red, a rare sight. Sis, calm down. Only then did Yi Rian realize the inappropriate setting and tapped his forehead with her hand. Little brat, always thinking dirty thoughts. I really wasn't thinking anything. Changqing protested with a pained expression. No wonder. We didn't lose unfairly at all. Zhang Sun stepped forward, looking relaxed as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Anyone who can solve a quest that countless beast tamers couldn't figure out clearly has the skills to prove it. It seems those rumors about you and your beast companions have really done you a disservice. You're too kind, it was pure luck. Changqing waved dismissively. With explanations from Xinyuan and Zhang Sun on the scene, those beast tamers who had been shouting about cheating hung their heads, some slinking away in shame. Chun Hai's face turned ashen as he gripped Su Sisi's hand tighter and tighter, making her wince in pain, though she dared not protest. Changqing, We'll see about this. Chun Hai spat out a threat and dragged Su Sisi away from the plaza. Lu Renjia didn't follow them, but instead put on a friendly face and approached. Changqing, don't hold grudges against the school. We had no choice. Don't worry, I'll definitely advocate for you with the principal when I get back. Talented students shouldn't be buried. Yi Rian sneered. Director Lu, you change faces so quickly. Weren't you just leading the charge and calling Changqing a cheater? Ah, that was unavoidable. The city lord's mansion made the decision, and the school had to comply. Lu Renjia sighed, then changed his tone. By the way, Changqing, what reward did you get from the hidden quest? I'm not trying to pry, but I need solid evidence to argue your case with the city lord's mansion and get you reinstated. The reward. Gu Changqing opened his personal inventory and pulled out a card glowing with blue light, showing an eagle with spread wings ready to soar. This is from the first stage of the hidden quest, the Swift Wind Eagle King. Just a beast companion card with lord-level bloodline, plus some rare materials. I imagine there are king level, legendary level, or even higher tiers to come. Smack! Lu Renjia slapped his thigh hard. The school was foolish. Absolutely foolish. How could we expel such a talented student? Come with me back to school. Even if I lose my position, I'll make sure you're reinstated. He reached out to grab Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing sidestepped to avoid him, staring coldly with a mocking smile playing at his lips. Director, have you ever heard this saying? Belated affection is cheaper than fucking grass. Gu Changqing, you. Lu Renjia's face flushed red as he was openly mocked and ridiculed in front of so many people, without any restraint. However, thinking of Gu Changqing's current special status, he forcibly suppressed his anger and squeezed out a smile, his tone sticky as honey. All right, stop saying such harsh things. You're the genius that our Xinhai First High personally cultivated, and your parents are honorary beast tamers of the school. The subsidies and incentive funds all came from the school. Changqing, I know you still care about the school deep down. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, stop throwing childish tantrums. Gu Changqing stared at the eloquent Lu Renjia, too stunned to speak. Just minutes ago on this very same playground, this director had been shouting at the top of his lungs, accusing him of cheating for all to hear. Now he could shamelessly twist the narrative and claim credit without batting an eye. His shamelessness could literally deflect nuclear bombs. Yi Rian rolled her eyes and mercilessly exposed him. Director Lu, weren't those honors you mentioned awarded by the Provincial Beast Tamer Association? As for the subsidies and incentive funds, I personally handled all the paperwork through my connections. How did it become the school's achievement when it comes out of your mouth? Lu Renjia's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand with a smile. You're a teacher at Xinhai First High, so naturally the school takes notice. Teacher Yi, let's not quibble over details. What's most important right now is restoring Changqing's student status, everything for the national exams. That slimy, slippery fawning attitude made Gu Changqing feel sick. He took Yi Rian's hand and said coldly, Let's go, sister. I need to sort through my tasks and those rewards. I'll cook something delicious for you when we get home. The two walked past Lu Renjia, who reached out to stop them but was gently brushed aside. Gu Changqing turned back, his tone calm, yet drawing clear boundaries. Director Lu, I cannot bear the school's generous favor. From now on, I have nothing more to do with Xinhai First High. The crowd surged and their figures disappeared instantly. Lu Renjia stood frozen in place, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. Ungrateful brat. We just asked him to take the fall for the school once. He's even forgotten the debt of being nurtured. On second thought, his expression changed again as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. I need to report to the principal immediately. Forget about the hidden quest rewards. If other schools in Xinhai City get there first, we'll be utterly humiliated. Gu Changqing and Yi Rian returned home. Yi Rian hung up her coat and dove into the kitchen, the crisp, rhythmic sound of knife hitting cutting board filling the air. Gu Changqing sat down on the living room sofa and immediately checked on Xiao Jin's condition in his beast taming space. The negative buff from Dark Origin trace still lingered. Xiao Jin lay motionless, its entire body wrapped in golden flames like armor, mending its wounded wings. However, its spiritual energy bar remained at zero with no sign of recovery. This is the second time. Gu Changqing felt a mix of emotions. As a beast tamer, he shared a mental connection with his beast companion. Xiao Jin knew perfectly well that they could exit the dungeon at any time, yet it still gave everything without reservation. That kind of selfless protection reminded him of the warmth Yi Rian had given him. He leaned down and said gently, Rest well. When you recover, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Chirp. Hearing the word eat, the lifeless three-legged golden crow struggled to lift its head and weakly nodded twice before collapsing again. Gu Changqing couldn't help but smile. Among the three golden traits, the foodie attribute was indeed the most effective. After settling Xiao Jin, he began taking inventory of this dungeon's rewards. First were the spatial stones. He needed most urgently, a full 3 of them. The fusion-type demon dropped 2 fragments, and completing the hidden quest rewarded another 1. The progress bar surged forward dramatically. Besides that, there was a dazzling array of materials, sand demon heart, labeled as ingredient, swift wind eagle beast stone, also marked as ingredient, pu tree fruit, still labeled ingredient. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the gold-embossed Swift Wind Eagle King Beast Companion card. Changqing sat at his desk, gently running his fingertip across the card's surface. The Eagle King pattern beneath the metallic coating seemed to come alive. As he touched it, detailed information appeared line by line. 1. Bloodline. 3 paths Swift Wind, Lord level. 2. Skills. Swift Wind Eagle Cry, extreme speed. 3. Low-level evolution. Possesses weak 3 paths Wind Falcon bloodline. Extremely low probability of bloodline advancement. The description was brief, yet the single line possesses 3 paths Swift Wind bloodline was enough to place it among the top Lord-level pets. The reason was simple: the 3 paths Wind Falcon was recognized as the pinnacle of power in both wild beast and domesticated pet systems. Legend had it that when the Wind Falcon spread its wings, the resulting winds could erase the flesh, strength, and even souls of beast tamers and their companions. The saying, "When the 3 paths wind rises, souls scatter," originated from this very legend. According to known records, only one 3 paths wind falcon had ever been successfully captured and tamed across the entire beast taming continent, and its owner was none other than Zhao Zhanxiong, the lord of Chun Hai City's governing mansion and president of the Beast Tamer Association. However, in Changqing's eyes, all of this was just small fry. To him, regardless of bloodline, anything he set his sights on could be reshaped and completely transformed. What truly made him hesitate was, for his second official contracted beast companion, should he choose the Swift Wind Eagle King or that mysteriously black beast companion card? Or should he continue advancing the hidden quest to see if later stages might yield even more extraordinary pets? The Swift Wind Eagle King didn't really excite him, already had Shao Jin, the Sky Sovereign, so another flying type wouldn't add much value. As for that black beast companion card, while he could sense a specific golden attribute resonating within it, the fact that even the abyss couldn't analyze its existence made him uneasy. If he summoned an uncontrollable monster, the losses would outweigh any gains. Changqing closed the card album and began reviewing what he needed to do next, searching for anomalous nodes in various dungeons. Unfortunately, in dungeons below level 30, he couldn't find any corrupted NPCs as obvious as the Black Jadestone Man. He scratched his head. Could the clues be hidden in the wild dungeons outside Chun Hai City? After the first phase concluded, the system hadn't provided clear objectives for the second phase, only stating, "Explore independently." In other words, everything depended on the beast tamer's own luck. The difference between normal city dungeons and wild outdoor dungeons was like night and day. 1. Wild dungeon portals were constantly surrounded by fierce beasts. To enter a dungeon, you first had to fight for your life. 2. Upon completion, rewards and experience were typically an entire tier higher than city dungeons. 3. Therefore, those who dared venture outside the city were generally advanced level beast tamers or higher. Should he take the gamble? Changqing pondered. "Shao Qing, dinner's ready." The room instantly filled with tantalizing aromas. He snapped back to reality, his nostrils flaring as his stomach immediately began rumbling. Walking to the dining table, he picked up a piece of glistening braised pork. The moment it touched his tongue, he felt as if spiritual energy was flowing through his entire body, leaving him completely satisfied. Yi Rian's culinary skills had become increasingly masterful, a world apart from her initial dark cuisine. Seeing Changqing devouring the food, her lips curved into a smile as she handed him a full bowl of white rice. Suddenly, a series of sharp breaking sounds came from outside the window. A soft yet electrically tingling female voice immediately called from the doorway. "Excuse me, is student Changqing home?" "Huh? Who is it?" Yi Rian opened the door in surprise. Outside stood 6 beautiful girls in elegant attire, radiating youthful vitality, lined up neatly in a row. After nodding politely to her, they chattered as they filed in one by one, filling the small living room to capacity. Changqing was focused on his meal when he instinctively looked up and nearly froze with his chopsticks suspended in midair. Good heavens, had a socialite squad just descended from the sky? Among the 6 beauties, except for the one in the center who appeared slightly more mature, the other 5 were around his age. If Yi Rian's beauty could be rated at 99 points, these girls would score at least 90, all top-tier beauties without exception. "Who are you? Is it polite to barge in without greeting?" Seeing Changqing staring so intently that he forgot to chew and even set down his bowl and chopsticks, Yi Rian's temper flared instantly, her tone becoming sharp. The slightly older woman in the center nodded gracefully, her voice gentle yet clear. "Hello, we're from Chun Hai Girls High School. I'm Xia Bing, the senior year director. These are all graduating students who wanted to visit Chun Hai's recent rising star." Her smile was warm and refreshing, like a spring breeze. "You don't hit someone who's smiling." Yi Rian's anger cooled slightly, though she still shot Changqing a fierce glare. Changqing quickly averted his gaze and obediently returned to his meal. What does Jinhai Girls High want with our Xiaoqing? If you're just here to admire him, you've seen him now, so I won't be keeping you for dinner. Several girls besides Xia Bing caught the unfriendly tone and looked displeased, but before they could speak, she raised her hand to silence them. Here's the situation. We heard that student Gu was expelled from First High, and our principal takes this very seriously. After extensive research and discussion, the school has decided to make an exception and admit Gu Changqing. If he's willing, Jinhai Girls High will dedicate all our resources to ensure his success in the National College entrance examination. Puffed, Gu Changqing nearly sprayed rice all over the table. He knew Jinhai Girls High's reputation all too well. It was famous throughout the province and city. Beast tamers who graduated from the girls' school were either fought over by major families or entered deep partnerships with large organizations. The current city lord's wife was an alumna. In terms of connections alone, even the Chun family, Jinhai's premier beast-taming family, had to show them respect. And now this institution that had always exclusively trained female beast tamers wanted to break precedent by admitting a male student? I can attend the girls' school? Gu Changqing pulled out his phone to check his reflection, still the same handsome, masculine face. He couldn't understand why they had taken interest in him. Xia Bing remained gentle. Don't doubt our sincerity. We truly mean to recruit you wholeheartedly. Give me a reason. Gu Changqing wasn't a 3-year-old child. The energy contained behind their promise to spare no effort was immeasurably vast. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and he didn't believe that just one possibly legendary beast companion and one hidden quest could drive the girls' school to such extremes. Yi Ruyan also frowned, then suddenly thought of something and blurted out. You want Xiaoqing to go to that place? Xia Bing nodded decisively. Teacher Yi is very perceptive. That's right. We're willing to pay such a high price because we hope that when student Gu has the capability, he'll go to the Forbidden Sea to search for her. Her? Who? Gu Changqing's mind was in complete confusion. Yi Ruyan's expression grew grave as she revealed the answer. Jinhai City's previous and only female city lord, Sidu Danya. During that beast tide attack on the city, only land-based monsters appeared while the sea creatures were notably absent. This was because the female city lord had led her elite forces into the Forbidden Sea, but when the beast tide ended, the entire beast tamer squad never returned. In the war room of the city lord's mansion, Xia Bing closed a battle report and sighed deeply. We sent search and rescue teams, but the Forbidden Sea was once again shrouded by deep-sea rules. Without legendary tier beast companions, it's impossible to enter. She looked up at the young man across from her. Student Gu, we've confirmed that your beast companion hasn't truly been demoted and still has a chance to return to legendary status. The intelligence was frighteningly accurate, but Gu Changqing wasn't surprised. His name topping the record charts was proof enough. Seeing his composure, Xia Bing finally relaxed. That's good. As long as you agree, just name whatever Jinhai Girls High can do for you. Yi Ruyan had remained silent throughout, but now she also watched Gu Changqing, her eyes showing subtle fluctuations. As long as Gu Changqing agreed, both the Chun family and the city lord's mansion would have to think twice before acting. Jinhai Girls High indeed had this confidence. Gu Changqing was weighing the pros and cons and about to speak when, I disagree. A furious shout suddenly came from outside, cutting off his response. Su Cece burst into the dining room, her face flushed with urgency and anger, followed by Lu Rinjia and several high-ranking officials from Jinhai First High. She approached the table, looking down at Gu Changqing from above. After trying to calm her breathing, her tone softened. Changqing, you're the pride of Jinhai First High and my pride too. How can you transfer to the girls' school? Are you really willing to be separated from me? I've thought it through. V always had feelings for you. I only rejected you before to motivate you to become even better. Now you've achieved that, so I agree to be your girlfriend. She continued her urgent explanation. Besides, Hai has agreed too. As long as you come back, the Chun family will help clear up those rumors. Please, do it for me. By the end, Su Cece's eyes were rimmed with red, tears trembling on her lashes. But Gu Changqing didn't let a single word enter his ears, only feeling that she was being self-indulgent, as if she'd made some tremendous sacrifice. What kind of self-absorbed bitch is trying to steal our brother Gu from our girls' school? The young ladies from Jinhai Girls High burst in one after another, their voices dripping with mockery as they surrounded Gu Changqing protectively, their perfume filling the air. So fake and pretentious, oh my god. Does someone really think worn-out shoes can show their face in public? Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's one of young Master Chen's many girlfriends. Hi, hi, hi. Ugh, that gives me goosebumps. May I ask how many fish you're keeping in your pond? Sharp laughter filled the entire room. Su Cece angrily pointed at them, then turned her gaze to Gu Changqing. Changqing, they're slandering me. Don't believe them, I am innocent. Gu Changqing responded coldly. Student Su, we're not close, so please just call me by my name. As for whether you're innocent or not, what the hell does that have to do with me? Su Cece's pupils contracted. Changqing, how can you say that? Oh, sorry, I should have just slapped you and thrown you out. Seeing you makes me want to vomit up everything I just ate. She tried to argue back, but was shot down by the young lady's rapid-fire responses. Your snot is dripping into your mouth, wipe it off. Too late now. Get lost, Brother Gu is ours. Do you have money, power, or time? You have nothing, yet you still dare to make demands. Each comment was more cutting than the last, making Su Cici's face burn red. She struggled to maintain her last shred of dignity. Changqing, I've already given you a way out. If you don't come back, I'll never speak to you again. After dropping this line, she covered her face and fled in panic. Gu Changqing's mind was full of question marks. What kind of twisted logic is this? What idiot author could write such garbage plot? Su Cici was driven away by the young ladies from Chun Hai Girls' High School. The restaurant fell silent immediately. Lu Rinjia and several school officials could only smile awkwardly as they watched those young, beautiful ladies bustling around Gu Changqing, serving him tea and water with attentive care. Our intelligence was wrong, they all thought in unison. Wasn't Gu Changqing supposed to be infatuated with Su Cici? According to their original plan, as long as Su Cici humbled herself and said a few coaxing words, the matter could be smoothly resolved. But the current situation was clearly beyond their control. The leaders exchanged glances and quickly reached a conclusion. After all, he was young, and with other girls watching, it was perfectly normal for him to say a few harsh words to save face. This wasn't over yet. With this thought, they secretly relaxed. Lu Rinjia was the first to speak, breaking the stagnant atmosphere caused by Su Cici's departure. Changqing, what Cici just said actually represents the heartfelt feelings of all teachers and students at First High. You're still young, so it's natural to be a bit hot-tempered. But how could we personally send away a genius we've worked so hard to cultivate? The other leaders immediately chimed in. Indeed, it's only because of the enormous pressure from above that the school temporarily adopted the form of expulsion, but in reality, we're protecting you. With such a huge public outcry, we need to first calm the outside world's misunderstanding about you for the sake of the national exams. Exactly, another leader hastily agreed. As long as you come back, the school is your home, and your classmates are your family. As for you and student Su Cici, they smiled meaningfully. As long as you're willing, the school will naturally turn a blind eye. This time, for your sake, she argued with people from the city lord's mansion for quite a while. In her heart, you're quite special. After this confident explanation, the leader's smiles became even brighter. Under the elegant lighting, their certainty and eagerness fell upon Gu Changqing's eyes, making him want to laugh instead. Smack! He turned over half a bowl of rice onto the table, scattering the grains. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow with a half smile. Listening to all of you, it seems I'm being petty and have misunderstood the good intentions of the leaders? Lu Rinjia sensed an opportunity, thinking that Su Cici was indeed useful, and immediately added fuel to the fire. Everything happened for a reason. It's all a misunderstanding. Who would really blame you? Come on. The principal has personally prepared a readmission ceremony for you. Let's put the past behind us. Gu Changqing stood up with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The young ladies from Chun Hai Girls' High looked at him with concern, wanting to speak, but not knowing where to start. Yi Ruyan was unusually silent, expressing her trust only through her bright, sparkling eyes. Seeing Gu Changqing walking toward them, Lu Rinjia and his group became even more delighted, even deliberately glancing provocatively at Xia Bing with undisguised mockery. In that case, Gu Changqing stopped in front of Lu Rinjia, then suddenly changed his tone. I agree to the cooperation with the girls' high. We need to discuss the specific details carefully. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and forcibly grasped Xia Bing's hand. Xia Bing looked completely bewildered, but he sneered coldly. Director Lu, thank you for First High's generous treatment. However, the Chun family and I are irreconcilable enemies, so I'd better not cause trouble for the school. The leaders' smiles instantly froze as they realized they had been completely played by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing. Lu Rinjia's face darkened. When we give you face, you should take it. Don't let down Su Cici's good intentions. He swept his cold gaze over them, his tone detached. Her? She won't cool down. How could a tea ceremony socialite let her body cool down? Gu Changqing paused for a moment. And who told you I'd fall for this nonsense? After speaking, his gaze fell on Director Lu with a mocking smile. Director Lu, do you really enjoy that feeling of being cuckolded? Lu Rinjiao was caught completely off guard, his face flushing red with anger. His trembling finger pointed at Gu Changqing as he roared. Just for such a trivial matter, you're willing to abandon the alma mater that raised you? You're disgracing heroes and don't deserve to receive monthly compensation. Xia Bing sighed softly nearby. Gu Changqing had only agreed to cooperate and hadn't committed to joining the girls' school, but this already achieved her purpose. She immediately countered, 1,000 per month in compensation? That doesn't sound right. Based on merit classification, Changqing's parents should receive a level hero treatment. Combined, that should be at least 7,000. Am I mistaken? Perhaps we should verify this properly at the city lord's mansion. Lu Rinjia and the others breathing instantly stopped. Bullshit. They clearly have level treatment. How could it be a level? Chun Hai Girls' School sure has some nerve. even slandering colleagues so skillfully. Gu Changqing. See, clearly associating with this kind of school will only lead you astray and make you the laughingstock of Jinhai City. Gu Changqing smiled lightly, meeting his gaze. I'm already the laughingstock of Jinhai City, thanks to my wonderful school. That was all a misunderstanding. He spread his hands. Fine. Once the school explains to the public exactly what happened at my house that day, I'll return. Right now, Teacher Xia Bing and I have business to discuss. If you have nothing urgent, please see yourselves out. The group looked disheveled, their expressions shifting unpredictably, not even daring to look directly at Gu Changqing. Offend the Chun family and the deputy city lord? They wouldn't dare, even with 10 times the courage. But their pride left them in an impossible position, so they could only say awkwardly, "Don't rush. We'll give you plenty of time to consider next time." Consider my ass. I have just this one condition. If you can't agree to it, stop pestering me. With that, he unceremoniously issued an eviction order. Go on, all of you. Do I need to escort you out? Yi Ruyan glared coldly before leaving. Umph. Don't regret this. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Who'll regret it remains to be seen. After everyone left, the air instantly became peaceful. The girls from the girls' school wanted to say something more, but were silenced by a look from Xiaobing. She leaned forward slightly, her voice gentle. Thank you for trusting us. The annoying flies are gone. Now, please tell us how you want to cooperate. Materials? Equipment? Beast companions? Or confronting the Qin family? Gu Changqing shook his head. Just apply some pressure. I'll settle the real score myself. As for other aspects, I don't lack anything for now. These words left even Xia Bing bewildered. Before coming, they had thoroughly investigated Gu Changqing's background, knowing even how many times he used the bathroom daily. The Chun family had blocked all beast companion shops in the city and set up various schemes to make his life impossible, yet the person in question claimed he lacked nothing. Either he was arrogantly overconfident, or he had deep resources. No matter how precious a legendary beast companion might be, it was useless if it couldn't grow. What gave him such confidence? Or perhaps their sudden visit had made him suspicious? If you won't state any conditions, how can we cooperate? Gu Changqing smiled. Who said I have no conditions? My condition is simple. I hope your school can provide me with conveniences in wilderness areas. A wild dungeon? Xia Bing's expression changed instantly. She had already anticipated that Gu Changqing would make outrageous demands and was mentally prepared for the school to be extorted for a hefty sum of resources. Yet he hadn't proposed a single condition that would benefit himself, instead pushing himself into an almost certain death trap. For a moment, she thought she had misheard and couldn't help but confirm again. You're saying you want to enter a wild dungeon? Gu Changqing's lips curved upward, his expression calm. What? Is that so hard to understand? Xia Bing nodded instinctively. Wild dungeons were truly places where 9 out of 10 would die. The occasional beast tides that erupted in the city were terrifying enough, but at least they were infrequent and protected by abyss rules. Wild dungeons, however, completely stripped away all protection, throwing beast tamers into the most savage slaughterhouse of ferocious beasts. Within Jinhai City and all official dungeons there was protection from abyss rules. Once a beast tamer's life was in critical danger, they could choose to exit or continue, like hitting a pause button between life and death. Beast pet shops even sold life-saving items for escape. But the moment one stepped outside the city walls and officially entered the outer territories, all these protections vanished instantly. Healing pills might still work somewhat, but all other auxiliary items became completely useless. Death meant real death. 99% of beast tamers in Jinhai City followed the safe route of attend school, learn skills, level up, contract 2 or 3 beast pets, then consider venturing outside. If beast pets died, at worst they would leave irreversible damage to the beast tamer's space, but wouldn't threaten the tamer's own life. In wild dungeons, however, no one would catch you if you fell. Xia Bing glanced at Yi Ruyan, her eyes seeming to ask, is he always this reckless? Either his thinking is too unconventional, or he has some masochistic tendencies, or maybe he's mentally unstable. Yi Ruyan could only smile bitterly when Gu Changqing first shouted about solo dungeon records. Her feelings were exactly the same as Xia Bing's now. All right, Xia Bing coughed lightly, adjusting her mood. Since you dare to propose it, you must have some trump cards. However, we need some time. How long? Gu Changqing pressed. 1 day. 1 day is too long. He shook his head directly. Every minute and second is precious to me. Only then did Xia Bing realize that Gu Changqing actually didn't know much about the outer territories. There were 5 wild dungeons accessible around Jinhai City, but the perimeters of those 5 dungeons had long been firmly controlled by the Beast Tamer Association, the City Lord's Mansion, and various major families, who had established camps and defensive lines. She spread her hands helplessly. Unfortunately, the Girls' Academy didn't participate in the initial allocation of dungeon usage rights. We must negotiate with them. I hope you understand. I see. Gu Changqing nodded. But 1 day is still too long. I can only give you 5 hours. Xia Bing pondered for a moment and agreed. Fine, we'll do our best. Before leaving, she signed an additional cooperation agreement with Guanqing. Though hastily written, it was backed by abyss supervision, which put both parties at ease. After Xia Bing left, Guanqing hurriedly searched online for intelligence about the outer territories. But he quickly discovered that useful information was pitifully scarce. Clearly, someone was deliberately keeping the outer areas low profile, partly to prevent rookie beast tamers from blindly rushing to their deaths, and partly to maintain secrecy about the resources produced in the dungeons. Originally, Guanqing had planned to first break all the dungeon records within the city to stockpile enough materials needed for advancement. But the rewards from hidden quests were obviously superior. With Chun Hai Girls' High School now providing support, the material shortage was no longer such a pressing concern. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guanqing had made up his mind, wanted to see for himself what kind of profits those major forces were secretly making behind everyone's backs. Seeing his determination and unable to dissuade him, Yi Rian took all of Guanqing's savings and efficiently began purchasing food, potions, backup equipment, and other wilderness essentials. It wasn't until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon that Xia Bing arrived right on schedule. As soon as she entered, she raised her hand and made a 2 gesture. 2 pieces of news, one bad, one good. Which do you want to hear first? Yi Rian, who was busy sorting piles of supplies into bags, didn't even look up. The good news first. The good news is we secured the dungeon access rights, and it's the one with the richest rewards among all 5 dungeons. Guanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. And the bad news? That is the bad news. Xia Bing spread her hands. This dungeon has always been tackled by the Beast Tamer Association. Other forces have sent their elites to try as well, but none of them came back alive. Xia Bing looked somewhat guilty as she spoke. Chun Hai Girls' High School had promised Guanqing the safest option, but now it had become the most dangerous situation. We originally wanted to exchange with others, but Guanqing had already guessed what came next and finished for her. But they'd already made their deals. No matter what conditions you offered, they wouldn't trade, right? Exactly. Only the Beast Tamer Association agreed readily. Then that's the one. Guanqing nodded. He knew in his heart that the Chun family was blocking information behind the scenes, so this result wasn't unexpected. As soon as he finished speaking, his beast's face suddenly trembled, and a scorching wave swept through the living room with him at its center. Guanqing raised an eyebrow and spoke softly to calm it down. Little Gold, don't make a fuss. I know you've almost fully recovered. The Golden Crow's heat wave gradually subsided, and the air temperature dropped accordingly. Xia Bing wiped away the sweat that had already been dried from her forehead, unable to hide her excitement. Is this the overwhelming presence of a legendary beast companion? Cooperating with you is truly a win-win situation. Inside her beast space, a snow-white leopard covered in mysterious patterns had caught the scent of an unbeatable natural enemy the moment the heat wave emerged, and was now cowering in a corner. Trembling bloodline suppression was absolute. Xia Bing recalled the scene of Guanqing bringing back that legendary city lord from the Forbidden Sea, and her confidence grew even stronger. Food and supplies are all ready. Yi Rian brought the bulging large pack to Guanqing. He raised his hand and stored all the supplies in his storage space, then grasped her slightly cool hand. Sister, I understand everything. With Little Gold here, I can protect myself. Mist appeared in Yi Rian's eyes as her palm gently caressed his cheek. It's all my fault for not being able to go with you. That place is too dangerous. I can't be selfish. Warmth filled Guanqing's heart as he smiled and teased. Of course, I still need to stay by your side and witness you recreating your past glory with my own eyes. Zhang Sun's scattered words had confirmed that both Yi Rian's body and her beast companion had problems. Even if she wanted to follow, he would never agree. Regarding Yi Rian, he couldn't distinguish whether it was motherly care, sisterly concern, or even more complex emotions, but one thing was certain: he wouldn't allow her to take risks. Our people will accompany you as well. We absolutely won't let him fall into a desperate situation. Only after receiving Xia Bing's assurance did Yi Rian feel somewhat relieved. After all, no one wanted to openly oppose Chun Hai Girls' High School. The moment Guanqing stepped out of his house, he saw a business van parked at the door. The door slid open, and several beautifully dressed women jumped out excitedly, instantly surrounding him. Teacher Xia, don't tell Methiri the ones protecting me? Guanqing raised an eyebrow, looking at Xia Bing. Xia Bing nodded with a smile. Don't underestimate them. The strength of the Beast Rose team is quite formidable in Jinhai City. Beast Rose? That name sounds familiar. Guanqing frowned in thought for a moment, then looked at the 5 girls in the car, genuine admiration flashing in his eyes. On the chaotic Stone Ridge dungeon leaderboard, the Beast Rose team had once held 3rd place, an achievement no ordinary team could accomplish. Xia Bing took the driver's seat and, after bidding farewell to Yi Rian, started the car. She kept watching Guanqing's expression through the rearview mirror and noticed him reassessing their group. With a light chuckle, she reminded him, don't underestimate the girls from our school. Guanqing nodded somewhat awkwardly. To achieve excellent results in a hell difficulty dungeon was something even First Hai wasn't confident they could do. Girls Hai truly had hidden depths. In the back seat, Su Qing wore playful twin ponytails, her bright eyes darting around mischievously. Pleased by the praise, she immediately seized the opportunity to act coquettishly. Brother Changqing, come to our Girls High. If you're willing, we'll agree to any conditions. As her words fell, a layer of pink mist rose in her pupils. Gu Changqing only managed to meet her gaze for an instant before his vision suddenly blurred. An inexplicable fondness and infatuation surged in his heart. He unconsciously murmured, "I'm willing." Screech. A sharp cry exploded in the car as scorching waves enveloped Gu Changqing. Su Qing looked as if she'd been struck hard, her face instantly turning pale as the pink color in her eyes completely shattered. "It's a misunderstanding." Xia Bing quickly pulled the car over and hurriedly explained. As the rolling heat receded, Gu Changqing also awakened from that strange emotion, staring at Su Qing in alarm just now. It was her eyes. Xia Bing scolded. "Su Qing, I've told you before not to randomly use your second beast's abilities. If the principal finds out, you'll be locked in solitary again." Su Qing forced a smile, her face pale. "I'm sorry, Brother Changqing. I didn't mean to." She reached out to touch him, but Gu Changqing instinctively dodged. A flash of insight struck him. Charm, a psychic-type skill? Xia Bing hadn't expected his knowledge to be so extensive, so she simply skipped the explanation and sighed. "I want to drag you into Girls High myself." No wonder Su Qing resorted to charm. Gu Changqing didn't get angry. After signaling Little Gold to calm down, he said, "My parents' books mention similar abilities. However, having a beast use psychic skills through its tamer is indeed rare." Xia Bing smiled without speaking, not delving deeper into the topic. Gu Changqing tactfully turned his gaze to the window. Since it was their private matter, it was better not to ask. The vehicle wove through the city streets as the surrounding scenery gradually changed. Pedestrians became sparse, with only one person visible every few minutes. Low houses replaced the tall buildings. Further ahead, the houses disappeared entirely, leaving only endless ruins and massive craters several meters to dozens of meters deep. Gu Changqing immediately shed his relaxed demeanor. They had reached the buffer zone. Ahead, illuminated by sunlight, 100 zang-tall massive wall stretched across the earth like a colossal dragon, extending for thousands of miles. The city boundary. This was Gu Changqing's first time here, though he had seen it on his computer. Whenever beast tides break through the weakened barriers, they surge past and breach the encircling walls, launching the most bloodthirsty and savage attacks on humanity. Gu Changqing huddled behind the vehicle window, his mind repeatedly flashing with scenes of flying flesh and blood, cities falling like hell's capes, until the vehicle slowly came to a halt before the city gate, snapping him back to reality. He jumped down from the vehicle and followed behind Xia Bing toward the city gate. As they approached the massive gate, an overwhelming sense of oppression hit them heated, as if the entire wall was growling overhead. Xia Bing presented their documents and exit permits while the city guards scrutinized each member of their group. When their gaze fell upon Gu Changqing, the guard's brow furrowed, his tone cold and harsh. "Teacher Xia, the outside isn't like the comfortable sanctuary within the city. Taking a novice beast tamer out there could spell trouble. The principal specifically chose him, so I have no choice," Xia Bing replied with a quiet laugh, smoothly slipping a money pouch into the guard's palm. The guard weighed it in his hand and nodded reluctantly, opened the gate. Accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, the massive alloy gate, dozens of Shanghai, slowly split open from the center. Gray mist poured through the gap, carrying a pungent bloody scent that swept across everyone's faces. Within the mist, beast roars and the clash of weapons seemed to explode in Gu Changqing's ears, bringing waves of fury and killing intent. Without needing to be summoned, Xiao Jin shot out from his beast space and landed steadily on his shoulder, immediately dispelling the negative emotions carried by the mist. He glanced sideways and saw that except for Su Qing and Xia Bing, who barely maintained their composure, all 4 female students had turned pale. After a moment, everyone gradually recovered their senses. The guard noticed that Gu Changqing was the first to recover, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, though he said nothing. Xia Bing thanked the guard and led the team through the nearly 30-meter-long gate corridor. At the end of the corridor, a crimson light portal floated quietly. Gu Changqing looked up at the city wall, silently marveling at how much manpower and resources such a massive defensive project must have consumed. "Let's go." Xia Bing was the first to step through the light portal. Gu Changqing followed closely behind, and just as his toes touched the threshold, a system notification appeared. "You are about to leave Jinhai City and enter the unknown and perilous world outside. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, no." He clicked yes, without hesitation. The light portal flashed, and when his vision cleared, everyone was standing in the wilderness outside the city. Looking back, the towering city wall had been obscured by a faint energy mist, leaving only a blurred outline. "You have entered the outside world. Abyss protection rules have disappeared. and some items will lose their effectiveness. Crack, crack, crack. Several crisp sounds echoed within his body as invisible restraints shattered instantly. The life-saving items that Yurian had specially prepared in his pack simultaneously dimmed and turned gray. Xia Bing's expression grew serious. The dungeon camp is still some distance away. Don't let your guard down. Right, Gu Changqing responded. Before his words had finished, 5 summoning circles lit up beneath the women's feet, and their beast companions emerged from the light. Gu Changqing's gaze immediately fell upon Su Qing's Sidea small, snow-white pony was quietly hiding behind her, only poking out half its head, curiously yet timidly staring at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. Most striking was the small protrusion on its forehead, where a white horn bud faintly glowed. Could it be a unicorn? Gu Changqing asked in surprise. Su Qing nodded cheerfully. That's right, a support-type unicorn. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance, it's quite formidable. Gu Changqing was secretly amazed. Support-type unicorns were astronomically valuable, so Su Qing's family background was indeed extraordinary. No wonder their 5-person team could clear the chaotic Stone Ridge dungeon. In the beast taming system, support-class legendary pets were extremely rare, worth several times more than other pets of the same tier. Just as he was marveling at being surrounded by wealthy people everywhere, he failed to notice a shadow flickering past in the nearby grass. Beyond the city walls stretched a vast wilderness of dense forests and rocky mountain streams. Apart from the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air and the occasional distant roars of beasts, everything else seemed no different from within the city. Gu Changqing had expected to face immediate danger upon stepping through the gates, but now he only heard the clear whistle of wind and the quiet of the forest. He looked around in confusion. Noticing his wariness, Xia Bing explained softly, "This path has been well traveled by those before us, making it relatively safe. Plus, the constraints of the Abyss rules keep fierce beasts away from the city walls. They prefer to gather in packs near the wilderness dungeons. You could say they're friendly toward humans." Friendly? You're calling fierce beasts friendly? Gu Changqing had never heard such a description before, and it made him deeply uncomfortable. The beast tides were still fresh in his memory, the death and destruction those monsters had brought to humanity, the countless beast tamers who had died at their claws. Xia Bing's assessment significantly diminished his opinion of her. She offered no further explanation and simply continued leading the way. Watch out, weary, approaching the rock forest. Xia Bing's tone suddenly sharpened. Ice blue light flashed in her palm as a shield gleaming with cold radiance appeared at the front, its surface adorned with a lifelike image of a creature that resembled both tiger and leopard. The other members of the girls' high school team quickly adjusted their formation upon hearing her warning, arranging themselves in a 1-3-12 formation as if following a training manual, with their beast companions maintaining vigilance on the left, right, and rear flanks. As this was Gu Changqing's first time leaving the city with a team, he wasn't sure how to coordinate, so he simply signaled for Xiao Jin to take flight and scout the surroundings. The formation kept him safely protected in the center, and the warmth of being guarded eased his tension. After advancing about 200 meters and just stepping onto the narrow mountain path at the rock forest entrance, a thunderous roar erupted. Several massive boulders, each several meters wide, came tumbling down from the rocky peaks above, crushing toward them with devastating weight. Fierce beasts. Gu Changqing's heart jumped, but Xiao Jin in the air shook its head, indicating no enemies were visible. Xia Bing's expression darkened as she raised her shield to the front, turning her head to whisper, "The fierce beasts during beast tides are indeed humanity's mortal enemies. But out here in the wilderness, as long as you don't enter their territory, they rarely actively hunt humans for food. The real threat to beast tamers comes from our own kind." Before she finished speaking, the fierce beast pattern on her shield seemed to awaken, opening its mouth to condense several ice arrows radiating with chilling intent, launching them toward the falling boulders. White horse, give me strength." Su Qing's face looked as if she had swallowed a fly, yet she still recited those absurdly amusing incantations. Following her words, her unicorn nodded with satisfaction, its small horn blooming with white light that spread like a flower bud, completely enveloping Xia Bing within its glow. Bathed in white light, Xia Bing's aura grew heavier and sharper, sending more ice arrows racing forward to freeze the falling boulders solid before they could reach their formation. In the next breath, Xiao Jin spread its wings and soared high, spitting several fingernail-sized fireballs from its mouth. The fireballs struck the ice-encased boulders and exploded with muffled pops, instantly turning the stones into glowing red embers, while the rock walls crackled and split from the intense heat. As the white flames gradually died down, Xia Bing's pupils contracted. Such terrifying temperature could only be achieved by a legendary beast companion. She steadied herself, looked up toward the rolling hills beyond the rocky forest, took a deep breath, and called out loudly, "Teacher Xia Bing from Chun Hai Girls High School, escorting my students on a trial outside the city. If we have disturbed you, please forgive us. We are merely passing through and understand the rules. We will come to apologize properly in the future." As soon as her words fell, a millstone-sized boulder from the mountaintop seemed to be hurled by tremendous force, whistling through the air toward them. Boom! Xia Bing didn't retreat, raising her shield to meet the attack head-on. The impact force penetrated through the shield, and the surging shockwaves swept up debris around them. Changqing pressed his hands firmly against her shoulders, yet still felt his internal organs shake as if displaced. Teacher Xia, who exactly are they? It's already quite obvious. Xia Bing's gaze swept across the silent rocky forest. What's blocking us isn't fierce beasts, there's only one other possibility. I thought it might be some noble family using the rocky forest as their camp, but clearly that's not the case. This dungeon route is under the Beast Tamer Association's jurisdiction, making it the perfect place for those scoundrels to lurk. I was careless. Her voice was low and decisive. In a moment, you and Su Qing need to retreat immediately. I'll hold them off. Changqing shook his head. If we leave together. The main reason lies with me if it weren't for. Shut up. Xia Bing cut him off sharply, her gaze ice-cold. They are beast tamer hunters who live by killing and plundering vicious beast tamers exiled from the city. If you stay, you'll only be a burden to me. Screech. Xiao Jin in the air let out a displeased cry, diving down to land on Changqing's shoulder, its beak opening and closing continuously. Through the bloodline connection of the beast space, Changqing roughly understood most of it was profanity. Xia Bing had made up her mind. Just as Changqing was about to persuade her again, the air 2 meters to their left suddenly rippled. A man wearing a black cloak with a purple demon badge on his chest appeared, as if someone was sketching him with a brush. First his head emerged from nothingness, then his shoulders, torso, and legs, gradually materializing. Everyone's heart stopped. This wasn't a projection or illusion, but actual manifestation and ability, so rare it was nearly legendary. I found you. The man's voice was hoarse, as if sulfuric acid had been poured down his throat. As his words hit the ground, violent air-cutting sounds and fierce pressure struck simultaneously. Watch out! Su Qing was behind Changqing and suddenly pushed him. However, in the next second, the violent pressure swept across where Changqing had been standing, leaving a narrow furrow in the ground. But Changqing himself had vanished. That was close almost fell for it. The voice came from midair. Everyone looked up to see Changqing already carried high into the sky by Xiao Jin. At the moment that invisible attack struck, Xiao Jin had activated Golden Crow form, its speed exploding as it instantly carried its master away from the original spot, while also perceiving the terrifying technique's weakness. The black-cloaked man's eyes showed surprise as he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the group. Looking up at the young man on the back of the magnificent divine bird, he spoke hoarsely, worthy of a legendary beast companion. We've changed our minds. Xia Bing's heart lurched as she suddenly looked up, only managing to shout, Changqing, above you. At that moment, an inverted black swamp appeared suspended in the sky above. Dark, oily bubbles the size of fists rose from the murky depths, swelling and bursting in endless succession with sharp, pop sounds echoing continuously. As the bubbles shattered, black flames erupted like fireworks, instantly turning the sky into a sea of fire. Immediately after, boiling black water cascaded down while scale-like electric arcs danced and crackled wildly through the flowing streams. Fire, water, and lightning collided head-on, then eerily merged in an instant, forming a massive serpent as thick as a python. Dark flames flickered along its scales, lightning wrapped around its body, and torrential waves trailed from its tail as it lunged toward Changqing with triple elemental fury. Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. Such beast companion skills were extremely rare. Oh no, it's a fusion skill of the same elemental forces. Xia Bing's face turned deathly pale below as she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His heart sank at her words. Good grief. That was a trump card technique that only advanced beast tamerson in 10,000 might possibly master. The collision between beast companions could amplify the original skill's power by 10 or even 20 times. High in the air, Little Gold stopped its cry and stared up at the pitch-black pool above. It tried to assess escape routes, but found nowhere to flee, so it rapidly gathered its energy, preparing for a direct confrontation. If Changqing chose to dodge now, he might still not escape, but at least he could minimize the damage. However, if he left, Xia Bing and the others below would become sitting ducks. Damn it, let's go all out. He took a sharp breath and growled under his breath. Little Gold, don't worry about Megavit everything you've got. Though the fusion serpent's power didn't match the complete merger of that fierce demon and beast, it still possessed at least half their destructive force. Little Gold had long prepared to fight desperately, but despite having fire immunity, it clearly understood that the temperature of this fused flame had exceeded its immunity threshold. Get out of here if you want to live. Changqing roared toward the ground. Anxiety in Xia Bing's eyes nearly turned to tears, yet she had no solution. She hadn't yet advanced to become a senior beast tamer, and except for Su Qing, everyone else in their group was low-ranked. Once Changqing fell, Their plan to rescue the female city lord would be completely ruined. Gu Changqing, we won't. Teacher, let's go. Su Qing interrupted Xia Bing's stubbornness, shaking his head gravely. Xia Bing locked eyes with him for several seconds before finally waving her hand in resignation. Go. Before retreating, Su Qing gritted his teeth and recited that auxiliary spell that sounded almost mocking, forcibly stacking amplification buffs on the three-legged golden crow, leaving behind one parting remark. Don't you dare die, or I'll be the national exam's top scorer. The group desperately rushed out of the fusion skills coverage area. The beast tamer on the ground, barely distinguishable between human and ghost, made no attempt to stop them, clearly targeting only Gu Changqing. Now that they're all gone, let's have ourselves a proper fight. Gu Changqing exhaled heavily, opened his backpack, and pulled out that mysterious black card. Who didn't have a trump card? The card seemed to sense it was about to show its power and struggled frantically in his palm. Keep squirming, and I swear I'll put you up for auction. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. You were born through my hands, I am your benefactor. And now it's time for you to return the favor. The black card stopped its violent thrashing when gripped tightly. Little Gold turned its head and clamped the card in its beak, but instead of immediately activating that insane amplification, it first awakened its own bloodline. As Gu Changqing watched in surprise, he noticed the auxiliary skill Su Qing had cast on it. Glory of the Sacred Light Paradise, 200 resistance against dark invasion, 100 reduction in dark damage received, 30 beast companion skill damage, skills imbued with radiant effects. Gu Changqing gasped as he stared at the attribute panel. Such an auxiliary skill was ridiculously overpowered. The rare unicorn truly lived up to its reputation. From this skill alone, he could instantly tell that Su Qing's evolution path was unmistakably heading toward the light element. Indeed, I'm not the only one blessed by fortune, he mused with admiration. Even without his own talent, those families standing at the pinnacle of the city could still catch up through their deep foundations and financial power. At this thought, a confident smile curved his lips. But the real game breaker will always be me. With that realization, he shot to his feet, his gaze locking onto the massive black serpent taking shape in the distance. He snorted coldly. Fusion skills? Only the weak huddle together for warmth. Xiaojin was infected by his master's surging momentum and, boosted by the radiant enhancement, its body swelled dramatically. Milky white flames churned around its form, and within the blazing light, golden veins could be faintly seen pulsing through the fire core, the bloodline of the great sun. Golden flame. Mere darkness dares to eclipse the sun. Battle intent blazed in Gu Changqing's eyes. Screech. The golden crow's cry echoed through the rocky forest as Xiaojin poured all its spiritual power into condensing a blazing white fireball. The orb slowly separated from its wings, carrying dazzling radiance as it flew toward the charging black serpent. Boom. The moment light and darkness collided, terrifying energy exploded. Shockwaves kicked up clouds of dust, scraping the ground into a sandstorm. The giant serpent initially managed to barely hold its ground, but the moment it madly devoured the fireball, destruction came. Light erupted within its body, and the serpent's form rapidly disintegrated under the searing illumination. The momentum didn't stop there. Flames blasted into the black swamp, and within moments, the marsh was evaporated dry, returning the gloomy sky to crystal clarity. Caw, caw, caw. 3 agonized cries exploded from the air. Xiaojin shot upward like lightning, pecking fiercely at what seemed like empty space. Its sharp talons suddenly clenched, as if tearing away some disguise. Blood feathers scattered as a black bird over 3 meters long was ripped in half, revealing its true form. Hanging from the bird's beak was a beast tamer in a black cloak with a demon emblem on his chest. His heart had been pierced through. He crashed to the ground, stirring up dust, and moved no more. Congratulations on eliminating a malicious beast tamer. Honor points 10, Xinhai City reputation 10. The notification chimed. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow. An unexpected bonus. Honor points were crucial for career advancement, a hard requirement for joining the City Lord's Mansion or the Beast Tamer Association. Reputation determined how much public support he could gain when establishing organizations or families in the future. He waved his hand. Xiaojin, they're all yours, leave nothing behind. With the command given, Xiaojin excitedly pounced on the remains. Its head bobbed like a pile driver, and in the blink of an eye, it had devoured the giant bird down to the last feather. Its spiritual power surged after the feast, and it struck again. Piercing screams rang out as 2 more malicious beast tamers along with their black thunderbirds and black waterbirds were successively killed, their corpses becoming food for the golden crow. Glutton's Paradise activated. Consumed gold tier beast black firebird. All 4 attributes 50 current maximum. Flame skill proficiency 100. Consumed gold tier beast black thunderbird. No attributes gained. Lightning resistance 5. Consumed gold tier beast black waterbird. No attributes gained. Water resistance 5. Your beast companion 3-legged golden crow. Dawn's true flame. Skill proficiency maxed out. Level increased to 2. A series of notifications rang out one after another, but Changqing had no time to pay attention. His gaze fell to the ground, where the three beast tamer corpses were gradually disappearing. Whoosh! Xiaojin dove down, and Changqing nimbly leaped from its back to the ground. Surveying the now empty surroundings, he sneered. Trying to escape with the bodies? Too bad, Yuri, already too late. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva suddenly echoed across the barren wasteland flattened by the shockwave. Changqing quickly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the front left. Xiaojin understood immediately, opening its mouth in golden crow form to breathe out flames as the true flame of dawn instantly condensed. The originally white-dominated fire now bore a layer of pale golden afterglow. The moment the fireball formed, the surrounding temperature shot up by over 10 degrees, with scorching heat waves rushing toward them. Even Changqing was momentarily stunned. Checking his status panel, he saw the skill had risen to level 2, with other attributes unchanged, except fire-type damage had leaped from double to quadruple, a complete doubling. If fully concentrated, this single strike's power nearly matched his previous ultimate burst with multiple enhancements. Divine Bloodline was truly terrifying. Come out, Changqing said coldly. Don't think you can stay hidden just by relying on your beast companion's camouflage. As his words fell, the fireball whistled through the air, exploding into a deep crater upon impact, with 15 futile flame tornadoes dancing wildly. At the edge of the blazing inferno, amid swirling black ash, a chameleon over 6 feet long was forced to reveal itself. Its throat bulged as it opened its mouth to spit out a malicious beast tamer with terror written across his face, followed by 3 corpses missing their hearts that tumbled out. The malicious beast tamer's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with panic. What? What do you want? Just a few questions. Changqing approached step by step. Will you answer them honestly? Dream on. We would never. Swoosh. The crisp sound of cracking bone rang out as Xiaojin flashed past like lightning, its small body piercing through and puncturing the man's heart. The malicious beast tamer looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, completely bewildered. Wasn't there supposed to be threatening first, then interrogation, and only then would he confess? Xiaojin swallowed the heart, but spat it out in disgust clearly. Beast tamer flesh couldn't trigger foodie's paradise. Changqing approached, his smile growing wider. I knew you people had dignity and would rather die than reveal your employer and organization. The man's pupils dilated, already powerless to speak. The chameleon tried to rescue its master, but was torn to shreds by Xiaojin. Congratulations on killing a malicious beast tamer. Honor points 10, Chun Hai City reputation 10. Foodie's paradise, triggered, consuming silver rank beast companion chameleon. Gain 20 to all 4 attributes. 5 illusion breaking ability. Only silver rank. Changqing raised an eyebrow, though he acknowledged that the chameleon's stealth abilities, if used properly, could certainly ambush powerful enemies. As the beast tamer's corpse hit the ground, for pale red lights fell. Changqing picked them up to examine. Over 300,000 in funds, a dazzling array of beast companion materials, though mostly low-grade. There were treasures among them. Bloodline fruits, skill pills, and a space stone. Just what he needed. Clearly, this group had accumulated these goods through a trail of murder and plunder. Oh. As Changqing merged the packages into his own backpack, a surprised voice rang out. Xia Bing, Su Qing, and the others returned to the clearing. The moment they stepped into the open space, 4 mangled corpses came into view, their chests pierced clean through by Xiao Jin's razor-sharp claws, flesh and blood a gruesome mess. Apart from Xia Bing and Changqing, only 2 team members who had witnessed death before could barely maintain their composure. The others immediately turned away, covering their eyes, with some even bending over to retch, their stomach acid spilling out completely. They just died like that. Xia Bing's breath caught, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had witnessed the despicable tactics of malicious beast tamers. Ambushes, sneak attacks, overwhelming numbers, combined with their terrifying fusion skills. Almost no one had ever escaped their encirclement unscathed, let alone counterattacked successfully. Yet now, Changqing was not only perfectly fine, but wasn't even breathing hard as if he had just taken a casual stroll. Could the Academy's speculation be correct? Has his legendary beast companion never actually been downgraded? A shocking thought flashed through Xia Bing's mind. Su Qing, however, had no time for such contemplation. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Changqing. Brother Changqing, you'll definitely be first place in this year's national examination. Changqing smiled and brushed the bloodstains from his sleeve. Without your support enhancement at the end, I wouldn't have gotten through that move so easily. Besides, Xiao Jin has mythical bloodline. If it couldn't handle gold-tier beast companions, that would be truly embarrassing. Without further hesitation, Xia Bing raised her hand and launched several ice arrows. In a flash of cold light, 3 corpses were instantly encased in frost. With a sharp crack, the ice arrows shattered, turning flesh and ice fragments into powder. After completing this task, she said quietly, "Such a commotion has made this place dangerous. Let's go." The group quickly traversed the rocky forest. This time, the journey was surprisingly peaceful. No new assassins appeared, nor did any fierce beasts block their path. By nightfall, they finally emerged from the treacherous rocky terrain and reached the temporary camp of the wilderness dungeon. Halt! The entrance guard shouted sternly. The camp was surrounded by barriers made of crimson blood locust wood, whose sickly sweet scent kept fierce beasts at bay. Xia Bing presented their passage permit, and only then did the guard step aside. The camp was quite spacious, with all surrounding vegetation completely cleared and warning devices and traps scattered throughout. More than a dozen wooden huts stood haphazardly across the clearing, with beast tamers constantly coming and going, casting curious glances at the newcomers. Fierce beasts are active at night, making dungeon runs inadvisable. Shall we rest first? Xia Bing consulted Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing shrugged. I'll follow your lead. The group followed her straight to the large wooden house in the center. The moment they pushed open the door, the previously noisy room fell silent, and waves of aggressive aura pressed down on them. Xia Bing immediately held up their passage permit. Chun Hai Girls Academy, here for dungeon runs. The association should have our records. As soon as she finished speaking, a young man reeking of alcohol with a flushed face staggered to his feet. He circled around the group before fixing his cold gaze on Gu Changqing. So you're that traitor from Chun Hai City? Xia Bing's expression darkened. Go? He's one of our people from Chun Hai Girls Academy. Think before you speak. Don't use the Chun family's influence to provoke our academy. Go threw back his head and laughed. Haha, I never imagined Chun Hai Girls Academy would stoop to protecting just anyone these days. Wilderness dungeon resources are limited only one chance per day. You're wasting a slot on him. Are you looking down on our Beast Tamer Association? He spat, and as his words fell, 7 or 8 of the dozen or so people in the room stood up, their gazes menacing. Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop Xia Bing, who was about to explode, and smiled faintly. Don't argue with a mad dog. Getting bitten would be troublesome, and there's no rabies vaccine here. Ha ha hee hee hee. Su Qing and the other girls couldn't help but burst into laughter, their giggles echoing throughout the room. Go's face turned ashen. You waste, what did you say? Gu Changqing picked at his ear. Perfect timing, I have a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it. You're from the Qin family, right? How convenient, every grievance has its source, every debt its debtor. Would you mind letting me experience the might of the Beast Tamer Association? Don't worry, I'll stop short of killing, I won't take your life. He wants my life? Go turned back in astonishment toward his teammates from the Beast Tamer Association. Did you all hear that? He said he wants my life. Ha ha, the Beast Tamer Association members immediately burst into jeers and chatter. Young Master Chun, be careful. He's talking about life and death right off the bat. How terrifying. I can't tell if I should admire his confidence or his ignorance and stupidity. The mocking voices rose and fell like waves, as if their laughter sent ripples through the very air. Amid the laughter, Go slowly restrained his smile, a cold gleam appearing in his eyes, as if he were examining a corpse about to lose its warmth. Changqing. Xia Bing gently tugged at Gu Changqing's sleeve from behind, lowering her voice to advise. I know your beast companion has extraordinary combat power and can handle several gold-tier opponents. But you should still avoid unnecessary trouble, especially with him. I know, Gu Changqing replied calmly. Xia Bing felt a pang in her heart. If you know, then why deliberately court trouble? To ensure the students from Chun Hai Girls High could hear clearly, Gu Changqing loudly laid out his intelligence and analysis about Go, speaking at a measured pace, but with clear logic. 1. Several years ago, the Chun family was merely an ordinary prominent household in Chun Hai City, far from their current influence. 2. Go emerged from nowhere, breaking into the top 30 in that year's national examination and being accepted by Qinglong University, one of the 4 major Beast Tamer academies. 3. While most candidates were still at intermediate rank, he had already surged ahead to become a senior Beast Tamer, only losing to a peerless genius from the capital in arena combat. 4. After graduation, he returned to Chun Hai City and was exceptionally recruited into the Beast Tamer Association by the city lord. Some say he was intimidated by that genius and used his family's influence to secure a position in the association. 5. Conservative estimates suggest he has now broken through to senior Beast Tamer level and opened his 4th beast space. The information poured out like rapid gunfire, leaving the girls from Chun Hai Girls High increasingly confused. If he held Go in such high regard, why provoke him? A junior Beast Tamer, no matter how strong their beast companion, couldn't bridge a 3-rank gap in battle. Moreover, starting from intermediate level, a Beast Tamer's personal combat power would surge accordingly. They couldn't even imagine what a 3-level difference meant. At this moment, Xia Bing began to doubt Gu Changqing's choices for the first time. Perhaps the person the school was investing all its resources in wasn't the best candidate. While it was admirable for a young Beast Tamer to show such spirit, when that spirit lacked restraint, it became arrogance. Over the years, she had seen many gifted prospects, but none as presumptuous as Gu Changqing. The strongest trees are most easily broken by the wind, Taking a step back wasn't cowardice. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Xia. I know when to advance and retreat, but the current situation doesn't allow for retreat, Changqing said with a composed expression. Xia Bing's face flushed red, having already decided to recommend that the school withdraw some resources upon her return, rather than waste energy on a student who didn't know his place. Chen Go snorted coldly and walked toward the camp courtyard. Let's go to the camp yard then. I'm curious to see how you plan to take my life. However, let me say this first, I'll stop short of killing. I don't take lives. Changqing simply stepped forward to follow. The two walked one after the other to the open space in the center of the camp and stood facing each other. When the beast tamers in the camp learned that someone was challenging Chun Go to a duel, they all dropped what they were doing. In no time, nearly 30 people had gathered around the two combatants. Su Qing stomped her feet anxiously, tugging at Xia Bing's sleeve. Teacher, what should we do? Xia Bing shrugged. He's asking for death, what can I do? Sigh. Our plan will have to be put on hold. Don't worry, Chun Go won't kill him. But she left the second part of her sentence unsaid, the implication clear. It was true that Changqing's actions were reckless, but Xia Bing knew a bit about Chun Go's temperament, was not one to initiate trouble. The surrounding members of the Beast Tamer Association watched with amusement, making jokes. Come on, Chun, don't let the younger generation beat you. I've placed my bets. This is rare. Look at Chun, he's surprisingly serious. Chun, be careful you don't want to actually kill him. Hearing the teasing, Chun Go suddenly broke into a grin, the drunken haze lifting, his gaze sharp and clear. I didn't expect you to ignore the advice and boldly challenge me, he said, his tone no longer arrogant, but tinged with coldness and doubt. The Qin family has sent you out. Even if I want to avoid trouble, you'll find a way to push me into it. If that's the case, why bother? Changqing thought of the ambush outside the camp, and then of the legendary figure Chun Go within it. He understood. If he were to die at the hands of a vicious beast tamer, everything would end. If he survived, Chun Go would be his final hurdle. The goal was clear to uncover his hidden cards. You're much smarter than I expected, Chun Go remarked, shaking his head. If only my cousin had half your wits. For the sake of the Chun family's plans, they'll have to offend you. Changqing waved his hand. No need to worry about offending when it comes to enemies. Chun Go was taken aback by his straightforwardness, paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Good. You truly are the enemy bold enough to provoke the Qin family. When you lose to my younger brother, they'll plead for you and ensure your departure is swift. Then I thank you in advance. Conversely, when I destroy the Qin family, I will consider sparing your life. As their verbal duel concluded, the air suddenly turned tense, the crowd holding their breath. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chun Go struck first, his right arm swung down, and 4 six-pointed star formations lit up simultaneously. As the brilliance became blinding, 3 massive ethereal forms appeared. A 2-headed hound, a killing gold sword, an ice bird. As the light faded, the true beasts emerged. A 3-meter-tall, completely black, 2-headed hellhound howled furiously. A massive bird with ice-blue wings spread its feathers, its wingspan nearly matching that of a golden crow. And in the third formation was a golden giant sword that exuded a chilling aura, making the spectators feel a sting in their eyes. The fourth formation was empty, adding to the eeriness. I didn't expect he had a weapon pet. Changqing slightly gasped, secretly amazed. The golden giant sword shrank suddenly, transforming into the size of an ordinary long sword, whistling as it flew into Chun Go's hand. With a flick of the sword, Chun Go said coldly, "This is the beast tamer skill." After advancing to a high ran, "No, I am the beast pet." His fighting spirit surged, eyes blazing. With a high protector guarding you, there's no need for you to hide. Your legendary beast pet hasn't lost its bloodline, has it? Summon it, and let me witness its legendary might. Changqing collected his thoughts, replying calmly, "As you wish." And just as Chun Go had said, after passing through the most dangerous moment, there was no need for pretense. He was laying his cards on the table. All eyes were fixed on Changqing. Though not a single spectator truly believed a mere junior beast tamer could win, the 4 words, legendary beast companion, were enough to make everyone's eyes light up with excitement. Changqing's consciousness sank into his beast taming space. The air was filled with faint spiritual energy, and Xiao Jin was holding that black card in its mouth, its sharp claws tapping against the card's surface as if lecturing a rebellious underling. Meanwhile, the crisp voices of the 2 beast companions echoed through the space in argument. "No way, absolutely not. Will you lend it or not? If you don't, I'll burn you to a crisp. Go ahead and burn meth hotter the fire, the faster I grow. Then I'll bewitch our master into throwing you into some pitch black hole. If that's the case, fine, I'll lend it. But go easy, I still haven't recovered from last time's losses. I have a feeling our master is about to pull something big. Perform well, and maybe he'll keep you around." Since awakening weekly last night, these 2 little ones had stopped their constant bickering, and their adorable chatter made Changqing's heart flutter. He cleared his throat, his tone serious yet indulgent. "Time for the big show. Do well, and you'll get whatever you want. Mess up, and there'll be consequences. Rewards and punishments, that's the way of beast taming. His consciousness withdrew from the beast taming space. Back on the real arena, still in preparation phase, people whispered among themselves. Changqing strode toward the betting table, instantly silencing the entire audience. He glanced at the pile of spatial bags on the left. Cedino need to guess. They were all Chungo's wagers. He opened his backpack and successively pulled out a Lord-level beast companion card, spatial stones, and a stack of rare materials, slapping them decisively onto his side of the table. Holy shit. The moment the Lord-level beast companion card appeared, the air seemed to be sucked out, and the entire venue gasped in unison. Someone cursed aloud. Others breathed so rapidly their cheeks flushed red. This was a genuine Lord-level beast companion card, with special bloodline too. If properly cultivated, even if it couldn't reach king tier, it would still stand at the pinnacle of its rank. Is this guy insane? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself? Does he have something even stronger as backup? Discussions erupted everywhere, and people's attitudes toward Changqing visibly softened by several degrees. The excitement ignited, and cultivators who hadn't yet placed bets rushed to join in, with spatial stones, blood-shaping pills, and other precious treasures appearing on the table one after another. Xia Bing and the others were also stirred to gamble, though except for Su Qing, everyone bet on Chungo's side. Changqing didn't care in the least. Any rational person would bet on Chungo. Looking at the dazzling array of materials and money on the betting table, he almost couldn't control his drool. Within minutes, all the resources he needed were gathered, with plenty to spare. Su Qing also stepped forward, pulling a fist-sized white jade stone from her sleeve and placing it with a thunk on Changqing's side, saying with a smile, "I'm betting Xiao Ma's most precious possession on you. You better not lose." Changqing's mouth twitched. Could you phrase that differently? Don't worry, it's in the bag. He then turned back to the arena and cupped his hands apologetically. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Chungo stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze playful. Seems you're quite confident in your beast companion, even betting that hidden quest beast card. What a pity. He shook his head with feigned regret. A month ago, the Beast Tamer Association hunted a fierce demon-level beast that was about to evolve. Though the creature was in a weakened state with only 20% of its combat power remaining, we still paid a considerable price. And I was the main damage dealer. He raised a finger toward Changqing, wagging it gently. You seem to think too lightly of the gap between our ranks. Changqing lazily picked at his ear. Fierce demons? They're nothing special. Everyone's just waiting to divvy up my winnings. So let's not waste any more time. As soon as the words left his lips, a six-pointed star array blazed to life beneath Changqing's feet, while little gold in his beast space trembled with excitement, its wings quivering. The next second, brilliant golden flames erupted from the center of the array, shooting skyward like a tornado of fire so dazzling that everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Chungo's icebird's frigid breath seemed to evaporate like mist under sunlight, crumbling instantly. Scorching waves poured forth, making everyone feel as if they were pressed against the surface of the sun, their sweat beading only to be painfully seared away. Screech. A piercing cry like a phoenix's call cut through the blazing heat as fierce winds tore through the camp, sweeping the towering waves of heat toward the night sky. People struggled to open their eyes, and what should have been pitch-black night now blazed bright as day. Suspended in midair hung a golden sun, within which the silhouette of a massive bird could be faintly seen spreading its wings in flight. Even Changqing was stunned. When he'd slain demon-class beasts before, Little Gold had never displayed such overwhelming power. This was virtually indistinguishable from the legendary Golden Crow itself. He immediately dove into his beast space, where he saw the black card had faded to dark gray. A weak, breathless complaint echoed in his mind. If I ever trust you again, I'm your son. The voice was so feeble it seemed ready to fade away entirely. Changqing withdrew and checked Little Gold's status. Its bloodline overdraft had reached a staggering 50, its form beginning to take on the true appearance of a golden crow, which explained this near-legendary terrifying display of power. Still want to fight? His tone was calm, yet it sent Chungo plummeting into an icy abyss. The two-headed hellhound had long since collapsed to the ground, trembling. Not only was its bloodline completely suppressed, but its strength was utterly powerless to resist. The icebird's frost coating had been baked into steam, leaving only a bare, featherless, plucked chicken frozen in place. The only thing still putting up resistance was the killing golden sword in Chungo's hand. Weapon spirits shared their master's thoughts, and sensing its owner's panic, it broke free on its own, streaking toward the golden sun with a sharp whistle that pierced the air. Yet under the golden radiance, the sword's cold gleam dimmed to barely a firefly's glow. Changqing raised his hand again, and the suspended sun slowly descended toward the camp. The moment the killing golden sword made contact, it snapped with a sharp crack, dissolving into scattered points of spiritual light. Gah! Chungo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with shock and terror. Is your beast really legendary class? Impossible. This can't be possible. His questioning echoed everyone's confusion. Legendary class beasts weren't unheard of. A fully mature legendary beast could guard an entire city or province, but that required extensive cultivation and countless resources. Yet Changqing had only contracted his beast 3 days ago, and now it was launching sons? The brilliant prodigy of Chun Hai City, one of the strongest fighters among the Chun family's younger generation, watched the light gradually fade from his eyes. When the golden fireball descended to within 100 meters of the camp, he finally cried out in despair. I surrender. The moment he conceded, the golden fireball traced an elegant arc over the camp and streaked westward. About 10 minutes later, a thunderous roar reached them, and the earth trembled twice. The camp fell deathly silent, broken only by the faint sounds of people swallowing hard. Everyone knew they'd just taken a stroll through death's door and back. Changqing, however, cheerfully offered repeated apologies while efficiently sweeping all the winnings from the table into his pack. Immediately after, notification sounds began going absolutely wild, flashing frantically. Congratulations on slaying the lower-tier fierce beast Stronghorn Ant. Gained experience 66. Congratulations on slaying the mid-tier fierce beast Bloodtail Kite. Gained experience 100. Congratulations on slaying the lower-tier fierce beast Bald Dog. Gained experience 66. The massive primordial sunflame that Xiaojin had hurled struck some distant mountain peak, triggering kill notifications that popped up relentlessly like a chain reaction, sending his experience bar skyrocketing like a roller coaster. Until, congratulations on leveling up. Infinite gold trait activated. Please claim your gold trait reward promptly. Changqing pursed his lips, feeling as if he'd discovered a leveling shortcut. If he could just casually toss one of these whenever he was bored, reaching advanced beast tamer rank before the national exams seemed effortless. However, the next notification immediately crushed his fantasy. Due to severe bloodline overdraft, your beast companion Primordial Sunbird will enter dormancy for 12 hours. That's serious? He probed into his beast space with his consciousness, finding Xiaojin, still in its golden crow form, had shrunk to nearly half its usual size and lay listlessly. The black card was equally dim, pressed against Xiaojin's wing, slowly absorbing flames to repair itself. Looks like this trump card can only be used for actual life or death situations, Changqing mused silently. First priority is reaching level 10 and contracting a second beast companion. Hey, you're making a fortune and still wearing that grim expression. Su Qing pouted as she approached, her gaze fixed on Changqing's backpack. My precious treasure, time to return it, don't you think? Sorry. Changqing quickly retrieved the white jade stone and a pile of delicacies, handing them to her. Su Qing only took the jade stone, chuckling softly. I was just here for moral support. We have plenty of these things at home. Changqing didn't bother with false modesty. Stuffing the rest back into his pack. Acting humble in front of a rich girl would be like showing off swordsmanship before Guanyu, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Chengguo, who had been sulking after his earlier defeat, shouted in alarm. Watch out. Before Changqing could turn around, he felt a chilling aura rushing toward him. Get back. Su Qing lunged forward, shielding him. Bang. A thunderous crash erupted as they tumbled together, sent flying in a heap. A massive phantom warrior clad in pitch-black armor materialized, wielding a 3-meter broadsword crackling with dark lightning, radiating murderous intent. Just as it moved to press its attack, a 6-pointed star formation appeared beneath its feet, forcibly recalling it to the beast space. Su Qing, Changqing. Students from Chun Hai Girls High rushed over to check on them. Changqing had only taken a hard fall and was unharmed, but Su Qing bore a deep gash on her arm from the broadsword, the wound exposing bone with flesh peeled back, black electric arcs dancing through the torn tissue. Changqing's fury blazed as he fixed Chengguo with an icy stare. Looking to die? Chengguo broke into a cold sweat. While the Chun family might celebrate Changqing's death, if anything happened to Su Qing, both the Su family and Chun Hai Girls High could destroy him. He frantically pulled out all his healing supplies from his storage pack, explaining desperately. My newly contracted beast companion, its loyalty isn't stable yet. Changqing felt a chill of realization. Had he been half a second slower, he'd be lying dead on the ground, and all those treasures waiting to be discovered would have died with him. Wound salve, spirit healing balm, lightning neutralizer. Under the application of precious medicinal compounds, Su Qing's wound rapidly scabbed over and healed, though her complexion remained somewhat pale. Thank you, Changqing said solemnly. Su Qing smiled gently, leaning close to whisper something only they could hear. You need to contract a second beast companion quickly. Changqing started, catching a fleeting pink gleam in her eyes, and understood. He had still somewhat underestimated the abilities of Su Qing's second beast companion. As the heart-pounding episode came to an end, darkness completely engulfed the temporary camp. When Changqing pushed the door to enter, He found Chun standing at the entrance with a complex expression on his face. Something wrong. Chun awkwardly rubbed his hands together. You know, I never wanted anyone to die. I know. You've probably finished investigating my background too, haven't you? Changqing's tone was flat as he raised his hand to enter the room. His shoulders shifted slightly, directly pushing past Chun's obstruction. Xiao Jin's overwhelming dominance had indeed made everyone present feel despair, but Chun had never mounted a single effective counterattack from beginning to end. It was more like he had given up early and surrendered voluntarily. Just as the door was about to close, Chun's voice came through the gap. The Chun family was wrong, all wrong. I can see it, it wasn't a legendary beast companion that made you. But only you could create a legendary beast companion. I'm tired. Goodbye. Bang. The wooden door shut. Changqing's face remained expressionless, but his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This guy's insight was somewhat terrifying. He sat on the edge of the bed, took several deep breaths, and began extracting the golden attribute. Golden light swirled before his eyes, like brilliant meteors falling through the night. The most dazzling beam of light burst forth. Congratulations on obtaining the golden attribute, sun shining bright. Looking at this awesome name, Changqing couldn't hide his joy. He had long figured out the pattern of infinite golden attributes. The more outrageous, the more overpowered. Keep being awesome. Keep feeling great. He quickly checked the properties. Sun shining bright gold exclusive to fire-type beast companions. During the 1 minute when the noon sun is at its fiercest, the beast companions' all attributes and all skills are amplified by 1,000. Just one short line, yet it made his eye twitch. 10 times instant amplification. Even skill power doubled. Virtually invincible for 1 minute. Changqing didn't hesitate to apply the attribute to the sleeping Xiao Jin. The young dragon's tail wings trembled lightly, letting out a satisfied whimper before falling back into deep sleep. After finishing this, he finally had time to ponder his second beast companion. Should he activate that mysterious creature from the black card? Dawn was breaking. Changqing was awakened by the commotion outside. Looking out the window, the courtyard was in chaos. Xia Bing and several beautiful female students from Chun Girls High were engaged in a heated verbal battle with several middle-aged leaders in suits, even mixing in crude language about greeting family members. You're awake. Su Qing leaned against the doorframe, her voice indifferent. What's going on? Someone made a spectacular show last night, scaring the Chun family's most outstanding genius out of his wits. Word has already spread to the city. Now they're all here. Boring. Changqing muttered and turned to go back inside. Xiao Jin needed another 2.5 hours to recover, and he hadn't sorted through last night's spoils either. Qing. That voice that made his scalp tingle rang out. Su Cici's face was full of joy as she prepared for a running bear hug, but the representatives from various schools surrounded him even faster than she could move. Student Changqing, I'm the vice principal of Second Middle School. If you come to us. What's Second Middle School? Our Xinhai Independent College is the real cradle. Stop pushing. Student Changqing, I served on the battlefield with your parents. Various self-introductions rose and fell, even bringing up his parents as bargaining chips. Amidst the noisy clamor, a somewhat weak voice drilled into Changqing's ears. Our private independent high school is willing to provide a 1,000-year resurrection ginseng to help heal your sister's chronic condition. His heart suddenly pounded violently. Changqing raised his hand and forcefully parted the crowd, standing before that person. Resurrection ginseng? Do you really have it? The thin, bespectacled man in the crowd, seeing Changqing's particular interest, immediately pushed through the people in front of him and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yes, we at Independent Private School absolutely have it. Changqing studied this man who had suddenly rushed forward, his brow slightly furrowed. The man appeared scholarly and frail, with thick lenses, yet his eyes occasionally flashed with an elusive sharpness. Well, if it isn't the external recruitment director from Independent High School, said the vice principal from Second Middle School, patting his round belly with a sarcastic tone. What's this? Your school's about to collapse, and you still want to fool student Changqing with cheap tricks? Mocking laughter erupted. People in the crowd quickly chimed in. Don't believe him, student Changqing. The 1,000-year revival ginseng is a first-class, supreme delicacy. Forget Jinhai City, even the provincial capital rarely sees one. Exactly. Everyone in Jinhai City knows teacher Yi has powerful connections behind her. Even her own family can't find it. So how could Independent High School? This old scam is just trying to exploit student Changqing's weakness. As everyone talked over each other, Lu Renjia caught the key information and spoke with a frown. Teacher Yi is an outstanding educator at our Jinhai First High School. We and the Yi family have been doing everything possible to help her. We've searched for the revival ginseng for 8 years with no results. Director Qi, if you think you can deceive our school's genius with this, you're way off the mark. Oh, so now it's your first high again? Someone sneered. Forgotten who personally slapped that expulsion notice in Changqing's face? Want to make amends now? Where's your shame? Another teacher wasn't backing down. Old Lu, your first high has the least right to be here. Student Changqing's unfair treatment was orchestrated by you people. If he were at our school, even the city lord couldn't touch him. From a corner, Su Qing muttered quietly. Monday morning quarterbacks. When Brother Changqing was expelled, where was all this outrage? The noise rose and fell, and the air grew tense. Gu Changqing sensed trouble brewing, grabbed Director Qi from independent private school, and pulled him into the room, calling out, "Everyone, thank you for your kind intentions. I appreciate them." The door slammed shut with a bang, while the arguing continued outside. Inside the quiet room, Gu Changqing sat on the edge of the bed and looked directly at Director Qi. "The thousand-year revival ginseng, do you really have it?" The thousand-year revival ginseng. This was the primary material that first appeared when spirit-level beast tamers advanced to king level. According to records, the Spirito King advancement not only elevated beast companions, but also transformed the beast tamer themselves in an almost rebirth-like process. The first king-level beast tamer in history used this power alone to hold back an entire city's beast tide, and from then on, this precious ingredient's reputation spread across the continent. It could both aid advancement and reshape the body, healing hidden injuries. However, it had no fixed habitat and no dungeon records. Even that ancient predecessor had obtained it by chance. Even a family with deep foundations like Urians had searched for years without success, showing just how rare it was. Director Qi, who had seemed timid before, slowly removed his glasses, his expression instantly becoming calm and sharp. "They're right, I, indeed, don't have the revival ginseng." His honesty didn't surprise Gu Changqing. Director Qi raised an eyebrow. Gu Changqing's reaction exceeded his expectations. Seeing his silence and that he wasn't being kicked out, Director Qi couldn't quite grasp what Gu Changqing was thinking. "However, we have information about the resurrection ginseng." Director Qi lowered his voice. "Oh," Gu Changqing responded with indifference. Director Qi's heart tightened. What did that "oh" mean? Such a completely different attitude from before. A senior asked our old dean to guard this secret before departing, saying that in the near future, it would secure everything for us. Oh, Gu Changqing finally showed a hint of interest, but still said nothing more. Director Qi gritted his teeth, his gaze behind the glasses growing sharper. That attitude again. There's a small coastal town outside Chun Hai city that was occupied by fierce beasts after the Great Transformation. It's least affected by the Abyss rules, and perhaps because it's too far from the city, the beasts won't easily leave. Good, I understand. You may go. Gu Changqing waved his hand dismissively. Oh. Director Qi stood there stunned, releasing the door handle, then suddenly realized. Holy crap, did I just get my trump card extracted like that? Outside the door, the pink glow in Su Qing's eyes slowly faded, and her legs went weak as her female classmate caught her. What's wrong, Qingqing? Nothing, let's go back and rest. She shook her head, her voice weak. Inside the room, Gu Changqing shouldered his pack again. Director Qi wanted to say more, but Gu Changqing didn't look up. That senior probably anticipated the current situation. Director Qi's eyes lit up. You agree to join our school? No, I can accept nominal enrollment, but I want to meet your old principal when we return to the city. Nominal enrollment would work too. With Gu Changqing's current reputation, it would be enough to revive the nearly bankrupt school. Director Qi nodded eagerly. Then we'll await you at the school. In less than an hour, Gu Changqing had organized his backpack meticulously. The advancement materials were complete. He was eager for the upcoming wild dungeon. What the major families and organizations in the city paid fortunes to acquire were just portable supplies here. Indeed, going wild was the true path to wealth. He entered the beast taming space. After a night's rest, Xiao Jin was clearly in better condition, though the black card remained dim. The unknown species required difficult energy accumulation, currently only feasible with Xiao Jin's flames. He'd take it one step at a time. With the two great support skills, boiling battle spirit, and sun overhead, even without the card's transformation instant kill ability, he could still conquer dungeons. Time passed, and a clear phoenix cry erupted. The wooden house where Gu Changqing stayed was instantly consumed by white flames and turned to ash. He emerged from the ruins with a dark expression, a black crow on his shoulder feasting happily. Xia Bing arrived with senior officials from various schools, but Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop them. Everyone, I have no intention of joining any school. Please return. Xia Bing's expression dimmed, but she didn't give up. Student Changqing, Teacher Xia, please lead the way. His words shattered all illusions. Fortunately, their cooperation remained. Xia Bing led the group away from the camp, toward the wilderness. 20 minutes later, a rich red glow appeared in the distance. That's the dungeon entrance. Just as Xia Bing finished her introduction, thunderous beast roars exploded from ahead, followed by earth tremors and the rapid approach of thundering hoofbeats like 10,000 horses galloping. Oh no, the fierce beasts are rioting. Is everything arranged over there? At the top floor of the city lord's mansion in Chun Hai city's inner district, Zhao Zhanxiong stood before the glass curtain wall in his spacious, luxurious office. His disheveled hair, sticking out like barbs, made him appear even more rebellious. He swirled his wine glass, the deep red liquid gleaming mysteriously under the lights as he took in the panoramic night view of half the city. When he spoke, the corner of his mouth curved upward, as if recalling some intriguing game or amusing person. "My lord, everything has been arranged properly, and the timing is perfect." The young secretary, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit with sharp features and a low, steady voice, couldn't quite hide the trace of worry in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Starting to worry about the Gu family's only heir, Zhao Zhanxiong sipped his wine, glancing sideways with a teasing tone. "You jest, my lord. From the day the city fell, my life has belonged to you. As for him, his future is no longer mine to consider. Miss He will do far better than I ever could." The young man's response remained unhurried as always. "Tisk, tsk, like hell I believe you. If you hadn't been pulling strings behind the scenes, how could news of his easy victory over Chun Go have spread so quickly? The guy downstairs thinks I ordered it, and is raising hell." Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head and clicked his tongue. "You're welcome to throw me under the bus. I doubt the deputy city lord would give me much trouble." The young man remained unperturbed. "You sigh." Seeing no sign of this block of ice thawing, Zhao Zhanxiong dropped the jokes and returned to business. Over these years, he and the Qin family have monopolized all the dungeon records in the city. I can roughly guess their purpose. Too bad that kid threw a wrench in their plans. He sat down at his desk, casually propping his long legs on the edge, his gaze sharp with intensity. "What's your take on him? Used properly, he's a sharp blade. Used improperly, he's a deadly weapon." The young man answered honestly. "When a blade is too sharp, it doesn't just cut enemies. And he has considerable intelligence to inherited every last drop." Zhao Zhanxiong's expression gradually darkened. A flash of respect and pride crossed the young man's eyes. "Naturally. He's their child, hardly someone the Chun family can manipulate at will." "Haha, you duplicitous fellow." Zhao Zhanxiong laughed heartily, then waved his hand. "Keep monitoring the situation. As long as he doesn't stray from our original intent, you have free rein. I'm going to find those old geezers. Poaching talent requires serious investment." "Understood." The young man bowed and withdrew. The moment the door closed, he pulled out his wallet from his suit's inner pocket and opened it, revealing a photograph, a handsome man and beautiful woman embracing, with a young boy making a peace sign at the camera. He gently touched the boy's face with his finger, forcing a stiff but genuine smile. "Little Qing, don't let us down." The earth thundered as the stench of blood filled the air. On the wasteland front lines, Changqing stood at the head of his team alongside Xia Bing. As dust swirled and savage auras surged forward, he shouted a sharp command. "Little Gold, break their charge." The golden bird cried out, instantly transforming into a golden crow and soaring skyward. The true flame of the rising sun covered the entire battlefield as its wings beat faster and faster, sending clusters of white flames crashing down like meteors into the billowing dust. Simultaneously, some flames formed circles upon hitting the ground, instantly erupting into firewalls over 6 feet tall. As the dust cloud drew closer and Xiao Jin's fierce winds battered them, Changqing finally caught sight of the true forms of these ferocious beasts. They were a pack of muscle-bound, dark crimson berserk rhinos, each one charging forward like a high-speed armored vehicle. The identification panel instantly appeared. Berserk Rhino, Intermediate Ferocious Beast. Level 10. Attributes: Strength 120, Constitution 150, Agility 130, Spirit 45. Skills: Charging Horn Strike, Berserk Trample. Status: Enslavement 4-dimensional attribute amplification determined by Master's spiritual power, currently amplified by 30. Sacrifice random ability enhancement as sacrificial offering, enhanced, Strength 40, Agility 40. Seeing these stats, Changqing's heart lurched violently. As expected, freed from the abyss rules suppression, intermediate ferocious beasts' 4-dimensional attributes have skyrocketed. The dual amplification of enslavement and sacrifice left him completely bewildered. Had the abyss difficulty jumped directly from normal to hell? "Form ranks," Xia Bing commanded, and the girls from Chun Hai Girls' High School hurriedly clustered together. But their palms were sweating and their eyes filled with terror. Outside the city, protective items were useless, and being killed by ferocious beasts meant true death. In regular dungeons, they could easily hire high-level beast tamers as bodyguards, but in this life-or-death situation with real stakes, they had almost no experience. Flames erupted as Xiao Jin beat its wings, raining down true flames of dawn that scorched and cracked the ground ahead. But the massive pack of berserk rhinos were no longer the mindless monsters from dungeons. They used Berserk Trample to forcibly compress the spreading flames, charging with lowered horns while stomping the ground, encircling Changqing's group in 3 tight rings. Changqing looked up at the gray sky where a crimson sun hung at 80 degrees above the horizon. He glanced at his watch. Still a full hour until noon. "Xiao Jin, it's up to you." He gritted his teeth and threw out all the rare feed from his pocket, except for the advancement materials. Glutton's Paradise, triggered, Crimson Sun Grass, Fire damage 1. Glutton's Paradise, triggered. Monster Bear Stone, strength 20. Glutton's Paradise, triggered. Misty Fruit, spirit 15. The delicacies fell into Xiao Jin's mouth like rapid-fire shots, and Xia Bing and the other's eyes widened progressively. The three-legged golden crow's body was visibly expanding, its golden feathers blazing brighter, and the flames it breathed grew increasingly powerful. Don't act so surprised, Changqing muttered under his breath, though he couldn't suppress the smugness at the corner of his mouth. While the attribute stacking didn't look like much, combined with golden traits and skill chains, the power multiplied several times over. The beauties from Chun Hai Girls High seemed to wake up, frantically rummaging through their bags and throwing materials and pills at Xiao Jin. With people feeding it, Xiao Jin became even more enthusiastic, its cries accompanied by roaring flames that instantly forced the outermost rhinos to retreat step by step. Changqing chuckled inwardly. Throw away, the more the better, it wasn't his money anyway. Seeing Xiao Jin single-handedly suppress the rhino pack, Su Qing quietly left formation and sidled up to Changqing. I'm increasingly convinced that Chun Go was right. Your beast companion doesn't seem like legendary grade at all. Changqing raised an eyebrow. Miss, if you're really that idle, have your horse buff my Xiao Jin with some status effects. Su Qing smiled sweetly. I guessed right, didn't I? Don't worry, we'll keep quiet. He pursed his lips, then suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Wait, have any of you received kill experience notifications? No. The rhinos outside the firewall were all burned to death. Xia Bing and the others used the barrier as cover, hurling skills outward as arcs of blazing light braided with psionic force. But most of their beast companions were only at the gold tier, and they still struggled against the rampaging rhinos, managing only to sear faint scorch marks into the thick hides better than nothing. Woo! Suddenly, a berserk rhino wreathed in flames forced its way through the firewall and charged into the safe zone. White fire coiled around its body, its life burned out in an instant. It had barely crossed the barrier when it let out a final bellow and crashed to the ground in unwilling defeat. Cree! It was as if that scene flipped a switch. A brilliant gold sheen flashed across Little Jean's white flames, while a surging, blood-red mist roared upward like boiling water. Changqing swiftly pulled up Little Jean's status panel. Battle Fury had quietly stacked to 2, and was still creeping higher. At the same time, Su Qing guided the unicorn to cast support on Little Jean. The moment the buff landed, the nature of the white fire leapt again. If early sun true flame was the first light of dawn before, then now it was a heaven-sent scourge built to purge the profane. Everything it touched returned to nothing. Small packs of rhinos that had barely held their own with berserk stomp collapsed at once as the temperature spiked. Gravel and dirt alike melted into a red-hot slurry. In the blink of an eye, whole swaths of the herd went down. The sea of fire spread, and ribbons of molten rock a meter wide snaked through the crimson wash. When they reached the firewall, they split and flowed aside on their own, leaving the team untouched. Through the glare, Su Qing saw a hellscape beyond. She swallowed without meaning to. What are you exactly? Burning mountains and boiling seas. It wasn't a myth after all. As an heiress from a powerful gentry clan, she had met plenty of beastmasters with deep foundations, the pillars of Chun Hai City, the ones the provincial capital had its eye on. Their strength was almost always piled up with resources beyond imagination. Take Chun Go, the Chun family's rising star. He earned a senior beastmaster title before the national exams, fielded 1 lower-tier companion and 2 top-tier gold companions, and made a splash that rewrote Chun Hai City's records. With both talent and resources, most prodigies could reach that level. But Changqing, with nothing but a dead card of a beast companion, he erupted with power enough to match fully fledged genius beastmasters. He hadn't advanced in rank, and his companion's evolution path hadn't even begun, yet he had already stepped past a threshold others might need 10 or 20 years to touch. Su Qing's mind churned, her worldview shattering. She kept thinking Changqing had shown his last card, and every time he overturned her assumptions. Even her second companion, with its special detection, couldn't sound his true depths. Changqing, where does your limit lie? She stared at him, as if gazing into a bottomless abyss. Hey, snap out of it. We might have a problem. Changqing lifted a hand and tapped her forehead with his index finger to bring her back, then crouched and pointed at the fallen berserk rhino. Little Jean's flames hadn't gone out. They were still burning. However, the raging rhino's hide was rather peculiar. After the flames licked and consumed everything, the remaining ashes didn't scatter in the wind as expected. Instead, they seemed molded by invisible hands, compacting tightly into a dark gray shell. Changqing flicked out a few lingering flames with his fingers and lightly pressed against the ashen layer. It felt hard to the touch, even emanating a chill that sent cold currents drilling up through his fingertips and into his arm. Teacher Xiao, are you certain the Beast Tamer Association can actually contain a wild dungeon of this intensity? His brow furrowed deeply. The fierce beasts and wild maps were already terrifying enough, and venturing deeper into unexplored territories could even bring forth beast kings. Yet theoretically, Such threats should never appear here. In other words, if he hadn't preloaded Xiao Jin with several heaven-defying golden attributes, pushing its divine bloodline power to the absolute limit. Even if the association's beast tamers at the camp multiplied tenfold, they would have been crushed to powder by the raging rhinos' charges. Their destructive force rivaled the elite vanguard from the beast-tied sieges of years past. Uh, I'm not really sure either. Xia Bing's voice carried both anxiety and lingering fear. Among the 5 known wild dungeons, this was the only one that remained unconquered, with the Beast Tamer Association maintaining extremely tight information control. On the surface, it appeared only slightly more difficult than the other 4. But who could have imagined that without even reaching the dungeon's light gate, over 100 terrifying beasts had already emerged? If something truly happened to Changqing here, the consequences would be severe. I'm sorry, when we obtained the dungeon usage rights, we didn't dig deep enough into the intelligence. She quickly apologized, then added, but I can guarantee that raging rhinos were never part of this area's original beast distribution. Oh, if they're not native beasts, then either the dungeon has malfunctioned, or someone orchestrated this deliberately. Changqing muttered grimly, though the answer remained elusive for the moment. Xiao Jin, he called softly. The golden-feathered giant eagle circled once above the fire wall before crying out clearly, its eyes blazing with battle fervor. Changqing froze, noticing that its boiling battle intent buff was still active, but the raging rhinos had long been incinerated, so this enhancement should have ceased. Could it be? He shot to his feet abruptly. Get out of here now. Su Qing thought he was angry and hurried to defend the school. Wild dungeon strategy experience is extremely precious, and you demanded it so urgently. We also. Go. Changqing's expression darkened instantly as he barked the command. What's wrong? Su Qing finally sensed something amiss. If you don't want to die here, move fast and stop wasting time with nonsense. Screech. Xiao Jin in the air also sensed the danger, opening its beak to spray forth a beam of white flame. The blazing white fire swept across, instantly melting the ground around the firewall. Molten lava bubbled and flowed, carving out what looked like a lava river flowing upstream for their escape. The earth beneath their feet was cut into a thin boat that drifted along the molten current toward their original path. Changqing raised his hand in summons, and Xiao Jin dove down, its sturdy golden wings supporting him as he mounted its back. From high above, the positions of the raging rhino corpses on the ground were eerily uniform, arranged like a drill formation, forming the shape of a massive, ghostly face, with his original position right at the center of the specter's forehead. What the hell? Changqing cursed under his breath. If the intensity escalated another level, the next creature might well be a demon-class monster. The thought had barely crossed his mind when a figure emerged from the mist near the dungeon, black robes, emanating a sinister aura. Immediately after, the earth split open with a thunderous roar, revealing a massive chasm that seemed to devour the world. 2 long arms emerged from the soil, each bearing 10 fierce beast heads with rows of fangs, writhing and roaring. In the next second, those monstrous arms were reaching directly for Changqing in the sky. Changqing was utterly horrified. What the hell was this thing? Before his eyes, 2 massive gray-white arms thick as mountain ridges rose high into the air, with 10 ferocious beast heads embedded at their tips like 10 terrifying fingers. The heads simultaneously opened their maws, unleashing 10 completely different abilities: flames, ice, lightning, poisonous mist that instantly erupted and wove together into a brilliant yet deadly web of firepower, charging straight at Changqing and Little Gold. The arms suddenly slammed together, compressing the air with explosive booms, as if trying to crush the master and pet duo into powder. Screech. Little Gold suddenly spread its wings, its golden feathers stirring up fierce winds as clusters of flames scattered like a meteor shower, instantly exploding around them. The blazing impact blocked the frontal assault of the 10-element skills, and Little Gold seized the opening to soar skyward, barely escaping the encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. 10 chaotic streams collided continuously in the air. Raging flames swept across the heavens, violent winds howled and tore through the clouds, lightning wove into a purple-black electrical net, and torrential rain followed immediately after. The scene was like the apocalypse. Cold sweat poured down Changqing's back as he clenched his fists silently. That was close. He quickly assessed the situation. The oppressive aura of this twin-armed monster was no less than that of the fierce demon from Wanshur Lonely Ridge, and even more terrifying after breaking free from the abyss's constraints. Was it a naturally mutated fusion-type beast, or the pet of the black-cloaked beast tamer? If the latter, it would explain how the opponent could so easily slaughter their companions. The person hadn't disguised their voice. Their true voice rang out clear and melodious, graceful yet masculine, like a male oriole. Clearly, they belonged to the same faction as the 4 malicious beast tamers Changqing had previously killed. That evil ghost emblem made it obvious. What puzzled Changqing was, Chun Hai Girls' High School had publicly supported him, and Yi Ruyan's pressure was out in the open, so why would the Qin family still go Allen? Unless certain clues contradicted each other. To dare send assassins while also having Chun go probe around the camp didn't make logical sense. If it wasn't the Qin family, then who had he formed such a deadly feud with? For the moment, Changqing couldn't figure it out. The cloaked figure suddenly chuckled softly as a dark, slender arm emerged from the soil behind him. The opponent bit their index finger and wrote obscure runes on the palm. The next moment, the 10 beast heads let out piercing shrieks in unison. Their glands burst open, blood streaming down. Pitch black smoke poured from their mouths, expanding rapidly in the wind and swallowing several kilometers of sky above the dungeon in the blink of an eye. Though Little Gold had the advantage of aerial speed, it couldn't break free and was forcibly trapped within this smoky prison. Cough, cough. As the black smoke poured into his nose and mouth, Changqing felt dizzy and his limbs went weak. He quickly covered his nose and mouth while Little Gold condensed its flames into a protective barrier, completely enveloping him and somewhat dispelling the bone-deep feeling of weakness. However, Little Gold was also affected. The brilliant golden radiance in its flames dimmed, and its flight became unsteady. Changqing opened his status panel and saw a sinister evil ghost icon floating beneath Little Gold's name. Soul-draining dust domain. A negative status fusion skill released by special fusion-type mutant beast pets, reducing all attributes, perception, mental strength, and more. Good grief. Even as a rookie, he knew just how terrifying the soul-devouring dust domain could be. No wonder even Xiao Jin, who possessed divine bloodline, began to deteriorate in this black mist special, fusion, mutation. It practically checked every box for exceptional conditions, not to mention the horrifying skill born from the fusion of 10 ferocious beasts. Woo! Screech. In the pitch-black dust domain, every beat of Xiao Jin's wings felt like having a chunk of flesh torn away. Its strength, defense, and speed visibly plummeted, while its mental attributes evaporated by nearly 40% in an instant. If not for that burning fighting spirit holding it together, this golden crow would have already crashed. It groaned in pain while still carrying Changqing, its massive golden bird body compressing smaller and smaller with each wave, yet it gritted its teeth and endured. Changqing leaned down, pressing against the scorching yet trembling feathered back, whispering softly, "Xiao Jin, you've suffered because of me. If you're tired, don't force yourself." The golden crow's dim pupils brightened at this, but the harsh environment showed no mercy. Its form continued shrinking until it could barely support one person. "Give up, stop struggling. You've done more than enough." Changqing drew the protective dagger from his pack, pressing the blade against his own chest, yet his lips curved in a bitter smile. "As your master, I've brought you shame. Even in death, I won't hand you over." Just as the blade was about to pierce down, the soul-devouring dust domain suddenly tore open. A beam of blinding sunlight burst through, like a bridge of light leading from the abyss to salvation. The corner of Changqing's mouth curved up, revealing the arc of a successful scheme. Outside the domain, the cloaked malicious beast tamer suddenly grew alert, about to use his power to seal the rift. Screech! A phoenix-like cry exploded through the air, as if an ancient divine beast had descended from unknown dimensions. With that call, golden light erupted from within Xiao Jin, instantly swallowing all the darkness in the dust domain, like a second blazing sun ascending to the heavens. Crack, crack, crack. Spider web-like fissures rapidly spread across the spatial walls. With a thunderous roar, the soul-devouring dust domain was completely shattered, infinite flames of light rolling with scorching currents in all directions. Breathing fresh air once more, Changqing stood high in the sky, looking down at the cloaked figure with a faint smile. "Your beast skill isn't bad, but you're too stupid." The cloaked man's face turned ashen, blood seeping through his gritted teeth. "Damn brat, I'll tear you apart." His arms intertwined, suddenly sprouting thick branches as his entire body transformed into a twisted, towering tree. 10 ferocious beast heads extended their necks from the treetop like 10 serpents, lunging at Changqing from all directions. "The best chance to kill me has already passed. Why did you hesitate then? What were you afraid of?" Changqing sneered, his voice suddenly turning sharp as a blade. "At high noon, no one can kill me, because me beast is invincible." Answering his declaration was the explosive golden flame erupting from Xiao Jin's entire body. Blazing waves surged upward, forcing even the sky-covering gray mist to retreat as the true midday sun reclaimed its place at the zenith. Under the firelight, the golden crow's body swelled once more, its wingspan nearly as wide as the heavens when fully spread. "Ready to die?" Changqing's gaze was razor-sharp. The cloaked man looked up, only to see the 10 beast heads vaporized into nothingness the moment they approached the golden radiance. His throat bobbed as he swallowed in terror, his eyes losing focus. Two suns. Above the vast sky, it looked as if a massive hole had been torn open. The distant azure heavens stretched unfathomably deep, while a blazing sun erupted through the fissure, spewing forth flames so brilliant they were impossible to look at directly. Wisps of thin mist attempted to seal the breach in the firmament, only to be instantly shredded by the rolling waves of fire. With Xiao Jin at the center, golden light surged like a tide across several miles, echoing in harmony with that great sun. Changqing bathed in the gentle, yet scorching golden flames, watching his arms gradually melt under the extreme heat. He couldn't help but sigh. Infinite quality, all premium products. At exactly 12 noon, with the sun directly overhead, the ability-activated beast companions could absorb solar energy, boosting all attributes and skills by 1,000 for 1 minute. This is insane, he cursed inwardly. A tenfold amplification, stacked with the existing multipliers from the primordial sun flame and golden crow body, created unimaginable power. A piercing cry split the sky. Xiao Jin dove down with incomparable divine beast pressure, transforming into a golden meteor with a long flaming tail that carved a dazzling streak of light, incinerating every inch of ground below. The malevolent beast tamer's face turned deathly pale, yet he forced himself to endure his terror. Once again biting his finger, he rapidly traced one bizarre symbol after another in the air. Meanwhile, the charred and frenzied rhinoceros suddenly stiffened and rose. As the fireball was about to strike, the earth thundered and dust swirled, revealing a massive demonic pattern spreading through the smoke. When the golden fireball touched the pattern, it seemed to plunge into an abyss and vanished instantly. Changqing's eyelids twitched. He hadn't expected Xiao Jin's assault, enhanced by multiple golden abilities, to be blocked. While each fireball might not match the world-destroying power of the black card, even 1/10 of that force should have been more than sufficient. Now, as they poured down like a torrential rain, nothing should have been able to withstand them. Yet he witnessed his opponent holding firm, nearly making him question reality itself. Crack! Crack! After dozens of fireballs were devoured, crisp fracturing sounds suddenly rang from the surface of the demonic pattern. In the next instant, a chain explosion thundered, spiderweb cracks spread across the symbols, and with one final impact, the entire pattern shattered completely. A broken body was blasted from the dust cloud. Half of the malevolent beast tamer's torso was a bloody mess, yet his beast companion was embedded in his chest. Dark light surged wildly as the creature desperately worked to repair its master's wounds. He's still not dead? Changqing gasped in shock at his opponent's tenacious vitality. Xiao Jin retracted its golden crow form and dove to the ground, gently setting Changqing down on the crater-riddled wasteland. Immediately after, flaming needles of light pierced into the earth, firmly pinning the malevolent beast tamer's palms and cutting off any possibility of continued healing. The shattered hood fell away, revealing half of an androgynous face with delicate brows, beneath which gleamed a pair of terrifying green pupils. Green eyes? Changqing's heart said this person wasn't from the Shenhua kingdom. This beast-taming world had once resembled the Blue Planet, with diverse nations of all kinds. After the fierce beasts descended, many countries were destroyed. Some survivors merged with other nations to scrape by, others banded together and fled to distant lands. Still others gathered in groups to explore the wilderness, establishing themselves in remote areas as unrestrained warlords. Most of these beast tamers were enemies of the city's beast tamers, earning them the classification of malicious beast tamers. Zhenhai City sat on the eastern coast of the Shenhua Kingdom, heavily fortified, yet still infiltrated by foreign malicious beast tamers. The outsider before him was one such infiltrator. The man's entire body was charred black by Xiao Jin's flames, yet he still managed to lift his head and speak coldly. I have nothing to say about losing to you, but your good days are numbered. Unless you hide like a coward in the city forever. Even staying in the city won't protect you. Someday, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Changqing picked at his ear and dismissively waved his finger. Do you think I'm easily scared? Don't worry, you won't need to come find me. I'll come to your doorstep and wipe out your entire nest. Answer one question for me, and I'll give you a quick death. The man spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and shrieked fanatically. Bah! Warriors of the evil god never fear death. I won't die, I'll simply return to its side. When the evil god awakens and returns to this world, I shall be reborn as a faithful believer. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Jin's sharp beak had already pierced through his palm, scorching flames licking along the wound and instantly charring the flesh. The smell of burnt meat filled the air. Changqing smiled. Well then, great warrior of the evil god, care to reconsider my proposal? In your dreams. Xiao Jin struck again, penetrating his left leg as flames surged once more. The familiar recipe, the familiar aroma. Changqing was enjoying himself, seemingly growing more appreciative of this stubborn foreign warrior. Soon, burning holes covered the man's entire body, his blackened flesh oozing grease like cooked meat. Xiao Jin scratched its beak and fixed its gaze on the man's heart, wings trembling slightly, as if ready to deliver the final blow at any moment. Just ask your question already, the foreign beast tamer roared through his agony. Gu Changqing shrugged helplessly. Didn't I ask? He gave Xiao Jin a look, signaling the bird to hold off. The man finally broke, his voice trembling yet still defiant. Our organization does have a hidden base somewhere outside the city, with members mostly of foreign descent. The evil god is our last hope. Its origins are unknown. We only know it needs large numbers of beast companions to restore its former power. As for why we want to kill you, obviously, it's because of your beast companion. Gu Changqing nodded. This meant the strange manipulation in the soul-lost dust domain was clearly unrelated to the Qin family. But a new question emerged. Everyone in the city says I'm selfish and turned a legendary beast companion into a waste. Even if I showed some skill last night, you wouldn't have had time to set up this kind of trap, would you? He raised an eyebrow. Skill? I received no such information. The foreign beast tamer looked at Xiao Jin with spreading fear. If I'd known you were a psychopath, nothing could have made me take this job. I accepted this mission the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Gu Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. The same day Chun Hai Girls' High School paid a hefty price for dungeon slots. Someone had issued an assassination contract. Excluding the Qin family, only one person remained. Thanks for your cooperation. Gu Changqing stood up as Xiao Jin dove down like lightning, its beak piercing through the man's heart. Blazing flames erupted, reducing him to ash in the blink of an eye. The ashes fell to the ground, leaving only his belongings. As Gu Changqing reached down to collect them, he caught sight of something from the corner of his eye. The severed arm pinned by Xiao Jin's light spear suddenly softened into a puddle of milky white liquid, seeping into the ground and vanishing without a trace. The process was shockingly fast, too quick for either man or beast to prevent. That thing wasn't his beast companion? Congratulations on defeating the malicious beast tamer. Honor 20, Chun Hai City reputation 50. The honor and reputation gained far exceeded those from his previous 4 opponents, leading Gu Changqing to immediately conclude that this person must be an elite member of the evil god organization. Little Gold landed where the severed arm had suddenly vanished, its sharp claws frantically scratching at the dirt and stones before finally withdrawing in frustration. Gu Changqing smiled and gently patted its head. Next time we encounter him, kill him outright and devour him. Didn't give him a chance to escape. Only then did Little Gold calm down, chirping a few times before retracting its golden crow form. Gu Changqing turned and walked toward the nearby dungeon portal. The rocky mountain, leveled by flames, looked as if it had been shattered by a giant hammer, with exposed stones bearing scorch marks that made even him gasp in shock. In that brief minute, Little Gold had basked in the midday sunlight, its combat power already rivaling those powerful beast companions carefully cultivated to perfect condition. If its rank advanced further and its bloodline unlocked more potential, its terrifying might would be beyond imagination. Among the rubble, several black, severed limbs stood out starkly. Gu Changqing crouched down, touching the charred flesh with his fingertip. A cold aura still lingered. These were the remains of the berserk rhinoceros. Now he understood how that ghostly face could devour fire. The flame's power had been entirely transferred into the rhinoceros's body, making it a vessel for the formation. Had Little Gold not been in its invincible state at that moment, quickly resolving this bloody battle would have been far from easy. Xia Bing had once warned him, malicious beast tamers don't rely on their own combat strength, but on their sinister beast companions. First came the rare fusion skill, then the formation that used fierce beasts as fire-bearing vessels without overwhelming power. The slightest carelessness could prove fatal. In Gu Changqing's mind, he had now classified the evil god organization as an extremely dangerous target. Before long, he stood beneath the portal. Fortunately, the dungeon portal could adjust its height automatically, and the scattered rubble didn't hinder entry. As his palm touched the portal, information flowed before his eyes. Wild dungeon hand of the evil god. Dungeon level, hell. Dungeon description. On a moonless night, a terrifying giant hand completely destroyed a town. Nearly 10,000 beast tamers perished with no survivors, and the truth remains a mystery. Dungeon reward. Legend speaks of a meteorite from beyond the heavens that can open a mysterious foundational space for the destined, beginning their path to becoming the god of beast taming. This wild dungeon had no level restrictions or difficulty options. Its intensity was maxed out from the start. What seemed absurdly coincidental was that he had just heard about the evil god from the malicious beast tamer's mouth, only to turn around and encounter a dungeon bearing that very name. Calling it pure coincidence seemed far too convenient. He only glanced at the reward description before looking away. Possessing unlimited golden attributes, even without this so-called foundational space, he was confident he could achieve godhood. Moreover, the path to godhood was merely legend. Countless predecessors of exceptional talent had pursued it relentlessly, yet ultimately couldn't outlast the passage of time, becoming nothing more than grains of sand along that path. You haven't formed a team yet. This dungeon can accommodate up to 30 people. Do you wish to enter the dungeon solo? Yes, no? The prompt flickered on the panel. Just as Gu Changqing reached out to tap, yes, an urgent voice called from behind. Wait. He turned around to see Chun Go riding a two-headed hound, his expression complex as dust and debris scattered from the beast's hooves. The two-headed hound came to a halt, and behind it, the rocky mountain had sunk a full 3 meters, with rubble tumbling down. What is it? Changqing's tone remained calm. Chun Go let out a long sigh and, after glancing around, explained, I owe Su Qing a favor, and she said I need to repay it through you. That's not necessary. Changqing shook his head. It's very necessary, Chun Go insisted. I need to tell you about the basic situation of this dungeon. Our Beast Tamer Association has been stuck halfway through ever since we discovered it. Do you know why? Changqing simply watched him, showing no intention of asking. Chun Go didn't feel awkward and continued. Because besides fierce beasts, there are also beast tamers inside the dungeon. Changqing raised an eyebrow slightly. He had already deduced this from observing that malicious beast tamer applying enslavement and sacrifice states to the berserk rhinoceros, and then controlling that escaped severed arm. Chun Go went on. We've already figured out the early stages. If you can clear it, we hope you could provide us with a simple walkthrough. Not for clearing it ourselves, but to honor our fallen comrades. His gaze was clear, without any ulterior motives. Changqing nodded, then suddenly thought of something. You mentioned hunting a demon beast before. Was that inside the dungeon? Yes. Chun Go's expression grew melancholic. 30 of us, led by Sun Yi, the captain of the association's 6th team and a spirit-level beast tamer. Everything was normal before we encountered that demon beast. Though the fierce beasts were high-level, their combat power wasn't terrifying. But just when we thought we could pass through smoothly, it appeared. As memories surged, Chun Go's eyes showed both terror and panic. It was a transformed, 3-headed tentacle dragon that mastered various corrosive abilities. Its bloodline purity was extremely high. It had even grown half a dragon horn. He recounted that experience in detail. After listening, Changqing felt the dungeon's difficulty had climbed another level. When Chun Go finished, his back was soaked with sweat, yet he showed no pride in having slain the demon beast. With your beast companion's potential, you should theoretically be able to steamroll through the dungeon. Chun Go's gaze grew serious. But I must warn you, you might not be able to do it right now. The abyss's descent brought more than just fierce beasts. This is my conclusion after studying numerous ancient texts. I agree. Changqing's heart stirred. In his beast space lay a half-dead black beast companion card that even the abyss couldn't identify. Species unknown. So you're still going? Chun Go asked for final confirmation. Changqing gently tapped yes. The dungeon's light gate immediately began rotating, its vortex suction intensifying dramatically, tugging at his clothes and hair. Before his figure was swallowed, he left behind a calm remark. You all will die, but I might not. His vision plunged into darkness. Moments later, he stood in the middle of an endless, lush green wheat field. You have entered the wild dungeon hand of the evil god. Inside the dungeon, except for medicinal items, all auxiliary tools will be ineffective. Every 12 hours, there will be one opportunity to exit the dungeon. Once you choose to exit, you cannot re-enter for 1 month. The dungeon begins. Prepare yourself. As the abyss's notification ended, human heads suddenly emerged from the wheat field, their eerie eyes staring directly at Changqing. Holy crap! The sudden bizarre scene startled Changqing, his whole body tensing up. He was about to call out to Little Gold when he noticed the golden feathered eagle had already swooped into the air, diving toward those masterless floating heads. Its sharp beak effortlessly pierced through the skulls with crisp cracking sounds. Not a drop of blood was visible, only dark green viscous fluid dripping from its pointed beak. Little Gold slurped down the liquid with a satisfied sound, its eyes brightening noticeably. Foodie's Paradise triggered. Your beast companion consumed mimic beast essence blood. Camouflage ability 5. Foodie's Paradise triggered. Your beast companion consumed mimic beast essence blood. Mental attribute 1. Notification after notification popped up until mental attribute 1 appeared 10 times in total, and only then did Little Gold stop feeding with satisfaction. Perhaps terrified of being devoured, those heads instantly twisted and transformed into firefly-like points of light, frantically fleeing toward another distant field. Congratulations on defeating lower-tier fierce beast mimic beast. Experience 1. Congratulations on defeating lower-tier fierce beast mimic beast. Experience 1. The experience bar didn't budge an inch, making Changqing think his eyes were playing tricks on him. He focused on the fleeing light points as an enemy panel materialized before him. Mimic beast lower-tier fierce beast. Level 1. Attributes: Strength 0, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Mental 50. Skills: Phantom Vision, Split Merge, Mimicry. Description: As the lowest tier among fierce beasts, mimic beasts rely on unique abilities to escape predation. Naturally timid and poor at combat, yet possess first-class survival skills. Little Gold. Changqing looked up with just a glance. Little Gold immediately spread its wings, its golden feathered form becoming an arc of light in pursuit. Before long, the scattered fireflies were forced to return in a cluster, leaving only dozens hovering anxiously in the air. Changqing picked out the largest one, whose information panel now bore the additional title leader. The mimic beast leader sensed his gaze and fearfully moved closer to Little Gold, seemingly forgetting that this very eagle had just devoured over a dozen of its companions. Changqing pulled out a contract card from his pack and held it at chest level. It seems you possess some intelligence. Submit to me, and your companions won't die in vain. Little Gold chirped and chattered, actively serving as translator. The mimic beast leader communicated with it in low tones for a moment, then returned to the center of its group. The next second, dozens of spark-like forms drew together, using their split-merge skill to instantly fuse into a single glowing entity. Changqing grinned. Excellent, just as I thought. The completed fusion leader fluttered toward his contract card. Lower-tier fierce beast mimic beast voluntarily submits to you and wishes to become a beast companion. Do you agree? Agree. As his words fell, the contract card erupted with the power of rules, creating a suction force that drew the mimic beast leader inside. The transparent card surface was instantly filled with white light. Only then did Changqing breathe a long sigh of relief. A white beast companion card symbolized trash. Indeed, the mimic beast's combat power could be described as utterly worthless. But what he valued wasn't brute force confrontation, it was mimicry and phantom vision, pure mental type abilities. Poor bloodline didn't matter. What he lacked least were golden attributes. Level up, level up. Changqing's spirits lifted as he pocketed the card and left the wheat field, following the only dirt road deeper into the area. The journey was eerily quiet, with no fierce beasts in sight. Collapsed buildings lined both sides of the road, their charred walls jutting toward the sky like fangs. Human and beast remains were scattered throughout, bearing witness to the brutal battles this land had once endured. This area had already been cleared by people from the Beast Tamer Association. Unlike dungeon instances within cities, wild instances only reset and refresh after being completely cleared. Let's go, Xiaojin. Changqing gently patted the golden crow. Xiaojin activated its golden crow form, crouching low to the ground. After Changqing settled securely on its back, the creature spread its wings and soared toward the unconquered territory ahead. They flew beneath the gloomy sky for nearly an hour before the hazy outline of city walls slowly emerged on the horizon. The wilderness below gradually gave way to dozens of makeshift camps scattered haphazardly across the landscape, each covering several dozen square meters, with cold ashes from campfires still visible. You have reached the edge of the dungeon progress zone. With the abyss notification, Xiaojin screeched in displeasure and was forced to fold its wings and land. Changqing dismounted and surveyed his surroundings. The camp's timber looked fresh, likely supplied by the Beast Tamer Association. While a few tents remained intact, most had collapsed into heaps. Clearly, the battle against that fiend-class beast had taken place nearby. Suddenly, Xiaojin let out two low calls toward the west, then grabbed Changqing and glided close to the ground. After more than 10 breaths, Changqing could make out the battlefield within a radius of 10 li. The ground was pockmarked with craters, scorched earth mixed with debris. He walked toward the largest crater at the center and peered down, his pupils contracting sharply. At the bottom lay the skeletal remains of a massive beast, about 30 meters long and 5 meters tall, the fiend-class, three-headed tentacle dragon. Brown bloodstains covered the bottom, and as cold wind swept through, the stench was nauseating. Even more horrifying was that the hardest parts of the skeleton had been violently broken off and taken, leaving only fragments behind. Human and beast exchanged glances. Both swallowing hard. The flesh and blood of such a fierce creature must be incredibly nourishing, just as beasts viewed humans as delicacies. But Changqing patted Xiaojin's head. Don't be greedy, there's better stuff ahead. Leaving the battle crater, he walked toward the city wall. As the wall's outline became clearer, watchtowers appeared around the perimeter. Suddenly, a human head poked out from a narrow window in one of the towers. Changqing frowned. Boom. The tower instantly shattered into pieces as a massive octopus-like body burst through the wood and stone. Even more bizarre was that the octopus had a human head attached to its top. It slithered down the tower wall at incredible speed, closing the distance to mere dozens of meters in an instant. 6 or 7 tentacles lashed out simultaneously, cutting through the air like iron whips with ear-piercing shrieks. Changqing leaped onto Xiaojin's back and scanned the monster information that appeared. Deep Sea Octopus Advanced Beast. Level 25. Attributes: Strength 351, Constitution 549, Agility 313, Spirit 221. Skills: Corrosive Horn Strike, Ink Bullet. Description: a beast pet parasitically bonded with its master. Dangerous. A beast tamer actually used this method. Changqing's expression darkened. As tentacles swept horizontally, Xiaojin relied on its speed to dodge at close range, barely skimming past the fierce winds. Kill, he commanded. Xiaojin suddenly condensed a sphere of primordial sun true flame. soared through the gaps between tentacles, and dove from above the octopus, flames roaring toward the human head. As the fire consumed its target, Xiao Jin quickly retreated. At that moment, Changqing suddenly heard a low whisper in his ear. Help! Help me! Save me! Give me release! Boom! Sizzle! The first dawn true flame struck the octopus human head's face with perfect accuracy. Explosive flames splattered and dripped onto the massive octopus body, the extreme heat penetrating deep into its skin and causing its tentacles to writhe wildly. The fierce flames spread rapidly as the octopus's thick, sucker-covered tentacles convulsed and thrashed under the intense heat. Large amounts of moisture were instantly forced from its skin, turning into white mist in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. But it was all in vain. Little Gold's mental attributes had reached terrifying levels after multiple absorptions, and the stacking of gold traits even the most resilient deep-sea creature couldn't withstand such scorching heat. The flames burned ever brighter, evaporating every drop of moisture until the massive octopus was roasted alive into a fragrant seafood mountain before it could even unleash its true power. Congratulations on defeating the advanced beast deep-sea octopus. Experience gained, 400. The experience bar surged upward dramatically. Changqing immediately pulled up his personal information panel. Character, Changqing. Title, Junior Beast Tamer. Level 5. Experience, 720-1600. Honor, 60. Reputation, Xinhai City 90. Talent, Unique Infinite Gold Traits. He still needed a full 1,600 experience points to reach level 6, and each subsequent level would double the requirement. Thinking about the minimum advancement standard of level 10 made him scratch his head. The task ahead was daunting. Maybe after leaving this dungeon, I could use Little Gold's 1 minute of invincibility for some indiscriminate carpet bombing in the outer city maps. The thought flashed through his mind briefly, but no one could predict what fierce beasts lurked in unknown territories. He couldn't help but envy those genius beast tamers who had reached gold rank before their examinations. Collecting himself, he continued examining Little Gold's status. Beast Companion Dawnbird rank, Bronze, LV.5. Bloodline traits, Great Sun Golden Flame Gold, Boiling Battle Spirit Gold, Foodie's Paradise Gold, Sun Shining High Gold. Attributes, Strength, 80315020. Constitution, 802-25020. Agility, 80465020. Spirit, 5601-450-2010. Resistances, Lightning Resistance 5, Water Resistance 5, Illusion Breaking Ability 5, Camouflage Ability 5. Skills, First Dawn True Flame LV.2. Flame Immunity Passive, Golden Crow Body. A mobile high-altitude artillery platform. Changqing could find no better description. With a staggering 654 spirit points, combined with the dual amplification of level 2 First Dawn True Flame and Golden Crow Body, it had instantly roasted the deep-sea octopus. Each gold trait Little Gold acquired doubled its base attributes, pushing it further along the path to godhood. Even though its strength, constitution, and agility paled compared to its spirit, they were still top tier within the same level. While Changqing browsed the panel, Little Gold had already hopped onto the octopus's head, pecking away like a high-speed pile driver, tearing off chunk after chunk of fragrant meat and devouring them with loud crunching sounds. He walked toward the human head. Though the face had been charred and twisted beyond recognition, he could still make out that eerie smile at the corners of its mouth. Changqing's fists clenched involuntarily. The beast tamers in this dungeon had once fought on the front lines, shedding their blood for the base camp behind them. Just a single severed hand from the enemy had cost them their lives. Even in death, their souls continued to be tormented, forced to turn against their own comrades. And this scene was merely the tip of the iceberg in the countless worlds beyond the city walls. Whoosh! Changqing let out a heavy breath, waited for Little Jean to finish devouring the octopus, and moved on in silence. Foodie's Spring activated. Beast Pet consumed high-grade beast flesh. All 4 attributes 30. A second prompt popped up. Foodie's Spring activated. Beast Pet consumed a high-grade ferocious beast core. All 4 attributes 50. Deep-sea fear greatly reduced. Your beast pet's 3 attributes have reached the threshold and can no longer increase. The stat panel flickered before his eyes. Strength, physique, and speed were all capped at 200, while spirit shot up to a terrifying 734. Hit the ceiling? Changqing muttered with a wry sigh. His dream of endlessly power-leveling Little Jean through Foodie's Spring was shattered. But on second thought, hitting a total of 1,100 at the bronze tier already proved Little Jean god tier. The rest would depend on whether spirit could spike any higher. He pushed forward, deliberately slowing at each watchtower he passed, and reached the base of the city wall without encountering any beastmasters assimilated by their pets. The wall ahead was nearly half the height of Xinhai City, 20 stories tall, with a gate of polished steel that gleamed like a mirror. Little Jean beat his wings skyward, only to be crushed back down halfway by the abyss rules. Gu Changqing frowned. It seemed they would have to force the gate. As he drew near and his hand touched the cold iron latch, a new prompt flashed up. Hidden Quest Phase 2 triggered. Head to the city center and stop the three-headed touch dragon from evolving. Failure penalty. Talent reduced. Beast pet bloodline downgraded by 3 tiers. Success reward. Random king grade beast pet card. Gu Changqing's eyes nearly popped. Good news, the hidden quest really did spawn in the wild instance. Bad news, the penalty was vicious. A single king grade pet card at the cost of his very foundation. Abyss, are you targeting me? He cursed. The last time with that ferocious fiend had been the same setup. Worse, the quest was auto-accepted with no option to refuse. The three-headed touch dragon? Didn't Chun Go's team kill it? Or are there more than one of those fiend-class monsters? For the first time, the security little gene gave him wavered. The quest had no time limit, but the intel was way off, so he chose to withdraw, live to fight another day. He signaled little Jean, who was straining against the abyss suppression overhead, to fall back. Just then, the city gate began to open on its own. A blinding shaft of light speared through the widening crack, freezing Gu Changqing in place. Damn it! He squinted into the glare, and when his eyes adjusted, his face went bloodless. Little Jean, run. He didn't have time to mount up. He clamped both hands around Little Jean's armored legs and yelled for a retreat. Little Jean poured on the power, dragging him barely 100 meters before a barrage of skills erupted from within the city. Flames, frost, lightning, and toxic mists detonated like fireworks, hammering the gate in an unending storm. Only after 10 full minutes did the onslaught fade. The once mighty gate and a wide section of wall collapsed into rubble with a deafening roar. Damn you to the deepest abyss! Gu Changqing swore. From the billowing dust, one beastmaster after another burst out with their pets, all of them charging straight at Gu Changqing. I just opened a door, for crying out loud. Do I really deserve such an enthusiastic and relentless welcome? Gu Changqing hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield below. On the ground, the beast tamers' corpses were withered, yet still maintained their formations and coordination from life. Each one controlled their beast companions that had mutated into ferocious monsters, skills flashing one after another as if trying to tear open the sky itself, determined to drag Gu Changqing down from the air. After several waves of unsuccessful attacks, those beast tamers with flying monsters banded together and took to the skies, attempting to complete an aerial pincer movement. Taking advantage of their repositioning, Gu Changqing spared a moment to analyze the situation. Beneath their corrupted shells, these beast tamers still retained complete combat instincts and battlefield experience. This was both their most dangerous advantage and a weakness he could exploit. Xiaojin, don't break combat distance. Prioritize aerial targets and use Hitandran tactics to wear them down, Gu Changqing commanded tersely. Screech. Xiaojin responded with a sharp cry, its pale golden wings beating as dawn true flame condensed between its feathers into sun-like fireballs. It deliberately slowed down, luring the pursuing flying beasts to accelerate closer, then executed a barrel roll. Bang, bang, bang. Over a dozen fireballs exploded in the air, blazing flames spreading into a fiery net that instantly engulfed the two foremost beasts. You maniac! The intense spinning created centrifugal force that made Gu Changqing's vision go black, his ears ringing. Only when the familiar abyss notification sounded did he recover from his dizziness. Congratulations on killing high-level fierce beast flame-crested falcon. Gained experience 300. Congratulations on killing high-level fierce beast flame-crested falcon. Gained experience 300. Gu Changqing rubbed his throbbing temples, tapped Xiaojin's head in warning, then pulled out a thick hemp rope from his storage space to secure himself firmly to his mount. No more crazy flying. As ashes scattered, the name, Flame-Crested Falcon, flickered in the notification box, making his heart skip a beat. Those 3 words were all too familiar. His memory flashed back to before the last beast tied. His father, whose face had already blurred in memory, had once taken him to the Chun Hai City Guard's breeding facility. Flocks of flame-crested falcons spread their wings and screeched in training cages, their speed remarkable and aerial combat abilities nearly flawless. Any city guard member with spare beast space could easily contract these aerial blades. He suddenly looked up, catching sight of 6 or 7 giant birds about 3 meters long pursuing from behind, their blood-red crests particularly striking undoubtedly flame-crested falcons. In all of Chun Hai City, only his father's city guard unit had contracted these mounts in bulk. Flame-crested falcons had become their symbol. But why? Shouldn't his father's city guard unit be defending Chun Hai City? Why were they here? Gu Changqing looked down at the earth below. Even as living dead, those beast tamers maintained rigorous formations. Every advance and retreat executed with precision. This was the sharpness forged only through countless bloody battles. They had once been elite defenders. Smack! He slapped himself hard, the pain dispelling his momentary hesitation. Kill! With that cold command, the pale red blood mist around Xiaojin's body instantly boiled like water coming to a boil. The dawn true flame's fire was tinted by the blood mist, turning deep crimson. It maintained distance from the enemy group, and every 5 seconds, a new fireball formed between its wings, its entire body wrapped in layers of high-temperature flames. Battle intent surged higher and higher as flames devoured the sky in expanding circles. Screech! With an excited cry echoing through the air, fireballs trailing long white and red flame tails streaked down like meteors from beyond, bombarding the ground below. The fire attribute was pushed to its maximum, and the scorching heat exploded upon impact. Waves of crimson and white flames bloomed like brilliant fireworks, instantly engulfing the pursuing beast tamers and their companion creatures. Congratulations on defeating Intermediate Beast Tamer Puppet. Gained experience 200. Congratulations on defeating Advanced Beast Tamer Puppet. Gained experience 250. Congratulations on defeating Intermediate Beast Tamer Puppet. System notifications flooded in continuously as Changqing's experience bar shot up like a rocket, soaring straight to level 6. The rolling pop-ups of infinite gold attributes followed close behind. However, his attention wasn't focused on these rewards at all. Gazing at the beast tamers' bodies gradually ceasing their struggles in the flames, he ground his teeth until they creaked. These people had once been heroes of Chun Hai City, yet even in death, they suffered such humiliation. The first time, he had restrained himself with great effort. The second time, his killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Over 100 lives, both human and beast combined, fell without exception under Xiao Jin's long-prepared carpet bombing. Released from his restraints, Changqing stepped into the sea of fire. Charred corpses consumed by flames lay scattered at his feet, yet their remaining lips bore the same eerie smile as the one who had merged with the deep-sea octopus. Changqing pulled out a bottle of wine, nothing particularly fine, uncorked it, and let the liquid pour against the firelight. The sharp alcohol vapor rose with the rolling ashes, carried by the heat waves toward the distant town. Crack! The bottle shattered on the ground as he turned and climbed back onto Xiao Jin's spine. Chirp, chirp, squawk, squawk. Xiao Jin sensed its master's low spirits and cried out anxiously. I'm fine. Just destroy this place, Changqing said quietly. Heroes rarely find their final resting place amid applause, flowers, and adoration from thousands. More often, they use heaven and earth as their stage, standing shoulder to shoulder with brothers to protect their land, fearless and without regret, even when facing complete destruction. Golden wings beat as Xiao Jin carried its master swiftly toward the town. As the distance closed, the battle spirit in Changqing's chest, which had nearly settled, began boiling once more. Without the city walls to obstruct the view, that grotesque scene was fully exposed. The town center had become a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Human remains, fierce beasts, and pet creature corpses piled densely together. Thousands of beast stones floated in midair, their contained energy drawn out in countless threads, all converging toward the center. At the energy convergence point, a massive serpent nearly 100 meters long with 3 heads side by side coiled in wait, a 3-headed touch dragon. And indeed, there were 2 of them. Above the giant serpent's heads, 1 black and 1 white beast stone flickered with strange light, greedily devouring all the energy while slowly fusing with each other. To Changqing, the arrangement of those corpses looked more like an altar for sacrificial advancement. Some of the bones hadn't completely decomposed yet, clearly belonging to the slaughtered colleagues from the Beast Tamer Association. Thinking of the malicious beast tamers who had ambushed him earlier, his gaze instantly turned ice cold. At that moment, 4 beast tamers slowly emerged from the giant serpent's spine. They looked up, immediately locking onto Changqing, suspended in midair. One of them opened his mouth, and a mechanical, cold voice echoed. Young beast tamer, the advancement materials are sufficient. Leave, and we won't kill you. Won't kill me. The fire in Changqing's eyes nearly burned his reason to ash. Thanks for the mercy. Since I've received such kindness, I should repay it. By the time he reached the word kindness, wisps of white smoke were already seeping from Xiao Jin's throat. When the word repay fell, the long-accumulated heat erupted like a volcano, and a blazing flame beam 2 meters thick tore through the air, aimed directly at that 3-headed touch dragon. How dare you! The 4 beast tamer puppets let out a cold shout, their skin moving while their flesh remained still. 12 black hexagram arrays suddenly rose from the ground, tightly encasing the 3-headed tentacle dragon from all 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. At the center of the formation, 12 giant hands wreathed in black mist slowly emerged, their finger bones thick as ancient trees and palm lines twisted in grotesque patterns. They stretched out their arms, interlocking their joints, and in the blink of an eye formed a pitch-black barrier. Hands of the evil god, Changqing observed from afar, his heart skipping a beat. The distance was too great for him to investigate the origin of these giant hands. Pop! The next second, Xiao Jin's flame beam crashed thunderously into the black barrier. The 2 energies collided, sparking only scattered flames. Though it appeared calm on the surface, they were locked in an evenly matched stalemate. Damn it! You want to compete in endurance with me? Gu Changqing cursed. Xiao Jin was frozen in midair, only able to spare part of his flames to protect his master, while the four puppet beast tamers remained motionless, showing no intention of close combat. Gu Changqing simply opened his storage space and dumped every potion bottle he could find onto Xiao Jin's broad back. In an instant, various bottles rolled everywhere among the golden feathers. Xiao Jin, go all out. If we don't destroy them, what face do I have left to continue as a beast tamer? He shouted desperately. You think you're the only one with abundant energy? What should have been a devastating battle of destruction had bizarrely turned into a war of attrition testing endurance. Chirp chirp, Xiao Jin responded loudly, the flames within his body burning even fiercer as they surged forth. However, Gu Changqing suddenly felt his heart racing and his strength depleted, all his energy drained in an instant as he collapsed into the soft feathers. Xiao Jin, there's a saying about steady flow. Are you afraid you won't be able to drain me dry? He complained weakly. At this moment, he finally understood the helplessness of the black card. Each time was like turning a water pump to maximum, and no matter how large the reserves, they would be squeezed completely dry. Fortunately, as the bottles rolled around, a crimson pill happened to touch his lips. He rolled it into his mouth with his tongue and bit down gently, feeling the warm medicinal power instantly fill his limbs. In less than 10 seconds, he was sitting up energetically. These pills, aside from those he'd won from beast tamers at the camp, were mostly prepared in advance by Yi Rianho. Would have thought they'd save his life through such a twist of fate. Time passed minute by minute. Xiao Jin repeatedly tested until he finally found the balance point between absorption and replenishment, while Gu Changqing swallowed pills one after another, experiencing the strange cycle of rapid energy loss and swift recovery. Without the bloodline purification from the black card, he could only rely on external supplements to hold on. Though Xiao Jin had reached above supergod level, he was still in his juvenile stage, and this sustained attack had already exceeded his spiritual power limits. Screech! A clear cry awakened Gu Changqing. He looked back toward the city center after nearly an hour of stalemate. The barrier formed by 12 giant hands had its black aura completely dissipated, revealing pale skin beneath. These arms looked extremely similar to the one that had escaped. Xiao Jin's flame pillar strikes grew stronger with each passing moment, as his battle spirit provided endless amplification one of his trump cards. Suddenly, the massive white hand, deprived of its dark energy support, burned away like paper in an instant. Boom! The fire pillar struck the three-headed serpent dragon unstoppably, its scorching impact several times more ferocious than an hour before. The left and right snake heads writhed in agony, while only the middle one remained rigid, as if in meditation. Immediately after, the beast stone energy that had been absorbed by the black and white stones suddenly flowed back, surging into a wave-like energy barrier that once again protected the three-headed serpent dragon. Damn it, this altar isn't just for advancement, it has protective formations too. Gu Changqing cursed under his breath, raising his hand to frantically stuff pills into his mouth. You coward! If you've got guts, drop that energy shield. I'll stand right here, come fight me unknown. Gulp! With your pathetic state, you dare call yourself a fierce demon-class beast? Even the ground-rooting pig at our front door has more courage than you. Gulp! Want to play the waiting game with me? I may not have much else, but I've got plenty of pills. Look at those beast stones color. They're almost drained, aren't they? Gulp! Gu Changqing transformed into a master of verbal warfare, yet the three-headed serpent dragon continued cowering within its protective barrier. As his pill bottles emptied, anxiety crept into his heart. Whoever gave out first would become the other's meal. Meanwhile, the beast stone energy was also nearly depleted. Fine, you've got nerve. Xiao Jin, full throttle. He tossed 3 more pills. After Xiao Jin confirmed, his battle spirit surged explosively, and towering blood flames instantly engulfed half the town. His body expanded 5-fold as he stood bathed in fire, like an apocalyptic bird of destruction. However, Gu Changqing was in dire straits. Even after consuming all his pills, he could barely maintain the high-intensity extraction. Due to your vitality dropping to critical levels, the abyss has automatically activated protection. Experience points will replace pill consumption. Your experience 100, experience 100, experience 100. Holy crap! Abyss, you bastard, robbing me at a time like this? Cursing aside, his life was more important. As experience points plummeted, Xiao Jin continued his frenzied assault. Gu Changqing had originally reached level 8 by slaughtering beast master puppets and fierce beasts, with abundant experience, but now his level dropped all the way back to 7, then 6, finally stopping when only 200 points remained. I surrender, came an unfamiliar, weak voice. As the extraction ceased, Gu Changqing's spirit gradually recovered. The scene before him resembled purgatory. Within the city walls, dozens of meters had turned into scorched black earth. The three-headed serpent dragon's body lay sprawled across the ground, covered in claw marks as if disemboweled, then charred black by fierce flames. Two snake heads had been pecked beyond recognition, leaving only one barely able to lift itself, flicking its tongue as it spoke human words. I've lost. Don't kill Mei can become your beast companion, willingly, and with eternal loyalty. Changqing dismounted from Xiao Jin, who immediately pressed the snake head into the mud with one claw, making it creak. Since you possess intelligence, tell me where is the evil god's hand? Changqing demanded, staring intensely. The three-headed serpent dragon struggled to lift its mouth from the dirt. You came for the evil god's hand? No wonder you have such a divine companion. The evil god's hand has been dispersed by you more precisely. The power it left in this place has been dispersed. Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. What kind of fierce beast was this evil god's hand that even the abyss's rules couldn't contain it? His expression turned ice cold. In that case, you can die in its place. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin was already eager to peck through the snake's brain and extract its gallbladder. Wait, I have more secrets, the three-headed serpent dragon cried out in terror. I know a secret in your human cities. Someone is secretly raising evil gods, or has some connection with them. Changqing raised his hand to stop Xiao Jin, who reluctantly smacked his lips and looked away. How do you know this? The massive energy I used for my advancement was deliberately sent by that person. Oh, how exactly do you plan to do that? Changqing had initially shown little interest in this matter, as his goals were simply to explore the dungeon and level up. However, one person after another kept seeking him out, all from the same faction. What made it worse was that the three-headed serpent dragon had revealed that someone was deliberately using beast tamers' lives as nourishment for its advancement. Combined with the fact that most of the casualties in the dungeon came from his father's city guard, these accumulated factors forced him to change his strategy. We specifically target and kill beast tamers in the dungeon. The beast tamers who enter are usually low-level, with experienced ones leading novices. We have an unspoken agreement to only kill the weak ones and send the strong ones back. The serpent head's voice was low and raspy. But something went wrong in recent attempts. A team of powerful beast tamers arrived, and my mate died at their hands. Changqing glanced at the slain three-headed serpent dragon card, a realization dawning on him. So it was a mated pair. Changqing hadn't been lying. Do you think I would believe that? He said coldly. The three-headed serpent dragon's belly suddenly writhed, and its massive serpentine mouth opened wider than a barrel, spitting out a white beast companion card. The card's four corners were wrapped in black patterns, clearly infused with some unknown power. The hand of the evil god gave this to me and told me the necessary conditions for advancement. The serpent head lowered submissively. I'm nothing more than meat at your lips. How would I dare lie? You can ask your divine companion. Everything I've said is true. It tried to turn its head, but Little Gold pressed it down firmly. Little Gold narrowed its eyes and let out a cold snort, chittering twice in clear warning. You can discern my beast companion's grade? Changqing raised an eyebrow. I cannot. The serpent head answered honestly. But that intimidating presence and oppressive aura are identical to the hand of the evil god, differing only in level and grade. Rather than being used as a pawn, I would prefer to follow you. Little Gold glared at the serpent head, but seemed to accept this response. The serpent head's voice trembled with fear, yet carried unmistakable sincerity. Very well, I'll keep you for now. Changqing took out his beast companion card, bit his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the card's surface before pressing it against the serpent's forehead. Fierce, demon-class beast, three-headed serpent dragon, voluntarily submits. Do you wish to tame it? Yes. Black and white light suddenly enveloped the massive serpentine body like giant waves sweeping away sand. In less than a minute, the originally water-tower-thick serpent body instantly withered, leaving only a layer of thick snakeskin. Simultaneously, the card's color changed from white to purple. Changqing was stunned. It had actually been hiding Qingqiu bloodline within its body. Qingqiu beast companion card three-headed serpent. Grade, common. Bloodline, serpent dragon god blood purple. Base attributes, strength 20, constitution 20, agility 20, spirit 10. Skills, constriction, corrosive acid. Description, descendant of the serpent dragon god. Only one step away from transforming into a true dragon. Serpent dragon god bloodline. Well, what an unexpected windfall. Changqing murmured. According to textbooks, during the brutal war between humans and fierce beasts, the serpent dragon god was legendary. The Dragonfall incident in the capital was said to involve the serpent dragon god attempting to reverse its bloodline and transform into a Nine Heavens dragon, only to face interception by top-tier human beast tamers, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. However, Changqing put away the beast companion card, already formulating a plan in his mind. In his plan, the three-headed hydra didn't even make the list. With golden attributes at his disposal, divine blood and immortal roots could all take a back seat. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have received one Qingqiu Beast pet card. Please explore subsequent missions on your own. As the system notification ended, the reward was credited to his account. Gu Changqing opened his inventory to find 2 purple beast pet cards lying quietly inside. He pursed his lips. Having too many beast pets could sometimes be a problem too. Overall, this trip had been quite fruitful. But after waiting for a long time, he still hadn't received the completion notification. Could there still be something I missed? He muttered under his breath, pulling out the beast pet card and casually tossing it near Little Gold's claws. The 3-headed hydra in the card, now reduced to beginner level, panicked instantly. Its 3 forked tongues trembled frantically as it desperately tried to explain its innocence. Little Gold understood and slowly walked over to the snake's skin, breathing out a flame that burned a large hole through the stone slab. Gu Changqing bent down to pick up the card and took a closer look. The stone slab where the 3-headed hydra had been coiled was completely melted, revealing a pitch-black opening that seemed bottomless. He grabbed a rock and threw it in, hearing the echo only after several breaths. The legend from the dungeon description? Little Gold. With a flash of fire, Little Gold transformed into a night raven and dove into the opening, immediately chirping incessantly. Gu Changqing followed closely behind, sliding down the cave wall for 7 or 8 meters until his vision shifted from dim to suddenly bright. The underground space was only about 3 meters high with a modest area. In the center, a milky white stone was firmly embedded in the ground, with black shadows floating within its body. Celestial stone. Unknown species. Ability, unknown effects. Energy fluctuations similar to spatial stones detected. Forced attempt possible. As the information box appeared, Gu Changqing's teeth chattered. Can't identify it, but wants me to force an attempt? Damn abyss, trying to kill me again. Despite his complaints, he still extended both hands. Fine, let's try it. The stone's properties matched the dungeon description. I want to see what kind of space can forge the path of a beast god. The moment his palms touched the stone's surface, an electric numbness swept through his entire body, followed by violent power rolling and burning through his limbs like molten lava. Little Gold. He wanted to call for help, but the night raven just circled quietly without intervening. What's happening? Am I trapped? The next second, the abyss notification suddenly rang out. Affected by unknown celestial stone feedback, your beast space is being opened and transformed. Experience 100. Experience 100. Experience points gushed upward like a spring, gradually filling the deficit. His beast space was completely enveloped by a milky white light sphere, and outside the sphere, a rice grain-sized white pearl rapidly expanded. Gu Changqing swallowed hard. A second beast space? He was completely stunned. This exceeded all common knowledge about beast masters. The burning sensation continued, but his body was gradually adapting, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, continuous cheering echoed in his ears. Hey, can you hear me? Master, can you hear me talking? Little black egg, get lost. You're not even Master's beast pet. Why are you butting in? Oh my, it's been so long. I really want to hear Master call my name affectionately. Little black egg, stop interfering maliciously. This is my space, belonging only to Master and me. If you're so capable, go to that newly opened space next door. It was clearly Little Gold's voice. In the past, they could only communicate during bloodline enhancement or heart pulse connection, but now direct human-pet communication was achieved. Although Gu Changqing couldn't speak for the moment, Little Gold chattered around him endlessly. After confirming there was no danger, he relaxed completely. After an unknown amount of time, as if being suddenly pulled from a hot spring into ice water, he shivered. When he opened his eyes, the celestial stone had completely disappeared, leaving only a black-covered book lying quietly on the ground. Congratulations, through special power, you have successfully advanced in rank. Congratulations on breaking through and advancing to intermediate beast tamer. A searing yet gentle power surged through Gu Changqing's limbs and bones, sweeping away the lingering sting left by the stone from beyond. Muscle and marrow seemed to be reforged in silence. He clenched his fist, felt his arm tighten, and had the illusion that even a pouncing tiger couldn't withstand that punch. The power kept rolling through him, as if cleansing his body from within and tempering it to be tougher than before. Intermediate Beast Tamer Technique. Beast Force Activation. A light screen unfurled before his eyes, and a brand new skill slot appeared on his personal status panel. A blood-red vortex icon slowly spun Beast Force, the signature introductory skill of Beast Tamers. Through his enhanced beast space, he could temporarily borrow a portion of his companion's strength. Available Beast Force. Fire Arts from the mythic grade Beast Chuyang Bird. Only then did Gu Changqing realize why absorbing the stone from beyond felt like being wrapped in magma. His body had been condensing Xiao Jin's first day true flame. He flicked a finger, eager to show off. A tiny flame, white as a lighter's tongue, fluttered twice and went out, dousing his dream of surviving on my own power on the spot. Forget it. With Xiao Jin around, I'm safe enough. He reached for the black-covered book on the ground, but Xiao Jin had already fluttered into his arms, chirping nonstop. In his ears, it became a clear, girlish voice. Master, you can finally understand me. Gu Changqing rubbed her head. Yeah, It'll be much easier to talk from now on. They chatted for a long while, with Xiao Jin doing most of the talking. Suddenly, she asked, curious, huh? Didn't you just advance directly? The stone from beyond had blasted Changqing straight to level 10 in one go, skipping the advancement sequence and even opening a second beast space, saving time and materials across the board. But Xiao Jin pouted. That dumb rock wouldn't let me piggyback. She seemed more human than ever. Changqing soothed her. Your bloodline rank is high enough. You'll advance naturally, and we've got more than enough materials. After finally quieting the little chatterbox, he bent to pick up the black-covered book. Beast Compendium, unknown volume. Pending activation. Ability, unknown. Description, likely a blank compendium you must complete yourself. Changqing's face darkened, and he tossed the compendium into his pack. Ever since the quest entered its second phase, the abyss had grown increasingly unreliable aside from rushing his advancement. It hadn't granted him any of the privileges you'd expect from the so-called god of beast tamers. Just then, a transparent screen popped up. 12 hours have passed. Leave the hand of the heretic god instance? Yes, no. The instance isn't cleared? The three-headed touch dragon wasn't the final boss. Changqing frowned. According to that great dragon, the hand of the heretic god had already broken free of the abyss and wasn't inside the instance. It had willingly submitted to become his beast, so it clearly hadn't been lying. Looks like this instance is far more complicated than he thought. Yes, he wasn't about to waste more time. He'd step out first and investigate later when he had time. A silver-white portal formed at once and swept him away. Back outside the instance, he instinctively touched the light gate. Wild Instance Beast Tide Calamity, Instance Level. Dungeon Introduction. No one knows what truly happened here. That hand which brought death and destruction seems to be brewing secrets dangerous enough to threaten humanity itself. Dungeon Rewards. Determined by completion status, with no upper limit. The dungeon had changed. Its difficulty level was now marked with a question mark, meaning it had surpassed hell level difficulty. You have exhausted your daily dungeon attempts. Please return tomorrow. As the notification on the light screen disappeared, Changqing seemed oblivious to it, his gaze still fixed firmly on the words, Beast Tide. During his last dungeon run, he had encountered city guards that shouldn't have been there, and various theories swirled through his mind. Brother Changqing. A clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Qing, Xiaobing, along with classmates from Chun Hai Girls High School and members of the Beast Tamer Association from the camp, were waiting not far away. Little Gold noticed Su Qing's hurried steps and saw her about to rush forward with open arms. A fireball whooshed down in front of her feet, signaling her to stop. It then lowered its head to nuzzle Changqing's face and spoke with pride. I'm the master's precious treasure, his beloved darling. Changqing chuckled. Little Gold, she did give you food ingredients before. Humph, sugar-coated bullets. Little Gold tilted its head with its nostrils pointing skyward. Su Qing paid no mind to Little Gold's warning and approached directly. Watching the smooth communication between the man and bird, her face lit up with joy. You've advanced to intermediate beast tamer? Did you find treasure in the dungeon? I suppose there were some modest gains, hardly treasure. Changqing's tone was vague. Others listening felt their pupils' dility treasures worthy of being called beast god, relics, yet he only called them modest gains. Doubt and amazement were written across their faces. Changqing took it all in. Since no one believed the truth anyway, he might as well let them speculate freely. Did you clear it? Chungo stepped forward, his expression as serious as always. Changqing shook his head. None of the intelligence you provided was accurate. The three-headed touch dragon was a mated pair, one male, one female. Thanks to you, I nearly died at their hands. Flashes of shock, lingering fear, and other complex emotions flickered through Chungo's eyes. I apologize to you. It was my mistake. No need. Chungo seemed to want to say more, but held back. In Changqing's view, he neither disliked nor liked the man. Even if Chungo weren't from the Qin family, they probably couldn't become friends. That sense of something being half real, half fake always created a barrier between them. Teacher Xia, let's return and prepare properly for the major examination. All right. I've already informed the association 3 waves of association personnel will provide protection along the way. Xiaobing nodded. As they passed each other. Wait. Chungo called out to him. Before the major exam, Hai should be able to advance to senior beast tamer. The Chun family used all their connections to purchase a king tier beast pet card. Don't underestimate king tier. Its combat power rivals that of legendary tier. You intimidated me last night, but afterward I realized your beast pet couldn't possibly unleash that world-destroying attack without any cost, right? Changqing raised an eyebrow. Why was his enemy voluntarily revealing intelligence? What was he really planning? You're right. That attack nearly drained all my energy. But so what? Crushing Chun Hai and revealing the truth has always been my intention. Chun Hai? The Qin family? The most dangerous moment had passed. They were no longer in Changqing's consideration. Chungo stood stunned for a moment, then watched Changqing leave with a bitter smile, murmuring to himself, Changqing, What if someone could restrain that beast pet of yours that surpasses legendary tier? During the return journey, the students from Xinhai Girls' High School collectively fell silent. Even Su Qing, who was closest to Changqing, kept her head down in thought. As Xia Bing had promised, when they reached Xinhai City's gates, 3 waves of Beast Tamer Association squads were patrolling along the route. Changqing looked back toward the area outside the city, then stepped through the light gate. The moment he entered the city, abyssal energy enveloped him, and once again he felt that protective power. Brother Changqing, if we meet during the major exam, don't be too harsh on this delicate flower. In the vehicle, Su Qing finally broke the awkward silence. Hard to say, but let's both do our best. As students from the same city, encounters are inevitable. Huh? Haven't you checked the exam procedures announced on the official website? Su Qing asked in surprise. Changqing shook his head. Ever since I got Little Gold, I haven't had a moment's peace. This year's rules have changed. Besides individual ability scores, there are 2 additional components. She paused, then carefully counted them out for him. One is an escape battle, and the other is team combat. This year's national exam is so difficult. In previous years, the national exam only had 2 components: the academic test and the combat test. The former assessed beast taming knowledge, while the latter evaluated artificial dungeon performance and arena battle records. Only those who ranked in the top 50 of their city in both categories combined could enter the national comprehensive examination, which had always been individually focused. However, according to Su Qing's explanation, this year's newly added survival battle and team battle were changed to school-based competitions measuring overall strength, simply because this generation of new beast tamers was exceptionally talented. In the car, Xia Bing gripped the steering wheel and glanced at the 2 passengers in the back seat through the rearview mirror, reminding them, Changqing, while your legendary grade beast companion may be unique in Xinhai City, it's not uncommon in provincial capitals, the capital, and other major cities. Su Qing, even though your family has invested all their resources in you, you can't be complacent. What a pity if Changqing would transfer to Xinhai Girls' High. You two would definitely become nationally famous. Changqing curled his lips and muttered under his breath. Nationally famous? Probably not for good reasons. Brother Changqing, why don't you? Su Qing had just started moving closer to him when Changqing immediately shifted away. Don't. I'm afraid Xiao Jin will get jealous. Humph. The girl huffily returned to her original seat. Changqing's peripheral vision caught sight of the slight curves on her chest, thinking to himself, whether I'm romantic or not, it probably doesn't matter much. Seeing him remain silent, Xia Bing sighed softly. If only she had been more resolute back then and followed through with the school's decision, perhaps the situation wouldn't be this dire now. She was already prepared to accept punishment from the girls' high school. Changqing, however, was examining several beast companion cards in his backpack, his brow furrowed with difficulty. There were currently 5 candidates for his second beast space. 1. Swift-Wind Eagle King. He already had Xiao Jin, so the aerial combat position wasn't urgently needed. 2. Mimic Beast. Ordinary in appearance, but possessing special abilities. 3. Three-Headed Touch Dragon. He already had a complete training plan in mind. 4. A King-level Snow Leopard from a mission reward incredibly fast. 5. A black card with an unknown species that even identification devices couldn't read. He was leaning toward the Mimic Beast. He still had 5 golden attribute draws remaining and was hoping for surprises. But the unknown beast in that black card seemed to carry its own allure, leaving him undecided. We're here. Xiao Bing hit the brakes. Changqing looked up to see Yi Rian's haggard face from staying up all night. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Sis. He pushed open the car door. Yi Rian ran her hands all over him before asking quietly, Are you hurt? How could I be hurt? My reputation in the city is quite impressive now, the young man said proudly. Yi Rian's eyes softened as she put her hands around his neck and ruffled his hair, saying, Impressive indeed, my ears are practically calloused from hearing about it. Changqing, we'll be going now. Xia Bing waved goodbye as the car drove away. The window rolled down and Su Qing poked her head out, calling, Brother Changqing, see you at the big exam. Yi Rian's brow furrowed slightly. That Brother Changqing sounded quite sweet, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Changqing quickly summoned Xiao Jin to block between them. Just ordinary friends. Ask Xiao Jin if you don't believe me. Xiao Jin understood the woman's importance to its master and spread its wings wide, flying into Yi Rian's embrace while chirping excitedly. Changqing's expression gradually darkened. The little creature was tearfully tattling on him, dramatically recounting every detail of his intimate moments with Su Qing and how he had neglected it. Fortunately, Xiao Jin's level was still low, so only he could truly understand what it was saying. All right, you must have gained quite a lot from your trip outside the city, right? Yi Rian gently patted Xiao Jin's feathered back and said warmly, Let's go inside and talk about it in detail. Okay. At the dinner table, the person and bird devoured the feast before them. Changqing, like a seasoned storyteller, animatedly recounted their entire adventure with grand gestures, including all the thrills and encounters they should have had, while quietly omitting several life-threatening moments. Yi Ruyan listened with a smile, occasionally serving them new dishes. Suddenly, Changqing sensed something was wrong. His sister had tears in her eyes at some point. She wiped them away and said gently, "Seeing you grow into a true genius beast tamer means I haven't failed your parents' trust. I'm very happy." "You're lying." Changqing put down his chopsticks and quietly called her out. "Every time you lie to me, you have that same calm and composed look. Sister, you want to return to the battlefield too, don't you?" Yi Ruyan froze, her thoughts exposed, but the words on her lips turned to silence. Changqing took a deep breath and revealed his greatest discovery. "I found information about the resurrection ginseng. Your family must still be looking for it, right? It can rebuild bones and muscles, clear hidden ailments, and restore a beast tamer to full health." Something unexpected happened. Not only did Yi Ruyan show no joy, but she reacted as if her most sensitive spot had been touched, suddenly standing up. Xiao Jin, who had been busy devouring its food, was so startled that its feathers stood on end. "Absolutely not." Her voice was extremely low but carried bone-chilling coldness. "So what if we found it? My injuries can't be healed by resurrection ginseng. With my background, trying to get one? It's all a deceptive trick. Those people from the private independent high schools are all fraudsters who rely on sweet talk to deceive others." Changqing was stunned. In his memory, even when the Chun family had cornered him, Yi Ruyan had only shown cold anger before mobilizing all resources to protect him. But now she was like a lioness ready to attack. Even stranger, he hadn't mentioned private independent high schools at all, yet she had directly brought it up. "Qing." Yi Ruyan forcibly controlled her emotions and softened her tone. "The major exam is only 2 or 3 days away. You should focus all your energy on the test and not disappoint our expectations." "I understand, sister." Changqing nodded, his voice slightly heavy but firm. "This time, I want everyone to know me sister is the strongest, because she raised an even stronger me." "You little rascal, teasing me again." Yi Ruyan finally smiled. After dinner, she composed herself and returned to Chun Hai First High School. With the major exam approaching, as a teacher, she carried an even heavier burden. Late at night, Changqing sprawled on the sofa, rubbing the round belly of Xiao Jin, who was curled up in a ball, and murmured to himself, "Xiao Jin, is the resurrection ginseng really useless?" "I don't know." Xiao Jin lazily scratched its belly, its eyes rolling around. "Master, that black egg might know." Before the words were finished, it whooshed back into the beast taming space and dragged out a black card. "What do you want?" "I'm resting and recovering my energy." The mysterious beast pet within the black card spoke with a childish voice in Changqing's consciousness. "I'm giving you face by letting you use the exclusive communication channel between my master and me. Keep babbling, and I'll peck you to death." Little Gold, its sharp beak gleaming coldly, hovered above the card, drawing so close it nearly pierced through the dark membrane of light, forcing the black card to emit piercing wails. "Humph, behave yourself. Master wants to ask you what are the effects of the resurrection ginseng." "Resurrection ginseng?" The little beast in the card immediately perked up. "Do you have some? Give it to me. Let me eat it, and I can directly advance to the next level." "Black egg, keep running your mouth and you'll truly lose your chance," Little Gold threatened sternly. All right. The voice from the card restrained its restlessness and quickly explained. "The resurrection ginseng does indeed possess the healing and revival effects that Master knows of, but that's only the most superficial and wasteful way to consume it. If paired with several nearly extinct divine-grade materials, it can help beast tamers break through peak barriers, stepping into ranks alongside top-tier fierce beasts, or even advancing toward more mysterious realms." The card's light patterns flickered as if organizing its thoughts. Big Sister's strong reaction is mainly due to her concern for Master's safety. After all, resurrection ginseng grows in extremely harsh environments and is always guarded by powerful fierce beasts. Changqing raised an eyebrow. "How strong are these guardian beasts? How do they compare to Little Gold?" "Master, although you possess the miraculous power to elevate Big Sister's bloodline, don't forget that no matter how strong Big Sister becomes, she can only dominate within her own tier or one tier above. To contend with such guardians, Big Sister would need to reach the king rank." Changqing calculated silently. Level 60, 5 promotions. That means Little Gold must evolve into the 9 flavors Sacred Fire Lord. Thinking of this lengthy process, his brow furrowed. Couldn't wait that long. The black card whispered temptingly. "Of course, if you formally contract with me, once I reach gold rank, I could respectfully deliver the resurrection ginseng right to Big Sister." Little Gold's anger flared upon hearing this. "This black egg is insulting me in a roundabout way." It spread its fiery red wings, ready to discipline the other party once more. Just as it was about to continue its punishment, Changqing said, "Fine, the second beast taming space is yours." "Is that really true?" "Foster father, dear dad, beloved ancestor." The pitch-black card trembled frantically on the coffee table, writhing like a snake wagging its tail and shaking its head, desperately trying to curry favor. Changqing reached for the fruit knife from the bowl, lightly drawing the blade across his finger. A thin cut immediately opened, and crimson blood droplets rolled down, landing precisely in the center of the card. The blood was instantly absorbed, and then wisps of cold, putrid black mist erupted forth, accompanied by sharp, sinister laughter that echoed throughout the living room walls. Changqing's heart suddenly tightened. Damn it! He had been bewitched into doing something so foolish. The black mist rapidly expanded, nearly filling half the living room, as a vague and grotesque figure slowly took shape within it. Logically, the Abyss system should have issued a warning by now, but the screen remained completely blank. He wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Just as the black mist was about to solidify, a cluster of cold yet blindingly brilliant flames suddenly burst in. Wherever the flames passed, the black mist hissed and evaporated as if encountering its natural enemy. Moments later, all the dense fog had dissipated, leaving only a monkey less than 30 centimeters tall on the coffee table completely black, hands on its hips, with an exaggerated grin plastered across its face. Nearby, Xiao Jin remained calm and composed, as if it had already predicted this outcome. It glanced sideways at the monkey. Black Egg, who exactly are you trying to sweet-talk? The monkey immediately bounced eagerly to Xiao Jin's side. Big sister, I've been locked up for too long. Please show some mercy to your little brother. Hurry up. Keep dawdling, and I'll refine you. Yes, yes, yes. Understood, little brother understands. Changqing watched in stunned amazement as the monkey whooshed back onto the black card, transforming along with the card into a dark current that flowed into his body. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on contracting your second beast companion. Your beast companion is not recorded in the Myriad Beasts Compendium and cannot be activated. In the beast taming space, the monkey was thoroughly pleased with its new dwelling, celebrating with wild gestures before stepping onto a black six-pointed star formation to manifest. Master, do you have more of those wonderful things that can instantly enhance bloodlines? Changqing looked at his two pitch-black beast companion. Xiao Jin had returned to its golden crow form, still radiating supreme dominance. But this monkey, how did he end up with a black minion? This was completely different from what he had envisioned. Yes, he brought up the golden attribute panel, where the golden attribute named Path of Destiny blazed with brilliant light. The system inquired, do you wish to bestow the golden attribute Path of Destiny upon the unknown species beast companion? Yes. Golden attribute successfully bestowed. Congratulations, your beast companion has acquired a special destiny bloodline. The moment the attribute took effect, black energy once again surrounded the monkey, but this time it only flowed along the surface of its skin. Soon, the black energy was compressed and solidified, forming gleaming black armor on its body, while a long sword flowing with dark light appeared in its hands out of thin air. Shouldn't it be a staff? How did it become a long sword? Changqing was completely puzzled. With his confusion mounting, he opened the monkey's information attributes. Beast companion black egg, unknown species, great indeterminate, ordinary level, 0 bloodline, unknown bloodline, and destiny special bloodline. The path against heaven is fraught with hardships. Each rebirth significantly enhances basic attributes and unlocks special skills. Note, forced suicide is ineffective. Attributes, strength 35, constitution 20, agility 25, spirit 20. Skills, dark surge unusable, dark tracing unusable, perpetual body level 1, plunder swordsmanship. Description, once a lawless black monkey, sealed in stone for unknown reasons, fell into the beast taming world alongside fierce beasts. Changqing stared at the panel and couldn't help but exclaim, well, I'll be damned. He silently complained that the abyss was too lazy to even give it a proper name, simply calling it Black Egg. Even more ridiculous was that this Black Egg had maxed out base stats of 100 across all 4 attributes, matching Little Gold's level whether due to the Destiny bloodline or that unknown bloodline was anyone's guess. 2 of its 4 skills were marked unusable, which only made it seem more mysterious. Feeling his master's gaze locked onto him, Black Egg felt uneasy and asked tremblingly, Master, what are you planning to do? I just want to ask, why don't you use a staff? A black monkey wielding a sword looks rather odd. Changqing stroked his chin. It's not like I don't have a staff. Black energy surged, and the long sword instantly decomposed before reforming into a black iron staff. Black Egg smugly swung it twice, only to lose his grip the next second as it crashed down, shattering the lampshade overhead. My mistake, my mistake. I just need some practice. Black Egg laughed awkwardly. Changqing completely gave up hope and waved his hand. Just stick with the sword. At this rate, people will think I'm running a monkey show. You got it. After settling his second beast companion, he suppressed his urge to level up. There wasn't enough time. While others leveled up like drinking water, his leveling was like mining ore. Even when solo grinding wild dungeons, his experience crawled along like a snail. He decided to focus on exam preparation instead, thoroughly studying beast cultivation theory. In his spare time, he leveraged his level 10 advantage to claim first place on all level 10 dungeon records. Several pet shops that relied on records to attract business privately gnashed their teeth, but could do nothing about him. As the sun rose in the east, Chun Hai City welcomed its most important day of the year. All university teams gathered at Pingding Square, where platforms had been erected and holographic screens suspended in the air to ensure citywide visibility. Students from various schools took their seats in orderly fashion under their instructor's guidance. At this moment, Changqing was just getting out of bed and stretching, gently waking little Gold, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Yi Rian entered wearing a teacher's outfit, her chest heaving dramatically from anger, her buttons nearly giving up their duty. "You brat, did you forget what day it is?" "Sis, I'm an independent candidate. Going early would just mean listening to leaders read scripts. How boring," Gu Changqing muttered while putting on his shoes. "I brought you breakfast, eat quickly." Yi Rian placed the bag on the table and tidily made the bed. Seeing little Gold with squinted eyes, she froze. The little bird had tripled in size, having evolved from a dawn bird into a true fire sparrow. "Oh." Little Gold advanced. "Yeah, took more than 10 dungeon runs to level up," Gu Changqing nodded. "More than 10 runs? On hell difficulty? What level are you now?" "Level 10. Too much experience required." He bit into his bun while checking his panel. 51,200. "Oh," Yi Rian responded, then suddenly realized, "How much?" 51,200. Yi Rian rushed to the living room. "Your experience requirement doubles with each level." Gu Changqing was stunned. Wasn't that normal? Little Gold flew to the table to peck at the bun and said flatly, "It's a restriction from the golden affix." In that instant, he understood why others easily reached gold rank while he struggled to climb levels. His starting line was twice as high. Before he could think of an explanation, Yi Rian had already clapped her hands and rationalized it herself. It must be a contract restriction from Little Gold's legendary bloodline. Gu Changqing remained silent and could only focus on eating. After the meal, under Yi Rian's escort, he was dragged by the arm to Pingding Square. The scene was packed with people, and he planned to find a random seat on the periphery since unaffiliated candidates were ranked last. Just then, two shouts came from left and right. "Big Brother Changqing. Qing, over here." Two voices called out from opposite directions. "Humph, new love versus old flame, let's see which one you'll choose." Yi Rian crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze first settling on Su Cece to the left, then sweeping towards Su Qing on the right. With a smile playing at the corners of her lips, she leisurely cracked sunflower seeds while enjoying the drama. Gu Changqing helplessly spread his hands, his tone both earnest and playfully teasing. "No matter how wonderful others might be, you're still the best, sis. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay right by your side." Yi Rian was charmed by these sweet words and let out a melodious laugh. Her lilting laughter, accompanied by the gentle sway of her figure, drew the attention of many onlookers nearby. She raised her hand dismissively. "Stop trying to sweet-talk me. I have work to do, and so do you." As a senior teacher in the beast taming department at Chun Hai First High School, Yi Rian stood up after speaking and walked toward the exclusive seating area for First High teachers, her high heels clicking against the ground. The moment she sat down, several school administrators approached with ingratiating smiles. "Teacher Yi, if Changqing doesn't have a fixed university affiliation, he'll be at a disadvantage in the major examination." "Exactly. Could you perhaps persuade him? We can restore his student status immediately. This examination is filled with talented individuals without institutional support. Changqing will have to face them all alone. It's difficult, truly too difficult." Amid the chorus of pleading voices, Yi Rian's expression remained cold as she cut them off. "There's nothing I can say. The conditions for winning him back have always been on the table. Yet you all play deaf and dumb, resorting to underhanded tactics to force his compliance. No wonder First High's reputation has plummeted with advisors like you. How could it not rot?" The administrators, publicly rebuked, turned pale but could only persist with forced smiles. "But this way, he'll be branded as disloyal and ungrateful. The school was indeed negligent in protecting him, but we're also thinking of his future. Is that wrong?" "Huh." Yi Rian's cold laugh made her gaze even sharper. "Regretting your mistakes and now trying to debate right and wrong? Aren't you ashamed to say such things? I'm embarrassed for you." She raised her hand, her tone growing icier. "Don't provoke my anger, or I'll expose all your dirty secrets. I haven't acted not because I fear you, but because I trust Xiaoqing. He'll seek justice himself. Do you really think the Yi in Yi Rian is just for show?" Though her voice wasn't loud, it carried an irresistible authority. The administrators immediately scattered, each slinking back to their seats with cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Everyone remembered that after the last Beast Tide battle, when this formidable woman had been enraged, both Chun Hai City and even provincial leadership had been severely chastened by her. Yi Rian tossed her long hair and let out a contemptuous snort. her peripheral vision catching sight of the stands behind her. That tall, straight figure gradually diminished in her view, but in her mind arose a tender voice from years past. Auntie, aren't my mom and dad coming back? Will I be living with you from now on? The memory brought warmth, and her lips unconsciously curved into a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Changqing ignored Su Cici's following gaze and walked straight toward the girls' high exclusive area. His appearance instantly drew the attention of all the teachers and students from Girls' High. Su Qing bounced over to greet him, smiling mischievously. Brother Changqing, please go easy on us. Changqing simply smiled. At that moment, a sharp-minded elderly man around 60 years old approached him with a smile. Student Changqing, seeing you in person truly lives up to your reputation. The old man's voice was steady and clear. While exchanging pleasantries, he patted the back of Changqing's hand. We're all aware of what happened recently, and we've already suspended Teacher Xia. Please believe in our sincere intention to cooperate with you. Changqing quietly assessed him. The man had graying temples but remained vigorous, with eyes that showed both shrewdness and the kindly demeanor of an elder. Su Qing introduced him at the right moment. This is the major shareholder of our girls' academy, Mr. Morong Yuan. Morong Chengzhu is his daughter. Changqing nodded with a smile, but understood in his heart no wonder the girls' academy had acted so recklessly before. The real person in control had finally spoken. Teacher Xia's behavior was reasonable and understandable. There's no need to pursue it excessively, he said calmly. Morong Yuan laughed heartily. The descendant of a hero is indeed extraordinary. Since you're pleading for her, we'll consider it carefully. Teacher Xia will continue to handle future communications. This old man won't disturb you further. You young people take your time chatting. With that, he turned and walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped and shook his head regretfully. What a pity that we can't recruit you into the girls' academy. Such a shame. He returned to his seat, his expression full of regret. Changqing pursed his lips. Why would a shareholder of a girls' academy try to recruit a grown man like me? Why must men make things difficult for other men? Su Qing chuckled softly. I also think it's quite a pity. Her playful tone earned her an eye roll from Changqing. The two chatted casually in a relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, Su Qing looked behind Changqing, disgust appearing between her brows. Changqing turned around and frowned as well. Su Cici was approaching with two men and one woman. The older man and woman were presumably her parents, their eyes critical as they looked him up and down. The youngest boy appeared casual and dismissive, curling his lips in disdain. What do you want? Changqing's tone was cold, but Su Cici couldn't hear the rejection in his voice. Qing, these are my parents and my younger brother. She smiled apologetically as she explained, I often mention you to them, and they wanted to meet you in person. What's there to see about me? Changqing remained expressionless. There's nothing worth looking at. Su's mother narrowed her small eyes, her tone sharp. So you're the one who confessed to our Cici? You look decent enough, but you have a foul mouth. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to your elders? Su's father also joined in the criticism. If Cici hadn't begged us, we wouldn't have come to see a boy like you. Changqing smiled faintly. Oh, so I should feel honored? If there's nothing urgent, please speak quickly. I have an exam later. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Su Cici quickly pulled her parents back and said with a forced smile. Qing, you understand my feelings. Since my parents know you're the only one in my heart, they've agreed. She turned and pointed to the young man behind her. This is my brother Xiaohao. He's taking the big exam next year, but still doesn't have a proper beast companion. You haven't used that Lord-level beast companion card yet, have you? Could you lend it to Xiaohao for now? With your help, he'll surely achieve excellent results. By then, we might be able to. You want the beast companion card? Changqing raised his hand to interrupt. I've already given it away. What? Su's father and mother exclaimed in unison, their faces immediately turning ugly. Given it away? That card is worth millions, and you just gave it away? Who did you give it to? Get it back immediately. I'm telling you, without that Lord-level beast companion card, don't even think about having Cici agree to be your girlfriend. A poor loser acting generous, has he never seen the real world? Su Cici's face darkened as she shrieked. Changqing, how could you do this? Even if you're upset about Chun Hai and me being close, you don't need to waste such a treasure. Who did you give it to? Tell me. Changqing sneered inwardly, finally understanding what it meant for birds of a feather to flock together. He had thought Su Cici only occasionally put on an act, but now he realized it was in her blood. She had mastered the art of changing faces to a grandmaster level. What a waste that she wasn't performing in an opera troupe. He raised his hand with an indifferent tone. It's just a Lord-level beast companion card. I'm sure young Master Chun could easily give you 10 or 8 of them. As his words landed, Su Cici was left speechless, her face alternating between pale and flushed, hatred surging within her. Ever since Changqing broke the dungeon record, Chun Hai had been obsessively leveling up like a madman, growing increasingly cold toward her and even hurling insults. If she hadn't fallen out of favor, she wouldn't have remembered Changqing's Lord-level beast companion card. You are beyond redemption. To get my attention, you've stooped to such shameless depths. she said through gritted teeth. Sue's mother impatiently grabbed her daughter. Stop wasting words with him. Let's go. Hurry and find young Master Chun Hai saw him. Su Cece stumbled as she was dragged away, but still turned back to deliver a parting shot. Don't think I'll forgive you easily. As the mother and daughter disappeared, the air in the venue seemed to lighten instantly. Su Qing couldn't help but giggle, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Brother Changqing, how did you end up with such a piece of work? Gu Changqing rubbed his nose with an embarrassed, bitter smile, young and foolish. He wished he could find the person who had beaten him in that ranking match and give them a good beating, but unfortunately, that person had already transferred to another school. Suddenly, fierce winds swept through the entire examination venue, lifting banners and dust. Everyone looked up to see a magnificent bird with broad wings circling high above, gazing down at the crowd below, its body surrounded by swirling three-colored winds like a flowing cape. On the bird's back, a burly but disheveled man half reclined and poked his head out, his voice booming down like rolling thunder. The time for the national examination has arrived. I, Zhao Zhanxiong, hereby wish you all prosperity and success. So this is Zhao Zhanxiong. His gaze swept past the massive falcon whose feathers wove together streams of white, black, and azure, then settled on the middle-aged man standing upright on the bird's back. With just one glance, Gu Changqing's heart clenched violently. Strong, incredibly strong. It wasn't just the terrifying three-paths wind falcon, said to be at the peak of king tier and capable of defeating even ordinary legendary tier beast companions. That was truly frightening. What was genuinely horrifying was the sharp aura emanating from Zhao Zhanxiong himself, the new city lord of Chun Hai city, like being forced to stare into an abyss, making one instinctively freeze and tremble. Didn't expect to find such an interesting fellow here. Within the beast taming space, He Dan caressed a long sword formed from black mist. With a flick of his wrist, the sword flower spun out ghostly light before returning to its sheath. His pitch-black hands clasped behind his back, his posture proud and aloof. To step into the king-tier sequence with the mortal body of a beast tamer as talent is acceptable. Xiao Jin, who usually loved mocking He Dan's showboating, didn't jump out to deliver a beating this time. He simply watched quietly, clearly agreeing with He Dan's assessment. Gu Changqing suddenly had the illusion that each of his contracted beast companions was hiding colossal bloodlines. The golden attributes hadn't just elevated their bloodlines, they seemed to have granted them knowledge far beyond what beast tamers normally possessed. King tier? Is that the rank after spirit tier beast tamer? Yes, master. He Dan's tone was grave. This step is the watershed for beast tamers, fierce beasts, and even other unknown existences. Cross it, an unimaginable transformation awaits. Fail to cross it, and hope is lost forever. The Abyss's ranking system exists not only to balance fierce beasts, but also to constrain beast tamers. The absolute loyalty brought by the golden attributes made Gu Changqing trust He Dan completely. It was impossible for him to deceive his master. Just as he was pondering He Dan's words, a sharp, piercing cry cut through the air. Kaya! The plaza instantly erupted, waves of sound crashing like a tide. The girls especially seemed ready to scream their throats raw. Gu Changqing followed everyone's gaze. On the 10-meter square battle arena, a handsome young man with delicate features and an elegant, puppy-like demeanor slowly ascended the platform, surrounded by the deputy city lord and several high-ranking officials from the city lord's mansion. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with a pink glow, stars practically shooting from her pupils. Hey, wipe your drool, Gu Changqing reminded her. Interrupted from her staring, Su Qing pouted in displeasure. Brother Changqing, don't block my view of my idol. Who is he? The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Changqing knew he'd made a mistake. Sure enough, not only Su Qing but also some students from Chun Hai Girls High shot him looks as if he were an alien. Brother Changqing, are you sure you're from Chun Hai City? You don't even know him. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. Coming from the bottom rungs of society, few people had ever seen high-level figures of this caliber. Not knowing was perfectly normal. Seeing his genuine confusion, Su Qing suppressed her excitement to explain. Shen Lin, an outstanding student from Mindu High School. After graduation, he joined the city guard. During the last beast tide, his entire squad was wiped out, only he survived. City Lord Zhao wasn't in office yet then, but he took notice of him and kept him on as a secretary. Oh, and he was in the same class as Chen Go, but unfortunately didn't participate in that year's major exam. Otherwise, his scores would definitely have surpassed Chen Go's. Oh, from Minda High School, Gu Changqing's gaze moved past the crowd to settle on Shen Lin at the main podium. The more he looked, the more familiar the man seemed, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, yet he couldn't quite remember where. As if sensing something, Shen Lin also looked in Gu Changqing's direction. Their gazes briefly intertwined before quickly separating, leaving a strange yet familiar tension lingering in the air. On the main platform, after the deputy city lord and several high-ranking officials finished their speeches, Shen Lin immediately got to the point and announced the official start of the national examination. First event, arena battles. Please listen carefully for your names and enter the arena instances in order. If you wish to request a specific opponent, you may submit an application to the City Lord's office, which will be evaluated before entering the main arena. Then Shenlin began calling names. Qin San, Muyang, Zhang Dao. Students from various schools walked up to the main platform, received their number plates, and entered the light gates beside the main battle arena. As the crowd thinned, no one had yet applied for designated matches in a 30-round win-based system. The main events were always saved for last. Su Qing, Jiang Fong, Big Brother Changqing, it's my turn. I'm going in first. All right, good luck. Soon only scattered candidates remained in the square, and the light screens began randomly broadcasting battle scenes from the instances. Gu Changqing. When this unaffiliated candidate's turn came, all eyes focused on him. Yi Rian cheered him on enthusiastically, while others mostly watched with scrutiny or disdain, especially those from the Chun family and the Deputy City Lord's faction. They were confident after Gu Changqing lost his beast companion advantage. Here, this is your number plate. Shenlin handed over the wooden plate, lowering his voice as Gu Changqing turned away. Good luck. Gu Changqing was startled, but when he looked back, the other had already left the platform. Puzzled, he walked to the instance light gate and lightly touched it with his fingertip. Welcome, candidate number 666. You are about to enter the arena battle instance. During combat, functional items cannot be used. His vision went black, and he found himself standing on a stone arena. Across from him stood another candidate. During the preparation phase, he set up a six-pointed star formation and summoned Xiao Jin and He Dan. Xiao Jin maintained his night crow form, glanced at the opponent's two beast companions with disinterest, and flashed back to the beast taming space. He Dan waved his little arms and yawned. Master, they're too weak. It's not worth my effort. If you won't fight, should I do it myself? He Dan stretched his neck and declared righteously. What trash is worthy of Master's personal attention? Just watch, I'll be right back. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. The opposing beast tamer immediately commanded. Wild boar charge. Venom corrosion. The 200-pound wild boar thundered forward, surrounded by a dim yellow aura like a heavy tank. The green snake coiled upward and spat brown venom from its mouth. He Dan, less than half a meter tall, remained composed. A long sword slowly materialized in his hand. Just as the wild boar was about to collide, he pointed with one finger. Crack! The wild boar hit an invisible wall and stopped abruptly, its momentum causing its rear end to flip up and the entire beast to tumble to the ground. The dark fingertip pressed against the pig's snout, and blood instantly splattered. Meanwhile, as the venom fell, he drew his sword and swung lightly. A crescent-shaped sword energy over a meter long shot out, instantly absorbing all the venom. The sword energy continued unabated, sweeping past the green snake. Bang! The snake's head separated cleanly from its body and fell to the ground with a dull thud. His opponent's face turned pale as he raised his hand and shouted, I surrender. System notification. Congratulations on your battle victory. Points 1, wins 1. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow. That's it. The opponent's beast companions were only silver rank, but although He Dan hadn't leveled up since their contract, his attributes far exceeded those of the same tier. Gu Changqing cursed inwardly. Damn, are unknown species really this powerful? On the light screen, everyone witnessed He Dan's one-move Victoria complete instant kill. Outside the dungeon, on the panoramic light screen, the broadcast began showing the interior scenes as soon as Gu Changqing entered the battle arena. The light screen was surrounded by flickering blue and white energy patterns, like a giant crystal embedded in midair. At the same time, rows of basic information about both combatants were synchronized and displayed by the Abyss system names, academies, contracted beast companions, and their ranks, all clearly listed. Yi Rian's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. When she saw that Gu Changqing's opponent only had 2 silver-rank beast companions, her heart initially relaxed, but immediately after, when she noticed Gu Changqing's column, Beast Companion 1, None, Beast Companion 2, Unknown, the relief she had just felt tightened into a knot again. None signifies a useless pet, while Unknown also implies an unpredictable risk. The Abyss's announcements are always authoritative. They wouldn't be wrong if marked as such. After all, when Gu Changqing contracted Xiao Jin, its legendary bloodline had indeed been exhausted, relegating it to the ranks of useless pets. If it weren't for the infinite gold, a tribute repeatedly boosting it, Xiao Jin would have long been forgotten. As for what rank it currently belongs to after being stacked with infinite gold, even Gu Changqing himself couldn't clarify. Regarding the black egg, it was even more complicated. In the audience, discussions arose one after another. None? What a joke. Wait, didn't Gu Changqing make the genius Chun go forfeit directly? Could that be fake? Could it be that his backing forces are hyping him up? I thought we were going to see an underdog story unfold, but it turns out to be just a scheme. In the area where the Chun family was seated, Chun Ziming leaned back in his chair, laughing recklessly. Thanks to the rumors peddled by certain universities, the Chun family was raking in profits no matter how well it was glossed over. There would always be a day when the truth would come out, and when it does, they would just become a laughingstock. Next to Su Qing, Lu Rinjia immediately chimed in. Ah, just as I thought. This kid is going further down the wrong path, bringing shame to the heroes. We at Igao initially planned to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf, but who would have thought he'd think we regretted it and made all these unreasonable demands to slander him? The abyss data was laid out before them. Even if Yurian had 1,000 words to say, she couldn't find a way to refute it. Words alone can't overshadow the authority of the abyss. She bit her lip and could only remain silent for the time being. On the other side, there were still people in the Igao camp mocking and sneering. Before the words had even settled, a voice from the girls' high school sneered back. Oh, is the villain jumping around now? Why didn't you speak up when you were sticking to us like maggots back then? We don't need your opinions on how we handle things. The speaker was the behind-the-scenes big shot of the girls' high school in Jinhai City, Morong Yuan. He lightly tapped his gray and white smoking pipe against the armrest, his hawk-like gaze sweeping sharply over the leaders seated from Igao, his tone unapologetic. I recorded everything you just said. Don't try to pull those despicable and embarrassing face-slapping tricks later. With the big shot revealing himself, Lu Rinjia instantly fell silent. He knew well the Morong family's background. When the previous city lord was in power, the Morong clan stood at the peak with their true strength. Even if they seemed low-key today, they were not someone of his position could provoke lightly. Chun Ziming's face darkened as he stood up, coldly snorting. Morong family head, don't you think protecting a notorious scoundrel is slapping the previous city lord in the face? Mind your own business. Morong Yuan flicked his pipe, scoffing. Who do you think you are? When I was dominating Jinhai City, you were still begging for big shots to carry you through dungeons. Do you even have the right to challenge me? I'll say it straight, Gu Changqing. I, Morong Yuan, will stand by you. You? Chun Ziming was left speechless. He never expected that in front of the beast masters of the city, the citizens, and most of the high-level officials, Morong Yuan would be so resolute. Today, the Chun family stands as Jinhai's most prominent clan, though in terms of heritage, they still fall considerably short of the Morong family. I hope you can still talk tough later. Using such despicable methods in front of everyone, let's see how he embarrasses himself. Morong Yuan sneered. Fine, then let's watch. Chun Ziming slammed the table and shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you dare make a wager? If Gu Changqing easily crushes his opponents, you'll eat shit in public. Do you dare? His temples throbbing violently, Chun Ziming suddenly dropped back into his chair, no longer willing to clash head-on with Morong Yuan. Lu Rinjia seized the opportunity, grinning obsequiously. Family head Morong, I still advise you to think twice. Trying to win with an unranked beast pet against two silver-tier ones? If he can actually win, I'll accept the wager on behalf of family head Chun. Around the viewing stands, the crowd watched with great interest as these high-ranking figures engaged in verbal sparring. Suddenly, four large characters appeared in the center of the light screen. Battle begins. The moment both beast pets made contact, the entire screen was covered by a massive red banner. Congratulations to contestant 666 for victory. What the hell? What just happened? System malfunction? Did anyone see that clearly? A one-hit kill. Exclamations erupted one after another as everyone stood frozen in place. Wasn't Gu Changqing supposed to be worthless? This was what they called worthless. The school leaders and city lords' manor officials in the front row saw it most clearly. A pitch-black monkey had stopped the charging boar beast with just one finger. Then sword energy flashed, and the serpent beast's head rolled off the arena. Yi Rian's long-suppressed frustration finally exploded as she fixed her cold gaze on Lu Rinjia. Director Lu, you just said you'd accept the wager on behalf of family head Chun. Does that still count? Lu Rinjia's cheeks burned as he pretended not to hear, shrinking his neck and sitting down. A nearby official tried to defuse the situation. Just a mid-tier beast master. Teacher Yi, why take such pleasure in others' misfortune? Bah! Shut up, you clown, and watch the match honestly. Yi Rian shot back. In the waiting area of the battle arena, Gu Changqing quietly awaited his next opponent, completely unaware of the commotion outside. He Dan swung his sword in flourishing patterns as he returned, grinning broadly. Master, easy victory. Good, on to the next one. Gu Changqing raised his hand. He Dan's eyes lit up. Master, if I take down all of them for you, when you get more of those treasures, could you consider me first? Can those things really change your bloodline? He Dan shook his head. Not exactly bloodline attributes, but they can influence bloodline potential. Except for Big Sister Yuvi, given her so many good things, it's almost custom-made. Light flickered in the opposite waiting area as a new opponent was assigned. Go ahead, I'll prioritize you next time. Gu Changqing nodded. You got it. With that promise, He Dan's fighting spirit soared. The moment the countdown ended, he was already armored and sword drawn, charging murderously toward his opponent. Before the opponent could even speak, his commanding thoughts were severed by several sword strikes. and his beast pet collapsed with pitiful wails. The subsequent opponents proved equally unremarkable, none exceeding mid-tier beast master level. The early stages of arena battles were commonly viewed as a stage for the strong to rack up points. Gradually, Changqing's winning streak reached 19 matches. In the 20th match, he finally faced an advanced beast tamer. The moment this opponent appeared, the light screen beside him immediately displayed his beast companion information. 2 golden grade beasts and 1 lord grade beast in a 3-beast format Iona, truly luxurious lineup by any standard. As soon as the screen closed, the opponent eagerly jumped to the center of the arena, his steps carrying a hint of impatience. "Ah, it's student Changqing." He raised his hand in greeting, his tone showing not a trace of nervousness. "Well, losing my second match to you wouldn't be unfair at all. Let's not waste time, then I forfeit." The opponent's action left Changqing momentarily stunned. An advanced beast tamer voluntarily surrendering? He instinctively glanced around, an absurd thought flashing through his mind. Had he awakened some special ocular power that could intimidate people with just a look? It wasn't until he noticed the emblem on his opponent's uniform, a private independent academy, that Changqing understood. This favor came too directly to refuse. The system notification chimed. "Congratulations on achieving 20 consecutive victories. The arena leaderboard has been unlocked for you. Your current ranking is 21st. Different rewards will be distributed based on rankings after the arena battles conclude. Keep up the excellent work." During the waiting period, Changqing opened the newly unlocked leaderboard. Dense rows of names and numbers filled his vision as he murmured softly. "Just as I expected. Arena battle leaderboard. First place, Chun Hai, advanced beast tamer, 25 wins, 0 losses, school, Chun Hai first high. Second place, Su Qing, intermediate beast tamer, 23 wins, 0 losses, school, Chun Hai girls high. Third place, Qi Sheng, advanced beast tamer, 22 wins, 2 losses, school, private independent. Fourth place, Gao Han, advanced beast tamer, 21 wins, 1 loss, school, Xianglin High School. 21st place, Changqing, intermediate beast tamer, 20 wins, 0 losses, school, none. The leaderboard was sorted by wins, and all 20 people ahead of him had surpassed 20 victories. This kind of collectively elevated performance was extremely rare in previous years. In the past, it was usually 1 or 2 top beast tamers leading by a significant margin, but this year was packed with experts. "Seems like there are quite a few skilled competitors this year," he mused. The next match was about to begin. A flash of light appeared in the opposite waiting area, followed by a clear yet rough female voice. "Holy crap." Changqing looked toward the sound and couldn't help but smile wryly. So he really had run into her. Su Qing approached the center of the arena with a dark expression, followed by her beautiful, dreamlike unicorn, sighing heavily as she walked from the waiting area. The circular stands erupted with cheers, and the spotlights converged on her slender figure and the pristine white unicorn, seeming to envelop them both in a halo of light. Haydn could no longer contain his excitement. With a powerful kick of his short legs, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, reaching halfway across the arena while waving his sword and shouting, "Here comes a real piece of work." The compatibility between her attributes and her beast companion is absolutely incredible, a rare sight indeed. "Get back here." Changqing's sharp command brought the excited Haydn to a halt. He walked slowly toward the center of the arena, facing Su Qing from across the distance. Sigh, Su Qing let out a long breath, her shoulders drooping slightly, yet she still raised her head to meet his gaze. "After all my prayers and hopes, I still ended up facing Brother Changqing. It looks like my first defeat will be at your hands." Though they hadn't known each other long, Su Qing had a rough assessment of Changqing's combat abilities based on his beast companion records. Despite knowing the odds were against her, she straightened her spine. "If this were just a casual sparring match, I'd surrender immediately. But today, the honor of our girls' high school is at stake. Brother Changqing, I'm sorry." The national examination carried weight that affected not only individuals, but also school rankings and resource allocation. This was precisely why the leadership at Chun Hai First High had repeatedly tried to restore Changqing's student status, both to reclaim a tarnished gem and to use a student's achievements to bring glory to their school. Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Perfect. Today's a good opportunity to see your second beast companion in action." He still vividly remembered that mental attack specialist that had nearly caught him off guard. Su Qing glanced at the diminutive Haydn and said tentatively, "Brother Changqing isn't planning to use his full strength? Without Xiaojin, you might not be able to beat me." Her words were like a spark falling into a powder keg. Haydn immediately bristled. Where did this little girl come from? When Lord He was dominating battlefields, you were probably still hiding in some forgotten corner. So what if it's a unicorn? To me, it's just a punching bag. Another one? Humph. Give you a few compliments and you get cocky. Listening to Haydn's endless chatter, Changqing simply abandoned any thought of summoning Xiaojin. However, in Su Qing's eyes, Haydn's chattering became adorable background noise, and her eyes lit up. Are all of Brother Changqing's beast companions this cute? How about when I reach gold rank? You give him to me as a gift. Give you nothing. Haiden's defenses crumbled instantly as he drew his sword and struck. Sharp black sword energy sliced across the arena with a whoosh, showing no mercy whatsoever. Su Qing hadn't expected this monkey to completely ignore conventional tactics, and seeing that Gu Changqing hadn't given any orders made her situation even more dire. Be careful, this monkey isn't normal, a seductive, mature female voice warned in her mind. In the critical moment, she pushed off with her toes and dove to the side, barely dodging the sword energy while her hands moved rapidly to trace two summoning circles. A six-pointed star array materialized. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, the unicorn was pulled back into the beast space, only to reappear after the energy had passed. Holy crap! Even Gu Changqing was stunned by this maneuver, considered his practical combat experience to be virtually zero, usually relying on overwhelming superiority. Xiaojin and Haiden transcended the limitations of ordinary beast companions, possessing independent thought, and their combat responses rarely required Gu Changqing's intervention. How to attack, how to dodge, they had their own judgment. Gu Changqing didn't need to worry about their decisions. Their obedience was purely instinctive compliance born from 100% loyalty. Su Qing, with her formidable beast companion and exceptional personal combat abilities, would be a tough opponent even in an unknown battle between intermediate beast tamers of the same level. Gu Changqing knew he couldn't easily defeat her. It seems I can't avoid this path after all. He shook his head slightly, his spiritual energy exploding within as he charged forward with tremendous force. Su Qing caught his movement almost instantly. For the honor of her school, she had analyzed every one of Gu Changqing's moves since returning from outside the city, his attacks, his rhythm, his weaknesses, because Gu Changqing was the greatest obstacle to her dominance over Xinhai City. She had identified his vulnerabilities and was ready to test them in real combat. Yet when the moment of confrontation arrived, she felt a twinge of unease. It wasn't the pressure from Gu Changqing's yet-to-be-summoned golden crow, but rather a more ineffable intuition. Little girl's got some skills. Haiden's arrogant voice exploded through the air. An intermediate tamer who can synchronize with her beast to this degree? In that case, this master won't treat you like a fledgling, I'll cut you down. Before the words finished echoing, it flashed forward in a black blur, its sword aimed directly at Su Qing's waist. Simultaneously, the unicorn had been charging up, electricity crackling from the bulge on its forehead as silver-white lightning coiled around it. The sword tip closed in as blinding white light erupted and thunder roared. Retreat! Gu Changqing shouted. A lightning field formed instantly. Haiden's attack faltered as it was struck heat-in by the electrical discharge. Like being hammered by a giant force, it was sent flying out of the lightning net. Only after several seconds was Gu Changqing's command truly executed. He saw the pink glow in Haiden's pupils slowly crumbling away. Charm! Gu Changqing's heart sank. This mental attack ability was overwhelmingly powerful. By all logic, Haiden's mythical bloodline should have naturally dominated lower-tier beast companions. Yet the charm had still taken effect. Could Su Qing's second beast companion also be at the pinnacle level? Bah! With the charm dispelled, Haiden shook off its bristling black fur and launched into a verbal barrage. Sneaky little thing. Figured out this master's weakness so quickly? Fine, let's keep playing. In the center of the lightning field, Su Qing walked through the electrical light. Her entire aura transformed, youthful sharpness shining through elegant nobility. One pupil remained normal, while the other was filled with seductive pink. Gu Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. This was the first skill awakened by intermediate beast tamer's beast power. Compared to his level of barely being able to conjure flames to light cigarettes, Su Qing's development of beast power was clearly far ahead. Be careful, Brother Changqing, she said, her voice seemingly wrapped in another silky tone that penetrated his ears like a mature woman breathing hot air against them, bringing forth all manner of forbidden thoughts. Bye-bye says, within the sanctuary there is only light. The familiar incantation rang out again, but completely different from before. The lightning around the unicorn's forehead intensified dramatically, not to attack Gu Changqing, but to strike Su Qing's own head. The electrical light gathered, slowly forming a brilliant white crown of lightning above her. Ah, Su Qing moaned softly, the pleasurable sound nearly shattering Gu Changqing's resolve. Haiden stared at her transfixed, the pink stars in its eyes threatening to form an entire galaxy. Outside the instance, the massive light screen had just finished broadcasting Chun Hai's devastating victory over Qisheng. Chun Ziming watched his son's brilliant performance and sneered coldly. Now that's true genius, Xinhai City's undisputed #1. That selfish waste may be undefeated, but his opponents all have less than 50% win rates. Yi Ruyan clenched her fists, unable to argue against the facts. The screen suddenly switched to show Gu Changqing and Su Qing's battle. Ah! A chorus of gasps erupted from the direction of Xinhai Girls High. Murong Yuan and the school's leadership all wore grave expressions as they watched Su Qing surrounded by lightning, their brows furrowed deeply. How did they encounter each other so soon? Morong Yuan muttered under his breath. Su Qing is going all out, and her control over that beast companion has deepened another level. Changqing has only summoned one, better not be overconfident. Though Su Qing is the same level, her beast companion is definitely not as simple as an abyssal lord. The whispered conversations among the girls' school leadership only increased Murong Yuan's anxiety. High in the sky, Zhao Zhanxiong sat astride his three-path winged falcon, his half-drunk eyes suddenly sharpening considerably upon seeing Su Qing's transformation. Perhaps a legendary bloodline that transcends the mythical? It depends on how much ancestral essence it inherited. He raised his head to sip his wine, murmuring to himself, Changqing, facing her, how will you win? Brother Changqing, watch out. Her sultry, enchanting voice seemed to pierce through bone and drill into the brain, carrying an almost hypnotic allure. Su Qing's entire body crackled with white lightning arcs as she raised her fingertips toward Changqing. With a sharp hiss, the air was torn apart by explosive thunder, and a unicorn formed of pure lightning burst forth from the void. Sacred judgment, she cried out. In an instant, the unicorn expanded wildly before exploding right in front of Changqing. Destructive electrical currents poured down like a torrential downpour, instantly transforming a 10-meter radius around him into a blazing white lightning net, leaving no escape and cutting off all hope of survival. Holy moly! Haydn's fur stood on end as the electric light reflected in his pitch-black pupils. He flashed in front of Changqing and pushed his master out of the lightning zone. Perpetual motion body. The dense lightning struck the armor formed by dark energy, but it was like stones sinking into the sea, instantly absorbed and assimilated. Haydn's monkey form visibly swelled as his muscles strained with creaking sounds. Though his ability could ignore damage and absorb energy, he was clearly approaching his limit. Changqing's mind raced as he prepared to recall Haydn and send out Xiaojin instead. But Haydn grinned wickedly. Huh, you've got guts. Watch Master Hai smash your head. Surging dark energy spread like flames, forcibly erasing the remaining lightning from the sacred judgment. He flipped through the air, his sword carving out black sword flowers that seemed to draw in all the electrical arcs from Su Qing's body. Su Qing certainly wouldn't sit idle. With a delicate cry, her body trembled violently as a pink tail burst out from behind her, striking toward the black monkey with tremendous force. Having gained the advantage, Haydn didn't linger in battle and immediately retreated to Changqing's side, wiping away his singed fur that scattered to the ground. Master, this one's tough. Better let big sister take over. I can keep you from losing, but I'm not confident about winning. Changqing took in everything, especially that pink tail, which secretly alarmed him. Su Qing was actually using herself as a medium for beast companion abilities, a concept he'd never seen before. At first I thought it was just an ordinary unicorn and nearly fell for it. She must have someone guiding her. Otherwise, how could she have discovered the advancement method for the sacred path? He mused silently. Is it really that powerful? He asked aloud. Haydn scratched his head and explained. Beast companions are usually support-oriented, but once they merge with their master, they can trigger the sacred blood lineasing light as divinity and lightning as power, dwelling within oneself to punish evil and uphold justice. Besides this sacred unicorn, her other companion is just as strong, if not stronger. Isn't that a beast tamer skill? Changqing was more concerned about the application of beast power. No, that's the beast companion's inherent ability, Haydn confirmed. Since his opponent wasn't simply borrowing beast power, he felt somewhat relieved. As a proper beast tamer, if he couldn't catch up to an opponent with two super divine beast companions, he'd really have no face left to continue. He snapped his fingers. Xiaojin. A six-pointed star array immediately appeared. The pitch-black night crow form of Xiaojin materialized, immediately shaking the golden feather on her head and glancing at Haydn with eyes full of contempt. Useless thing. Big sister still has to come clean up the mess. Black Egg had completely lost the domineering aura he once possessed while trapped in the beast card, now grinning shamelessly as he said, when big sister makes her move, everyone has to bow down. Little Gold fluttered her golden wings and landed on Changqing's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with her sharp beak. Master, I'm your true favorite, aren't I? Her proud yet domineering little demeanor warmed Changqing's heart, and he gently stroked her small body with a smile, responding, of course you are. Go big sister. Big sister is mighty. Black Egg cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Little Gold immediately spread her wings and flew directly towards Su Qing, completely ignoring the flickering white lightning around her. As she flew, she declared, there's indeed a troublesome entity hiding inside her body. For the sake of Master's friend, I'll drive it out. As her words fell, Little Gold's delicate talons opened, and a blazing white-hot flame erupted, several times more powerful than the true flame of dawn. Wait! Su Qing immediately retreated several meters, forcibly creating distance between them. Since Little Gold has entered the battle, I surrender. She promptly submitted her surrender to the Abyss system. Only when the notification sound rang out did she breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Moments earlier, her second beast pet had frantically issued warnings as if encountering a natural predator, as though those extended talons weren't claws at all, but death's hand reaching out from hell itself. Opponent has voluntarily surrendered. Congratulations on your victory. Current win streak, 21 matches, points, 21. After returning to normal, Changqing showed no anger. Instead, she cheerfully approached Little Gold and began pulling rare materials from her storage space. Little Gold wore an expression that said, "You know what's good for you," as she crunched through the materials one by one. I lost. Even giving my all, I couldn't defeat Brother Changqing's new beast pet, let alone Little Gold. Changqing smiled gently. Your combat experience and techniques are far beyond what I can match. I hope to learn from you when the opportunity arises. Changqing's face fell. It's better not to learn. I've been forced to study these things since I was old enough to understand, suffering countless hardships. If Brother Changqing is willing, please visit my family after the major exams end. Certainly, I'll definitely come. Changqing nodded. He understood clearly that he couldn't replicate the cultivation methods of great families that started from childhood, but he also knew that true combat experience could only be gained through life and death struggles with fierce beasts. Then it settled. Changqing's figure gradually faded on the arena platform. Oh, and be careful of Chun Hai, gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. After this warning, she was teleported to another dungeon arena. Chun Hai? Not only had Changqing mentioned him, but Chun Go from the Chun family had also given warnings. However, Changqing remained unconcerned. Old grudges and new hatred could all be settled at once. For the subsequent opponents, the Abyss clearly went easy on him. Changqing won 30 consecutive matches, and after reaching 30 points, he was teleported out of the dungeon. During this period, he didn't even encounter any of the top 30 seed contestants on the rankings. Outside the light gate, Yi Rian approached with a smile. Chen Ziming snorted coldly. Just dumb luck. I don't believe you'll keep getting lucky in the next subject. At that moment, the dungeon's light gate trembled again, and Chun Hai emerged. He first glanced at Changqing, then checked the rankings. Discovering that both had a 100 win rate, yet Changqing was ranked above him, his expression grew increasingly dark. Changqing, don't get cocky. I'll show you what a truly top-tier beast master looks like. After delivering this harsh threat, he turned and stepped down from the platform. Changqing raised an eyebrow. This guy seemed to have received some guidance. However, this made things more interesting. Instant defeat was far less satisfying than watching someone's psychological defenses crumble bit by bit. Nearly an hour later, all examinees completed their arena battles. Shenlin stepped onto the main platform, his voice clearly carrying throughout the venue. The results for the first subject, Arena Combat, are now complete. Next is the second subject, difficulty, Artificial Dungeons. This year's written exam rules have also changed. Based on overall martial exam results, your preferred universities will jointly create the questions. Please give your absolute best effort to be selected by your target university. After the Artificial Dungeon exam concludes, overall results will be announced. The top 30 examinees will represent Jinhai City and our schools in competing against talents from cities and provinces across the Dragon Kingdom. The written exam postponed, selected first before getting a chance. A series of sudden adjustments left most candidates stunned and bewildered, their reactions delayed by half a beat. Only a select few knew just how extraordinary this year's national examination would be, secretly clenching their fists in preparation for one final, all-out effort in the remaining major events. At this moment, Shaoqing still hadn't received any pre-selection notice from Beast Tamer universities. The arena battle scores had already been synchronized by the Abyss system to major cities across the Dragon Kingdom, and the internal files of first and second-tier institutions had all been updated. Changqing wasn't surprised by this. With the difficulty spike, admission thresholds naturally rose accordingly. Besides, arena battles could only serve as reference. What would truly determine the outcome were the final survival battle and team battle. However, Yi Rian shifted her tone. Xuanwu University, one of the 4 symbols academies in the provincial capital, has taken particular interest in Chun Hai. As long as he maintains his high ranking in the upcoming events, he's basically secured. The 4 symbols universities? Changqing raised an eyebrow. Those 4 academies, named after legendary divine beasts, possessed foundations and faculty second only to Qilin University in the capital. Being noticed by any one of them meant Chun Hai's immediate combat effectiveness and potential had been fully recognized. Yi Rian lowered her voice further. During the 2 days you were training outside the city, Chun Hai also left town. The Chun family has sealed off all information about his whereabouts. No one can get even a whisper of news. Changqing's brow furrowed briefly before relaxing, his voice low and steady. Don't worry. I'll personally shatter the Chun family's wishful thinking. Just don't get careless. Yi Rian shook her head. I keep feeling Chun Hai is different from before. Can't put my finger on what's strange about him, but something feels off. I won't underestimate any opponent. Changqing replied, his gaze resolute. Having finished explaining the rule adjustments, Shen Lin pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and glanced toward the silhouette of the three paths winged falcon in the sky. Zhao Zhanxiong was drinking freely from his wine gourd, paying no attention to anything else. Shen Lin cleared his throat, his voice echoing through the amplification stone array. We now proceed to the second examination: artificial dungeon clearing. Dungeon progress will be directly calculated into scores and serve as an important indicator for ability assessment. Any items may be used within the dungeon, with theoretically no restrictions unless even the abyss can't stand to watch. All candidates, please take this seriously. I wish you all may martial fortune shine upon you. As his words faded, teachers from various schools called to their students, streaming toward the second examination venue, the back mountain of Chun Hai, First High School. First High is waiting for you, someone shouted encouragingly. Right, Yi Ruyan responded briefly, following the First High team as they departed. The vast plaza emptied in moments, leaving only Changqing standing alone, holding his forehead with a bitter smile. Apparently, he was the only one left without a school's backing. What's wrong? Not leaving? Shen Lin approached with his clipboard, his tone puzzled. I'm going now, Changqing replied, yet couldn't help stealing glances at Shen Lin, struggling to recall where exactly he had seen this proctor before. Noticing that probing gaze, Shen Lin merely smiled faintly. Good luck. This year's examination, he paused, his tone becoming meaningful. You've encountered both the best session and the worst. However, when you have a choice, don't worry about the pros and cons or gains and losses. The heroic parents made the same choice back then, selecting what seemed worst, but was actually the only right decision. Shen Lin's gaze lingered on the familiar, yet distant Changqing as he said softly, Secretary Shun, did you know my parents? In Jinhai City, everyone who survived the beast tide knows them. If that's the case, then why am I still? Before Changqing could finish, Shen Lin raised his hand to stop him. Knowing, acknowledging, and accepting. Do you understand the difference? Their sacrifice has been etched into everyone's memory, but that doesn't mean everything their descendants do will be accepted. What you need to do is use your own strength to break through this twisted shackle and truly earn the recognition of this region. The dim light in Changqing's eyes gradually ignited, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, Secretary Shun. I know what I must do now. Quick to understand. Shen Lin nodded slightly. Beast tamers exist to protect humanity's homeland, nothing else. I hope we can meet again after the great examination. With those words, his pace suddenly quickened. In the next second, a massive snow ape materialized from thin air, its fur white as snow and muscles bulging, catching Shen Lin. After several swift movements, the giant ape disappeared from Changqing's sight. TSK. People from the city lord's mansion are indeed terrifyingly powerful, Changqing marveled. 10 minutes later, he successfully entered Jinhai First High School with his number plate. Familiar teaching buildings and playgrounds flashed past his eyes as he headed straight for the back mountain. In front of the second examination area, the dungeon portal floated eerily, and he noticed nearly a quarter of the candidates had withdrawn. I guess some would forfeit when the rules were announced, but I didn't expect so many. Beside the portal, Zhao Zhanxiong no longer appeared disheveled as usual. His clothes were neat, and he stood like a mountain. An invisible, overwhelming aura spread out, making the students feel suffocated. Before we begin, I'll say only this: never forget the blood debt. Never forget our ancestors' sacrifice. Zhao Zhanxiong's voice thundered. This land became forbidden to new beast tamers because you haven't truly grasped the essence. Hopefully, this year will produce someone who does. With that, Shen Lin called out the number plates in order. Students formed a long line, entering the dungeon one by one. As light flashed, many were quickly ejected, falling to the ground, while Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head repeatedly. Chun Hai, Changqing. The two names were called consecutively, almost simultaneously. Changqing stepped forward and placed his palm on the portal. Instantly, information about blood-soaked wasteland appeared. Artificial dungeon, blood-soaked wasteland. Difficulty, hell. Description, a fierce beast trial ground specially created by Jinhai First High School for new generation beast tamers under 18. Besides existing fierce beasts, it also replicates the bloody memories from before humanity's rise. Blood-soaked wasteland. Changqing's heart sank. The school had actually brought that dark period of history into the dungeon, a place terrifying enough to rank in the top 10 of horrific memories. On the other side, Chun Hai snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Changqing, so what if you defeated Qingqiu? That degenerate was no longer worthy of being called a genius. Yesterday afternoon I officially returned and easily defeated Hima's spirit-level beast tamer. What a joke. This time, I'll not only crush you underfoot, but the title of Jinhai's #1 will be mine too. Changqing's expression turned cold as he replied indifferently. Before entering the dungeon, take a good look at the real world. I am afraid you won't live to see it again. Sharp tongue. Chun Hai flicked his sleeve and stepped in first. Changqing also pressed enter. The portal burst open with a roar, thick dark red mist rolling out. carrying the sweet scent of blood and fierce malevolence. Without hesitation, Changqing strode into the dungeon. After a violent wave of dizziness, when Changqing opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a vast grassland. The system's cold notification dropped down. You have entered hell-level dungeon blood-soaked wasteland. The grassland was shrouded in dark red mist, with waist-high weeds swaying restlessly, silently providing cover for ferocious beasts. Before Changqing could take in his surroundings, Black Egg jumped out from the beast-taming space without being summoned. Sword in hand, it slashed twice through the grass in front of them, forcibly carving out a path. The rustling grass sounds alerted the lurking beasts, and bloodthirsty boars came crashing out of the sea of grass one after another, their tusks as thick as adult arms, roaring as they charged toward the pair. Black Egg's eyes lit up like it had found an interesting toy, its long sword slashing left and right with flashing blade light. In the blink of an eye, 5 boars were dismembered into piles, blood and flesh scattered everywhere, truly like an expert butcher at work. Only 10 experience points? Hell difficulty is pretty stingy. Changqing complained while looking at the notification panel. Black Egg stroked its sword with satisfaction, its form graceful like a swordsman wandering the battlefield. Changqing shook his head and sighed softly. What a pity, it's obsessed with swordplay. Soon, the grassland fell completely silent, with no trace of boars remaining. Let's go, he called out, and his 2 beast companions followed. Just as they stepped out of the grassland, rolling dark clouds and thick fog suddenly pressed down from the horizon, as if trying to cover the entire dungeon. Black Egg looked up and made a soft sound of surprise. This power seems like the first batch of beasts drawn here. Before the words finished, a tiger wrapped in green ghostly flames burst through the fog. First, several green fireballs whistled straight toward Changqing and Black Egg. Then it used high-speed momentum to sweep along the ground toward Black Egg. Master, be careful. That thing is undead. Its flames specifically burn souls. Black Egg instantly switched to encyclopedia mode, warning while its long sword was already engaging. A sweep of black sword energy extinguished all the fireballs, their energy completely drained by the plunder sword technique. White flames ignited at Changqing's fingertips. With a gentle gesture, the flames formed several thin threads that quickly wrapped around the remaining green fireballs. The white flames came from Xiao Jin's Golden Crow bloodline Great Sun Golden Flame, supremely domineering. The green fireballs tried to struggle, but were decomposed and devoured without a trace. System notification, your Beast Tamer skill Beast Power, Fire Control Proficiency 10. After his battle with Su Qing, Changqing deeply understood the importance of his own abilities, so he wanted to test the power of fire control. The effect far exceeded his expectations. However, when he saw the string of numbers like 5,000 behind the proficiency, his heart still sank like cold water had been poured on it. The road ahead was long and arduous. On the other side, Black Egg absorbed the energy from the scattered fireballs, its form ghost-like. In a flash, it was behind the flame corpse tiger, black sword piercing straight into its spine. The sword tip broke through the heart, shattering green crystals scattered in all directions, their internal energy devoured by the sword blade, and flowing into Black Egg's body. The energy inside gradually entered Black Egg's body along the sword, merging with the black aura. Congratulations. You have slain the intermediate level beast flame corpse tiger. Experience 30. Your beast companion has leveled up, successfully advancing from level 0 to level 1. Black Egg's size and height grew slightly, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, its fur became much more lustrous and glossy. Feeling quite handsome, Black Egg stroked the black fur on its face and asked proudly, Master, don't I look much more spirited now? Changqing rolled his eyes. Stop being so vain and get back to work. Remember to save any good stuff for me. Do you think you're like little gold, gaining whatever you eat? Scolded like a child who had done something wrong, Black Egg lowered its head and mumbled defensively. I do have abilities, though they're different from big sisters. The next moment, killing intent flashed in its eyes as a sword formed from condensed black energy gleamed coldly. It charged fiercely into the thick fog, roaring continuously. Damn things. Making Master scold me. I'll cut you down. Take this, and this, and this. Several stragglers avoided Black Egg and lunged toward Changqing. As danger approached, he focused his thoughts, and Little Gold immediately leaped out from the beast taming space. Several fireballs formed thunderously in midair. Little Gold, let me handle this myself. Changqing shouted. The physical enhancement from his rank promotion had greatly improved his reaction speed. Facing the siege of intermediate flame corpse tigers, he retreated step by step while steadfastly defending his vital points, narrowly dodging tiger claws several times and nearly getting his face clawed. As the battle continued, he gradually mastered these beasts' attributes and attack patterns. His fire control technique sometimes formed fire lines that swept across tiger backs, other times condensed into fire pillars that burned charred holes through their torsos. The beasts eventually exhausted themselves, leaving piles of rotting corpses. Your Beast Tamer Skill Beast Power Fire Control Technique Proficiency 20. Your Beast Tamer Skill Beast Power Fire Control Technique Proficiency 20. The system notifications rolled continuously, and Changqing was overjoyed. He had originally thought that improving proficiency could only be achieved by devouring flames, never expecting that Hansen combat was actually the fastest route. After discovering this trick, he commanded Black Egg to continuously release beasts. His techniques became increasingly skilled, and battle duration shortened rapidly. His enthusiasm soared, and he seemed tireless, using beasts to farm experience. When his stamina was depleted, he consumed potions, and after finishing them, he continued charging forward, completely forgetting he was in the middle of an examination. Until a solemn, abyss-like announcement echoed through all instances. Congratulations to candidate 439, Chun Hai, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast undead flame corpse, and discovering the secret of the undead beast regiment. First stage storyline complete. Initiating second stage storyline, Bloodbath on the Wasteland. This message repeated 3 times. Changqing incinerated the last beast into charcoal, and his gaze sharpened slightly. Chun Hai has indeed transformed completely. The Chun family has placed all their hopes on him. Announcements came one after another. Congratulations to candidate 119, Qi Sheng, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast undead flame corpse, and discovering. Congratulations to candidate 076, Su Qing, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast. Congratulations to candidate 444, Morong Qin, for slaying the level 40. More and more beast tamer candidates completed the first stage after Chun Hai, racing against time with no one willing to fall behind. Changqing glanced at his fire control technique's proficiency of 2000, knowing that further improvement in a short time was unrealistic. He waved his hand grandly. Little gold, Black Egg, let's go wild. Black Egg's sword technique was frenzied, yet it still turned back to shout. Master, I'm already going full throttle. Just then, a basin-sized pale golden fireball trailing a blazing tail suddenly shot into the thick fog. Boom. In the dark night, a brilliant flower of fire exploded. Golden light shot skyward, fire waves surged, scorching sparks scattered everywhere, and the contaminated beast shrieked and rolled before being instantly devoured by the flames. Even the vision-obscuring fog was forced back by the intense fire, revealing the charred earth. Oh my! Black Egg cried out in surprise, swept up by the blast like a kite with a broken string and tumbling to the ground. Changqing's throat moved as he swallowed hard. He had known that Little Gold's attributes would strengthen after advancing to silver grade, but he hadn't expected such an exaggerated amplification. He opened the information panel and scrolled down. In the skills section, the original Dawn True Flame had disappeared and was conspicuously replaced by another skill. Blazing Solar Flames, a bloodline skill of the True Fire Sparrow, evolved from the primordial Sun True Flame. This intangible, formless flame appears in a pale golden hue and cannot be upgraded further. Each use consumes 100 spirit points. Skill effect, 600 fire attack damage. With power scaling based on the beast companion's mental attributes, the higher the mental stats, the more devastating the effect. No charging function available. When combined with Golden Crow Shadow State, it can trigger the combination skill Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Shadow is the evolved skill from Golden Crow form, capable of summoning a Golden Crow Phantom to assist in battle. Its effects include storing flame energy, complete immunity to fire damage, and amplifying all fire-based skills. For every 100 points of mental attributes gained, fire amplification increases by an additional 20. Golden Crow Shadow lasts 10 minutes with a 20-minute cooldown. When linked with Blazing Solar Flames, it triggers the combination skill Golden Crow Roar, unleashing all stored flame energy at once, dealing devastating damage equal to 100 times the mental attribute value. This can only be activated when flame energy storage reaches 100, with a 12-hour cooldown. Primordial Sun True Flame and Golden Crow form have now been completely replaced by Blazing Solar Flames and Golden Crow Shadow. Staring at this lengthy and complex skill description, Changqing's eyes flickered with excitement. If the two pre-evolution skills were merely standard multiplier bonuses basic templates that provided combat support, then now, Xiaojin's future growth path had fully unfolded. The height of its mental attributes would determine the grade it could reach, and that combination skill's 100-fold mental damage made Changqing feel that all the massive golden entries he had invested were finally paying off. Pale golden flames erupted, instantly incinerating the densely clustered sinister beasts into ash. As the flames subsided, the golden feather on Xiaojin's forehead suddenly curled up, acting like a powerful vacuum cleaner to draw all remaining flames back into its body. Behind the Blazing Solar Flame skill icon, a new 2 progress bar appeared, indicating the flame energy storage for the combination skill. As the flames dissipated, a wisp of white smoke rose gracefully from Xiaojin's head. It let out a satisfied burp and chirped crisply. Master, I'm done resting. From now on, Let your little baby accompany you on your adventures." Then it glanced sideways at the black coal ball, golden light flickering in its eyes with obvious disdain. As for the coal ball, it should just go back where it came from. Ha! In his excellent mood, Gu Changqing rubbed Xiao Jin's little head and nodded repeatedly. Hey Dan panicked and rushed to Gu Changqing's feet, pleading with teary eyes. "Big sister, you can't abandon your most loyal little brother. I'm really useful. Once my energy is fully charged, I'll be the most reliable power bank." "You?" Xiao Jin snorted lightly, spreading its wings and flying to perch on Hey Dan's head, pecking repeatedly at its shell with its sharp beak. With the perpetual motion body activated, the copper-like shell rang out with metallic clangs, creating quite a lively scene. Hey Dan grinned sheepishly. "Hee hee, I just wanted to admire Big Sister's magnificent presence. Since you leveled up, you rarely come out to play. I haven't seen you in so long that my dark circles have gotten worse." Gu Changqing watched his two beast companions bicker with amusement. Just then, heavy footsteps approached from the distance, and the air temperature plummeted. This chill wasn't aimed at the body, but struck directly at the depths of the soul. "Damn it, who's the blind fool?" Hey Dan's pupils instantly turned blood red. "Can't you see I'm reporting to Big Sister?" A massive flame corpse tiger had somehow been reborn from the ashes, but its movements were extremely sluggish, as if each step carried the weight of 10,000 pounds. Haydn immediately drew his sword, and black sword energy instantly transformed into dozens of sharp blades, precisely striking at the flame corpse tiger's vital points. As the sword energy descended with the clash of metal against metal, all the blades shattered the moment they touched the thick armor, scattering black fragments of light. "Humans, all must die." The tiger's head, which should have been rigid, suddenly reared up. Its foul-smelling bloody maw opened wide, and a hoarse human voice accompanied by scorching hot waves rushed toward them. "Haydn!" Gu Changqing promptly stopped Haydn, who still wanted to charge forward. At the same time, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Undead Flame Corpse Advanced Puppet Beast. Level 40. Attributes: Constitution 3000. Skills: Immovable as a mountain, Undead Corpse Flame. Description: A puppet beast brought back from the true blood-soaked wasteland, possessing nearly perfect defense. It also retains the energy core weakness characteristic of puppets. It once required an army of 10,000 led by human beast tamers to finally wear down its power. This was the first time Gu Changqing had seen a beast with only a single attribute that reached 3,000 constitution points, and he cursed silently in his heart. So this is the culprit behind the flame corpse tiger's immortality on the blood-soaked wasteland? Those candidates who cleared the path for me indeed try to feed it to enter the next stage. "Humans, all must die." The tiger's head roared again, and green flames rose from beneath its feet, spreading several yards within moments. Wherever the flames licked, the ground instantly turned ashen white and lifeless. Fire control technique. Gu Changqing ignited white flames, attempting to copy his initial method of devouring the green flames. But when the two colored flames made contact, the white flames immediately withered and extinguished, and his fingertips and skin rapidly turned gray. Damn it! He quickly withdrew the technique and popped several pills into his mouth, which restored his fingertips to their normal color. In comparison, the green flames released by the undead flame corpse were many times stronger than those of ordinary flame corpse tigers. "Xiaojin, you go." Xiaojin spread her wings and dove down, actively stepping into the sea of fire. The green flames wrapped around her like parasitic worms in an instant. Haydn was alarmed and wanted to rescue her, but Gu Changqing pressed down on the monkey's head. "Don't panic. Such nearly unsolvable defense must have a mechanism. This is the first stage. The difficulty won't truly reach despair." He reasoned that the undead flame corpse's energy had been significantly reduced by the dungeon, losing its former might that could rival 10,000 troops. Sure enough, after Xiaojin was engulfed by the green flames, blazing solar flames shot skyward, condensing into a pale golden fire, sword dazzling and scorching. It struck down from above. Clang! As the fire sword fell, the undead flame corpse's massive body was forced back several steps, and a half-meter wound was torn open on its tiger head. The next second, the wound healed itself, but the green flames it emitted were noticeably dimmer. "It's working." Gu Changqing's eyes lit up. Haydn clapped excitedly. "Big Sister is Big Sister. What kind of crappy flames can't even get close to her?" Xiaojin repeated her technique, with blazing solar flames like a tide, one sword after another. Wounds appeared and disappeared across the undead flame corpse's body, stubbornly healing, but each recovery took away some of the green flames within it. The firelight went from bright to dim, soon being forced to retreat back into its body. "I'll help you." With the flame barrier gone, Haydn finally unleashed his full assault. His long sword danced out countless sword flowers, and his plundering sword energy was no longer obstructed, cutting the remaining green flames into scattered pieces. Thud! After a full 5 minutes of relentless attacks, the undead flame corpse's limbs and tail successively collapsed, crashing to the ground and raising thick clouds of dust. The massive tiger head and torso remained connected, but with no energy left to support them, it could only lie on the ground and wail. Congratulations to Candidate 666 for killing the Level 40 Advanced Beast Undead Flame Corpse and discovering the secret of the Undead Beast group. The first stage storyline has ended, and the second stage storyline is about to begin. Do you wish to immediately enter the second stage storyline? Yes, no. Just as Changqing was about to click yes, Xiaojin suddenly reminded him. Master, wait. There's something fishy about this puppet beast. Something fishy? Changqing circled the massive corpse with suspicions even meters long and 3 meters tall. Haydn raised his fist and struck the outer shell, producing a hollow thud. The shell was hard but clearly empty inside. He immediately swung his sword with full force, sparks flying, yet not even a scratch remained. Changqing and Xiaojin exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their hands and wings to cover their foreheads in speechless exasperation. Haydn scratched his head awkwardly. The sword won't work. I need a different weapon. Dark energy surged and instantly condensed into a massive hammer dozens of times taller than his body. Haydn raised the hammer high and brought it crashing down on the tiger head's mouth. Thud! The muffled sound rang like a bell, making his claws tingle. After several strikes, fine cracks finally spread across the tiger's mouth. Break for me. With the final blow, the tiger head collapsed with a thunderous crash. In the next second, torrents of green liquid gushed from the opening, its eerie glow illuminating the entire cavern. A coffin soaked in the liquid was swept out. Warning! Warning! Dungeon storyline has changed. You have inadvertently released something beyond this dungeon's difficulty level. Life-threatening danger detected. Emergency teleportation portal will activate immediately. Upon exit, your examination scores will be recalculated. The sharp system alerts blared like an alarm. Xiaojin and Haydn immediately stood shoulder to shoulder in front of Changqing, as if some terrifying entity was about to emerge. Master! They roared in unison, forcibly pushing Changqing backward, away from the spreading green liquid and the coffin. The more experienced Haydn quickly sensed. Master, it's an aberrant. Just the leaked pressure alone has sealed half my power. He turned to Xiaojin. Big sister, what about you? In the depths of Xiaojin's golden pupils, a fire-bathed divine bird seemed to burst from the sun. The shadow of the golden crow flickered in and out of view. Her condition was similarly restricted. Should they retreat? Changqing felt unwilling. The teleportation portal had already opened behind him. He glanced at the portal, then at the coffin, and finally gritted his teeth. Haydn on defense, Xiaojin on offense. If things go wrong, get through the portal immediately, understood? I need to find out what's in that coffin. I can't return empty-handed. Understood. Both beast companions replied in unison. Dark energy wrapped around Haydn again, quickly forming heavier armor. The surface became increasingly solid, like black jade perpetual motion body, a defensive skill at the black jade golem level. Changqing and his two beasts activated their strongest forms and slowly moved along the edge of the portal. Only one step from the portal, Changqing gave Xiaojin a meaningful look. The phantom behind Xiaojin stirred, and a long fire whip lashed through the air, striking the coffin lid precisely. The lid flipped off, green liquid splashing everywhere. Changqing simultaneously reached toward the teleportation portal. Crash! The ground exploded as a thick column of green liquid shot straight at the three of them. Damn it, let's fight. Haydn gripped his sword with both hands and drove it deep into the ground. Instantly, jade-like dark energy spread from the blade, forming a hemispherical barrier that enveloped them securely. In that moment, the jade-like dark energy formed a protective shell, shielding them within. The teleportation portal wasn't so fortunate. The green liquid that had been held at bay, finding itself unable to breach the black egg's defenses, suddenly changed course and surged toward the portal like a violent torrent, completely engulfing it. Within mere seconds, the viscous substance fell back to the ground, leaving only twisted air currents swirling in the sky. The portal had vanished without a trace. Changqing's chest tightened sharply. The abyss rules were already nearly immutable, yet this strange liquid could somehow ignore all prerequisites and directly erase the power of rules themselves, instantly destroying his only chance of survival. Just as he pondered his next move, a crisp crack echoed as something pushed up the coffin lid. A muscular, emerald-green human hand emerged, its fingers gripping the coffin's edge and producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Meanwhile, a blood-red alert flashed on the central screen in the examination hall. Shen Lin froze momentarily, then quickly tried to access Changqing's dungeon broadcast permissions, only to receive a cold response. Candidate is in special circumstances. Broadcast unavailable. Exit impossible. Examination hall 2 erupted instantly. Zhao Zhanxiong, seated in the main position, shot to his feet and pointed accusingly at Principal Wang from Chun Hai First High, unleashing a furious tirade. Wang, what the hell did you do to the artificial dungeon? I trusted your damn word and personally went to the bloodshed wasteland to capture fierce beasts for your dungeon. And this is how you repay me, stabbing me in the back. Principal Wang was drenched in sweat, frantically defending himself. City Lord, the dungeon rules were established by the City Lord's office and the Beast Tamer Association. Our school can only offer suggestions. We have no authority to modify anything. Then what about Changqing being repeatedly framed by your school and even expelled? Is this how you treat a hero's descendant? Zhao Zhanxiong pressed forward relentlessly. Knowing he was in the wrong, Principal Wang cast a pleading look toward Chun Ziming, head of the Chun family. The moment their eyes met, Chun Ziming's heart raced, and sure enough, Zhao Zhanxiong's fury immediately turned on him. The Chun family has been quite impressive these past few years. Family head Chun, you came from humble beginnings too, didn't you? What happened? Did the crow flying up to become a phoenix turn you into exactly the kind of person you once despised? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, the Chun family can forget about staying in Chun Hai. Chun Ziming's back was soaked with cold sweat, yet he had no defense to offer. At this critical moment, Deputy City Lord Li Haoran stepped in to mediate. City Lord, we still don't know what's actually happening in the dungeon. Perhaps Gu Changqing encountered some fortune that temporarily disrupted the Abyss connection. Or maybe he used something unexpected. Everything remains unknown. Getting so worked up over one person might make other candidates think Gu Changqing acts so boldly because you're backing him. While the crowd could accept the first half of his statement, the second half immediately escalated the tension. Everyone suddenly realized, even after losing his legendary beast companion, Gu Changqing had risen so quickly because his greatest supporter was the city lord himself. Whispered conversations quickly turned into an uproar as the entire examination hall buzzed with voices demanding Zhao Zhanxiong provide an explanation. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhao Zhanxiong thundered, Deputy City Lord Li, who trying to destroy me with words. Li Haoran smiled as he replied, City Lord Zhao, this is exactly what I don't understand. It seems that during our last meeting, you agreed on the surface but had other thoughts in mind? The results speak for themselves. I have no choice but to believe them, unless City Lord Zhao thinks he can. Before he could finish, the screen suddenly restored its image, with a scrolling abyss notification stretching across the center. Li Haoran carefully read the content, and his smile gradually froze on his face. Candidate 666 Gu Changqing has triggered the hidden storyline of the blood-soaked wasteland. As these few words flashed by, Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong's expressions instantly switched. Haha, excellent, excellent. It seems I truly misunderstood Principal Wang. Zhao Zhanxiong laughed heartily, then stood up and faced the camera. I hereby apologize to all faculty and students of First High School. Your achievements in nurturing the new generation are evident to all. I hope you'll continue your efforts, quickly eliminate the bad apples, and remedy any shortcomings. Li Haoran shot him a cold glance, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing toward Chun Ziming. Chun Ziming looked bewildered and turned to Principal Wang. The two men locked eyes and could only exchange bitter smiles. They knew every mechanism in the artificial dungeon by heart. City Lord Zhao and Principal Wang had hidden clever schemes within the Undying Flame Corpse, stage a game between two peak powerhouses that a mere high school principal couldn't interfere with. Principal Wang smiled bitterly. Deputy City Lord Li, I truly had no knowledge of this. The Undying Flame Corpse was indeed transported back by the City Lord at our school's request. Perhaps it was the storyline mode we inputted that caused the Abyss to make deep-level adjustments. At this moment, blaming everything on the Abyss was clearly the most convenient option. If you've got the guts, go trouble the Abyss yourselves. Principal Wang simply threw up his hands. Li Haoran would never believe the Abyss was helping Zhao Zhanxiong, so he kicked the ball right back. City Lord Zhao certainly shows extraordinary care and trust for that boy. Zhao Zhanxiong remained calm, took a swig from his wine gourd, and said indifferently, there were once many new generation talents like him, but sadly, born into humble circumstances, they couldn't be born into good families. He looked up, Deputy City Lord Li, if Gu Changqing truly manages to turn the tables and take first place, our agenda. Li Haoran immediately responded, fine, I'll no longer oppose it, and will give my full support. His surprisingly quick agreement made Zhao Zhanxiong suspicious, but the current situation suited his purposes perfectly. Gu Changqing, you mustn't drop the ball. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Changqing hid within Black Egg's perpetual motion body protection and saw a green hand gripping the coffin's edge. The Abyss's warning sounds buzzed incessantly like dense bee humming, making his heart race with anxiety. He simply shut off the notifications and held his breath to observe. What year is this? A weak human voice emerged from within the coffin. The next moment, the remaining green liquid inside began flowing backward. Accompanied by eerie luminous mist shooting skyward, the coffin completed its mission and dissipated along with the light fog. A blurred figure in the air gradually became clearer. A beast tamer? As the light and shadow dispersed, Gu Changqing focused his gaze while the figure also studied him. voice filled with curiosity. Changqing's pupils contracted sharply. Was this human or beast? Below the waist was a thick green serpent's tail. Above the waist was a complete human torso. On the exposed arms, green scales gleamed with dangerous cold light. Beneath long green hair was the face of a Dragon Kingdom person, with vertical pupils so cold that a mere glance sent chills through one's heart. Yet he didn't immediately attack, merely shifted his gaze to survey the dungeon environment, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Black Egg. Changqing commanded it to withdraw its protection, walked to within 5 meters of him, and stopped, respectfully cupping his fists in salute. Senior. He turned his gaze back and simply stared at Changqing for a while. At this moment, Changqing felt his nerves on edge, but the teleportation portal had already closed, and the dungeon had deviated from its original course due to his appearance. He had no choice but to steel himself and face whatever was coming. Senior? Ha. That title is correct. I am indeed your senior. He coiled in midair, his voice hoarse yet tinged with laughter. Changqing quietly exhaled and continued asking, Senior, why were you sealed in a coffin within that puppet beast? This is an artificial dungeon, replicating the brutal battles between humans and fierce beasts from the old era. You figured it out. Could it be that you're... What a clever junior. His serpentine tail coiled as he shifted to a more comfortable position. The abyss rules still favor us old tamers. His tone suddenly shifted as his gaze moved past Changqing to rest on the two beast companions. I can't see through them. Can't see through them at all. Young one, are those your beast companions? Their bloodline levels are quite high above legendary rank. Little Gold and Black Egg bristled simultaneously, trying to retreat into the beast taming space. Changqing formed hand seals to recall them, but a spray of green liquid intercepted the connection midair. His consciousness sank as he suddenly realized his link with both beast companions had been completely severed. If they're truly above legendary rank, they'll be quite nourishing for me. He grinned maliciously and struck without warning. Green liquid seeping from his serpentine tail transformed into countless water serpents that bypassed Changqing and lunged directly at Little Gold and Black Egg. Pretentious creature, do you think Lord Black is easy to bully? Black Egg growled low while behind Little Gold, a golden crow phantom rose, its shadow gradually solidifying and emanating an ancient, majestic aura. No, that's not right, not legendary. His pupils contracted. Could it be divine-level bloodline? His expression turned frenzied as he caressed his scale-covered serpentine tail, muttering to himself, after tormenting each other for so long. You who fancy yourself a god, what do you think upon seeing true divine-level beings? Changqing stepped forward, blocking the water serpent's path. With 2 fingers pressed together, his fire control technique exploded outward, dozens of fire threads entangling the water serpents. As flames scorched them, he coughed up blood, with crimson seeping from his nose, ears, and eyes, all 7 orifices bleeding. His body weakened, yet he stubbornly refused to retreat. Senior, if you still retain human reasoning, let me offer some advice. Stop dreaming. If you want to harm my family, you'll have to face the abyss rules heathen. Otherwise, the moment I die in this dungeon, I'll be immediately teleported out. Though swaying unsteadily, he kept his spine ramrod straight. Throughout his journey, he'd witnessed robbery, exploitation, and oppression, only wanted to use his own strength to seek justice, plus interest. If I die by your hand, I'll accept my fate. Screech. Roar. The golden crow shrieked and Black Egg roared. In the next second, the golden crow phantom and the black jade texture of the perpetual motion body mysteriously covered Changqing's form. Black jade-like protection formed against his skin, while pale golden majesty rose from behind him. He felt inexhaustible power surging through his body. The fire threads from his fingertips suddenly multiplied to thousands upon thousands, suppressing and burning all the water serpents with hissing sounds. He narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. Not bad. Not bad at all, quite impressive indeed. Just then, the abyss notification suddenly rang out. Your beast companion's loyalty has exceeded 100. Congratulations on activating the hidden beast tamer skill Light of Hope. Loyalty breaking through 100? Any beast pet covered by golden attributes would have their loyalty fixed at exactly 100 points. Changqing had never imagined that this number wasn't actually the upper limit and could be surpassed. On the system interface before him, Light of Hope Beast Tamer Hidden Skill appeared prominently, with a clear description. This skill could only be triggered when loyalty transcended its limits, and the beast pet willingly sacrificed everything for its master. Skill effect. The beast tamer can preset a fixed percentage to permanently drain energy from their beast pets, using it to learn, amplify, and strengthen their own beast tamer abilities. Once the percentage is set, it cannot be modified for life until the beast pet dies. These words left Changqing silent. The hidden skill's power lived up to its reputation within the same cultivation time. A beast tamer could achieve exponential gains, especially with higher bloodline beast pets providing more substantial feedback. However, He ultimately waved his hand to close the skill information panel, as if nothing had happened. Simultaneously, the golden crow shadow and perpetual motion body radiance that had been enveloping his form returned to little gold and black egg. You, not far away. The senior maintaining that strange posture had green vertical pupils filled with shock and confusion. As beast tamers, their usual capabilities were limited to contracting beast pets and commanding battles. During rank advancement, they would use heavenly treasures to cleanse their bodies and strengthen their spirits, barely capturing less than 20% of the energy to unlock skillsa. Full 80 to 90% of the benefits naturally belong to the beast pets. Now, this hidden level, Light of Hope, completely overturned this dynamic, making the beast tamer the primary beneficiary. Faced with such an ancient millennium opportunity, why was Changqing taking no action? Was he suppressing his excitement? Or was this all an act? You're not using it? Let me remind you without setting a percentage. The skill will be directly erased and restored by the Abyss rules. Why would I use it? Changqing countered. This simple question left the ancient senior momentarily stunned. He truly had no intention of activating it. Though Light of Hope rivaled golden attributes, what he least lacked were precisely golden attributes. His inventory still contained 3 drawing opportunities that might not be inferior to this. The senior pressed on gravely. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to possess power that can stand alongside your beast pets? Don't you want to stand higher and see farther, overlooking the entire path of beast taming? Of course I do. Changqing's eyes were crystal clear. He beckoned gently, and little gold and black egg bounded over with joyful cries. Stroking their round heads, the young man smiled sincerely. But the beast-taming path I want to walk isn't mine, Alanites, ours together. Without them, I wouldn't even qualify to step onto this path. They're the ones who fight desperately. They're the ones who protect me. They're still the ones who face death first. Beast tamers are masters, true, but does that justify stealing what rightfully belongs to them? In my eyes, they are inseparable parts of me. Only when they grow stronger can I truly become stronger. As for beast tamers themselves, only weaklings would think this is unfair. He spoke with passionate conviction, his mind flashing through past injustices and schemes he'd encountered, all caused by people who were never satisfied, always wanting more and better. Having said this, his resolve only grew firmer. You, the senior stammered, then threw back his head in hearty laughter. Ha, young one, you have truly surprised me. His expression shifted from initial shock to deep contemplation, then broke into hearty laughter. Simultaneously, the emerald scales covering his entire body began peeling away one by one, their edges gleaming with glass-like coldness as they piled around his feet, falling as swiftly and silently as autumn leaves. His massive serpentine tail gradually dissolved in the rising pale green mist, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. When the smoke cleared, the towering giant serpent had transformed into a human Changqing knew all too well. At the man's feet coiled a small emerald snake, no thicker than a finger, with palm-sized growths bulging on either side of its head, hissing softly as its forked tongue flicked in and out. Tongtian Azure Dragon, we all paid a terrible price to suppress you, which led to the brutal battle at the bloodshed wasteland. The newcomer spoke in a low voice, each word heavy with anguish. Whether as a fierce beast or as a bonded companion, you ultimately failed to live up to your divine bloodline. And I, at the same time, have failed my human brethren and failed you as well. Tongtian, Azure Dragon. Changqing's face filled with shock and confusion. This small snake before him bore little resemblance to the mighty dragon from his textbooks that could summon wind and rain and traverse mountains and rivers. If this truly was the legendary Tongtian Azure Dragon, then who was this human at his feet? Changqing's gaze sharpened as he murmured the records about this man from his memory. Son of the first-generation beast god, humanity's sole genius, the first beast master to contract a mythical-level companion, the beast master who perfected the beast-taming system to its peak. At the bloodshed wasteland, the sage Wang who single-handedly confronted the ultimate power of fierce beasts. If this truly was Sage Wang, he bore even more legendary titles: the pioneer, who proposed cultivating beast-taming power and establishing beast-master academies, a legend whose brilliance in human history rivaled that of his father, the beast god. No wonder he looked familiar. Sage Wang raised his eyes, a melancholy born of countless years flickering in their depths. I never expected that in such a distant future, someone would still remember me. Seeing you and hearing of the path you uphold, I feel as though I'm witnessing the great tide of humanity's future. He reached down to stroke the small snake at his feet, sighing softly. I must also thank the Abyss. Its puppet beasts scattered throughout various dungeons have allowed this remnant of my soul to glimpse the vitality of the new generation. Compared to our era, you are only stronger, not weaker. Very good, very good. Changqing remained silent, listening intently. Sage Wang's tone shifted. Indeed, those who can break into this dungeon and reach the puppet beast are all exceptional. Yet among these 50, those from humble origins are few and far between. In ancient times, humanity rose from nothing through our ancestors' selflessness, but now the class system among beast masters has transformed from rumor into iron law. Those in power clutch nearly all resources, while those called commoners and peasants cannot even afford to taste the most ordinary spirit fruit or spirit meat. Hearing this, Changqing's heart surged with turbulent emotions. Sage Wang caught his emotional shift and suddenly extended his right hand. Changqing hesitated briefly before grasping it. A system notification immediately appeared. Congratulations on triggering the third stage of the hidden quest. Claim first place in the Chun Hai city examination and defeat all the prodigies. Rewards will be determined by final results. Failure will result in losing everything. The third stage of the hidden quest has triggered. Changqing looked up in astonishment, seeing barely concealed hope in Sage Wang's eyes. The bloodshed wasteland happened because of my momentary lapse in judgment, leaving humanity's beast masters with a generational gap. I hope you can prevent history from repeating itself, Sage Wang spoke solemnly. After all, humanity must put people first. As his words faded, his figure shattered like a broken screen of light, dissolving into countless white specks, and the Tongtian azure dragon at his feet vanished along with the light. His palms suddenly empty, Changqing gazed at the scattered points of light and solemnly promised, "I will do my utmost." The white light dispersed, and all returned to stillness. The dungeon resumed operation as another system notification appeared. Second stage storyline has been unlocked. Do you wish to enter? Enter. The feed was restored. Changqing's live stream was back online. Inside the second examination hall, the family faction led by Li Haoran and the Beast Tamer Association under Zhao Zhanxiang's command faced off before the citizens who had come to observe the grand examination. The air was taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Principal Wang was drenched in sweat, wiping the perspiration from his brow, while pointing with a trembling voice toward the light screen above where Changqing was stepping through the teleportation gate into the second stage. The heart that had been lodged in his throat finally settled back into place. It seems the person City Lord Zhao has been expecting has quite good luck. Indeed, indeed. The contingency plan Deputy City Lordly arranged is equally impressive. Li Haoran and Zhao Zhengxiang, true power brokers of Chun Hai City, one controlling internal affairs, the other external, exchanged these words to give each other face-saving exits, then returned to their seats, their gazes locked intently on the light screen. Yi Rian also breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the live stream signal cut out, she had almost wanted to tear away Chun Hai City's glossy facade and expose the bloody truth to everyone present. Below at the podium, Shen Lin withdrew his hands from his pockets, the clammy sweat on his palms betraying his earlier anxiety. Changqing remained completely unaware of the turmoil outside. After stepping through the second stage portal, he found himself standing before a crumbling city wall. Rubble was scattered everywhere, with the severed limbs of both beasts and beast tamers visible throughout the scene. Beast tamers moved about in groups of 2 or 3, some collecting their fallen comrades' bodies, others hastily repairing breaches in the wall. Every face bore the same wooden, emotionless expression, as if life and death meant nothing to them. Changqing could tell these weren't mechanical NPCs hastily created by the abyss, but rather images from real memories, proportionally implanted into the dungeon to let examinees face the brutal battlefields of the past. Only those completely numb to death could maintain such calm. Brother Changqing. The scene inside and outside the city was much the same. Following the voice, Changqing looked toward a wide clearing where Su Qing was waving at him. Tear tracks that hadn't yet dried still marked her cheeks. Several other examinees who had passed the first stage were also gathered together, most wearing grave expressions. Chun Hai's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his killing aura radiating unchecked. More examinees continued arriving, eventually reaching a full 100. After a headcount confirmed this number, it was clear the rest had been stopped at the first stage dungeon. At that moment, a burly, muscle-bound beast tamer approached the group, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "You are the future of beast tamers. If not for this life-or-death crisis, I wouldn't want you stepping onto the battlefield before truly understanding what life and death mean. But the fierce beasts have come, and they want to break through the only defensive position on this grassland. If the city falls, humanity's heartland will surely be overrun. Now tell me who among you is afraid." His gaze swept over the crowd before his tone softened slightly. "Don't worry, I'll use my discretion and won't send cowards to their deaths." This was the original scene from that real city of the past, where he had rallied the new generation of beast tamers, now perfectly recreated by the dungeon. Suddenly, an inappropriate snicker shattered the solemn atmosphere. "All this rambling, what kind of crappy dungeon is this? Just give us the quest already, we're taking an exam here." "Exactly. The abyss rules are pretty trendy, huh? Do the beast tamers and fierce beasts inside give experience when killed? Do they drop equipment?" "Probably not, since they're just materialized images." Gradually, no one paid attention to what the burly beast tamer was saying anymore. as everyone was discussing what the next task might be. The Bloodbath Wasteland Artificial Dungeon, Hell-level difficulty, with a maximum capacity of 10-person teams. The second stage's storyline had brought all the examinees together, and the purpose was all too obvious. Can you all shut up and listen quietly while the senior finishes speaking? Changqing's voice was low and menacing, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared intently at those examinees from other schools who were leading the commotion. Everyone knew full well that even if they continued making noise, the burly beast tamer would proceed according to the established protocol. But the inexplicable rage burning in Changqing's chest simply wouldn't subside. Well, if it isn't the great genius Gu. We've heard so much about you. With just a junior rank, you scared the Chun family's prodigy into surrender. We could never measure up to that. Changqing, what are you trying to act all high and mighty for? Exactly. Just a commoner who's never seen the world that you understand even this? Go ahead and ask. We absolutely won't mock you for it. Mocking voices rose one after another. Someone even leaned close to Chun Hai's ear, whispering provocatively, "Young Master Chun, this dog really slapped your Chun family's face hard. Are you just going to watch? That's not your usual style." To them, Chun Hai, the young master of the first family, was worthy of awe but not fear. Their mockery was undisguised. Chun Hai remained expressionless, his eyes deadly cold. "I'll settle the score with him myself. But if you have ulterior motives, I'll kill you first." As his words fell, the man trembled all over and could only slink away in embarrassment. Su Qing sighed softly and consoled him gently. "Brother Changqing, no one will care. To them, this is just a piece of history." "Yes, what exactly am I getting angry about?" Changqing's knuckles turned white from clenching Jin Hai City. "If you didn't learn to go with the flow and compromise, you were destined to become an outcast. I told you to shut up." A black sword chi suddenly sliced through the air, whistling past the examinees' scalps. Immediately after, Black Egg's eyes turned crimson, white mist sprayed from its nostrils, fangs bared as it let out a low, menacing growl. A bone-chilling coldness instantly crept up everyone's necks, and the previously noisy voices came to an abrupt halt. In the silence, Chun Hai looked toward Changqing's beast companion, his proud coldness forced back several degrees in that moment, his expression becoming unprecedentedly grave. At this moment, the burly beast tamer suddenly spoke up. "Your task is to guard the North Gate well. I won't hide it from you. Only the greatest, bravest, and most fearless human warriors are qualified to stand on the city walls. Now that's you go." As soon as he finished speaking, all examinees simultaneously heard the Abyss notification. Second stage storyline Wasteland Bloodbath has begun. You may choose to team up or go solo. Scoring is based on the number of fierce beasts killed. Please proceed to the North Gate and select the position you will defend. In half an hour, the beast army will attack the city. Su Qing rarely took the initiative to raise her hand. "Brother Changqing, I need your help. How about we two choose adjacent positions and watch each other's backs?" Her suggestion perfectly aligned with Changqing's plans, and he nodded without hesitation. After forming a team, instead of rushing to claim positions like the other examinees, they walked through the city, carefully observing the caged fierce beasts along the way, gathering as much intelligence as possible. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the North Gate. By then, examinees on the city walls had already claimed all available positions, leaving only 2 vacant spots on either side directly above the gate. The examinee who had been frightened by Changqing's sword chi earlier crossed his arms and sneered coldly. "Changqing, Miss Su, you're both top 3 big shots. We've saved the most challenging positions just for you to mention it. That would be too formal. Despicable and shameless. Using such underhanded tricks against Brother Changqing." Su Qing shouted angrily, her chest heaving as she clearly stood up for Changqing. What she was protecting wasn't her own interests, but Changqing's safety. Oh my, the young lady of the prestigious Su family from Lingnan actually cares about a commoner. Could it be that she's fallen for him? A noble heiress smitten with a poor boy, how amusing. Mocking voices came from the side, dripping with disdain and frivolity. Su Qing's face flushed red as she suddenly raised her hand, pressing her palm directly on that person's head. "When a dog bites you, don't bite back." Changqing remained calm throughout, his gaze passing over the dilapidated North Gate to rest on the vast gray-yellow plains beyond, dust swirling as a fierce beast army charged across the horizon toward them. Hearing this, Su Qing nodded and whispered in agreement. Right, getting a mouthful of fur would be so disgusting. A nearby young master from a prominent family suddenly roared in fury. Changqing, you're asking for death." He summoned his beast companion, and his confidence soared accordingly. "You're too noisy." Changqing's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable coldness. In the next instant, the black egg at his feet leaped up like an arrow shot into the sky. The black sword reflected a ghostly cold gleam under the dim sunlight, its blade spinning as 5 crescent-shaped sword energies slashed out consecutively, rolling waves of killing intent sweeping all around. Water prison, water shield, water wall. That young master was brimming with confidence as his two water-type beast companions simultaneously opened their defenses. Layers of water curtains rippled and spread, with extremely strong suction that seemed capable of swallowing any impact. The black sword energy struck the water curtains, its speed instantly slowed, as if about to be enveloped by the soft water. Just as many examinees were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the five sword energies exploded deep within the water curtains, transforming into countless hair-thin black needles. The three layers of water curtains rapidly swelled before bursting with crisp explosive sounds, riddled with holes. The defense crumbled like fragile paper as the sword energy pierced through, instantly carving dozens of bloody wounds across the young master's body, blood flowing freely. Stop! Changqing, how dare you kill a fellow student during the grand examination? Who gave you such audacity to be so arrogant? Do you really think we're just decorations? Several nearby young masters from prominent families were furious, yet secretly shocked. Their faces burned with humiliation. Although Sun Min wasn't the strongest among them, he was a high-level beast master with 3 beast companions, 2 golden bloodlines, and 1 lord bloodline, all advanced to golden grade. Logically, his full defensive power should have been nearly impossible to break. Yet, Changqing, whom they saw as nothing more than a commoner and suspected cheater, had broken through Sun Min's life-saving defense with just 1 beast companion and 1 sword technique, nearly taking his life. They couldn't comprehend why a commoner would be this powerful. Chun Hai's gaze was sharp as he stared at the composed Changqing, an inexplicable unease rising in his heart, though he forcibly suppressed it. Breaking shields with 1 move, I can do that too. He clenched his fists tightly to bolster his courage. Changqing glanced at Sun Min from the corner of his eye, his tone cold. Sun Min, is it? I hope your mouth can stay that tough. Otherwise, once we're out of this instance, I wouldn't mind having a life-or-death arena battle with you. Sun Min, covered in blood, kept his head down, all his arrogance gone. The sword energy had only left him with flesh wounds, but it had completely crushed his years of superiority. Suddenly, dust clouds shot up from the distant plains, the ground rumbling and shaking like an earthquake. Immediately after, towering light barriers descended, marking out independent spaces of 10 meters on each side around each examinee's chosen position. The fierce beast army reached the city gates. The examinee's mission: kill 100 fierce beasts. After completing the kills, you can exit the dungeon. 100 fierce beasts. The candidates scanned the mission log, and after a brief moment of deathly silence, they visibly relaxed. Anyone who could make it this far was almost certainly a rising star backed by powerful family resources, except for Changqing, the only commoner here. Dust was whipped up by fierce winds 50 meters outside the city, and in the next breath it had already closed to 30 meters. Changqing's brow furrowed sharply. They're coming. Brother Changqing, tell Little Black not to move. Su Qing rode up on her unicorn, raising her hand to buff Haydn, but Changqing blocked her with his arm. Protect yourself. Call for me if you're in danger. With those words, he and Haydn simultaneously leaped down from the ruined city wall, over 10 meters high. Go! Before the crumbling city gate, Haydn's entire body roiled with black energy as layers of armor stacked upon each other, appearing as if forged from black jade. Roar! Red warhorses over 2 meters tall burst through the dust cloud into view. Their coats clung tight to their muscles, gleaming with metallic luster. Charging close, the lead horse suddenly lowered its head like a fearless warrior and slammed into the ruined wall. Intermediate fierce beast, Ironhead horse. Level 50. Attributes: Strength 360, Constitution 220, Agility 300, Spirit 20. Skills: Steel Bones, Charge. Description: an extinct lineage of fierce beasts, notorious for their brutish nature. Single-celled, they execute only 1 command. Seeing the attribute panel, Changqing's heart pounded. A mere intermediate fierce beast was actually this ridiculously powerful. Haydn was first to engage, its momentum like a lone defender holding a pass. But the next second, its small body was sent flying by the Ironhead horse's charge, crashing heavily into the cracks of the city wall. Damn, can't cut through. Perpetual motion body, give me more. Black energy churned as another layer of armor thickened. Haydn broke free from the stone crevice and blocked again. After several consecutive charges, only when perpetual motion body was pushed to its absolute limit could it barely withstand the herd's first wave of assault. Haydn, slash their legs. Don't take hits, Haydn, be more agile. Changqing retreated while quickly adjusting his commands. The effect was immediate. The Ironhead horses were steel-hard throughout, except their legs were relatively vulnerable, and since they only fixated on the city wall, they completely ignored all peripheral targets. Cold light flashed as Haydn severed leg after leg. The Ironhead horses that lost their support collapsed in the dust, but still stared fixedly at the wall, their hooves struggling futilely. Single-celled fierce beasts, truly exceptional. Seeing this tactic work, the other candidates followed suit. Under the combined assault of over 100 people, before long, All 100 iron-head horses lay dead. Master, look at this. Haydn approached carrying a horse head, prying open the foul-smelling mouth to reveal a thumb-sized jade stone. This is... A system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained one puppet jade. Puppet jade special item. Can be used as the core for crafting and controlling puppet beasts. Puppets again. Changqing muttered under his breath, then asked urgently. Does everyone have this? Just this one. It was charging at the front. Haydn replied. Changqing pondered. What exactly happened in this wasteland back then? Saint Wang kept claiming it was his mistake, yet there were no puppet beasts among his beast companions. Suddenly, a new phenomenon erupted at the far end of the wasteland. Towering flames illuminated half the sky. Little gold. Changqing held nothing back. Kill. Look for this kind of jade. The golden giant eagle cried out proudly as pale golden flames surged from its wings, and little gold spread its wings with the call, flying toward the distant firelight. Caw 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 at the edge of the wasteland. Crimson flames blazed across half the sky, while piercing crow cries merged into a cacophony that sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Jin, engulfed in flames, dove headfirst into the depths of the plain as pale golden fire feathers intertwined with the crimson sky, creating continuous explosive sounds. Congratulations on killing intermediate beast Firecrossing Crow. Gained 200 experience points. Congratulations on killing intermediate beast Shadow Flame Crow. Gained 100 experience points. Current dungeon mission kill count, 15. Current dungeon mission kill count, 16. This golden crow, comparable to the mythical phoenix, charged into the flock of crows without any regard for kinship. Inspired by He Dan's abilities, it manipulated blazing solar flames. The formless fire became ever-changing in its grasp, instantly reducing the number of fierce beasts in Changqing's lane to the minimum. Brother Changqing, help me. From the adjacent lane, Su Qing called out desperately for aid. Changqing turned his head to see her surrounded by dense flocks of fire crows. The unicorn fought desperately to hold on, its snow-white mane scorched into patchy black burns, looking utterly disheveled. He Dan, go quickly. He Dan hesitated. Master, with big sister not here, if I leave and something happens, go now. Changqing's tone brooked no argument. He Dan had no choice but to charge into Su Qing's lane, coordinating with the unicorn's support abilities to unleash carnage. After being tempered by Xiao Jin's flames, its perpetual motion body had become nearly immune to fire attacks, instead absorbing energy when the fire crow flocks cast spells, making it even more battle-hungry. After the situation stabilized, Changqing took time to observe other candidates' lanes, and what he saw nearly made him explode with rage. The examination required killing 100 fierce beasts, which originated from memory recreations of this battlefield. Some candidates, knowing they couldn't clear their lanes, actually left their positions and led fire crows into the city, using NPCs to clear the monsters for them. However, Changqing had already scouted the city's condition upon arrival. All 4 gates except the north gate were destroyed, and the city's fighting forces and wounded were mostly gathered in the streets inside the north gate. The candidates recklessly let fire crows into the city, instantly causing towering flames and endless sounds of battle throughout the city. A bunch of cowards. Not far away, Chun Hai commanded his Crimson Flame Wolf and Snow Lion in a pincer attack, desperately holding back the fire crow assault. He himself wore Xuanwu armor and wielded a thunder shock halberd, with red and blue radiance swirling around his body like a war god descended to earth. Every fire crow struck down by his skills was pierced through with a single spear thrust, clean and decisive. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jin returned full of battle spirit, with blood and torn flesh at the corners of its beak, clearly having achieved great results. Soon after, Su Qing came specifically to thank Changqing, bringing with her continuous praise for He Dan. Watching Chun Hai's sharp maneuvers, Su Qing whispered with a sigh, "Looks like I can't even keep second place." Changqing's gaze sharpened. The Chun family had indeed invested heavily. The Xuanwu armor and Thundershock halberd had been bought by a mysterious bidder at the provincial capital's beast pet auction house just 2 days ago for the astronomical price of 54 million, yet they had ended up in Chun Hai's possession. Seeing that Changqing didn't seem to understand the equipment well, Su Qing explained. The Xuanwu armor is king-tier equipment with a perfect defense, purple attribute that reduces attack damage by 70%. The Thunder War halberd is forged from the spine bone of a thunder tiger mixed with rare minerals, also king-tier, with attributes that grant the power of thunder, effective for both close and ranged combat, offense and defense. However, Chun Hai's greatest asset is probably his third beast companion, which hasn't appeared in any arena matches so far. Brother Changqing, you must be careful. Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. To ensure Chun Hai could represent Jinhai City in the national examination as the top candidate, the Chun family had armed him to the teeth. Warning! Warning! The third wave of fierce beasts is approaching in large numbers. All examinees, please prepare. The dungeon announcement suddenly blared. Brother Changqing, I need to go back now. Su Qing spoke rapidly. All right. Gu Changqing watched her leave, then peered through the gate crack to scan the city. Interior flames ravaged the narrow streets and alleys, turning the already scarce shelters to scorched earth, while wounded personnel, who couldn't dodge in time, were consumed by the inferno. Yet none of this violated the rules or affected score evaluation. Though the first wave of Ironhead horses and second wave of Fire Crows had their attributes suppressed, they still far exceeded the average examinee level, and seeking help from city NPCs was part of the city defense mission. They're coming. What is that? Black water. The examinees on the city walls exclaimed in confusion. If we can't hold them off, let them into the city and we'll pick up the scraps from behind. Someone schemed opportunistically. Free fighters, why not use them? The tense atmosphere was instantly diluted by this scavenging theory. Master, I want to cut them down. Hey Dan stroked his blade expressionlessly, his tone ice cold. Forget cutting, burn them to ash. Xiao Jin rarely backed up Hey Dan. Gu Changqing restrained his two pets. The mission comes first. Don't worry, you'll get your chance. The black current swept across the entire plain in an instant, and only when it approached the city gate could he see clearly it was countless densely packed black ants. Low-level fierce, beast-devouring ant. Level, 30. Attributes, none. Skill, devour. Description, extinction beast ants, known alongside Ironhead horses as the second most reckless. They gnaw through anything, run when you see them. Gu Changqing activated his fire control technique, sending several fire streams shooting out. Upon contact, they instantly incinerated the front ranks of the ant swarm, and his kill count climbed accordingly. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. So weak and vulnerable was the administration giving out free benefits? Outside the dungeon, failed examinees, family members, and citizens witnessed everything through the light screen, casting incredulous looks toward the main platform. Was this blatant cheating? Principal Wang's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he stood up reluctantly to explain. The dungeon's purpose is to commemorate history. This kind of error is likely deliberate interference from the abyss. No one has ever reached the second stage in previous years. Please believe that we maintain fairness and justice. Fairness and justice? Someone immediately retorted. Those examinees who easily killed monsters have already completed their missions. The teleportation gates are lit up. In the national examination, is Chun Hai City really going to cheat like this without fear of national ridicule? Wait, look. Gu Changqing isn't killing monsters, actually wandering around on the city wall. Holy crap. What am I seeing? Gu Changqing actually cut down Sun Min. Gu Changqing, what's a piece of trash like you doing at my position? Sun Min's bronze-level beast companion had just torn apart several devouring ants, and his kill count on the panel jumped to 100. A system notification appeared immediately. This round's assessment objective has been achieved. Teleportation exit available. A smug smile crossed his lips. The forbidden dungeon that new generation beast tamers spoke of in hushed tones was nothing special after all. Today, he, Sun Min, would be the first to clear it. Chun Hai, Su Qing, all paper tigers, impressive looking but useless. Just as he was about to select exit, an ice-cold finger gripped his wrist. Sun Min turned his head to see Gu Changqing's face, devoid of any warmth. Atop the city wall, only a handful of examinees remained, working together to clear the devouring ants and prevent them from scaling the stone bricks. More candidates excitedly reached for the teleportation portal, eager to be the first to exit and claim their fame. The dungeon's fierce beasts devouring ants, Ironhead horses, Fire Crow flock showed no active hostility toward the examinees. Their targets were solely the city gates, walls, and the NPCs within the city. Frost gathered in the depths of Gu Changqing's pupils. Have you forgotten the duties outlined in the mission? Sun Min violently shook off his hand, glanced at the panicked NPCs in the city, and let out a harsh laugh. Are you brain damaged? The exam rules allow it to can do whatever we want. A pauper wants to play hero and sympathize with NPCs? Then go ahead. Single-handedly eliminate all the beasts and become some legendary hero hats. That got to do with me? They're just cold strings of data. Once we're out of the dungeon, who remembers who? Can they crawl out and seek revenge on me? A cold smile that had been suppressed for too long surfaced at the corner of Gu Changqing's lips. He grasped the black sword that Black Egg handed him, the blade sliding out silently like an ink line. The air was sliced by the sharp edge, producing a piercing sound. A pitch-black arc flashed and passed directly across Sun Min's neck. Crack! A belated water shield formed around his body, but it was already too late. A crimson stream of blood struck the inner wall of the shield, splattering crystal fragments everywhere. Sun Min's pupils contracted sharply as he desperately pressed both hands against his torn throat, unable to stop the gushing blood. His health plummeted rapidly, and fear turned the whites of his eyes a ghastly gray. He reached out with his left hand, trying to touch the nearby teleportation portal. The black sword fell again, cleanly slicing through his wrist. Flesh and bone separated with a smooth cut. Gu Changqing stood with his sword, his voice cold as black iron. You cannot leave with mission progress intact. You can only be killed and crawl out in disgrace. Because you are not worthy. As consciousness was swallowed by crimson, Sun Min collapsed in despair. The abyss will's protection ensured he wouldn't truly die, but the agonizing process of near death was unavoidable. Changqing released his grip, and the sword dissolved into wisps of black mist, returning to Black Egg's palm. Black Egg spat and wiped his mouth, cursing, "Damn, I've been wanting to do that for ages." Changqing stepped forward. The scene of Sun Min's sudden death shattered the noble family disciples' composure. That figure approached through the blood mist like a demon, and they fled in panic, scrambling to slap the portal. However, when their fingertips made contact, the teleportation portal shattered like broken glass, dissolving into scattered starlight. That radiance immediately dimmed, just like their suddenly constricted breathing. At that moment, the Abyss system notification echoed in Changqing's mind. Wish exchange complete. The beast tamer's hidden skill light of hope will not manifest in you. After the devouring ants appeared, the time limit for the light of hope skill had also expired. The Abyss rules compensated him, allowing any reasonable wish to be fulfilled. Changqing had originally planned to use one exchange to obtain more information about the Black Egg, that bloodline mystery that accompanied his birth, a precious answer that even the golden trait, Path of Destiny, couldn't alter. However, when Sun Min and the other scions of noble families attempted to escape through the teleportation portal, he decisively modified the exchange conditions, causing the portal to fail instantly. The light dimmed, and hope of escape was extinguished. Changqing stepped forward, his heels clicking against the stone slabs as he walked unhurriedly to the next candidate's position. The candidate was already pale-faced, and now even his vocal cords trembled. Do you know who I am? The principal of Pingding Academy is my second uncle, and I'm the only son of the Gao family. If you dare kill me, you'll face terrible consequences once we leave this dungeon. Others turned to look upon hearing this. The Gao family was one of the 4 great families of Chun Hai City, and even Pingding Square in the city center was built with their funding. But Changqing merely observed coldly and asked in return, "Pingding? How dare you use the word Pingding? Can you tell me what exactly you've pacified and what you've stabilized? Have you pacified the upward path of students from humble backgrounds and established the status of your noble families? Or are you saying that with your presence, Chun Hai City can pacify beast tides and protect the people's well-being?" Each question cut like a blade. The Gao family's only son was forced to flush red with anger, yet still stubbornly retorted, "So what? Without our families, could Chun Hai City have developed so quickly? Without the family elites, who would defend the city when beast tides attack? Even the guard units in each district are funded and supported by our families." Having found his opening, his voice grew louder. "Changqing, you're nothing but an orphan living off monthly relief funds. Do you have the ability to raise a legendary grade beast companion? Do you know what astronomical expenses that involves? And you still dream of reaching the heavens in one step? The conditions the Chun family offered you were already generous enough to guarantee your admission to Beast Taming University. People must recognize reality. Don't foolishly covet things that don't belong to you." His shouting echoed through the ruins, and the faces of the few remaining Su Qing, Qi Sheng, Chun Hai, and others all turned extremely ugly. The unspoken rules known to all had been exposed publicly, which was not just mockery, but like tearing away a fig leaf, nailing all the noble families to a pillar of shame. Chun Hai roared angrily. "Surname Gao, the Chun family's affairs, is that something you can comment on?" Su Qing merely sighed deeply, understanding that whatever was said now was too late. "Are you finished?" Changqing's voice carried bone-chilling coldness. Only now did he truly understand why the Saint King had said, "I was wrong," before dissipating. Perhaps when that beast-taming god perfected the ranking system, he had already foreseen this day. If this golden age needed someone to bear its burden, then I, Changqing, accept it. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing like lightning. Dark energy condensed in his palm into a sharp long sword, and with a flash of cold light, he slashed diagonally downward. The Gao family's only son's chest was instantly torn open, blood spattering the stone slabs. Changqing's steps didn't pause, his speed increasing. Those noble family candidates who were already terrified forgot to struggle, forgot to resist, and could only watch as dark beams of light shot skyward, sending them out of the dungeon, or more accurately, sending them to their deaths. Over 30 figures fell one after another, their corpses arranged like blood lotuses on the Luo River, until the last dark sword fell, and Changqing finally stopped. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Chun Hai clenched his fists. Changqing. He could see clearly that this wasn't venting personal grudges, but a naked declaration of war against authority. Changqing held his sword across his chest, the blade pointing at Chun Hai, his voice low, cold, and resolute. "Don't worry, I absolutely cannot abandon the Chun family. If no one mentions retreat again, then follow me. Let's kill our way through these fierce beasts. Don't tell me you've forgotten what that beast tamer predecessor said. Young Master Chun, you must stand up for us children of the noble families." The devouring ants surged forward like a black tide, their shells reflecting an eerie gleam across the battlefield. Yet under the combined assault of the remaining candidates, this torrent was completely obliterated before it could even touch the city walls, leaving blood and severed limbs scattered across the wasteland. Changqing stood at the forefront like a stern drill instructor. Anyone who slacked off would be sent flying by Black Egg's tail whip, ejected from the dungeon to experience the terror of reincarnation. Little Gold blazed with roaring flames, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Several candidates had originally planned to assassinate Changqing in the chaos, but seeing Black Egg constantly circling its master and Little Gold descending like a fire god, their murderous intent was forcibly suppressed, leaving them no choice but to pretend to continue fighting. After this wave of fierce beasts was easily repelled, several noble family scions approached Chun Hai under cover of night, hoping young Master Chun would step forward to confront Changqing. Chun Hai's teeth ground out. Blithe combat power of Changqing's two beast companions far exceeded his estimates by several times, even dozens of times. Even if he was confident in victory, making a move now would be a waste of his trump cards. Idiots, he snorted disdainfully. Can't you see this grand examination tests more than just performance? Do you think the City Lord's mansion and the Abyss rules would make the challenges this simple? Use your shit-clogged brains to think. Be forcing you to fight desperately. He's helping you in a way. I'm the one who most wants him kicked out of this dungeon. The noble family children, thoroughly berated, retreated in disgrace. As Changqing made his rounds and passed by Chun Hai coldly warned again. Changqing, don't underestimate the noble families just because you have two powerful beast companions. Reign in your murderous aura, or you'll die without a burial ground. I'm waiting. Changqing replied calmly without turning back. Watching that indifferent figure, Chun Hai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Ignorant commoner, you'll eventually pay the price for your arrogance. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon's light gate, dozens of candidates who had been expelled by Changqing stumbled out with pale faces and hollow eyes, collapsing in unison the moment their feet touched the ground. Family elders and school officials rushed forward to support them, and only then did they come to their senses, bursting into tears as they threw themselves into waiting arms. Damn it! No matter who's backing Changqing, the Sun family will definitely punish this villain severely. Sun Min, a Sun family scion, screamed hysterically, emotionally broken, alternating between crying and maniacal laughter, clearly suffering severe psychological trauma. The Sun family patriarch was heartbroken and, in his fury, slammed the table and swore to seek justice for Sun Min. This sparked a massive uproar. Other noble family heads and school officials joined in agreement, openly slaughtering fellow students on the grand examination stages. This still a human beast tamer? He clearly shows signs of extremism and becoming an enemy of humanity. Changqing must be dealt with to appease public anger. City Lord Zhao, swift action is needed. Cancel his examination qualification and banish him from the city. Banishment only leaves future trouble. I suggest immediate execution. This boy disregards all rules and has disgraced Jinhai City's reputation, must be severely punished. The voices of condemnation grew louder, emotions nearly boiling over. On the high platform, Zhao Zhanxiong half closed his eyes, leisurely sipping wine as if enjoying a theatrical performance. Around the viewing stands, noble family children fanned the flames while common citizens watched with great interest, treating this farce as rare entertainment. Have you said enough? Seeing signs that they were about to launch into endless chatter, Zhao Zhanhong suddenly let out a thunderous roar, forcibly silencing the commotion. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Then the Sun family patriarch spoke with meaningful undertones. City Lord Zhao, this boy's backing. Wouldn't happen to be you, would it? If so, just say it straight. The Sun family can accept being killed or punished, but we absolutely will not tolerate being humiliated. Zhao Zhanhong threw back his head and laughed heartily. Humiliated? By whom? Changqing. Impossible. He's the descendant of heroes. His parents died fighting the beast tide, personally awarded hero status by the provincial capital. This is merely a disagreement between peers. Where's the humiliation in that? The descendant of heroes? The Sun family patriarch snorted coldly. Does slaughtering one's own people qualify as heroic? Can parents' achievements carry over to the next generation as a get to fail-free card? Ridiculous. Countless people were honored as heroes in the beast tide war. Does that mean they can all act with impunity? Li Haoran sat silently, only using his eyes to signal Chun Ziming. Chun Ziming immediately picked up the thread. Whether they're heroes or not is still questionable. I recall that Changqing's parents didn't die defending the city. That hero status was hastily submitted by the previous city lord before he left to fight the sea beasts. Everyone, might there be something fishy here? You surnamed Chun. Morong Yuan shot to his feet, roaring furiously. If you think you have too many teeth, this old man will knock them out one by one. If you want to use my Morong family as your sacrificial lamb, first weigh your own worth. Forget about being Jinhai's first family. Even if the provincial capital's top family came here, they'd still have to speak like human beings to me. Li Haoran quickly tried to smooth things over. Master Murong, please calm down. Questions naturally need investigation. We don't deny the Murong family's contributions to Jinhai City, nor does family head Qin intend to overturn them. Then what are you barking about? You've seen Changqing's records clear as didn't you know in your hearts whether there's a problem? Is it really that higher-ups disagree, or are you harboring ulterior motives? Li Haoran's eyes turned cold. Master Murong, that's going too far. Is it? A calm statement reignited the scene. Yi Ruyan had remained silent until now, but suddenly fixed her gaze on Li Haoran. Do you want me to speak more plainly? How exactly did my teacher and his wife die in battle? Silence. The rising tension was instantly snuffed out, all eyes converging on Yi Ruyan. Her eyes held a mixture of grief and disappointment, yet her voice remained steady. I'll put it this way: whoever dares touch Changqing or obstruct his path, I, Yi Ruyan, will reveal secrets that shouldn't be spoken. Don't try to intimidate me with interested parties behind the scenes. They are them, and I am me. Murong Yuan laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly worthy of being that couple's disciple. The Murong family stands with you. Li Haoran took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. You too. Have you considered the consequences? Yi Ruyan raised her head, her chest heaving. Consequences? Bring them on. In an instant, all the great families fell silent as cicadas, as if the previous denunciation had been mere illusion. Well now, the fourth wave of beast armies has arrived, and the individual trials should be drawing to a close. Zhao Zhanhong's lazy comment drew everyone's attention back to the light screen. At that moment, at the edge of the plain, towering beast silhouettes suddenly rose from the ground like pillars supporting the heavens, gazing down with overwhelming presence at the broken small city on the vast plain. The second stage of the blood-stained wasteland dungeon is nearing its end. All candidates must unite to fight against the fierce beasts. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution points after the storyline concludes. Attention! Hyperdimensional beasts are gathering for an assault. Defend humanity's honor and repel the beasts. The booming abyss announcement echoed above the city, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The candidates looked up to see 10 colossal beasts, tall as towering trees, crushing rocks and stones as they approached from the edge of the plains. Dust clouds rolled forward, threatening to engulf the entire city. The overwhelming pressure they brought was even more ferocious than the demons from Eagle Ridge and the three-headed tentacle dragon they had faced before, instantly chilling everyone's blood. Have the leaders from City Hall and First High completely lost their minds? What kind of monsters are they stuffing into this artificial dungeon? Changqing gripped his war blade tightly, his knuckles turning white as his heart trembled uncontrollably. The most terrifying part was that 10 of them had come at once. This was definitely a total wipeout scenario. He glanced at his team of fewer than 100 people, bitterness rising in his throat. Even if we all attacked together, we wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Changqing, you're the one who forced us to keep going. If you're so capable, go kill them yourself. One candidate screamed hysterically, his voice filled with fear and resentment. Even Qi Sheng, who had remained neutral and held favorable feelings toward Changqing, sighed helplessly. Student Changqing, I'm afraid this is as far as I can go. It's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just a dungeon after all. Su Qing looked toward the 10 hyperdimensional beasts, feeling as if a boulder was crushing her chest, her voice trembling. If it were 1 or 2 beasts, dozens of us surrounding them might have a chance. But 10 at once. And they're all hyperdimensional beasts. What did hyperdimensional mean? These were colossal creatures that exceeded their average level and surpassed their ranks by several tiers. How could they fight? What could they use to fight? Just as everyone fell into despair, the Abyss Rules, understanding human nature, quietly tore open a teleportation portal within the city. The milky white beam of light illuminated the broken streets and alleys. Most candidates, seeing this escape route, immediately showed expressions of relief at this moment. They weren't afraid of failing the trial, only of experiencing the agony of death. Please go ahead. Changqing lowered his voice, watching the figures scrambling toward the portal as he spoke slowly. In the face of such an insurmountable gap, cowardice is not shameful. Earlier, he had killed dozens because those people didn't understand basic respect, but this time, he hesitated. In an instant, only a dozen candidates remained on the city wall. Changqing turned to see that Qi Sheng hadn't moved and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Qi Sheng shrugged with a smile. "I am going to leave, but not now. These are hyperdimensional beasts, wouldn't it be a shame not to witness them firsthand?" Su Qing rolled her eyes. What a show-off. When they slapped down with one paw. I hope you can still stand. Qi Sheng didn't argue, his smile self-mocking. Miss Su is right. I estimate my score won't drop out of the top 20, so failing once doesn't matter. I'm actually curious about death. Can't help it, I've been too well protected, never even set foot outside the city. Changqing shifted his gaze to Chun Hai. Chun Hai merely snorted coldly, his lips curled with arrogance. Changqing's emotions were complex. It was the Chun family who wanted him dead, and to keep that secret from being exposed, Chun Hai had to die. This person's arrogance was spoiled by his family. His swagger was a habit of noble children. And though he talked big frequently, he was often shut down by Changqing himself. Changqing thought silently. When the Chun family's death knell tolls, I'll consider sparing your life. As his words fell, he had already commanded Xiao Jin to switch to true fire sparrow form. Blazing crimson flames danced between the bird's wings as Xiao Jin's body expanded section by section, stirring up waves of heat. Changqing leaped onto its back and said gravely to the remaining dozen people, I'm going to test the beast's strength. 2 people come with me. Chun Hai drew his blade, also calling for 2 candidates. They stepped onto the battlements and rushed toward another battlefield. Xiao Jin let out a long cry, carrying Changqing as it soared into the sky, its firelight tearing through the dark clouds as it charged straight toward those colossal creatures. Chun Hai likewise called 2 candidates and ran toward other beasts. In an instant, the dozen or so remaining people seemed to share an unspoken understanding, leaving the city walls in small groups of 2 or 3. As their footsteps faded, the broad-shouldered beast tamer stepped onto the parapet, placing his palm against the rough bluestone as he watched the teams that had already split into several groups across the plain, his eyes filled with approval. The unshakable hierarchy still loomed over everyone. Yet at this crucial moment, their choices were remarkably unified. The air beside him trembled slightly as several more beast tamers appeared in flashes. That Chun Hai is impressive. He can set aside prejudices and distinguish between benefits and drawbacks, one of them commented in a low voice. So Vermilion Bird Academy wants to recruit that goo fellow, another snorted coldly. They'd better watch out he doesn't turn around and stab them in the back. TSK, old bye, you're just being stubborn, the third person chuckled. When Changqing swept those people out of the dungeon, you were clapping the loudest. So what if I was? With fierce beasts attacking right up to the city gates, they were still thinking about completing their mission and running? If it were up to me, I'd kick them all out, every last one. This is exactly why White Tiger Academy has trouble recruiting. Anyone would hesitate. All right, time's up. Each of the 4 universities has their eye on certain prospects. Let's just watch the show from outside. On the plain, 3 teams were closing in on their respective targets. Strong winds whipped grass fragments and leaves into their faces, and the closer they got to those massive creatures, the harder their hearts pounded. Chun Hai, clad in full Qingqiu equipment, felt less pressure and took the lead, shielding the 2 behind him from most of the oppressive aura. Can you see their information? He whispered. Still too far. Get closer. Forget Ithiri moving. From nearly 200 meters away, those skyscraper-sized fierce beasts lifted their feet. Boom. A massive foot hit the ground, sand and dust exploded outward, and the earth seemed to ripple like it had been struck by artillery shells. A single step covered over 10 meters, leaving the 3 speechless. It's showing up. Holy crap. Damn these abyss rules. Light blue panels appeared simultaneously, revealing the beast's information in full detail. Chun Hai leaped onto his crimson flame wolf and shouted, let's go back to regroup. At the city gate, Su Qing and Qi Sheng also led their people back. When the 3 groups met, their faces were all grave. No way we can fight them. Our side has 2 level 50 demon beasts, a Jinmu giant ape and a wind willow demon tree, and they're a combo that can share power. We've got at Warsea level 55 Hell Cerberus with legendary bloodline. Qi Sheng gritted his teeth. The east side is slightly better, for level 60 elites with mixed bloodlines. Priority targets for elimination. Su Qing quickly organized the intelligence, outlining potential breakthrough points. After exchanging information, one of the noble family disciples hesitantly spoke up. Huh? Changqing isn't back yet. Could he have gotten caught up with the beasts? Should we go rescue him? Though everyone resented Changqing, they knew that without him, their danger increased significantly. All eyes turned to Su Qing. I'll go. Su Qing summoned her unicorn and had just stepped into the stirrup when, ding, the abyss notification suddenly echoed across the entire plain. Congratulations to candidate 666 Changqing for slaying a level 65 elite, fierce beast 3-tailed white fox. What the hell? While everyone was still huddled together strategizing about how to coordinate and take down the beast, Changqing had already silently eliminated an elite level fierce beast on his own. The group was stunned at first, then scrambled to rationalize what they'd witnessed. Elite level beasts were indeed 1 tier below demon level beasts. And while there was a level gap, the attribute difference wasn't insurmountable. The real distinguishing factor was the unique bloodline abilities that only demon-level beasts possessed. But right now Changqing had actually pulled off a solo kill. Changqing actually solo killed it. Just like we heard, young Master Chun Hai. All those negative rumors from outside, were they all fake? Could it be that he really scared Go into surrendering? The young scions from the prominent families felt like they'd been clubbed over the head, their confidence shattered by this shocking display of skill. They'd known the rumors contained some exaggeration, but never imagined the gap could be this absurdly wide. Chun Hai clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. suddenly slapping his body. His Xuanwu armor automatically locked into place as the thunder halberd materialized in his grip. He strode forward with determined steps, heading straight for the potential intercept point of those high-level fierce beasts. Behind him, a string of bewildered questions from his fellow disciples pierced his heart like steel needles. Gu Changqing, if a waste, like you can do it, then I can do it too and I'll do it even better. Su Qing watched his fighting cock-like posture and chuckled. Qi Sheng rubbed his forehead, saying quietly, "It's been a while since I felt this fired up. Let's go? If we can't handle 3 and own, we'll go Manyan Mini and give it our all." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden 6-pointed star formation lit up beneath his feet. A golden Vajra archetype beast companion descended from his beast space, its entire body wreathed in golden light, sporting 3 heads and 6 arms all in lion form. "Oh, not hiding it anymore," Su Qing teased. Qi Sheng shook his head. "Not hiding anymore, can't hide it either. I was planning to save this as a secret weapon for the national talent war, but now they won't let us hold back." "Sigh, true enough, so why bother hiding anything? Time to show all our cards." "Gu Changqing, I hate you," Su Qing said through gritted teeth. "No worries, after we clear this dungeon, I'll challenge him to a duel and get our dignity back." Qi Sheng laughed. "You go ahead if you think you can handle it. My beast companion was just contract didn't want to lose its loyalty in a beating," someone muttered. After accepting that Gu Changqing was a monster, these young scions completely shifted their mindset, training in their arrogance, sheathing their conceit, and treating Gu Changqing as an equal or even superior opponent. Setting aside his sharp tongue and ruthless methods, they realized he wasn't actually that bad. "Let's go? Support Chun Hai." With a unified command, everyone summoned their final trump card beast companions and followed Chun Hai, preparing to intercept those 4 elite-level fierce beasts. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing took advantage of Little Gold's incredible speed and the beast's complete lack of awareness, deliberately lingering a moment longer to let his battle fervor stack to double amplification. The next second, Little Gold activated Golden Crow Shadow, and blazing solar flames swept outward. The target was an agility-focused elite-level 3-tailed white fox. Caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush, the white fox couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed heated by the blazing flames, taking full damage. Black Egg followed up immediately with dozens of consecutive sword strikes, cleanly finishing the job. But as soon as the 3-tailed white fox died, 2 earth-shaking roars echoed from deep within the plains. 5 tails, each dozens of meters long, rose high like toppling pillars, sweeping toward Gu Changqing with crushing force. Little Gold reacted lightning fast, spreading its wings and shooting skyward, barely dodging the devastating tail strike. Boom! Dust swirled across the earth as a blood-red aura pressed down from all directions. The charred corpse of a 3-tailed white fox lay sprawled across the wasteland, while a 5-tailed blood fox several times larger in size lowered its massive frame and fixed its lantern-like crimson eyes on the blackened remains, whimpering softly. The piercing grief made Gu Changqing's scalp tingle. In the next instant, a floating information panel appeared before his eyes. Demon Class Beast 5-tailed Blood Fox. Level 55. Bloodline Ancient Savage Breed Orange. Attributes: Strength 500, Constitution 300, Agility 500, Spirit 200. Skills: Blood Dissolution Orb, Blood Prison, Homologous Evolution, Mountain of Corpses, and Sea of Blood, Tail Severance. Description: one of the inherited bloodlines of the extinct 9-tailed fox clan. Unable to obtain the method of evolution, it has instead entered the ancient savage breed sequence. Naturally fears flames. Remember, do not let its skills hit you. The words Demon Class glowed a piercing red, making Gu Changqing's heart clench. This monster before him possessed not only terrifying attributes, but also an orange legendary bloodline and a full 5 skills. Even compared to the 3-headed tentacle dragon god Jiao in his inventory, a creature that sought to defy fate itself, this beast was superior. The 5-tailed blood fox suddenly raised its head and roared thunderously. "Humans! Damned humans! You killed my child." Its 5 massive tails rose in unison as blood orbs materialized, then split from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to countless thousands, blotting out the sky. Screech. Behind Xiao Jin, the shadow of the golden crow suddenly expanded. It seemed as though a sun had fallen from the heavens, exploding into boundless flames as a fire-bathed divine bird emerged from the blaze, crying out to the sky. Rolling seas of scorching solar fire spread outward, incinerating the very void. "You ugly old fleabag with 5 tails, dare to touch my master? Just try it." The divine bird's phantom scattered blazing solar flames, instantly condensing into fire orbs that outnumbered the blood orbs each the size of a wash basin, filling half the sky. The 5-tailed blood fox felt its bloodline being suppressed at its very core. Its crimson eyes contracted as it involuntarily stepped backward. Divine beast bloodline? Old fleabag, who are you looking down on? Hey Dan raised his long sword high with both hands, tilting his head back to roar angrily at the fox that towered over 10 meters tall. Lord Hai is here, surrender immediately. Yet before the giant beast, his figure appeared no larger than a speck of dust. Its blood-red eyes flashed as the five-tailed blood fox brought down one massive claw, like a crushing heavy truck. Damn it! Hai Dan bellowed, his sword instantly extending to 3 meters as black radiance slashed upward to temporarily block the giant claw. At the same time, blood-colored energy poured frantically into the sword through the point of contact. Big sister, it's up to you now. Using the shockwave from the impact, Hai Dan rolled away to safety while countless fire orbs in the sky transformed into a meteor shower, crashing down toward the five-tailed blood fox. So what if it's a divine beast bloodline? Would I fear a divine beast that hasn't fully matured? Its 5 tails lashed wildly, shooting blood orbs that collided repeatedly with the fire orbs in midair. Fire could vaporize blood, but blood could also extinguish fire. Pale gold and crimson each claimed half the battlefield, tearing the sky in two. Gradually, the five-tailed blood fox's roars grew higher in pitch. The blood-colored energy drifting across the wasteland surged toward Changqing like a flood. Changqing's face went pale with shock. Xiao Jin, retreat. But the blood-colored energy gathered even faster. With a dull thrum, a cubic blood block instantly formed, trapping him firmly inside. This was clearly the five-tailed blood fox's second skill blood prison. Whoosh! The blood prison had formed, trapping Changqing within its confines. Haydn refused to give up, unleashing several sword strikes in succession. The sharp sword energy struck the crimson cage, creating only rippling waves across its surface, unable to tear through the prison walls or dispel that eerie red energy. Xiaojin leaped into the air, about to launch a probing attack, when Changqing raised his hand to stop it. Hiss! Blood mist churned as the five-tailed blood fox revealed its mountain-sized head, its crimson eyes locked firmly on Xiaojin. Its voice was cold as a blade. A noble and supreme divine beast, actually forming a contract with a human and willingly serving as a mere pet? This is wasteful, even criminal. If I possessed your bloodline, I would have already dominated all ages and become the sole truth among fierce beasts. Instead, you have limitless potential yet remain stagnant because of that worthless human. Come, let me break your contract for you in no time. You'll reclaim your divine beast's might. The blood fox continued speaking, but Xiaojin tilted its head, golden eyes rolling playfully as it replied in a clear, childlike voice. Being a primordial ancient breed must be quite torturous, right? You lack that purest strand of bloodline, which is why your evolutionary path was severed. You had no choice but to take the barbaric divergent route, making your bloodline muddier with each step, straying further from your ancestors' path. You're stuck at the fierce demon level. No matter how high your grade or how many attributes you possess, you can't restore your fierce beast core's decay. Hiss! The blood fox's reverse scale had been struck. It opened its massive maw wide, releasing thunderous sound waves that made even the blood prison walls tremble. Changqing secretly signaled, "Keep it up." At the same time, he instructed Haydn, "Provide support from the side." A golden crow phantom suddenly spread behind Xiaojin's back. It pointed its wingtip at the image, declaring confidently, "Pretty cool, right? My master gave this to me. If you hadn't brought so many allies, and if I didn't need to save my strength for other fierce beasts, you wouldn't even be my match right now." The five-tailed blood fox's expression grew more serious. It knew very well that despite taking the initiative in their earlier clash, Xiaojin hadn't used its full power at all. Divine beasts naturally suppressed lower bloodline creatures, even legendary ones, had to bow their heads. Big sister is absolutely right. You old furbaluk at me. Haydn interrupted, his perpetual motion body instantly activating. Black energy swirled around him as armor and weapons continuously formed around his body. On the black energy running at full power, the naked eye could barely make out intermittent cracks. It seemed to be suppressing Haydn's bloodline, yet also appeared that the two complemented each other, with the other type simply undeveloped and unactivated. Changqing looked down at Haydn, who was obediently crouching by his feet, and muttered in a low voice, "I'll let you in on a secret. Lord Hai also has divine-level bloodline. Big sister and I walk different paths. She focuses on slaughter, while I specialize in tribulation crossing. Pretty enviable, right?" He casually patted Haydn's head, then glanced worriedly at the five-tailed blood fox across from them. "All right, enough bragging. What if it goes berserk and kills us all?" He suddenly slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot this is a dungeon. We're under the abyss's protection." Xiaojin fluttered its wings and flew to the edge of the rolling blood mist of the blood prison, looking pitifully at the five-tailed blood fox trapped outside. Changqing laughed. "If you also had pure bloodline, you'd be just like me right now with endless tricks up your sleeve. Don't doubt it. If I really wanted to finish you off, it'd be a matter of minutes." Roar! The moment he finished speaking, the five-tailed blood fox completely lost control. Blood mist churned as thousands upon thousands of crimson swords materialized from thin air, shrieking through the air as they shot toward Changqing from all directions. Blazing solar flames exploded in his palm, instantly transforming into an ancient bronze bell that covered him and Haydn. Simultaneously, the black substance overflowing from his perpetual motion body writhed into armor, wrapping the man and two beasts in layers of protection. The blood swords came in endless waves, yet none could break through the bell's walls. Changqing looked up at the great bell with its burning patterns, a chill running down his spine. Golden Crow, great bell. Could Xiaojin ultimately recreate that being's supreme divine form? I told you it's useless, Haydn said, hands on its tiny hips, speaking earnestly. How about this, you make me your reserve beast companion, and I'll reluctantly give you my quota. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Shut up, Changqing snapped. How can you make decisions for me like that? You know how precious that thing is. Haydn shrugged. Master surely can't bear to watch a confused beast go astray, right? Just give it away. Changqing sighed and opened his talent panel, clicking extract. Countless golden rays of light rose up, with one strand falling into his inventory. Congratulations. You have extracted the golden trait flower. Smile at me. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Does it pair with Sunshine's Bright? Changqing rolled his eyes. Again, the second ray of light descended. Congratulations. You have extracted the golden trait 10,000 battles in all directions. Now that's more like it. Changqing opened the details, then glanced at Haydn. Custom made for you. 10,000 battles in all directions golden. Ability. Become divine through 10,000 battles. Ascend through bathing in countless enemies' blood. Gain 1 to all 4 attributes after each battle. Upon completing 10,000 battles, can shatter through to godhood. Usage requirements. One who has undergone Nirvana rebirth or reincarnation. Nirvana rebirth, the legendary Phoenix talent. Does Haydn count as reincarnated? He dragged the trait toward the beast's space, and a pop-up appeared. This beast companion meets the usage requirements. Proceed with bestowal? No. Changqing decisively refused. Haydn's evolution path is becoming more and more like that black minion, and the weapon doesn't match either. Draw again. The third golden light blazed brilliantly as Changqing pressed his palms together. Come on, the golden trait I want most. The moment the radiant light faded, he vaguely saw a nine-tailed fierce beast swaying within the golden glow. Congratulations. You have extracted the golden trait Heart of Qingqiu. Changqing opened the information, wild joy flashing in his eyes. It appeared. It really appeared. Heart of Qingqiu, a unique limited bloodline golden trait. Legend speaks of the purest bloodline left behind by the nine-tailed divine fox, designed for beast companions to unlock the nine-tailed divine fox bloodline evolution path. The golden trait's ability was summarized by the system in sharp, concise terms. Supremely and pure, naturally enchanting. Once hosted within a beast companion, charm values could stack infinitely, and upon reaching specific thresholds, it could trigger the special talent of victory without battle. On the surface, it belonged to the same bloodline category as the blazing and domineering Great Sun Golden Flame, yet somehow seemed to lack half a measure in brilliance. However, Changqing adhered to the principle that no golden trait is worthless, and decided to absorb it on the spot. His right palm opened, and a dense golden radiance suddenly took shape, rolling like clouds beneath a blazing sun. Deep within the luminous glow, the phantom of a nine-tailed divine fox appeared faintly, 9 tails spread like fans, the fox standing atop a mountain peak, howling at the full moon hanging high in the night sky. Silver-white moonlight cascaded down, coating it in a brilliant suit of armor, creating a scene both magnificent and mystical. In that same instant, the tide-like murderous assault in the blood prison came to an abrupt halt. The 5-tailed blood fox caught that familiar yet superior bloodline aura, its blood-red pupils contracting sharply as it stared fixedly at Changqing's palm, not daring even to blink. The bloodline of the pure divine fox. Its throat tightened, fearing the fox phantom might shatter into bubbles the next second. Black Egg also reacted as if encountering a fierce ghost, his black fur bristling with a sharp whoosh. He had thought all those golden traits Changqing had bestowed upon Little Gold were hard-won treasures acquired through countless near-death experiences, never expecting him to produce one so openly. This time the impact was overwhelmingly direct. But an excellent actor must never let emotions run wild. He took a deep breath, held his head high, and spoke with passionate fervor. See that? Feel it? I wasn't lying to you. Whether fierce beast or beast companion, the most important thing for long-term survival isn't natural hostility, but knowing when to adapt. My master has real ability, yet you're thinking of being trapped to death in this dungeon, living a lifetime without hope of evolution? Don't be foolish. Take that step forward, and your life will immediately open up. Changqing listened with hidden amusement. Black Egg might be small in stature, but his silver tongue was working overtime, leaving the 5-tailed blood fox thoroughly bewildered. Human, state your conditions. The temptation of the heart of Qingqiu was irresistible, and the five-tailed blood fox stepped forward, following the opening black egg had provided. Changqing raised his hand, pointing toward the other restless, fierce beasts on the opposite side, his tone calm. Stop them, preferably leave none alive. Accomplish this, and our cooperation continues. Impossible. The five-tailed blood fox refused outright. Changqing narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping low. Oh? Do fierce beasts also value loyalty among themselves? You misunderstand. The five-tailed blood fox quickly explained. I cannot leave this place, nor can I act freely. Soon, a true beast king will appear behind methods, the real final boss of this dungeon. I must stay to block it. You could give me the golden trait first, and I'll block the king for you. Black Egg snorted coldly. Does my master look like a fool to you? Even Black Master can see through such an obvious scheme and try any tricks. Seeing his ploy had failed, the five-tailed blood fox had to compromise. Then I'll block that final fierce beast for you and reveal all the weaknesses of the remaining beasts. After it's done, the golden trait is mine. Agreed. Changqing readily accepted. It's a deal. The five-tailed blood fox nodded with a flick of its tail, then quickly began sharing intelligence. Among the fierce beasts, aside from myself and the final king, the most troublesome are that old ape and the willow tree theory in a symbiotic state, nearly inseparable. The good news is the old ape has an unhealed injury on its right leg, making it clumsy and dim-witted. The willow tree fears fire and lightning. Your divine beast excels in both elements, so defeating them shouldn't be difficult. As for that dog, you can completely ignore it. From what I know, it was originally a beast companion that survived on its own after its master died in battle. He had developed some fondness for humans. The five-tailed blood fox pointed its claw toward the distant plains, its voice low yet clear. Those others are all elite-tier beasts with decent base attributes, but they lack powerful bloodline skills. When humans swarm them, they can easily be worn down to death. As for that last one, I'm not sure either. It wasn't captured and brought here. It was formed by the Abyss rules themselves. With that, it flicked its tail and sprinted toward the back of the plains, decisively fulfilling its promise after snitching. Changqing stood there stunned. Was this fox a little too honest? It had just made a verbal agreement and immediately sold out all its companions. If that fox ever found out that golden traits could only be used on beast companions, who knew if it would explode with rage on the spot? At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. Honest beasts were truly adorable. Gathering his thoughts, he patted Xiao Jin's scales, flicked He Dan's shell, and led his two beast companions straight toward those two demon-tier beasts. Keep up the defense buffs. Where are the buffs? Qi Sheng roared. He summoned his trump card, a three-headed, six-armed mad lion. Its six muscular arms swung in unison, forming a whirlwind-like defensive line that forced the elite-tier beast before them to retreat step by step. Su Qing and another candidate flanked it, sweat dripping from their chins. Their two support-type beast companions took turns casting skills, immediately following up as soon as cooldowns finished. Just a little more, and we can suppress it. Su Qing reminded them. Their momentum is weakening, and stop. Use all your potions. We can't fail now. On the other side, the two king-tier weapons in Chun Hai's hands already showed cracks, yet he continued wielding his halberd like rain. The Crimson Flame Wolf breathed fire while the Snow Lion exhaled icy, a combination of ice and fire, layered with his Thunder Halberd's lightning strikes, making him the fastest killer on the entire battlefield. The remaining candidates kite the other two beasts, hurling profanity-laden taunts that enraged these intelligent beasts to the point of continuous roaring, wishing they could devour them alive. Qi Sheng was suffering from the mana-draining side effects of his three-headed mad lion when he suddenly noticed the bloody canopy in the distance gradually fading. What's happening on Changqing's side? Why did it stop? He swallowed a recovery potion but couldn't help worrying. Su Qing's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, but she forced herself to respond. Don't worry about brother. Changqing has more trump cards than all of us combined. Qi Sheng couldn't help but complain. Did this guy get forced off a cliff by the Qin family or something? It's only been so long. Yet his beast companions are ridiculously strong. If I'd known, I wouldn't have surrendered in that arena match. Su Qing chuckled softly while continuing to buff the three-headed mad lion. Just then, the sky above the plains was suddenly dyed a brilliant green, like an enormous curtain. Immediately after, flaming meteors with long tails whistled down, crashing into the ground and exploding in rolling waves of heat, with shockwaves spreading everywhere. Holy shit, someone cursed aloud. Changqing's battle has started. He's facing those two demon-tier beasts. Our whole group barely managed to hold on using every trick in the book, and he's solo fighting two of them. Who spread the rumor that Changqing was useless? Let me crush that person's skull. Shoo, quiet. Don't you see, even young Master Chun is fighting even harder now. People feared comparison, and the facts were right before their eyes. Su Qing proudly lifted her chin. Brother Changqing was always amazing. I've seen it with my own eyes. Big sister, save the bragging for later, Qi Sheng said with a pained expression. Buffs. Give me buffs. At this moment, Changqing felt anything but graceful. Only he knew how strong his urge was to curse that five-tailed blood fox into questioning its entire existence. You only told me the Jianmu giant ape had a leg injury count. You have mentioned which leg? It's a leg over 5 meters tall. A leg over 5 meters tall. Demonic beast, Jianmu giant ape. Level, 55. Bloodline, divine wood spirit ape purple. Attributes, strength 700, constitution 200, agility 600, spirit 0. Skills, earth rend, divine power passive, heaven-reaching Jianmu, symbiosis. Description, descendant of legendary spirit apes that consume divine wood fruit, possessing both agile form and unmatched divine strength. Its evolution went awry, causing severe constitution decline, forcing it to rely on symbiosis to compensate for weaknesses. Demonic beast wind willow demon tree. Level, 55. Bloodline, ethereal sky-splitting willow orange. Attributes, strength 200, constitution 600, agility 100, spirit 600. Skills, regeneration, deadwood blooms in spring, willow chains, symbiosis. Description, a willow tree of mysterious origin that once struck terror into countless beasts and beast tamers. Legend says it died under heavenly tribulation while attempting to ascend to divine beast status, yet new shoots stubbornly sprouted from its withered roots. Two demonic beasts with total attributes reaching 1500 each. Even though the dungeon weakened their stats, their combat instincts and bloodline abilities remained completely intact. Changqing originally planned to copy his ambush tactics from the three-tailed white fox, taking out one opponent first, but they were too alert. The moment he approached, countless willow branches lashed through the air like steel chains while the ground cracked under the giant ape's hammering, sending sand and stones flying. Little gold, pull up, bombard them with flames. The golden-winged fire eagle soared upward, hovering at a height beyond the willow chain's reach. Blazing solar flames poured down like a meteor shower, blanketing the ground completely. Simultaneously, Changqing focused his mind, entering the beast-taming space to bestow 10,000 battles in all directions upon Black Egg. A golden energy swept through Black Egg's space, merging into its body in the blink of an eye. The next second, Black Egg on the ground felt power surge through its limbs and howled with excitement. Master, finally my turn? I'm ridiculously strong now. Changqing immediately pulled up the attribute panel. The four-dimensional stats hadn't changed, but perpetual motion body had vanished, replaced by 10,000 battles, divine body. Type, active. Effect, upon activation, base attributes 3, defense attack skill power 200. Passive, complete immunity to mental, charm, and toxin-type skill damage. Special, automatically levels up after every 100 battles. Black Egg stood proudly, gripping its pitch-black sword whose edge had become deep as a whirlpool under the enhancement. It leaped several meters into the air, sword energy forming silk-like streams as it slashed downward. However, the next instant, an ape fist several times larger came smashing toward it. Holy shit! Black Egg flew backward like a cannonball, cratering the ground in a spiderweb pattern. Yet it climbed up completely unharmed, dusting off the dirt. Damn! Almost shattered your Black Lord. That round doesn't count. Let's go again. With that, it fearlessly charged at the giant ape again. Changqing noticed that Black Egg's four-dimensional attributes had quietly increased by 1 point. Black Egg, pin it down, don't let it return to help. The Jianmu giant ape, with 0 spirit attribute, paid no attention to battlefield tactics. Seeing the grasshopper, 100 times smaller than itself, brazenly provoke it, the ape roared and leaped several zhang into the air, clasping its fists together before hammering the ground. Boom! Shockwaves spread outward from the impact point, hurling dust and sand within 10 meters into the air. But Black Egg nimbly dodged, waving at the giant ape with loud laughter. Hey, can't hit me mad yet. Haydn moved like a slippery loach, his predictions remarkably accurate as he effortlessly dodged the flying debris, occasionally turning his dark little monkey bottom toward the giant ape and giving it a couple of taunting slaps. With earth-shaking roars, the Jianmu giant ape was thoroughly enraged, abandoning the slow-moving wind willow demon tree and thundering across the cracking ground in pursuit of Haydn. Perfect opportunity. Changqing's eyes lit up. The fireballs suddenly changed direction midair like meteors altering their trajectory, hundreds of pale golden flames simultaneously locking onto the wind willow demon tree. Boom, boom. Each one exploded into blazing flowers above the canopy. Though the willow chains danced wildly and managed to pierce some fireballs, under Xiaojin's 1,500 mental attribute points, they were scorched and forced to retreat repeatedly. The endless stream of fireballs, with their natural restraining properties, created towering pillars of fire within moments, rolling mushroom clouds that completely engulfed the wind willow demon tree. Changqing pulled out pills and swallowed them, recovering most of his energy before shouting, "Xiaojin, keep bombarding it." He knew perfectly well a fierce demon-class creature with orange legendary bloodline, and at least 2 recovery skills wouldn't go down easily. Master, prepare the supplements. I'm about to absorb. Xiaojin thoughtfully reminded him. The golden crow's shadow expanded and solidified within the blazing center, the exhilarating sensation of absorption nearly making it swoon. Changqing frantically stuffed pills into his mouth as Xiaojin's energy storage rapidly climbed. Screech. A piercing bird cry cut through the battlefield. The golden crow's shadow instantly transformed into a fire-bathed divine bird, its flames countless levels above the blazing sun flames. Combination skill golden crow's roar. In the sea of fire, charred branches stubbornly began their spring return, green spreading across the tree once more. But as the golden crow's roar took shape, a female face appeared on the thick trunk. Human, I surrender. I'll retreat deep into the plains and never attack the city again. Gu Changqing, his mouth stuffed with pills, lay on Xiaojin's back and snorted coldly. Only when your snot reaches your mouth do you think to wipe it? Too late. You're just naturally useful. What a weakling. The golden crow's roar screamed downward in a dive, its scorching waves distorting the air for dozens of meters around. Gu Changqing was curious to see just how much destruction 2 god-tier skills combined could unleash. Judging by the absorption speed alone, it was far more intense than when facing the 3-headed tentacle dragon. No. The wind willow demon tree's desperate wail was completely swallowed by the golden crow's roar. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The ground where she stood had already turned to lava. In the central crater, magma bubbled and gurgled while ash scattered in the wind. Gu Changqing swallowed hard. This is what a 100-fold amplified combination skill looks like. It literally created a volcanic crater. Master, I'm a bit tired and want to rest, Xiaojin said wearily, delivering him to the ground before returning to the beast taming space on its own. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to Haydn. Gu Changqing patted its feathers. Immediately after, the Abyss trial announcement suddenly rang out. Congratulations to Candidate 666 for slaying the fierce demon-class Beast Wind Willow Demon Tree. Simultaneously, 2 new messages appeared in succession. Congratulations to the candidate team Su Qing, Qi Sheng, Yuan Huan, Feng Zhisha for slaying the elite-class Beast Mighty Earth Horn Rhino. Congratulations to the candidate team Chun Hai, Gao Han, Morong Qin, Wu Dazhuang for slaying the elite-class Beast Desert Lizard. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Their progress isn't bad either. In the distance, though Haydn couldn't defeat the Jianmu giant ape, he had more than enough ability to protect himself, so Gu Changqing simply let him be and headed toward the hell 3-headed dog that had been leisurely strolling since its appearance. Suddenly, a humming sound emerged from his backpack. The beast compendium opened by itself, and on one particular page, an image of the freshly slain wind willow demon tree appeared. The beast compendium has been activated? Gu Changqing stopped in his tracks, pulled open his backpack, and retrieved the dark golden ancient tome. Beast Compendium Special Support Equipment. Function. Automatically records the image of every slain fierce demon-level beast or above, or those possessing legendary bloodlines. Recorded beasts can automatically collect and condense required energy for the equipment owner. Current energy unavailable. Description. The Beast Compendium was once wielded by the first beast god. Later, due to irreversible factors, it was forcibly reclaimed by the Abyss rules and cast into a certain dungeon. After fusing with the Skyfall Stone, it has birthed new abilities that require the bearer to explore independently. Equipment used by the beast god? Gu Changqing flipped through a few pages, but aside from this rather intimidating introduction, he couldn't see any practical use for it at the moment. I'll keep it for now. He had just tucked the compendium back into his backpack when a deep canine howl echoed from the distant plains. A massive hound, pitch black and wreathed in deathly aura, wandered aimlessly. Its 3 vicious heads occasionally sniffed the air, and it stood as tall as a 2-story building. Suddenly, as if triggered by some memory, the Cerberus stopped in its tracks, and 3 pairs of blood-red eyes simultaneously turned toward him. Senior. Gu Changqing simply stopped and proactively cupped his hands in respectful greeting. The 3 heads of the hound simultaneously exhaled scorching death aura from their massive fanged maws, looking down at the tiny human with a voice like grinding millstones. Human, have you come here to die? While I'm still not in the mood to make you my snack, scram. Gu Changqing was well prepared. He pulled out Xiao Jin's usual snack from his pack. A chunk of fresh fierce beast thigh meat and offered it with both hands. Senior, please partake. You little brat. The left head snatched up the meat and swallowed it in a few crunching bites. Halfway through chewing, it grimaced with disdain. The meat is fresh enough, but the grade is too low. Inferior bloodline. It's making my teeth ache. Gu Changqing casually popped a healing pill into his mouth and smiled as he made small talk. From Senior's tone, you must have tasted many delicacies of superior bloodlines in the past. Those were days long gone. The middle head murmured softly. The last time I awakened, I was transported here from the depths of the plains by a little one. Its gaze returned to Gu Changqing. Young one, I know why you've come. Leave. I made a pact with that fellow even bound by the abyss rules. I will not actively attack humans. Moreover, I am merely the manifestation of a memory. Thank you, Senior, for protecting the human race. Having received the answer he sought, Changqing bowed respectfully. Though the creature was merely the beast companion of a great being, it had once rendered meritorious service to humanity, and he dared not show disrespect. Young one, wait. The right head suddenly called out to him. Does Senior have further instructions? Instructions is too strong a word. Consider it advice. Since this dungeon opened, no one has ever entered my deep memory restoration. Consider this idle counsel from an old beast to a junior. That fellow once said the existence of beast tamers is transcendent sublimation. Changqing nodded with solemn expression. Having spoken, the Cerberus fell silent. That's it, he asked tentatively. That's it, the left head snorted. This is exactly what I hate about you humans, never speaking directly, always beating around the bush. Changqing remained noncommittal, smiled faintly, and slowly took his leave. As his figure gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, the three heads turned together toward the deeper parts of the plains. It seems there is hope for successors. After muttering this, it lowered all three heads and continued its leisurely wandering. When Changqing returned to camp, the scene before him made his heart leap with alarm. The Jinmu giant ape's arms, thick as steel pillars, were raised high, slamming Black Egg viciously against the ground. Amid the thunderous impact, the earth cracked and dust flew everywhere. Blood bubbles continuously poured from Black Egg's mouth, and the protective shield formed by the black aura around its body was shattered to pieces. Black Egg, Changqing shouted anxiously from above. At the bottom of the pit, Haydn looked up and forced a smile. Don't worry, master. I'm not dying yet, just broke quite a few bones, but it's nothing. I wore that old ape down. With that, he struggled to pull himself free from the giant ape's massive fist, limping as he climbed up the pit's edge. He spat at the fallen Jinmu giant ape's head lying nearby, and said, I'll rest in the beast space for now. Let big sister rest a bit longer. Haydn shook his head. Only she can turn the tide in the brutal battles ahead. But my strength has grown considerably. Changqing looked closely and indeed saw that Haydn had grown several centimeters taller, his shoulder and back muscles now solid as rock. He pulled up the attribute Painlin just a short time. All four stats had increased by 10 points each. Well done, Changqing praised, though his heart ached for his companion. Hee, just give me some extra treats from now on, master. Haydn grinned, showing his teeth. The fallen giant ape, barely breathing, still roared with hatred. Cunning humans. Detestable beast pets. If it were back in the day, if the abyss rules hadn't weakened me, if I hadn't been injured, if you were never born, where would all these ifs come from? The fact is you got beaten down by Lord Hai, understand? Haydn rolled his eyes. Changqing's gaze fell on the ape's mangled leg. The fur had been completely shaved off, and countless sword wounds ran from the calf all the way to the thigh root, where the flesh was nearly pulverized. Finish it. We still need to reinforce other fronts. You got it. Haydn leaped onto the giant ape's chest, dark energy condensing into a massive sword that he drove straight into its heart. Human, may you die a horrible death. The piercing roar cut off abruptly as the giant ape's eyes quickly lost their light. Haydn wasted no time, efficiently dismembering the corpse. Master, store the meat well, big sister can eat it when she wakes up. Then he extracted a fist-sized beast stone from deep within the heart. Changqing immediately ordered, absorb it. Good grief, this devotion to big sister is getting a bit obsessive. Haydn grinned as he swallowed the beast stone. A system notification chimed. Congratulations to candidate 666 Changqing for slaying a fierce demon-level beast Jinmu giant ape. Dark halos swirled around Haydn's entire body as his wounds visibly healed by more than half. New attributes appeared. Beast pet. Haydn. Race. Unknown. Grade indeterminable. Level. Common. Bloodline. 5. Unknown bloodline. Destiny. 10,000 battles across all directions. Attributes. Strength. 53. Constitution. 34. Agility. 40. Spirit. 34. Skills. Dark Surge. Unusable. Dark Tracing. Unusable. 10,000 battles. Divine Body. Level 1. Plunder Swordsmanship. Changqing sighed inwardly. His growth rate isn't slower than Xiaojin's, but unfortunately I can't grant him golden attributes yet. I really want to see what a level 10 destiny path looks like. After finishing up, Haydn shouldered a sturdy rib bone 3 times his height and marched proudly toward another section of the battlefield. Hold the line. I can't do it. Animormy beast pet is severely injured and loyalty dropped so low I can't summon it. Miss Su, status report. Young Master Chun, at this critical moment, isn't it time to reveal your third beast pet? Everyone retreat. It's charging up a ultimate attack. The sword energy surged forth with tremendous force, piercing sharply into the lightning bred by the purple-blue thunder beast. The high-voltage current was torn apart by external force, and thunder light exploded. In an instant, a 7-meter radius was engulfed by silver-purple electric arcs, forcing everyone to scramble and dodge in panic. Wait, something's not right. Haydn scratched his monkey head as their already shaky formation completely collapsed. Ribbone, come, he shouted in a low voice. Dark energy swirled as the giant ape's ribbone transformed into a black staff and flew back into his palm. Activating his 10,000 battles divine body, Haydn charged forward carrying the bone club. Even as he reached the thunder beast, he couldn't help but shout, "Beautiful lady, give me a buff. Your enhancements are exactly what this master loves." Only then did Changqing arrive in time. Hearing Haydn's smooth talk, he couldn't help but smile. Qing struggled to regulate her breathing and raised her hand to signal the unicorn. A milky white aura instantly enveloped Haydn. In the interplay of black and white radiance, his attributes soared. Relying on the defense of his 10,000 battles divine body, he actually fought the purple-blue thunder beast to a standstill. Everyone's pressure suddenly decreased. Once the lightning completely dissipated, Chun Hai and Qi Sheng stood shoulder to shoulder at the front, while over a dozen examinees surrounded the other fierce beast so tightly that not even water could leak through. Morale was greatly boosted. "Brother Changqing, you finally made it." Qing's voice was hoarse and her face haggard, but joy and composure sparkled in her eyes. Changqing reminded her, "Communicate well with little horse. Those spells are good. Casting too many will also cause backlash to the beast tamer." Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, while the unicorn beside her snorted in displeasure, seemingly protesting. At this moment, a girl with delicate features and a composed temperament stepped forward. After looking Changqing up and down, she spoke solemnly. "At first I didn't believe it and thought grandfather had been deceived. Now I see it was my short-sightedness. I apologize to you." Seeing her wearing a Yuding high school uniform, Changqing couldn't immediately identify her. "You are?" "Qin." The girl extended her hand. Changqing shook it lightly and suddenly understood. "So you're the eldest daughter of the Morong family. Old Master Morong is indeed kind and amiable. After the major examination ends, I hope you can visit the Morong family as a guest. Consider it my aunt's way of thanking you." "All right, I'll definitely visit when I have time." More than half an hour later, the two fierce beasts that had been repeatedly worn down by everyone finally collapsed with mournful cries. Their corpses were quickly dismantled and collected. Looking at the remains, some examinees sighed. "Alas, these fierce beasts fight to the death the moment contracts are mentioned. If we could contract one of them, we'd soar straight to the top. After getting out, I'll definitely have my family buy me a king-level or higher beast pet. Otherwise, it's just too exhausting." Changqing walked over slowly. It's not that the beast pets aren't strong enough. This dungeon is seriously over the standard difficulty. Seeing it was Changqing, no one dared to underestimate him anymore, and they all gathered around. "Don't try to comfort us. We know the gap between us." "Changqing, did you jump off the cliff? Where did you jump from? Show me the way. When it comes to battling national talents, we're counting on you." Even Chun Hai gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, don't think you're guaranteed to win. I'm also competing for first place in Jinhai City." Changqing merely chuckled. "Take it? Take it with your life?" Before his words had finished, rolling clouds of dust suddenly appeared from the direction of the city, shooting straight into the sky. The four beast tamers from the four major academies who had previously been possessed led their companions from the city onto the walls, forming battle lines in preparation. They were clearly preparing for the ultimate battle. The system announcement echoed through the air. "The artificial dungeon's final boss Fierce Beast has descended. Please return to the city and join the NPCs in repelling the powerful enemy. Let's go. Final decisive battle has only just begun." As Changqing shouted, over a dozen examinees instinctively followed behind him, rushing toward the city at breakneck speed. In an instant, Changqing had become their unspoken leader. Just as they approached the city gate, a deafening roar thundered from the plains ahead. Through the swirling dust, two colossal beasts were locked in fierce combat, their battle causing the earth to crack and mountains to shake wherever they passed. Changqing's pupils contracted. One of them was indeed the five-tailed blood fox. But the blood fox was in a pitiful state, with only one of its 5 tails remaining, and even that tail was firmly gripped by the other giant beast, which spun violently before hurling the fox toward the city wall. Boom! The bloodied 5-tailed blood fox crashed into the city wall like a massive boulder, instantly tearing a huge gap in the already crumbling structure. Its body was covered with bite marks and gaping wounds, blood streaming down as its head tilted to meet Changqing's gaze directly. "Human, I've held it back as agreed." The 5-tailed blood fox spoke in a hoarse but still defiant voice. "Give me that thing. Once I recover, I can surely destroy it." Changqing sighed. "You're nearly beaten to death, and you're still bragging." He then added quietly, "Forgot to mention only by becoming my beast companion can you be granted that power." The 5-tailed blood fox froze for a moment, then roared in fury. "Human, you deceived me." Black Egg poked its round head out from Changqing's shoulder, speaking firmly. "Deceived you, my foot? Either die or become Master's backup beast companion, your choice. I couldn't beat you at full strength, but now that you're half dead, I can still handle you. The five-tailed blood fox trembled with rage but still gritted its teeth and growled. You. Let me think about it. Changqing nodded. Fine, but first tell me what exactly happened. The blood fox panted heavily. Never expected the final enemy would be it. Human, don't die. Roar. A earth-shaking bellow echoed from the distance. That sound carried overwhelming pressure, causing all the beast companions present, even the usually arrogant black Egdo, tremble involuntarily. Little Gold was startled awake by the roar and also emerged from the beast's space. The dozen examinees swallowed hard, murmuring in ghostly whispers. Tell me I didn't hear that wrong. Was that a dragon's roar? Their pale faces received confirmation. That's right, it was a dragon's roar. Holy cow, seeing a real dragon in my lifetime. I can die without regrets, someone exclaimed excitedly, only to be immediately replaced by terror. Wait, why is there a dragon here? The muscular beast master took a deep breath, his voice booming like a bell. Beast masters are humanity's first line of defense, and our last. My dear friends, brothers, I'm prepared to die. What about you? Humanity fears nothing, we fear nothing. Humanity fears nothing, we fear nothing. Humanity fears nothing, we fear nothing. The thunderous chanting gradually drowned out the dragon's roar, as burning passion ignited the fire in everyone's chest. Changqing and the dozen others were swept up in this emotion, their fear of the dragon slowly crumbling away. Roar. A second dragon's roar suddenly exploded. Thick blood mist surged from the depths of the plains, and a massive shadow writhed within the fog until a blood-colored dragon head emerged above the city. The half-closed dragon eyes suddenly opened wide, and blood rain poured down. Kill. The muscular beast master tore off his outer garment, his sinewy muscles bulging as he leaped into the air, his iron fist heavy as 1,000 pounds, striking directly at the dragon's forehead. But in the next instant, an even faster figure landed on the dragon's head, a blood-colored arm colliding thunderously with the muscular beast master's iron fist. How could it be you? The violent impact thundered like muffled lightning. Yang Chuan felt his chest tighten as he was forced back several steps, his boots scraping against the stone wall and sending sparks flying. When he steadied himself and looked up to see the figure atop the dragon's head, his pupils contracted sharply. His throat bobbed as he spoke with utter disbelief. Impossible. Captain Yang Chuan, what's wrong? The three beast tamers beside him rushed forward to steady his swaying shoulders. Yang Chuan's brow furrowed deeply, his killing intent spreading through the air like frost. He looked up, fixing his gaze on the figure atop the dragon's head, and roared. Why? Master, you once taught us to protect humanity, yet now you stand against us. Tell me why. He spoke each word deliberately, his voice echoing off the city walls. Our god Wang Yuntian. As Yang Chuan's angry rebuke rang out, the blood mist swirling around the heavenly azure dragon's head gradually dispersed. Everyone could see it was a middle-aged man who bore a 70% resemblance to Saint Wang, with pale skin covered in fine scales that matched the dragon's pattern, gleaming coldly with an eerie and cruel light. Changqing's heart sank. This is bad. The biggest variable has arrived. His companions exchanged bewildered glances. Yang Chuan? Wang Yuntian? Did we time travel? Time travel my ass. This is just a memory dungeon recreation. But this is ridiculous. The most shameful battle in human history actually turned into infighting. Wang Yuntian was one of the earliest beast tamers, the man called the god of beast taming. Yang Chuan was the leader of the 10 great beast tamers. I was daydreaming during that history lesson. Brother Changqing, what do we do? Someone whispered. Changqing clenched his fists. Saint Wang definitely didn't tell us everything. He quickly pieced together another possibility from Yang Chuan and Wang Yuntian's dialogue when exploring the beast taming system years ago. This god of beast taming had gone astray, becoming a half-human, half-beast monster like the beast tamer in the hand of the evil god dungeon. Even understanding the truth, they were powerless and could only take things one step at a time. We're not the main force, Changqing reminded them grimly. Survival comes first. If the enemy were fierce beasts, we'd fight without question to the end. But if this becomes civil war, we do our best. Atop the dragon's head, Wang Yuntian let out a low, hoarse chuckle. Little Chuan, you're still so naive. God of beast taming? So what? I was never a god. Human life is too short, and what we can accomplish in our limited time is negligible. So I chose to merge with the heavenly azure dragon. As he spoke, the scales on his body writhed, dragon patterns flowing with light, his aura surging as if the entire city wall might collapse. Now I have a long lifespan and endless power. The only drawback, I have quite an appetite. Wang Yuntian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fingers crimson. Offer me your beast-taming power. For old time's sake, I won't kill you. In your dreams. Yang Chuan roared to the heavens, and 7 six-pointed star formations suddenly blazed around him, like 7 light gates opening simultaneously. In the howling wind, ferocious beast companions burst forth, their muscles coiled and fangs gleaming coldly as they stood guard. What do you take humanity for? Wang Yuntian licked his lips and replied with a cold smile. Livestock to be raised. Layer by layer of selection, eliminating the inferior and keeping the essence of that's the most efficient use of resources. Beyond redemption. Yang Chuan's eyes blazed with fury, his killing intent boiling over. You're already half dead, so let me send you on your final journey. With those words, he led his 7 beast companions in a thunderous charge toward the sky, their spiritual energy tearing through the air like a raging tide. However, the heavenly azure dragon merely lifted its head slightly, its roar piercing the heavens. Crushing pressure instantly covered the entire battlefield, causing Yang Chuan's beasts to waver and hesitate. Atop the dragon's head, Wang Yuntian looked down upon all living things, his voice ice-cold and piercing. Those who have already betrayed shouldn't come out to embarrass themselves. Suddenly, a torrent of deathly aura erupted from nowhere, forming into an arm crawling out from hell itself, seizing the heavenly azure dragon by the throat. The heavenly azure dragon reared back with a thunderous roar, thick crimson energy bursting from between its scales, forcibly prying open that arm of death. The cracked finger bones shattered into fragments, then scattered by the raging winds. Almost simultaneously, the 3-headed hellhound had somehow leaped onto the other side of the city wall, its 3 massive heads with gleaming fangs all gazing up at the sky. I'll hold this cursed dragon. You all focus on sending the old man to his grave. A beast companion with fully awakened bloodline moved like a siege engine with every gesture. The plains outside the city walls were instantly swallowed by dust and debris, forcing low-level beast tamers back they couldn't even approach under the shockwaves. In the face of absolute power, numbers seemed laughably insignificant. But the crisis wasn't over. Someone shouted, "Do you still have medicine? Give me all your medicine." The beast tamers on the walls rummaged through their bags, pill bottles and potions clattering into a small mountain precious ones. Cheap ones, nothing left behind. Changqing bent down to grab several bottles, then turned to stroke Xiao Jin's forehead scales that blazed with flame patterns. Xiao Jin, can you still go on? Xiao Jin's breath was weak, yet it stubbornly maintained that blazing flame. I can feel power surging up. Changqing glanced at his wristwatch 30 minutes until noon, the dungeon time matching his memory perfectly. He looked up and shouted, "Everyone protect yourselves, follow the NPC's commands, don't act recklessly." Before his words finished, he had already leaped onto Xiao Jin's back. Phoenix wings spread wide, fire waves swept forth, and he and Xiao Jin became a burning meteor charging into the battlefield. The crowd on the walls stared in shock, telling them to hide while he flew off first. Yet the blazing barrier spun around Xiao Jin, completely deflecting all the chaotic battle's aftershocks. At the center of the battlefield, Wang Yuntian single-handedly withstood the siege of Yangchuan and 3 other beast tamers along with over 10 beast companions. Your progress is far too insignificant. He sneered coldly. Hard crimson dragon scales formed into armor, and all skills striking it only splashed energy ripples. Yangchuan's muscles bulged as his 3 beast companions channeled energy into his right arm. 3-colored halos interweaving combination skill. Chaotic battle kill. The fist imprint suddenly split, hundreds and thousands of heavy punches bombarding toward Wang Yuntian. Reverse scale armor. Wang Yuntian spread his arms wide as the heavenly azure dragon's phantom coiled up from beneath his feet, forming tight crimson armor. The fist imprint sank into it, slowing down forcibly as if thrown into a swamp. Wang Yangchuan changed his palm to a blade, cutting a shocking gash across his left wrist. Blood gushed forth, condensing into crimson threads that fed into the fist imprints. Even if it costs my life, I won't let you continue your evil. Wang Yuntian's lips curved upward. The path of beast taming is wrong. Weak humans dreaming of driving out fierce beasts? Only personal strength is the true way. With divine-level bloodline fused within mayhem unmatched. The blood-infused fist imprints still couldn't break through the reverse scale armor. At that moment, a resounding phoenix cry shook the heavens. Everyone looked toward the sound to see a blazing sun crashing into the battle circle, its scorching heat instantly melting the earth. At the center of that blazing sun, a magnificent and majestic divine bird spread its wings, each beat shaking down burning rain. Everyone, please attack. His reverse scale armor, leave it to me. Only then did people realize that standing on that divine bird's back was Changqing. Wang Yuntian narrowed his eyes. Heavenly azure dragon? Divine level bloodline? Beast taming god? Haha, it seems you're ultimately just a frog at the bottom of a well. Changqing gazed down from above, battle flames blazing in his eyes. Today, let me show you what true divine level bloodline really is. The firelight reflected the sharp confrontation of their 4 eyes meeting. Kill the legend. Become the legend. Surpass the legend. Arrogant. Presumptuous. Utterly absurd. Godless. A reckless fool who doesn't fear death. perhaps even insane. In the center of the plain, for top-tier human beast tamers stood with ashen faces, gazing up at Changqing atop Xiao Jin's head, all convinced this young man had completely lost his mind. The god of beast taming, divine blood lineage represented the absolute pinnacle, and Wang Yuntian had long stood at the deepest reaches of this path, inspiring only reverence from others. Now, some upstart who appeared out of nowhere dared to speak such madness. Let the god of beast taming see what the world has to offer. Wang Yuntian's eyes flashed coldly as his overwhelming presence swept across the wilderness like a tangible force. He stared intently at Xiao Jin, whose flames were intensifying as noon approached, and his heart, once steady as stone, began to crack under that inexplicable pressure. He could clearly feel the heavenly azure dragon struggling deep within his soul. That panic and terror stemmed from an irresistible submission before a superior bloodline. Divine bloodline? Impossible. No beast in this world possesses a bloodline that could surpass my heavenly azure dragon. Wang Yuntian growled, veins bulging at his temples. No, this trembling. Could it be something beyond divina superdivine? His voice and expression created a terrifying contrast. The four beast tamers exchanged glances, all struck speechless with shock. Only Yang Chuan's spirits soared as he clenched his fists and roared. Heaven blesses the human race. Humanity shall strive endlessly. I will never allow this. Wang Yuntian suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, completely descending into madness. Crimson blood energy and azure dragon breath erupted simultaneously from his body. On the other side of the battlefield, the heavenly azure dragon, locked in fierce combat with the three-headed hellhound, released an earth-shaking roar, swept its opponent away with a tail strike, soared through the clouds, and in the next instant dove down above Wang Yuntian's head. I am the true transcendent god. The massive dragon coiled around Wang Yuntian, its scales and claws transforming into streams of light before becoming transparent and completely merging with his flesh. Blood red and azure divine radiance thunderously intertwined, forming an indestructible dragon egg in the air. Within the shell, Wang Yuntian was visibly ascending and evolving. Human to dragon, dragon to human, half dragon, half human. Multiple forms switching frantically. This is bad, stop him quickly. The beast tamers were terrified. Wang Yuntian in partial dragon form could already crush them, and if he achieved full dragon transformation, no one in the entire city, or even the entire human race, could stand against him. Yet every attack, every beast skill that struck the dragon egg was absorbed, becoming fuel for his evolution instead. Screech. Behind Xiao Jin, the golden crow's true form spread its three legs as flames erupted like mountains and seas. The origin force within it, capable of incinerating heaven and earth, released a piercing cry as rolling solar flames spilled out uncontrollably. Knew the time had come. Slay the god. Xiao Jin, kill. Changqing raised his hand in a mystical gesture. The sun shines bright, golden attribute instantly infused a tenfold boost to all abilities, clothing Xiao Jin's pale golden flames in brilliant golden radiance. A fireball resembling an actual sun rapidly expanded in its grasp, flames surging as the air twisted and warped from the heat. Brother, let us lend you our strength. Yang Chuan and the others gritted their teeth, pouring all their energy and that of their beasts into the fireball without reservation. The torrent of energy flowed like rivers converging into the sea, making the fireball grow larger and brighter until it was nearly impossible to look at directly. The 1-minute limit was about to expire. The four elite beast tamers looked up in stunned silence as they watched that sun plummet with its brilliant tail of flames like an actual sun falling to earth, carrying world-destroying, irresistible divine power of annihilation as it crashed heavily onto the dragon egg. Initially, the dragon egg's surface could absorb and transform the incoming power, but as the extreme temperatures from the solar fireball's core began to manifest, the egg shell started to melt. The vapor-like gases that should have drifted away were instantly incinerated by the scorching heat, leaving nothing behind. As the blazing flames receded, a brilliant golden radiance emerged from the center of the eggshell crack. The first fissure appeared, followed quickly by a second, third, and fourth, spreading densely across the entire shell. On Little Gold's back, Changqing felt utterly drained. While frantically swallowing pills, he struggled to lift his head and patted the dragon's scales, shouting hoarsely toward the ground below, "Run! The fireball's secondary explosion is coming." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan and the other three exchanged glances, immediately recalled their beast companions, and sprinted away at full speed. Little Gold beat its wings desperately, golden feathers streaking through the air. But as they neared the city walls, Little Gold's spiritual energy was completely depleted. After a few feeble flaps, it crashed heavily to the ground, throwing Changqing off. Changqing, Brother Changqing, Qi Sheng, Su Qing, and the others rushed over, struggling to help him up. Changqing gasped, his face deathly pale, raising his hand weakly. "Quick, take cover." Before he could finish, the golden radiance at the far end of the plane suddenly blazed brighter, like the first ray of dawn piercing the heavens. In an instant, it flooded the entire plane, and golden torrents swept across, leaving no trace of evil energy behind. Damn, Qixing cursed aloud. The combined explosive power of 4 top-tier beast masters is even more insane than Black Egg's forbidden bloodline enhancement technique. Roar! A pain dragon's cry rolled forth from deep within the golden light, followed by boom. A muffled explosion erupted like scattered fireworks, and the entire plane was overturned by the searing shockwave. The storm carried scorching temperatures, sweeping in all directions like a flaming hurricane. Holy crap! Is the world ending? Damn it! Get down and find cover. This heat feels like it's melting our bones. The dozen or so cultivators split into 3 groups. Some immediately dug holes. Others summoned their beast companions as shields, and a few simply buried their heads in the sand only to have their faces burned red by the scalding grains, yet they dared not lift their heads. Outside the dungeon, the light barrier covering the entrance was flooded with golden radiance, causing the dungeon portal to shake precariously. The clear sounds of cracking made all the spectators' hearts race with fear. This is bad. Zhao Zhanhao rushed to the portal in 2 quick strides, using his authority as the dungeon's creator to channel abyssal power and reinforce the barrier. Even so, sweat poured down his forehead like rain as his spiritual energy drained rapidly. What on earth is happening? What kind of power is so immense that even the dungeon can't contain it? The golden radiance lasted for nearly 10 full minutes before gradually dimming. The 6-armed mad lion retracted its intertwined arms, and both Qi Sheng and Su Qing gasped heavily. Looking down to see that Changqing's complexion had returned to a healthy color, they couldn't help but ask in unison, "What exactly did you do?" Changqing smiled bitterly. "I really didn't do much, just used one skill." "A skill? Just one?" The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Su Qing gave him a sideways look. "Brother Changqing, you're even more outrageous than when you were at the Beastmaster Association camp." Changqing chuckled dryly again. "It's not that I'm outrageous, it's that those 4 seniors' power is outrageous." Reflecting on that brief minute when ocean-like energy had gathered, he felt profound admiration. The older generation of Beastmasters truly were the backbone of humanity, using their bare fists to carve out a path of hope for their race. Collecting his thoughts, he quickly accessed his beast space to check on Little Gold's condition. The young dragon had fallen into deep sleep, its scales dulled and breathing shallow. It had reached Little Gold's absolute limit. At that moment, Yang Chuan and the other 3 began making their way toward Wang Yuntian, with Changqing and the others following closely behind. The dungeon had been nearly swept clean by the earlier explosion, yet not a single piece of rubble or ruin remained. All the destructive force had concentrated entirely on Wang Yuntian at the epicenter. The dragon egg lay shattered, and the dragon scales on his body peeled away like burnt ash, piece by piece, as his dragon transformation faded. His body, now returned to human form, trembled slightly as his vacant eyes gazed up at the darkening sky. Teacher, Yang Chuan called out tentatively, his voice hoarse. "Is that you, Xiao Chuan? I think I made a terrible mistake, didn't I?" Wang Yuntian spoke weakly, his gaze unfocused. Yang Chuan pressed his lips together tightly, unable to respond to this undeniable reality. Changqing lowered his head and let out a helpless sigh. The former spiritual pillar of humanity had become a demon of slaughter. Wang Yuntian had fallen completely into the abyss. The Dragon Slayer had become the very dragon he once fought. Qi Sheng, Su Qing, and the others looked upon the most illustrious name in their textbooks, the one who had created and perfected the beast taming system, hailed as a godlike powerhouse, their eyes filled with unmistakable regret. The most devastating tragedy in human history had been wrought by his own hands, a truth so heavy it was suffocating. However, at the moment of my failure, I seemed to glimpse the correct future. Wang Yuntian struggled to raise his arm, pointing toward Changqing. "Without witnessing a true god, how can one become divine? Thank you, successor. You have allowed me to die without regret. Finally, before closing my eyes, I have seen a true god. I will atone for my sins in the next life." As his words fell, his arm dropped powerlessly. The legendary beast taming god had fallen. But death was not the end. In the next instant, the beast space within his body collapsed, and the heaven-reaching azure dragon burst forth from his corpse. Emerald energy surged, emanating the same eerie aura as the manipulated flame corpse tiger. Without uttering a word, the azure dragon opened its massive maw and lunged directly at Changqing. Having witnessed god tier and even super god tier bloodlines, it had finally seen its own path clearly. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to react. Changqing's eyes reflected the approaching fangs when suddenly, a steady voice thundered through the air, accompanied by an immense pulling force that forcibly dragged the heaven-reaching azure dragon away. "My father is dead. Let the sins end here." Within a brilliant light, A jade-like young beast tamer descended from the sky. Changqing and all three heads of the Hell Cerberus spoke simultaneously. It's you. The newcomer was none other than Wang Yunishan's only son, Wang Shengrun, the very architect who had perfected the entire beast taming system. Changqing's mind flashed back to the ending of the first storyline when Wang Shengrun had briefly conversed with the heaven-reaching Azure Dragon. This confirmed his suspicion that even without his intervention, Wang Yunishan was destined to fail. Wang Shengrun's appearance now was merely to wrap things up and eliminate the Azure Dragon threat. The two recovered memory threads converged here, leaving no gaps. Compared to your younger days, you've certainly become quite unsightly in your old age. The Cerberus lowered its three massive heads, surrounding Wang Shengrun with the demeanor of old friends reuniting after a long separation. Wang Shengrun remained expressionless, yet his actions were decisive to the extreme. He raised his hand and pointed. The Azure Dragon found itself immobilized, its massive form unable to even resist as it was instantly absorbed into his beast-taming space. You are not him. The Cerberus's tone grew dim. It seems my mission ends here. With those words, specks of light dust appeared beneath its feet, and its body began dissolving into fragments of light from bottom to top. Before its final moment, the three-headed hound's gaze softened. Little one, seeing such an inheritor as you in my remaining memories fills me with genuine joy on his behalf. Changqing bowed deeply. For the human race to have such a beast companion as you protecting us is truly our fortune. Sentimental, but pleasant to hear. The Cerberus laughed heartily. If I were still around, I'd truly love to follow you and see if today's mortal world has become more interesting. It will beta human race will only grow more prosperous. We will not forget our predecessors. It is you who allowed us to stand taller and see farther. Senior, rest in peace. Good, good, good. After three resounding responses, the Cerberus completely dissolved into light dust, returning to the dungeon's void. Following this, Yang Chuan and the other four top-tier beast tamers, along with the city that had valiantly resisted the enemy, and all the human beast tamers on its walls, also dissipated in the light dust. Wang Shengrun hovered in midair, his voice cold and emotionless. Congratulations to examinees Gu Changqing, Qi Sheng, Su Qing, Chun Hai, Morong Qin, and 10 other novice beast tamers for clearing the hell-level artificial dungeon, blood-soaked wasteland. Each receives 50 bonus points to their total score and 1 beast evolution stone. The notifications continued flooding the screen. Congratulations to examinee Gu Changqing for completing the story mission. Stop Wang Yunishan. Reward: 1 random beast tamer equipment. Congratulations to examinee Gu Changqing for achieving 90% completion on the story mission. Reward: 1 random beast skill awakening stone guaranteed success. Congratulations to examinee Gu Changqing for achieving first kill in the second story mission Slay the King. Reward: 1 unique beast tamer equipment. Congratulations to examinee Gu Changqing for leading companions through blood-soaked wasteland. Reward: Jinhai City Rookie King Aura title. Congratulations to examinees Qi Sheng, Su Qing, Chun Hai, Morong Qin. The dense stream of system information left everyone dazzled, with Gu Changqing undoubtedly emerging as the biggest winner. Qi Sheng and Su Qing cast him sincere congratulatory glances. Though the other noble family descendants couldn't hide their disappointment, they were genuinely convinced and offered their verbal congratulations. Only Chun Hai clenched and unclenched his fists, his expression constantly shifting unwillingness, anger, reluctance, and regret intertwined before finally releasing in a bitter laugh that seemed to mature him instantly. Gu Changqing, congratulations, the first place in Jinhai City is yours. Looking at Chun Hai's outstretched hand offered with all pretense, dropped Gu Changqing simply stared without reaching out to grasp it. Though his chest still burned with passion for his homeland and people, he would never show mercy to an enemy. Chun Hai's hand froze awkwardly in midair before he withdrew it with embarrassment, forcing a smile. Even though I'm still confident I could beat you in the arena, well, never mind. The surrounding crowd fell silent, pretending they hadn't heard anything. The dungeon has concluded. Please enter the teleportation gates to exit. Wang Shengrun raised his hand, and several light gates materialized. Gu Changqing stepped through one, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the back mountains of Jinhai Academy. As mountain winds swept past, a gentle fragrance hit him and crashed into his arms. Xiaoqing, you're first place. You really are first place. The girl's voice trembled, her words muffled as scalding tears soaked through his shirt. Gu Changqing wrapped his arms around her slender waist, emotions surging within him. He had witnessed Xiao Jin's determination to protect his master even at the cost of exhausting his legendary bloodline, seen the Chun family's endless obstruction and everyone's cold mockery, and observed Yi Rian's day and night worry. Now that hardship had given way to sweetness, he could finally hold his head high and proudly declare, I, Gu Changqing, am Jinhai's #1. Sister, if you keep crying, they'll shrink. Collecting himself, he teased with feigned lightness. Shrink? What will shrink? Yi Rian froze, wiping her tears as she looked up, only to discover Gu Changqing grinning mischievously while staring at her heaving chest. She shrieked and her slender fingers shot out like lightning to grab his ear. You little rascal. Getting bolder by the day? Daring to make dirty jokes about your sister's but itching for a beating. Gu Changqing frantically waved his hands, pretending to be in pain. Ahem. A cool, crisp voice came from nearby. Shin Lin pushed up his glasses with a hint of indulgence. How about you two go flirt somewhere else? I need to announce the results. Get lost. Yi Rian rolled her eyes and pulled Gu Changqing to one side. A light screen appeared in midair, displaying the results. Now announcing the national examination results for Chun Hai City. 1. Gu Changqing. Arena battle score, 30. Dungeon record score, 150. Bonus points, 20. Total score, 200. 2. Chun Hai. Arena battle score, 30. Dungeon record score, 100. Bonus points, 0. Total score, 130. 3. Su Qing. Arena battle score, 29. Dungeon record score, 95. Bonus points, 0. Total score, 124. 4. Qi Sheng. The total score of 200 points stood like an insurmountable chasm, making Gu Changqing appear unfathomably powerful. Below, school leaders and high-ranking officials from the city lord's mansion stared in shock. 130 points, rarely seen in previous years, was right before their eyes, but 200 points was something they had never heard of. The top 30 candidates, please maintain your condition. At 2 p.m. this afternoon, you will represent Chun Hai City in competition with national talents. May your martial fortunes flourish. As Shin Lin's words concluded, Yi Rian was already showering Gu Changqing with fierce praise. However, from the corner of his eye, Gu Changqing caught sight of several important figures in the VIP section rising to leave. Wait! His voice rang out powerfully as his gaze locked onto Chun Ziming, Li Haoran, and others, his tone ice-cold. Family head Chun, Deputy City Lord Li, aren't you forgetting something? Chun Hai followed the retreating footsteps of his family elders, but upon hearing the sound, he paused and was about to turn back. The moment he turned around, his shoulder was firmly gripped by Chun Ziming, the brutal force rendering him immobile, as if he hadn't heard any sound at all. At the front of the crowd, Li Haoran stopped in his tracks. Sunlight swept across his gold-rimmed glasses, and beneath his gentle smile lurked a hint of sharpness. He raised his eyes to meet Gu Changqing's gaze, his voice steady as if reading an official document. Student Gu Changqing, you are now the top-ranked candidate in Chun Hai City, the undisputed champion among newcomers. Your achievements would be considered exceptional even on a national scale. For the expectations of the city's citizens, and to honor the spirits of the two fallen heroes, please focus your attention on this afternoon's 2 matches against national candidates, leading Chun Hai City's students to achieve perfect results. This is the hope of everyone in the City Lord's mansion. Is that acceptable? Gu Changqing nodded slightly, then responded loudly. Vice City Lord Li truly understands righteousness. Since you're unwilling to speak, allow me to voice it for you. Distinguished families, noble clans, and common citizens, I believe you've all had your fill of gossip about me, Gu Changqing, haven't you? Unfortunately, you're about to be disappointed. The true culprit behind my legendary beast companion's fall from grace is actually Gu Changqing. Li Haoran suddenly raised his voice, a sinister cold light flashing behind his lenses. Please remember your position. With the national competition imminent, do you wish to shake everyone's morale? Gu Changqing, I hope you'll consider the bigger picture. All you want is an apology, isn't it? I guarantee that after the grand examination ends, the entire Qin family will face the whole city and give you the most satisfactory answer. His grandiose words were cloaked in the guise of Chun Hai City's honor, transforming pressure into an invisible net. Gu Changqing laughed bitterly upon hearing this, the coldness in his eyes gradually intensifying. Vice City Lord Li, your reasoning is truly enlightening. If I were missing a few brain cells, I might actually be convinced by you. His laughter suddenly ceased, and his tone grew somber. That day, you were also present. When the Qin family head used a reverse contract to forcibly extract my beast companion, why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you warn him that my legendary beast and I might perish together? At that time, you tacitly approved, didn't you? If that's the case, how is today any different from that day? Li Haoran's expression grew increasingly grim, his gaze shifting to the silent Yi Rian. Miss Yi, there's been a misunderstanding here. Do you believe that? Yi Rian shrugged and pulled Gu Changqing's arm into her embrace, clearly stating her position through action. So, you won't even show the slightest courtesy? Li Haoran spoke in a low voice. Gu Changqing sneered. Courtesy? Was any courtesy shown when you tried to assassinate me? Vice City Lord Li, do those malicious beast tamers outside the city have any connection to you? Li Haoran still maintained his composure, but another thought flashed through Gu Changqing's mind. The three-headed touch dragon had once mentioned that someone had made a deal with the hand of the evil god, secretly nurturing it to aid its evolution. If that person was indeed Li Haoran, or even included the Chun family, this wasn't an unacceptable deduction, especially considering Chun Hai's reaction, knowing he still had room to counterattack, yet stubbornly guarding his final trump card, and Li Haoran stepping forward to mediate Chen Ziming's vile deeds. Was Li Haoran protecting the Chen family, or did he have other motives? Perhaps both parties had long been entangled beyond separation, unable to distinguish between themselves and each other. Protecting him means protecting himself. Gu Changqing's eyes flickered as a new idea instantly formed in his mind. He stepped around Li Haoran and spoke directly to Chun Hai. Actually, there's a solution that benefits everyone. Would you like to hear it? Yi Rian raised an eyebrow. Had this little brat suddenly developed a bleeding heart? But the next second, she caught that familiar curve at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth and quietly relaxed. She was overthinking it. The little brat was still the same little brat. Gu Changqing's solution was chillingly simple: kill Chen Ziming, the Chen family head, and Chun Hai's biological father. Cruel? Vicious? His gaze swept over the city lord's mansion officials, leaders from various academies, and the prominent families of Jinhai City, who remained at the scene. He understood clearly. In chaotic times, kill the saints. When the clan is in danger, punish the treacherous wolves. Wang Yuntian's blood-soaked lesson had taught him that unless you truly possessed godlike power to overturn heaven and earth, without absolute strength, individuals remained insignificant. Even taking a different path only meant picking up a sharper blade. Gu Changqing, people must have moral boundaries. If family head Chun has done wrong, he can make compensation, but destroying Chun Hai is absolutely unacceptable. Several family spokespersons quickly formed an alliance, united in their rejection and wariness as they sensed a deadly crisis. Qing, please don't. Hai hasn't done anything wrong. Why are you pressing so hard? Master tea artist and White Lotus Su Sisi appeared with tears in her eyes, surrounded by her parents and younger brother as they pushed to the front. Mother Su frowned. A child with such murderous intent, how can we feel comfortable in trusting Sisi to you? Father Su also advised. Show mercy when you can, young man. Let it go. Su Sisi seized the moment to say softly. Qing, my parents have already agreed to let us be together. Please don't hold grudges against Hai. Let's turn swords into plowshares. After all, you're both the hope of Jinhai City. I. Her words stopped abruptly. A cold black sword chi swept past her neck. Her long black hair was severed at the roots, scattering to the dust, and blood instantly stained her chest. Ah! The Su couple screamed in terror. Murder! Sisi, don't scare us. Haiden flipped back to Gu Changqing's side, turning his back to the crowd as he slowly sheathed his black sword. Where did this stinking bitch come from? Listening to her chatter makes me sick. Stop wailing, she won't die. I just made her shut up. Committing violence in public, especially when the major families had clearly shown their opposition, made the family representatives' faces darken ominously. Gu Changqing, are you trying to break all ties with us? Don't think that winning first place in Jinhai City gives you the right to act recklessly. The Gao family representative made their position clear. The Chun family is our most important partner. If anything happens to them, the Gao family will not let it slide. Someone else looked toward Yi Rian with a threatening tone. Miss Yi, you're also from a prominent family. You should understand what price you'll pay if you really want to muddy these waters, right? Haiden stood with hands on his hips, sword raised, his voice hoarse. Old bastard, believe it or not, Lord He will split you in half with one sword. Little Qing. Yi Rian's heart tightened. Born aboard the massive ship that was the prominent families, she understood better than anyone the treacherous depths of these waters. In the past, she had barely managed to suppress these families with the secrets she held. But now Gu Changqing faced not just the Chun family alone, but the entire collective interests of Jinhai City. She wavered. Both sides were at daggers drawn, the air taut as a bowstring. Gu Changqing's expression was cold and stern, prepared for the worst. He had merely sought justice, yet it provoked such massive backlash, simply because he was no longer the commoner who could be manipulated at will. Well, everyone's here? How did someone get injured? Zhao Zhanxiong returned with two imposing middle-aged men behind him. One wore fluttering white robes with a gleaming white tiger emblem on his chest, his killing intent almost tangible. The other wore robes red as fire, bearing a vermilion bird emblem, his gentle smile seeming to conceal magma ready to erupt at any moment. The white-robed middle-aged man stepped before Chun Hai, his voice steady and powerful. Chun Hai, we at White Tiger Academy think highly of you and have decided on early admission. Chen Ziming's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. However, Gu Changqing shook his head. Teacher from White Tiger Academy, correct? I have no right to interfere with your school's student selection, but could you please wait until I finish handling this matter? Gu Changqing, how dare you speak to an instructor from White Tiger Academy like that? Li Haoran's face bore a confident smile. He leveraged his family's immense power to pressure Yi Rian's heart that wanted to protect Gu Changqing, while invoking the name of White Tiger Academy to boost his chances of victory. What he hadn't expected was that Gu Changqing showed no fear whatsoever, his words even dismissing White Tiger Academy entirely. This fearlessness infuriated Li Haoran, and his sharp rebuke carried both threat and obvious flattery toward White Tiger Academy. After the arrival of fierce beasts, humanity's living territory shrank drastically. The former Dragon Kingdom, however, fared better than other nations due to the presence of the first generation of top beast tamers like Wang Yuntian, Wang Shengren, and Yang Chuan. Consequently, countless refugees from fallen nations flocked to Dragon Kingdom, and over time, Shenhua became the new unified national name. Yet the people of Dragon Kingdom understood. Though noble families now stood everywhere and aristocratic clans looked down upon the masses, what all beast tamers truly revered as sacred ground remained the four great academies. Chun Hai being chosen by White Tiger Academy essentially guaranteed the Chun family's security. This outcome sparked envy among countless onlookers and made Guanqing's situation even more precarious. Yet Guanqing showed no fear. He gently patted the back of Yi Rian's hand, signaling her to stay calm. Yi Rian's heart was in turmoil. She wanted to fully support Guanqing, but worried that if he recklessly challenged the power structure that had dominated Dragon Kingdom for so long, it would be tantamount to revealing the aristocratic family's decadent facade to all common people, planting a seed of anyone can rise in their hearts. This would be equivalent to declaring war against all the noble families of Dragon Kingdom, leaving her conflicted and hesitant. Guanqing, top 10 individual scores nationwide in the Great Examination. The white-robed instructor from White Tiger Academy looked Guanqing up and down, nodding approvingly. A fine prospect. His future achievements may not be inferior to Chun Hai's, but what a pity. No one could fathom what his pity referred to. But to Li Haoran and other scions of noble families, these words sounded like a death sentence, setting the tone. When White Tiger Academy said, pity, it meant certain doom. Guanqing sneered. Whether it's a pity or not is none of your concern. I only seek justice. If you're interested, then bear witness for us juniors. As his words fell, he locked eyes with the white-robed instructor, his gaze showing not a trace of fear. He understood better than anyone. One step back would lead to endless retreating. He roared inwardly, I was nearly killed, and now I'm not allowed to seek revenge? Just because I had a fortunate encounter and didn't die, I'm supposed to let bygones be bygones? Ridiculous. A life for a life is the natural order. Even if the heavenly emperor himself came, it wouldn't change that. The killing intent from the white-robed instructor grew more intense, like a sharp blade pressed against Guanqing's throat. The chill instantly penetrated his bones, his entire body stiffened, and even lifting his hand became difficult, yet he still stood straight and tall, his head held high in defiance. Are you going to bully the weak with your strength? How laughable is this, the fine tradition of the four great academies. Given time, you might not be my match. If you want to kill me, then come. The white-robed instructor's eyes widened like a tiger's, and a fierce wind suddenly expanded outward, as if a predator had locked onto its prey. Boy, are you truly not afraid of death? Guanqing let out a cold laugh. Whether I live or die, isn't it all decided by a single thought from you people anyway? For a moment, the situation reached another stalemate. The teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy crossed his arms and teased. Huh, old boy, looks like you've met your match this time. The white-robed teacher shot him a cold glance, but the killing intent around him dissipated instantly. All right, let the young people settle their own affairs. The Vermilion Bird teacher pressed his hand forward. The kid has a point. You ruined his opportunity and still won his life. Why shouldn't he seek justice? The white-robed teacher let out a deep, cold snort. Guanqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief as the weight on his chest finally lifted. That oppressive force had been almost as intense as facing Wang Yuntian in the dungeon, except there, it was just a memory, while here it was real combat, where one wrong move could mean death. But he had won his gamble. I only seek justice, Guanqing said steadily. The white-robed teacher listened to whispers from a subordinate behind him, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes before he walked over to Chun Hai. Under Chun Ziming's expectant gaze, he asked, Are you willing to enter White Tiger Academy? Chun Hai was stunned and hesitant, but Chun Ziming quickly answered, Yes. My Chun Hai is willing. The white-robed teacher kept his eyes on Chun Hai and pressed further. Even if it requires paying a certain price, you won't regret it? Whatever the price, the Chun family can afford it. Chun Ziming declared decisively. Good. The white-robed teacher suddenly responded. A fierce tiger's roar echoed through the mountains as his right palm struck Chun Ziming's forehead. Boom. Blood gushed forth, splattering Chun Hai's face crimson. Father! Chun Hai snapped back to reality, seeing the frozen smile on his father's face. Grief exploded within him as he wailed in anguish. The white-robed teacher remained expressionless but spoke in a low voice. Do you resent this? Do you hate it? Remember this feeling well, and seek your own revenge in the future, whether from me or from him. With that, he turned to Guanqing. Boy, are you satisfied now? Guanqing bowed respectfully. This student thanks the teacher for helping me obtain justice. He received only another heavy, cold snort in response. Guanqing wasn't rushed and turned to the ashen-faced Li Haoran. Since the Chun family head has passed, will proceed according to Deputy City Lord Li's agreement. After the national examination, the Chun family will explain the truth and apologize to me. As for Chun Hai wiped away his tears, his eyes bloodshot. I'll wait for you 1 year. When that time comes, either you die or I perish. Fine, I'll be waiting. Chun Hai carried Chun Ziming's corpse away, surrounded by Chun family disciples. Li Haoran and the other family heads could only take their shameful leave. Their status and power were sufficient to pressure Guanqing, but not enough to shake a towering sacred mountain. The vermilion bird teacher sighed softly. I hope this child can endure it. And you too, why didn't you give him a warning before acting? Warning my ass. If I had warned him, could I have brought myself to strike? The white-robed teacher bristled, immediately turning on Guanqing. It's all your fault. Of all times to settle scores, you had to pick today. Zhao Zhanxiong, who had remained silent, suddenly laughed. Don't blame him. Back when you took a fancy to your current wife, didn't you beat that Jiang family boy black and blue? If young people were cautious and restrained in everything, would they still be young? The vermilion bird teacher roared with laughter. Haha, old Bai has such a past. Come on, tell us more. The white-robed teacher's face darkened. Looking for a beating? Let's go, find me the best location. Already prepared. Zhao Zhanxiong waved his hand boldly. The three descended the mountain, bickering like children. The white-robed teacher looked back with a glare. You rascal, and you too. Yi family girl, why aren't you following? Huh? This involves me too. Guanqing looked toward Yi Rian, who nodded slightly. Come on, it won't hurt you. At Jinhai restaurant, the private dining room was fully set with dishes and wine cups filled to the brim. Teacher Bai wore a stern expression, clearly displeased, and directing all his frustration toward Guanqing. Guanqing was seated on the outer side as company, sitting upright and not daring to move, carelessly being stared down by a super beast tamer of at least king rank, even without any killing intent, was extremely uncomfortable. Teacher Bai snorted coldly and slammed his cup on the table. You little brat, if you didn't have a match this afternoon, you'd have to down a whole pot to apologize to me before I'd even consider forgiving you. Guanqing quickly raised his cup filled with plain water, apologizing repeatedly with a forced smile, pouring out flowery words of flattery, which finally softened Teacher Bai's expression by half. Teacher Zhu leaned back in his chair, shaking his head with amusement. Don't mind him, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. You were right to seek justice for your student. Old Bai was just making choices for his student too. Come, let's drink. The five of them clinked glasses several times, and half an hour quickly passed. Yi Rian finally spoke up. Teachers, Baihu Academy has chosen Chun Hai. So Teacher Zhu, are you here representing Zhuke Academy to select? Teacher Zhu suddenly slapped his forehead, interrupting her. Oh my, old Bai's commotion got me all confused. I nearly forgot about my precious student. Never mind, let her finish all her matches first. This statement left both Yi Rian and Guanqing stunned clearly. He wasn't talking about Guanqing. Seeing their confusion, Teacher Zhu set down his wine cup, his expression turning serious. Guanqing, considering your first beast companion and the beast tamer skills you've mastered, you're not just compatible with our Zhuke Academy. I would be honored to have you. Even the hot-tempered and stubborn Teacher Bai nodded silently in agreement. Teacher Zhu continued his explanation. The founders of the four great academies each possessed the Gung Metal White Tiger, Southern Vermilion Bird, Iwad Azure Dragon, and Gue Water Black Tortoise. The Southern Vermilion Fire is the core of the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. The outside world claims all four possess divine-level bloodlines, but we know they still fall short of true divinity. However, your black gold divine bird born from the sun has given us our first glimpse of what a true divine-level bloodline might look like. The destructive power and overwhelming presence it radiates surpasses any known bloodline by far. When it comes to controlling flames, no academy is more skilled than Zhuke Academy, which is why I truly value you so highly. Teacher Zhu's praise was generous, but as his tone shifted, Guanqing caught the underlying meaning. So the student chosen by Zhuke Academy isn't me, is it? Teacher Zhu stamped his feet in frustration and downed his cup in one gulp. Damn it. Shit. He gritted his teeth, cursing himself for being blinded by greed, fooled by nonsense, damned and cursed. Seeing this, Teacher Bai joined him in drinking and unleashed his own torrent of curses, with crude and vulgar words flowing freely. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhanxiong kept smiling as he refilled their cups, quietly observing. After several rounds of drinks and empty plates, Zhao Zhanxiong clapped his hands. All right, are you full? If so, go back and prepare. The glory of Jinhai City still needs you to reclaim it. When that time comes, if they still want to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at the disheveled and unkempt Zhao Zhanxiong, Guanqing vaguely felt that something was missing. He set down his barely touched cup, stood up to bid farewell to Zhao Zhanxiong, then walked out of the hotel's private dining room alongside Yi Rian. The moment the door closed behind them, a tremendous crash erupted from within, porcelain plates shattering, chairs toppling over, and a piercing scream that could be heard clearly even through the thick door. You bastard, shameless piece of trash. Damn your ancestors. Is this what you call having an extremely poor, even terrible reputation? Is this what you call being worthless and untrainable? Is this what you call having tendencies of a malicious beast tamer? Zhao, are you even human? Do you only pick on people you know? The ones hurling curses were instructors, Zhu and Bai. One flipped the table while the other grabbed a chair, ready to tear the man before them apart and feed him to the dogs. Zhao Zhanxiong was pressed against the wall, but maintained his arrogant demeanor. Rubbing his bruised and swollen eye socket, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he reminded them. We made an abyssal contract, remember? If you two dare go back on your word, don't blame me for turning on old friends. Damn it. Hell. The two instructors cursed but could do nothing about him. Instructor Bai gritted his teeth. Honestly, trapping him here isn't good for future development. The four major academies always hold priority rights to resource allocation. After Instructor Zhu angrily kicked the table leg, he could only nod helplessly. Zhao Zhanxiong straightened his wrinkled sleeves and said leisurely, I thought the same initially, which is why I never personally guaranteed anything. But what happened next exceeded my expectations. Changqing simply isn't suited for the academy path. This time, Instructors Zhu and Bai rarely agreed. Instructor Zhu said in a low voice, his advantage lies in that beast companion of his. It's ridiculously powerful beyond belief. And from what we can see, there's more than one. As instructors from a top-tier institution, they were well experienced. Though they couldn't immediately discern the Black Egg's bloodline, they could sense its arrogant, defiant, and reckless nature. Chun Hai is about to produce a dragon. Instructor Bai exhaled, looking toward Zhao Zhanxiong. What's your next move? There are some things he can never access no matter how hard he tries. Zhao Zhanxiong brushed aside the messy bangs blocking his vision and said, I'm working on it. That old bastard Murong Yuan's daughter is still imprisoned in the Forbidden Sea. Did you orchestrate that too? Yes. Once I confirmed his beast companion was completely unharmed, I began setting things in motion. I did this mainly because his parents left something behind before they departed. His parents. Instructor Bai raised an eyebrow. Who are they? Instructor Zhu rubbed his forehead helplessly. You really don't read the students' basic information, do you? I only observe their performance on the spot. As long as they're not criminals, other records are a waste of time. Instructor Zhu gave him a thumbs up. Then let me tell you his parents are the very couple that gave both Qinglong Academy and your teacher such headaches. Instructor Bai shot up. The freeloading duo? His parents are the freeloading duo. Zhao Zhanxiong nodded with a smile. You remember them. Of course. Instructor Bai slammed the table. In the Gu family living room, Yi Rian peeled a grape and placed it into Gu Changqing's mouth, her long legs crossed and swaying gently back and forth. Xiaoqing, don't be nervous and don't get discouraged. She tapped the sofa armrest with her knuckles, her voice filled with gentle encouragement. What if other academies choose you? Your achievements in Chun Hai City are unmatched. The Rookie King personally recognized by the Abyss. If they can't see such brilliance, then they're blind. Even if none of them accept you in the end, it doesn't diminish your excellence. You'll always be number one. After offering these encouraging words, her mind flashed back to the information she had gathered on the way home. Through various connections and indirect inquiries, she had learned that all the prestigious academies in the Shanhua Kingdom had somehow omitted Gu Changqing's name from their first round of individual assessment candidate lists. When she tried to dig deeper, everyone seemed to have coordinated their responses, using the same evasive explanations with tones remarkably similar to those of teachers White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. If all else fails, I'll pull some strings for you. Yi Rian patted her chest. Like your parents did get you into a special organization. But Gu Changqing sat there in a daze, not listening at all. He placed his backpack on his knees and began rummaging through it. With a zip, he pulled out 2 cards gleaming with metallic luster: Swift Wind, Eagle King, and 3-headed Touch Dragon, 2 genuine King-tier beast companion cards. He reached out and gently grasped Yi Rian's soft hand, solemnly placing the cards in her palm. Sister, I've had these 2 beast companion cards prepared for a long time. Yi Rian was momentarily stunned, then immediately pushed the cards back to him. While King-tier beast companion cards weren't as rare as legendary tier ones, they remained the most valuable currency today. Especially that 3-headed Touch Dragon card. Its bloodline descended from the King-tier peak beast Touch Dragon Divine Flood, just 1 step away from evolving into legendary status. You keep them, she coughed lightly. You'll need them when your rank advances. Despite her words, her eyes misted over, unable to hide her gratification. She stroked Gu Changqing's hair and smiled softly. My little Qing has really grown up. From now on, you won't need your sister constantly by your side making decisions for you. Gu Changqing immediately shook his head. That won't do. You're my family, and I can't let you out of my sight. Wherever I go, you follow. After the major exam ends, I'll go to the private independent zone to find you a 1,000-year resurrection ginseng. Then we'll be the ultimate duo running dungeons, breaking records, exploring beyond the city. Sister, you sacrificed your dazzling reputation to take care of me. Now it's time to reclaim your title as the female overlord. Female overlord? Yi Rian's expression changed instantly as she grabbed his ear. Tell me, how exactly do I overlord you? Changqing chuckled sheepishly. Slip of the tongue. My sister is the most beautiful in the world, super gentle and caring, absolutely the best wife material. This sweet talk had never failed him before, but the moment the word wife left his lips, Yi Rian's smile clearly froze for an instant. She released his ear and forced a smile. Changqing didn't notice and pushed the 2 cards back into her hands. Sister, you keep them. You'll definitely need them. Beast companions are the one thing I never lack. All right, I'll keep them. Yi Rian tucked the cards into her clothes. You rest first. What's wrong? Afraid someone might see us. Yi Rian didn't answer, her mind filled with flashing images of Changqing. She sighed softly. Shaoqing, perhaps I'll never have another chance to run dungeons with you or break records together. As she pulled herself from these chaotic thoughts, tears had already formed at the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, Changqing was crouched at the dungeon exit, tallying his spoils of war. This memory replay storyline dungeon had yielded rather meager regular drops, but the Abyss-exclusive rewards made his eyes light up. 1. Beast Evolution Stone Consumable. Upon use, unlocks Bloodline Purity. 2. Beast Skill Unlock Stone Guaranteed Success Special Consumable. Upon use, guarantees the unlocking of 1 Bloodline skill. The 2 stones, 1 red and 1 blue, glowed with restrained radiance. As Changqing pondered how to distribute them, Black Egg had already burst out from his beast space, fixing its gaze like a nail on the red evolution stone without so much as a blink. Little Gold's evolution only depends on level and materials, so this thing would be useless to it. After weighing his options, Changqing casually tossed the evolution stone to Black Egg. Here you go. Black Egg rolled around on the ground with joy, caught the stone, and stuffed it into its mouth, crunching it to pieces with loud chomps. Black energy immediately surged within its body, thick as ink, gathering at its back and condensing into a black halo. Congratulations, your beast pet Black Egg's bloodline evolution was successful. As soon as the system notification appeared, Changqing pulled up Black Egg's status panel, only to find its attributes unchanged. That's it. He frowned. Black Egg scratched its head sheepishly. Big sister beat me up too badly before 1 stone can't make up for all that damage. What a waste. Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stuffed it back into the beast space. He flicked the blue skill stone to the sleeping little gold, letting it slowly absorb the energy to see which bloodline skill would unlock when it awakened. Black Egg smacked its lips, still savoring the evolution stone. Changqing patted its shell. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more where that came from. This promise immediately satisfied Black Egg. Completely raising an unknown species was indeed like opening a bottomless pit. Continuing his inventory, the 3rd reward was an ancient bronze tiger claw badge, spotted with rust, yet radiating the weight of ages. Beast Master Badge King level. Ability. Contains independent beast space. Allows contracting 1 additional beast pet. Restriction. Cannot be used by combat-type beast pets. Struck gold. Changqing gripped the badge tightly, already having a candidate in mind, but he wasn't in a rush and moved on to the final item. It was a flowing, iridescent robe whose surface rippled with colors under the lamplight like multicolored waves. Heaven-reaching flowing robe gradeless. Ability. All Beastmaster skills 1 level. Description. Crafted from heaven-reaching azure, dragon molted skin combined with various rare materials. Once worn by the god of Beastmasters. Possesses growth potential, unique equipment. This is insane. Changqing's chest trembled. Just the 1-level boost to all skills was already incredibly powerful, not to mention its ability to grow continuously with improvement, starting at least at orange legendary tier. He immediately donned the robe. Instantly, his control over flames felt like a new valve had been opened, with fire dancing at his fingertips, able to form different shapes at will. Though the changes were subtle, it was a qualitative breakthrough. Clang. A clear bell chime rang across Chun Hai City's sky. Will the top 30 candidates please proceed immediately to Pingding Square for assembly? The announcement echoed endlessly. Changqing stood up, noticing Yi Rian hadn't returned yet, so he closed the door and stepped out toward the wind-whipped streets. The real battle was about to begin. The top 30 candidates from Pingding Square in Chun Hai City were ready for action. Su Qing stood at the front of the group with a beaming smile, elbowing Changqing on one side, while whispering to Qi Sheng on the other. Qi Sheng listened attentively to Su Qing's various jokes with a gentle expression, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Meanwhile, Changqing's gaze wandered restlessly through the crowd, having scanned nearly everyone present but still failing to spot Yi Rian. Yi Rian had gone out to buy medicine for him, and should have returned by now. The 2 transmission portals for the survival battle and team battle were currently humming with activity, their pale blue patterns slowly rotating. Although Changqing's backpack contained only a small amount of potions, it would suffice. However, An inexplicable anxiety rose within him as he recalled Yi Rian's unusual behavior at home, which now seemed particularly troubling. Big brother Suqing, are you nervous? Suqing lowered his voice with a mischievous grin. Don't worry, my teacher said the dungeon map is huge. If worst comes to worst, we can gather in a corner and pick off isolated targets. Changqing forced a smile. All right, you and Qi Sheng team up together. You might have some unexpected gains. Hey, Hayden, get cocky just because you have the Rookie King title. Suqing lifted his chin. A gentleman doesn't engage in sneaky tactics. At most will use surprise attacks. Let me tell you about the art of surprise attacks. Changqing listened absent-mindedly with only half an ear, his eyes still scanning the crowd for Yi Rian. Just as he pulled out his communicator to make a call, host Shenlin stepped onto the platform and cleared his throat. Distinguished top 30 candidates, you have demonstrated the excellence of the new generation of beast tamers to the people of Chun Hai City through your outstanding performance. Now, please continue fighting for the honor of Chun Hai City. Shenlin's gaze swept toward the light screen. Multiple academies have reserved spots, and their instructors are watching you through the live broadcast. Without further ado, proceed to the transmission portals. The team battle will begin first. Rookie King Changqing currently has no school affiliation and will appear as the finale. Suqing rubbed his hands together eagerly, stretching his neck like a combative young swan. Qi Sheng sighed, having hoped to coast through with Changqing for an easier time. Why does it have to be this rule? Suqing put his hands on his hips. Do you understand what finale means? Big brother Changqing alone could beat them all senseless. Teaming up with you would just hold him back, wouldn't it? Let's go, let's go. She pushed Qi Sheng toward the portal while shouting back to Changqing. Big brother Changqing, we'll try not to give you a chance to take the stage. Changqing raised his hand and called out good luck a couple of times, then looked down to dial Yi Rian's number, but no one answered. Shenlin, having finished the announcement on stage, came down the steps and walked to his side. Miss Yi hasn't arrived yet. Not yet, Changqing frowned. Shenlin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. 3 hours ago, I encountered her fiancé. After not seeing him for years, his strength has grown even more formidable. I found it strange, why would he suddenly come to Chun Hai City? Could it be that he's here to take Miss Yi away? Where? Changqing suddenly gripped Shenlin's shoulder, his breathing becoming heavier. Though Shenlin winced from the tight grip, he calmly revealed the location. Changqing's mind fell into complete chaos. Yi Rian had a fiancé, and he was going to take her away? Was this the reason for her recent strange behavior? But why had she never mentioned it? Over the years, memories of their shared life together flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. Without realizing it, his feelings for Yi Rian had long since evolved from the previous teacher-mother figure into something entirely different. Perhaps it had always been there, just unnoticed. It seemed to be the Emerald Sea Hotel where she was staying. Changqing sprinted while holding up his phone and shouting, "Hey, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. You don't need to come back so early." Behind him, the exam proctor Shenlin was amused by his cheerful retreating figure, thinking to himself, this kid should really consider finding a girlfriend. Suqing and Murongqing are both nice, but they still can't compare to Miss Yi. Don't let me down, he muttered under his breath, then picked up his walkie-talkie to instruct. There's been a situation in the exam room. Student Changqing has an upset stomach, yes, caused by his beast companion. Move him to the back row. The further back the better. Don't complain about it being against regulations. Do you want Chun Hai City to be mocked by other provinces? If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. At the entrance of the Emerald Sea Hotel, Yi Rian looked up at the well-dressed man before her, her brow furrowed with undisguised disgust. Why are you here? The man smiled graciously. Yin Yan, I came to take you home. Auntie said you'd be returning during this time, so I specially took leave to come see you. No need. Go back. I have to get to the exam venue. Yi Rian turned to leave, but the man suddenly grabbed her arm. Yin Yan, after all these years, you're still treating me this way? I understand the burden in your heart from your agreement with Uncle back then. Fine, I waited. Now that child has grown up, your task is complete. It's time to fulfill the marriage contract between the Yi and Lu families. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Besides, your family's guardian beast companion can't wait much longer. Are you threatening me? Yi Rian said coldly. How could I? I care for you so much. I'm just stating facts. As Yi Rian weighed her options and was about to speak, a black shadow suddenly streaked toward the man like a meteor. Haydn, she exclaimed. As the sword light approached, a pitch-black orb appeared out of nowhere in front of the Lu family man, blocking the strike with a thud. The sword sank into it, as if into a swamp. Haydn flipped back, withdrew his sword, and prepared to strike again. Haydn, come back. The commanding voice came from around the corner as Changqing appeared in his heavenly flowing robes, sweat glistening on his forehead. But Haydn continued to glare viciously at his opponent, chattering angrily. Where did this nobody come from, daring to steal women from my master? Watch Lord He cut you down. Xiaoqing. Yi Rian was overjoyed and moved to approach him, but the Lu family man reached out again, only to be forced back by suddenly rising flames. Fire lines leaped up around Yi Ruyan, coiling toward his hand. We're a small city in Jinhai, and we don't appreciate people getting handsy. Gu Changqing's tone was calm, but carried a warning. He waved his hand to recall the flames, marveling inwardly. These heavenly flowing robes have enhanced my fire control technique by a full level. The manipulation feels incredibly smooth. Aren't you supposed to be taking an exam? How did you get here? Yi Ruyan's voice was soft yet confident, as if she suddenly had someone to rely on. How could I focus when you're not there? Gu Changqing smiled. You rascal. She reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Their intimacy in front of others was like publicly showing off their affection. The Liu family man's expression darkened as he stepped forward, forcing himself to remain composed. You must be Yinyan's younger brother, Gu Changqing. Let me introduce myself. I am Yinyan's fiancé, Lu Wenchao. Gu Changqing couldn't be bothered to respond, only gazing affectionately at Yi Ruyan and asking softly, Sister, are you sincere about this? Under his gaze, Yi Ruyan's heart pounded like drums and her cheeks flushed red, but she shook her head without hesitation. Only then did Gu Changqing turn to Lu Wenchao, his eyes ice cold. My sister isn't willing, so this marriage contract is worthless paper. If the Yi family wants to force this, I don't mind paying them a visit to discuss it. As his words fell, a six-pointed star array suddenly blazed beneath his feet, flames roaring as a clear, piercing cry tore through the sky. A magnificent bird wreathed in blazing fire spread its wings and stood tall, its overwhelming presence washing over them. Its pupils were completely golden, with strange patterns seeming to flow within them. Kid, you're playing with fire. The naked, blatant threat came rushing forward along with Xiao Jin's oppressive aura, the scorching heat even penetrating into the Liu family man's beast-taming space, causing all the spirit beasts inside to cower in terror. In terms of rank, he was indeed several levels above Gu Changqing, but beast tamers ultimately relied on the raw strength of their spirit beasts in their first clash. He had been thoroughly humiliated by Gu Changqing, yet could only secretly regard it as a mere exchange. Gu Changqing placed his hand on Yi Ruyan's slender back, patting gently twice before turning his head with a cold sneer. Didn't you hear what I just said? If you're not convinced or don't understand, then try making a move. At the same time, Xiao Jin fully awakened, and feedback from the skill stone flashed in his mind. Congratulations. Your spirit beast has unlocked a new skill. Blazing Sun incinerates Heaven Bloodline Forbidden Level. Skill description: burns Bloodline Essence to forcibly activate the complete Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. Side effects: Bloodline purity decreases after use, with a small chance of bloodline grade degradation. Effects: Great Sun Golden Flame can incinerate everything. Golden Crow emerges, fire spreads across the sky. All fire type and bloodline skill power increased by times. Cooldown, 1 month. Additional note: if the spirit beast's grade and bloodline reach perfection, side effects will completely disappear. The abilities expanded by skill stones were inherently random, but he never expected to unlock an ultimate bloodline technique. Another trump card added to his arsenal. Though the cost remained terrifying unless absolutely necessary, it would have to remain unused. Yin Yan, what's your opinion? The Liu family man fixed his gaze on Yi Ruyan, his tone full of threat. Just as Yi Ruyan was about to speak, Gu Changqing cut her off. Got donkey hair stuffed in your ears? Wasn't I clear enough? If you don't understand, go home and ask your elders. Even if you have opinions, it's not your place to point fingers. And tell Uncle Yi that my sister isn't going anywhere, understand? With those words, he took Yi Ruyan's hand and strode out of the hotel entrance. Crack. The Liu family man's teeth and knuckles made crisp sounds simultaneously. Furious, he pulled out his phone and roared into it. Dig up everything on Gu Changqing. Everything. Walking in silence, Yi Ruyan was led by Gu Changqing to Pingding Square. She stole glances at him from time to time, the feelings she had suppressed for so long now sprouting wildly under his almost domineering actions. The boy who was once several years younger than her had now become a young man capable of holding up the sky, reaching heights she could never have imagined through his own strength. Mystery was a man's greatest source of charm. At this moment, she felt like she was sinking into soft quicksand from which she couldn't escape, yet in her descent, she felt only happiness and security. Oh, back so soon. Shenlin approached, deliberately looking Yi Ruyan up and down. Yi Ruyan's face flushed red under his gaze as she protested coquettishly. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Shenlin waved his hands with a laugh. Then his expression turned serious. Perfect timing. It's your turn to take the stage. Gu Changqing looked up at the massive light screen, his pupils contracting sharply. The screen was broadcasting city ranking. Jinhai City had 0 points, ranking last among 30-plus cities. It was currently maintenance time, and the Abyss was replaying highlights. He clearly saw the figures of Chun Hai, Su Qing, and Qi Sheng. Gu Changqing spotted Chun Hai, Su Qing, and Qi Sheng. Their strength would definitely rank in the top 10 within Jinhai City. However, their opponents swiftly and decisively knocked them out of the arena. Gu Changqing frowned deeply in the spectator seats. When it came to team battles, whether in pairs or larger groups, their opponents far surpassed Chun Hai City in beast companion levels, combat coordination, and battlefield experience. Cities that qualified for the national tournament naturally had more abundant resources than Chun Hai City. Top-tier cities like provincial capitals and the imperial capital had beast tamers whose talent reserves and combat power stood at the very pinnacle, and their exploration of the wilderness beyond city walls was incomparable to other cities. Lin adjusted his glasses and reported quietly to Changqing. Jinhai City's resources mainly depend on low-level dungeons within the city and dungeon records. In recent years, the collaboration between noble families, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Beast Tamer Association has only developed 5 new wild dungeons. Yet these 5 alone produce high-tier materials that account for nearly 80% of the entire city's output. Changqing nodded. He understood the terrifying nature of the snowball effect. Resource gaps would only widen further. At that moment, ripples appeared across the teleportation gate as Su Qing, Qi Sheng, and others emerged with dejected expressions. Upon seeing Changqing, they all lowered their heads in unison. Although Chun Hai maintained decent spirits, his psychological barriers remained unbroken, allowing him to display only 70% of his full strength. Don't be discouraged, you've already done very well. Changqing clapped encouragingly, which only made the team members feel more ashamed. Secretary Shun, how many rounds are there in team battles? He asked, turning his head. There are 2 rounds, small team battles with 3 or fewer members, and group battles with more than 3 members. If we can defeat 3 cities' representatives in the group battle, Jinhai City's ranking can enter the top 10. Changqing pondered briefly. Good, I'll participate in the group battle. Thinking of that earth-shattering strike in the blood-soaked wasteland dungeon, Shun Lin couldn't help but worry. Your beast companions. It's fine, just a little exercise. Changqing explained calmly. The golden trait, sun shines bright, didn't conflict with skills, and the beast taming space modified by that meteorite stone could double the recovery of beast companions' injuries and spiritual power. That's good. We're counting on you entirely, and it'll shut those noble families up too. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. News of Changqing's participation reinvigorated Su Qing and the others, who huddled together to quickly discuss coordination and tactics. Meanwhile, Changqing called Yi Ruyan aside. Sister, will Uncle Yi become furious from embarrassment? The Yi family is your family, after all. Don't worry, I'll handle it properly. Yi Ruyan rarely lowered her head, showing slight shyness. What's the background of that Lu fellow? It feels like the Yi family is somehow being blackmailed by them. Yi Ruyan sighed softly and explained the situation. The Yi family's inherited beast companion's old injuries had relapsed with rare complications, putting it in mortal danger. The Lu family specialized in support and healing-type beast companions that could suppress the condition. Years ago, the 2 families had arranged an engagement between her and Lu Wenchao. Unwilling to be manipulated, she had left home in defiance and come to Jinhai City, where she met Changqing's parents. Now the Yi family refused to delay further and was forcing her to comply. Only then did Changqing understand Yi Ruyan's burden. Truly established noble families often possessed 1 or even multiple inherited beast companions, serving as the family's prestige. All his available companions were combat type, and the golden trait extraction probability also favored combat. But the auxiliary beast companion space that came with the badge could be put to good use needed to form a contract quickly. When the rest period ended, Shun Lin urged, enter the teleportation gate. Changqing patted the back of Yi Ruyan's hand. Sister, don't worry, I'll find a way. With that, he turned and rushed into the gate. The arena was vast, divided into dozens of sections. As soon as the Jinhai City group appeared in the waiting area, they heard contemptuous laughter from representatives of nearby cities. Isn't this some backwater city? Haven't withdrawn yet. Might as well not call it Jinhai. Call it Turtle Town instead. The mocking voices ignited fury in everyone's hearts. However, Changqing remained calm, raising his head to glance at the display screen. Shui City. The corner of his mouth curved upward, his voice not loud but resolute. Don't worry, we'll crush you first. Ha ha ha, you bunch of losers think you can. The candidate from Shui City suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He finally caught the mockery in Changqing's words, his face darkening. Fine, then you'll be the first to be eliminated. Changqing merely snorted coldly, too lazy to engage in further verbal sparring. Su Qing quickly organized the intelligence. Shui City is a second-tier city with overall strength higher than ours, but their beast companions are all water-type without exception. Qi Xing added, unified attributes are both a weakness and a strength. I've watched several recordings they use combination techniques to instantly create small lakes. That's how Xifang City got turned around. Water, Changqing murmured, then asked, who's their leader? Zhang Wenbin. Chun Hai, usually a man of few words, practically spat out the name through gritted teeth. In the previous 3v3 match, he had been distracted and Zhang Wenbin seized the opening, causing their three-person team to collapse within a minute, setting the record for shortest defeat. That battle had become a pillar of shame in Chun Hai's heart, and now he longed for redemption, especially in front of Changqing. Qi Sheng pointed toward the waiting area. In the center of the crowd, a blonde-haired youth surrounded by students was confidently discussing tactical arrangements. That's Zhang Wenbin, an advanced beast tamer. 3 beast companions: tyrant whale, venomous jellyfish, and water pattern shell. Watch out especially for the jellyfish's deadly poison and the shell's defense. Su Qing's face darkened. My little horse was poisoned to death by that jellyfish. Changqing memorized all the information, then immediately sank his consciousness into the beast taming space. Black Egg sat cross-legged in the center of the black mist, with spatial energy continuously flowing into its body as dark qi. It suddenly opened its eyes and smiled contemptuously. Master, rest assured, poison is what I fear least. I'll show that guy what a true shadow swordsman looks like. Changqing chuckled. Swordsman? I'd say shadow monkey is more like it. Black Egg, are you sure you should be wielding a sword? Could your bloodline memory be wrong? Maybe you should be using a staff. Huh? I was just following the skills. Black Egg reached out with its claw, and the black qi instantly condensed into a long staff. After swinging it a few times, the movements were much more fluid. Oh, this feels much more natural. It seems like some power within me has been awakened, probably related to the golden trait Master gave me. Changqing clasped his hands together. Exactly. With your appearance, you're on the same path as that great sage who jumped out of the stone. Plus, with the Path of Destiny golden trait, you're definitely a miniature version. If you can achieve even half the great sage's majesty in the future, I'll burn incense in gratitude. After instructing Black Egg to familiarize itself with the weapon, he switched to Little Gold's adjacent space. Little Gold remained as imposing as ever, and after brief tactical instructions, he withdrew his consciousness. 10 minutes later, a red banner rose in the center of the arena, with a crimson countdown glowing at the top. Su Qing, Qi Sheng, and the others had already arranged their post-battle tactics, though they hadn't included Changqing in their plans. Everyone knew deep down that he was at his strongest when fighting solo and acting freely. Otherwise, they would likely become a burden to him. The moment the countdown hit 0, a dark shadow shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. This time, Haydn didn't draw his sword but instead grabbed a massive black staff 2 to 3 meters long. Using the surging black energy beneath his feet as stepping stones, he performed several aerial flips and instantly appeared above the Xianshui city students. Where did this arrogant piece of trash come from? Take this from your black master. He gripped the staff with both hands as black energy poured into it like a tide, causing the weapon to visibly thicken and harden. Thump, thump. The drumbeat-like sound of a heartbeat echoed within his body. Changqing caught that sound and felt a surge of joy, his vague suspicions gradually taking shape. As the only designated golden trait, Haydn had to rely on his own comprehension and adjustments to match those hidden conditions. If it were just ordinary enhancement after hardship, how could it be worthy of the title golden trait? Boom. The black staff, now 2 meters thick, crashed down and slammed hard into the Xianshui city waiting area. Debris flew everywhere as dust clouds billowed up. The black energy dispersed in wisps before suddenly contracting, transforming into countless smaller black rods that rained down like a torrential counterattack. The Xinhai city crowd was left speechless by this fluid sequence of moves. Through the hazy dust, only a few scattered figures remained from what had been a dense group of candidates. Chun Hai opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words, while others silently mourned for Xianshui city, off all people to provoke. Why did it have to be Changqing? Whether it was the beast god or the heaven-reaching azure dragon, he would take them all on head-to-head. As the dust settled, Haydn leaped out from within, white mist steaming from his monkey mouth. The black staff had transformed back into a long sword, though his spirit seemed somewhat drained. Damn it, turtle shells are too hard, he complained. In the center of the Xianshui city waiting area, a lean-faced student was protected by a massive shell. Azure light patterns flowed across the shell's surface, forming mysterious designs that repelled all invading black energy. The water pattern shell, living up to its name. Less than half of the Xianshui city candidates remained standing. Haydn's single strike had eliminated 15 or 16 people. It wasn't that they were too weak, but no one had expected this bottom-ranked contestant to suddenly explode into action, unleashing his ultimate move right from the start. Many hadn't even reacted before being sent home by the black staff. Attack. Beat them while they're down. The Xinhai city students, who had been holding back their anger, charged forward in high spirits, surrounding the remaining enemies. Xiaojin took flight at the right moment, monitoring the situation below and especially watching for that combination technique that could create lakes, ready to intervene at the first sign. Changqing noticed Haydn's condition. Why are you so drained? Haydn caught his breath. That drumbeat-like heartbeat, each beat increases my strength, but after a while, I lose steam. However, once I switch back to sword form, that drained feeling disappears and my strength recovers rapidly. TSK. Exactly. Gu Changqing's eyes burned with excitement. The two bloodlines complemented each other, both restraining and supplementing one another. When their grades improved further and both bloodlines broke through together, they might point toward the next correct advancement path. That scene would surely bring tears of joy. Black Minion evolving into Great Sage. Absolutely invincible. With Haiden's full-powered strike, Xiaojin soared high above, surveying the entire battlefield. Despite organizing two waves of resistance and breakout attempts, the students from Xianshui City were still firmly suppressed by Zhenhai City's overwhelming numerical advantage. Without combination skills to create survivable space for them, Xianshui City's beast companions saw their power drastically reduced, their attacks neutralized one by one. At the center of the arena, Chun Hai gripped his lightning-crackling thunder war halberd with both hands, electric serpents coiling around the blade with crackling sounds as he, driven by endless personal grudges, thrust the halberd straight through Zhang Wenbin's chest. Congratulations to Zhenhai City for eliminating Xianshui City in a total time of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations to Zhenhai City team for achieving the fastest elimination record. The abyssal system voice echoed above the arena. Though they failed to break into the 1-minute legend, annihilating 30 people in 3 minutes still left students and teachers from various cities stunned. This wasn't a 3v3 match, but a 30-person team battle. Complete annihilation in 3 minutes? Did Zhenhai City's people take banned substances? Or did they cheat? Zhenhai City, once at the bottom with 0 points, had suddenly leaped to the top. Such a dramatic reversal was hard for many to accept. After dealing with Xianshui City, Su Qing led everyone in an orderly retreat. The pent-up frustration they'd harbored for so long was finally released, and everyone's expression was completely different from before the match began. Once psychological advantage was established, Gu Changqing knew full well as long as they performed at their original strength level, squeezing into their minimum goal of top 10 wouldn't be difficult. Don't rush, take it step by step. Form alliances where possible, but remember not to be reckless. After giving his instructions, Gu Changqing left behind the heavily depleted Haiden who urgently needed recovery, mounted Xiaojin himself, and headed straight for the central banner, passing through obstacle zones where enemies could emerge at any moment. Watching this unfold, the spectators couldn't help but sigh in amazement. TSK, I'm convinced. Same old formula, same old flavor. No choice, really can't measure him by ordinary standards. We're cautious, he's reckless. Put it the other way, we're the ones playing it safe. Don't flatter yourself his recklessness is the real safety net. Okay. The dozen or so people who had fought alongside Gu Changqing in the final scenario battle all joked around, while the others, those contestants personally eliminated by Gu Changqing thaw unwilling to accept it, had witnessed his divine prowess on the light screen, and with top 10 experts holding him in such high regard, could only hold back their complaints, not daring to speak carelessly. I think Brother Changqing is right. Su Qing proposed a new idea. Since we're in the same province, let's go talk with the provincial capital city teams first. Whoever wins or loses, it's beneficial for us. Qi Xing nodded in agreement. Su Qing's right. Let's unite against enemies first, then settle scores later. I have no objections. Chun Hai responded, hefting his thunder war halberd, though his gaze kept following Gu Changqing's retreating figure. All 29 agreed unanimously. Haiden did a somersault on the spot, its black blade tracing a beautiful sword flourish. Follow behind Lord He, and see which blind fool dares to cross our path. That arrogant look in its eyes needed no translation for everyone to understand its meaning. Haiden, we're counting on you. Su Qing crouched down, offering a high-quality beast stone. The little girl knows what's what. Haiden contentedly took it in its mouth, crunching away as stone fragments and light particles scattered. Then, Su Qing placed one hand on the crystal horn of the little unicorn and gently stroked Haiden's head with the other, softly chanting. Little horse says, may the light of friendship exist between us forever, and may we share all that we possess. A blinding white light erupted from the small horn, then flowed through Su Qing as a conduit, traveling down her arm to envelop the black egg. The black egg shuddered violently, feeling its nearly depleted body surge with overwhelming energy once more. Its entire form swelled like a sail catching wind, instantly returning to peak condition. It laughed triumphantly. Not bad, little girl. You've mastered the sacred unicorn's exclusive skill. Now Lord Black can unleash his divine might again. Su Qing lifted the still chattering black egg to face her, reminding it. Black egg, my little pony can't compare to you. Even though you can share energy, you need to show restraint. The unicorn whinnied softly in protest against the black egg's loose tongue. The black egg waved a claw dismissively. Lord Black gets it, won't drain it dry. Immediately, the black staff materialized, striking the ground with a thud. Let's go, keep up with Lord Black. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, racing toward the central banner, sensed the black egg's group latest movements through his mental connection. On his shoulder, Little Gold stood ramrod straight, wings flapping with sharp snaps. Show off. It captured the black egg's nature in a single word. Several contestants who harbored hopes against the seemingly lone Changqing tried to take advantage. Blazing solar flames instantly spread like a carpet of fire, following Changqing's steps. The golden crow shrieked, its terrifying aura exploding outward, causing the attackers to pale and flee immediately. Little Gold raised its neck proudly, golden feathers gleaming atop its head, declaring haughtily, "I'm Master's precious darling. That pitch-black fellow can step aside." Changqing chuckled while smoothing its feathers. Of course, Little Gold is always first, irreplaceable. Little Gold grew even more excited, bouncing on his shoulder non-stop, its blazing solar fireballs shooting wildly with its emotions regardless of aim, exploding whatever they hit. Above the arena, system announcements thundered continuously. Congratulations to Xinhai City's Changqing for eliminating Linan City's Zhangxi. Congratulations to Xinhai City's Changqing for eliminating Tian Province's Li Kuei. Congratulations to Xinhai City's Changqing for eliminating capital cities Dinglu. Over a dozen elimination messages scrolled in succession, encompassing unlucky souls from major cities across the board. Elsewhere, Suqing, Qisheng, and their group met up with the Huang Province capital team. However, Xinhai City's opening victory completely annihilating Xianshui City made the others deeply suspicious, convinced they had used underhanded methods. Despite Suqing's group's repeated explanations, their efforts proved largely futile. Both sides' patience were thinned bit by bit. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a massive pale golden fireball, trailing a long tail, came screaming down toward the provincial waiting area. Suqing shouted, "Defend! Everyone defend!" The group reacted swiftly. All the pets with protective skills simultaneously spread their shields, creating layers of barriers like overlapping turtle shells, sealing off the waiting area completely. Boom! The arena shook, golden lights surged, and a scorching wave swept through the surroundings. Crack! Crack! The shields dissolved and shattered one after another, causing sweat to bead in everyone's palms. Fortunately, there were plenty of skilled individuals in the waiting area who managed to withstand the impact, and by the time only 7 layers of barrier remained, the flames were fully extinguished. Just as everyone sighed in relief, a horrified scream suddenly erupted from the back of Xinhai City's team. Sun Min, who Changqing had kicked out during the mission, was now barely ranking in the top 30. Earlier, he had timidly withdrawn from the crowd and was struck by residual flames, instantly exploding into a fireball and flying off the arena. The system announced again, "Congratulations to Xinhai City's Changqing for eliminating Xinhai City's Sun Min." Sun Min couldn't comprehend his demise until the end just because he had run his mouth during the mission. Changqing not only refused to let him off, but also delivered a long-range fatal shot. Faced with the pale faces illuminated by flames, everyone exchanged glances, their spines tingling, especially those contestants who had crossed Changqing in the past. At that moment, a refined, short-haired beauty with a scholarly air adjusted her glasses and spoke in a deep voice. "As fellow members of Huang Province, I believe it is necessary for us to band together for warmth. Because our goal is singular." Su Qing and the others exchanged glances, looking at each other in bewilderment. Just moments ago, these people had been acting all high and mighty, looking down on them as if they were beneath their notice. How did they suddenly become so friendly in the blink of an eye? The atmosphere in the group instantly became awkward and strange. It wasn't until everyone saw the female spokesperson from the provincial team close her eyes, listening to the Abyss channel broadcast like she was hearing divine music, her face full of longing, that they finally understood another person had been captivated by Brother Changqing's personal charm. Great, another one falls for him. Brother Changqing really does charm everyone wherever he goes, someone whispered in amazement. Qi Sheng was stunned for a moment, then leaned close to Su Qing's ear and lowered his voice. "Could it be that you?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow and snorted back. "Don't you know that a gentleman seeks a virtuous lady?" Qi Sheng couldn't completely hide the disappointment in his eyes and could only respond glumly, "Fine. Fool, become a gentleman first." Su Qing's retort made the two of them openly and subtly show off their affection, and only then did the broadcast from above the arena stop. "Where is he?" the provincial woman asked urgently. "No idea." Su Qing shrugged. "Probably headed toward that big flag." Brother Changqing's strength is outstanding. A team would only slow down his pace. She spoke extremely quickly, not giving the other party time to react, then asked, "So are we forming an alliance or not? If not, we're leaving." Everyone cooperated by acting ready to turn and leave at any moment. Alliance. The provincial woman clearly had significant backing. She looked around at her companions, and after getting their nods, responded decisively. "Good, let's make a contract." "We need to make a contract?" The woman was momentarily stunned, but didn't object. Meanwhile, Changqing stopped at the edge of the forest and looked down at his shoulder. Little Gold was shrinking its head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. It's one thing to kill contestants from other cities, but how did you end up burning our own people too? Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while silently mourning for the accidentally injured Sun Min. Alright, I don't blame you. You performed very well today. After a few words of comfort, Little Gold perked up again, but was strictly forbidden from using skills without his permission. Changqing pulled up Little Gold's attribute panel, secretly marveling this little guy had quietly climbed to divine status among the new generation of Beast Tamers pet rankings. Beast Pet, True Fire Sparrow. Grade, Silver. Level, 12. Bloodline traits. Great Sun Golden Flame Gold. Battle Spirit Boiling Gold. Foodie's Paradise Gold. Sun Shining High Gold. Attributes. Strength 204. Constitution 211. Agility 243. Spirit 1422. Elemental Resistance. Lightning 5, Water 5. Special. Truth Breaking Ability 5. Skills. Form Transformation. Blazing Solar Flame. Fire Immunity Passive. Golden Crow Shadow Energy Storage 68. Golden Crow Roar Bloodline Combination. Scorching Sun Burns Heaven Bloodline Forbidden. The upper limit for spirit attributes in the bronze stage was 1,200 points. Once perfected, Little Gold would successfully advance from initial Sunbird to Silver Grade True Fire Sparrow. The Super Divine Bloodline not only refreshed its skills, but also added an extra 200 spirit points. Among the new generation now, opponents who could take a direct hit from its ordinary, blazing solar flame and remain standing could be counted on one hand. Putting away the panel, Changqing continued toward the central flag. As the distance closed, he saw figures gradually gathering around the banner, 3 men and 2 women, all wearing advanced beast tamer badges on their robes. The 6 moved in unison, their every gesture displaying an elite aura that was only stronger than Chun Hai, whom he'd encountered earlier. They stepped onto the small platform from 6 different directions at the same moment, with the wind and flag both fluttering fiercely. Changqing squinted to identify the provincial markings on their badges, his heart stirring slightly. The Huang province direction? The one who came wasn't Tang Luoyao. A petite girl with a cute, slightly chubby face looked surprised when she saw that Changqing wasn't the person she had expected. Huh? Scared to show up after I beat you last time, sneered a sinister young man in black robes, a dagger hanging at his waist, his voice hoarse and grating. Give me a break. The Tang family's precious daughter afraid of you? Wu Yu, don't think too highly of yourself, said a handsome blonde youth from the other side, smiling, but with venom in his tone. Wu Tian, you're asking for death. Huh? Do you have what it takes? Don't forget who scattered your ghost last time. Oh my, old friends haven't seen each other for months, and you're already fighting when you meet. A flashily dressed girl in high heels covered her mouth, pretending to be anxious while her tone was full of provocation. Slutty woman, put away your shameless act, it's disgusting to watch. Hee. Can't help it, otherwise I can't beat you guys. Changqing remained silent, quietly observing. From the scattered conversation, he quickly pieced together the information. These 5 represented Tian Province, the capital, Di Province, Xin Province, and Jiang Province respectively. They were the leading figures among the new generation of beast tamers in their respective main cities. The position he stood in originally belonged to Tang Luoyao, from Huang Province. The 6 knew each other well, yet competed openly and covertly. Before the national examination, most beast tamers had to rely on abyss dungeons to earn a beast companion card for commoners. It was the only shortcut. But the children of noble families had already prepared their resources. This, pre-dungeon cultivation period, became the dividing line between nobility and commoners. The abyss rules were fair, but couldn't bridge the gap in starting points. The scene remained chaotic, but Changqing couldn't be bothered and walked straight toward the heavy flagpole. The next instant, howling wind suddenly rose as 5 elemental skills intertwined and crashed toward his back. Fire. Changqing uttered a low command, and a ring of fire erupted beneath his feet. Using Xiao Jin's firepower, his fire control technique instantly devoured and dissolved all the incoming skills. Oh, so he's actually skilled. Wu Tian put away his contempt. The flashily dressed girl raised her hand, and large amounts of pink mist emanated from her skin, drifting toward Changqing in a gentle yet sticky manner. At the same time, she hooked 2 fingers around her loose robe's collar, slowly sliding it down to reveal her snow-white shoulders, speaking in a seductive voice. Little brother, your strength is so impressive, I just love it. Tell me, did you defeat Tang Luoyao? Answer me, and there'll be a reward. The pink mist and soft, sweet voice simultaneously invaded his nerves. Changqing felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively felt disgusted. He immediately recognized the technique. Unlike Su Qing's mental charm, this woman directly stimulated desire, making people indulge and submit. Get lost. He took a deep breath and roared, the scorching fire wave mixed with sound waves directly shattering the pink mist. The girl groaned, her body trembling. Under her heavy makeup, her face turned pale then red, and she spat out blood before barely managing to stand steady. You actually broke my seduction domain. Tricks that toy with people's hearts, show dare you bring that onto the stage? Gu Changqing replied coldly. He had originally only wanted to capture the flag without making enemies, but since they provoked him first, he would never show weakness. The other four exchanged glances, seemingly reaching an understanding. Wu Yu raised his sinister face and said in a hissing voice, "It seems this brother indeed defeated Tang Luoyao. Though we're enemies rather than friends, not just anyone can stand alongside us." Wu Tian smiled and continued, "Brother, you're a new face, and we'd also like to see what methods you use to defeat Tang Luoyao." Gu Changqing snorted coldly, directly exposing their excuse-making. "Stop being so wishy-washy, you just want to eliminate the unfamiliar face first, right? Enough chatter, come on. All five of you, attack together. All of us together." The prodigies from the 5 provinces and cities stared at Gu Changqing like he was an idiot. Mockery erupted first from Wu Tian's mouth as he snorted and flexed his wrist. "You really think that just because you defeated Tang Luoyao, you can get cocky? Some nobody probably from a poor background, right? Got lucky with a card draw and pulled a powerful beast companion card. Now you think you can turn the world upside down and stand as our equal?" The flirtatious girl raised her hand to cover her mouth with a light laugh, disdain gleaming behind her long, thick lashes. "This little brother from who knows what backwater thinks he beat me just because he broke through my color domain." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Enough chatter," she waved her hand dismissively. "Since he said we should all come at him together, let's clear him out first. If you won't move, I'll go first." As her words fell, Wu Yu stepped forward. Black threads emerged in the depths of his dark eyes, instantly spreading to cover his entire pupils. Behind him, a translucent phantom overlapped with his form as a sudden chill filled the air. Gu Changqing stood with arms crossed, a smirk playing at his lips. "Fine, come at me. I'd like to see just how far your fusion with the ghost has progressed." The flirtatious girl winked at Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, do your best. I'll give you a free kiss when you're done." Wu Tian beside them sneered. "Sorry, new friend, but compared to you, we'd much rather deal with the familiar Tang Luoyao." Only the youth from the capital remained silent throughout, neither participating nor intervening, simply staring coldly at the scene. "Use your full strength." The silent youth finally spoke, his voice deep and low. "Otherwise, you won't have any." Before he could finish, Wu Yu had completely merged with his beast companion called Ghost. In the next instant, he vanished like a shadow scattered by wind, silent, soundless, as if he had left the entire dungeon. Gu Changqing. His voice came from all directions, ethereal and ghostly, truly like a specter. However, in the next second, Little Gold merely glanced coldly to the left. Understanding immediately, Gu Changqing used his fire control technique to draw upon Little Gold's blazing flames, condensing them into a massive flaming bird claw that suddenly grasped toward the left. Boom. Before the claw could fully close, it seemed to strike something. The vanished Wu Yu was forcibly dragged out of the void, trapped in the palm with both hands desperately pushing against it, his face filled with disbelief. "You, how did you discover me?" The only response was Gu Changqing's cold snort and an increasingly terrifying grip. "Sovereign." Knowing escape was impossible, Wu Yu roared again. The ground behind Gu Changqing exploded as a 6-pointed star array appeared. A 10-foot giant skeleton clad in bronze armor burst from the earth, green ghost fire blazing in its hollow eye sockets as it swung a devastating punch toward Gu Changqing's back with tremendous force. "Kid, how dare you sneak attack?" Little Gold soared into the sky, its tone disdainful. Opening its golden beak, it shot out a pale golden fireball. The fireball collided head-on with the skeleton's bone fist. Boom. Shockwaves rolled outward as the skeleton was forced back more than 10 steps before barely managing to steady itself. "So strong." The youth from the capital showed shock for the first time, commenting in a deep voice. As Little Gold prepared to dive for a follow-up attack, a heavy shield emblazoned with a giant turtle pattern suddenly appeared before it, blocking its path. Behind the shield, the silent youth materialized, cupping his fists respectfully. "Xuanwu of the capital, Xianting, requests your guidance." Gu Changqing slowly turned around, his fire control power rising once more. The flaming bird claws joints tightened. "Ah!" Wu Yu screamed in agony, finally offering no more resistance as he was firmly grasped. The scorching heat burned his skin, filling the air with the smell of charred flesh. Xianting's gaze sharpened. Despite smelling the burning flesh, Gu Changqing's expression remained indifferent. "Xuanwu?" A student from Xuanwu Academy. Gu Changqing was taken aback. The exam wasn't over yet, and even pre-selected candidates couldn't possibly display the academy's insignia directly. At the arena's edge, Wu Tian and his 2 companions felt their contempt instantly evaporate when they saw Xianting personally enter the fray. This was the grandson of Xuanwu Academy's dean, one of the capital's 10 greatest prodigies. The 3 immediately formed a triangular formation to surround them, while Xianting raised his shield, facing off against Little Gold behind Gu Changqing. "Friend." We acknowledge your strength. Now release Wu Yu. Little brother, fighting and killing isn't nice. Let's talk things through peacefully. Changqing nodded. That makes sense. Wu Yu, who was being squeezed and squealing in the blazing claws, thought he was saved. As the grip loosened slightly, he secretly channeled his spiritual power, attempting to summon his third beast companion. Boom. The giant claw suddenly tightened, and pale golden flames erupted from its palm. Before the beast could manifest, Wu Yu had already been crushed under the dual pressure of grip strength and searing heat, transforming into white light as he was ejected from the arena. Changqing dispersed the flames and patted his shimmering heavenly flowing robe. I was genuinely planning to let him go, but he didn't appreciate it and prepared to backstab me. I had no choice but to send him out. He shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands with an expression that said, I'm heartbroken too. The faces of Wu Tian's trio darkened instantly, fury surging. Attack together. Let's eliminate him first. Before the words finished echoing, a leopard-like wildcat flashed forward like lightning, its gleaming claws slicing through the air. Fire. Changqing murmured softly. The heavenly flowing robe forcibly enhanced his fire manipulation technique, and a wall of flames roared to life as dozens of fire tendrils snaked toward the wildcat's limbs like serpents. On the other side, the girl in flashy attire rode atop a black-red giant scorpion. Its stinger was mottled green and brown, clearly venomous at first glance, and moved even faster than the wildcat, stabbing straight toward Changqing's chest. Humph. Changqing didn't even bother to lift his eyes. Little Gold, who had been facing off against Xianting, instantly transformed into a ball of unextinguished flame, appearing at Changqing's side the next moment. A long-charged fireball blasted toward the venomous stinger. The blazing solar flame, with its 1,400 attributes, struck with pinpoint accuracy. The scorching fire wave distorted the surrounding space, instantly reducing the stinger to ash as the flames rolled back along the tail segments. The girl was ruthless, decisively severing the tail. The giant scorpion writhed in agony on the ground. Excellent. Perfect timing. Wu Tian roared, hurling a yellow stone into the air. The stone expanded dramatically in the wind, golden patterns spreading from its center as it transformed into a towering peak in the blink of an eye. Behold my beast's skill, heaven-falling seal. The crushing weight descended like Mount Tai itself. At that moment, Changqing was being held down by the two girls and couldn't free his hands. Xianting withdrew his shield and shouted, Serpent emerges from the sea. The arena transformed into an unfathomably deep ocean. The water surface split apart, and a dragon-like spirit serpent emerged, lifting Changqing toward the massive peak in the sky. Wu Tian laughed maniacally. Xianting, who would have thought we could recreate that accidental coordination from months ago? But Xianting didn't dare let his guard down. His gaze locked on Changqing, who was coiled by the spirit serpent. Don't get distracted. He's an intermediate beast tamer. His second beast companion hasn't appeared yet. As the spirit serpent and giant peak were about to collide, water vapor rose like storm clouds, shrouding the sky above the platform. Patter, fine particles began falling from above. The flashy girl reached out to catch some, and the scalding sensation made her freeze. This is black glass. Oh no, watch out. Xianting suddenly roared in alarm. A pitch-black mountain burst through the billowing water vapor, continuing its crushing descent. However, beneath the mountain, Changqing's figure had already vanished. What's happening? Where is everyone? Where did they go? Amid the shocked cries, Wu Tian snapped back to reality. He glanced at the abyss notification and swallowed hard. They returned to their beast space? As soon as he finished speaking, the other three's faces turned pale. Xianting gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. The flames can burn through mountains and vaporize water serpents, and now he's using them against us. Give me everything you've got, Xuanwu's shield. We hold the line no matter what. Abandoning all pretense of prodigy pride, they summoned their remaining battle-capable beast companions and poured all their remaining spiritual power into the black tortoise beside Xianting. The shell was riddled with cracks, but as power flowed in, the fissures were gradually filled with spiritual light. Xuanwu shield, Xianting roared. The shell pattern slid away like molting skin, fusing with the shield in his hands. In an instant, a phantom of the legendary Xuanhua tortoise entwined with a serpent appeared on the shield's surface. Both the snake's head and the tortoise's head opened their massive jaws, roaring defiantly at Changqing in the sky. At that moment, Changqing looked down from the mountain peak at the four tiny figures on the arena below and snorted coldly. Even if the true sacred beast Xuanwu itself showed up today, it would still have to get off my stage. Xiaojin, he called softly. Xiaojin chirped excitedly, and the golden crow phantom behind it was about to manifest when Changqing flicked it back with his finger. The young man's tone was patient. They're not ultra-dimensional beasts. Save your trump cards. Just melt the mountain and see how tough they really are. Don't overexert yourself every time, understand? Xiaojin nodded pitifully, though the flames in its eyes burned even brighter. Making master scold me, all going to pay. Guanqing tilted his head slightly. The golden crow's shadow flashed briefly, and a concentrated pillar of fire crashed down on the mountain peak. The solid rock layers melted like hot butter in an instant, and blazing magma cascaded down the slopes, while vaporized moisture left not even a droplet behind. The fierce battle on the arena fell silent in an instant, leaving only the howling wind stirred up by the falling molten rock. Holy crap, this is really a freshman team arena match. Which city's terrifying boss is this? Did he contract a star beast? A star beast couldn't summon meteors at this stage. Look carefully, it's a combination skill. Flame Swamp. Good thing it's aimed at the banner. Looking for info on this boss online. Guys will bear his children. Girls will grind his forest. The Xinhai City and Huang Province joint team was currently under siege by two cities from the same Beijing district. The relatively weaker Xinhai City had suffered considerable losses, fortunately with the provincial team holding the front lines. Tang Luoyao, who hadn't managed to join up with the 6 province prodigies, had become this new team's spearhead. She suddenly caught sight of the meteor shower-like spectacle in the sky, and her beautiful face seemed to manifest the phantom of a fierce tiger's head, opening its mouth to release a mountain-shaking roar. Taking advantage of her opponent's shock, she broke away from the battle circle and locked her gaze on the continuously melting mountain, exclaiming in surprise, "That's Wu Tian's falling heaven seal. Something that can incinerate this technique? Is it him again?" Su Qing, who was continuously buffing her teammates, also looked up and shook her head silently. Great. They were completely trapped. As for Xianting and his 3 companions, facing Xiao Jin's secretly enhanced counterattack, even before those lava chunks each with a minimum diameter of 1 meter could crash down, the scorching heat waves and oppressive pressure had already sent their hearts racing wildly. Boom. The first lava block struck the Xuanwu shield like a giant hammer, smashing directly onto their skulls, causing their eardrums to ring instantly. The arena floor sank accordingly, with fine cracks appearing in the hard stone, and the 4 felt their blood freeze for a moment. Then came the second block, the third. Countless lava chunks fell in succession, causing the Xuanwu shield to shake continuously. Blood began seeping from the corners of Xianting's group's mouths, nostrils, ears, and even eye sockets. Their knees bent and bent again until they finally collapsed heavily, their kneecaps cracking the platform surface. Guanqing gazed down from above, sighing inwardly. Worthy of the Xuanwu, the strongest defense among the 4 sacred beasts, it actually withstood Xiao Jin's continuous bombardment. Lava splattered everywhere, explosions echoed continuously, and shockwaves came one after another. The phantoms of the black tortoise and spirit snake were blasted to pieces, yet stubbornly clung together, refusing to dissipate. Only when the last lava chunk crumbled did the Xuanwu shield finally shatter with a crisp sound, dissolving into points of starlight. The moment the shield broke, all 4 breathed a sigh of relief, but their bodies immediately collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons, only able to gasp for air. Their beast companions, drained of energy, turned into light and returned to their beast spaces. Thud! Guanqing descended from the air, landing steadily atop the banner pole, looking down at the 4 provincial talents lying like dead dogs, casually remarking, "Truly worthy of being called talents, even this couldn't finish you off." Xianting forcibly swallowed back a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise, but his knees immediately gave way, leaving him half kneeling. His battle robe was torn to shreds, his flesh split open with wounds deep enough to see bone. He gritted his teeth and looked up, his voice hoarse. "So what? Unable to withstand even one of your moves, what right do we have to call ourselves talents?" Guanqing's tone was flat. "Don't compare yourself to Mayo can't." His subtext was, "I have cheats, even the abyss couldn't kill me." But to the 4 on the ground, it sounded like nothing but naked mockery. Wu Tian lay on his back, forcing his eyes open to glare at Guanqing. "Don't get too cocky. The real talents are too lazy to play these games. Wait for the survival battle. Blood debt will be paid in blood." "Oh, then I'll be waiting." Guanqing pointed his index finger, and a line of fire shot out like a laser, instantly piercing through Wu Tian's forehead. The remaining 3 showed despair on their faces. Xianting struggled to speak. "Before you kill me, tell me your name. With such strength and beast companions, you can't possibly be a nobody." Guanqing raised his finger again, and fire lines fell in succession. He replied coolly, "Fine. I'll wait for your revenge in the survival battle. Remember me, name is Candidate 666. The fire lines killed all 3 in an instant. Xianting was stunned for half a second before the white light took him, then burst into curses. "You son of a..." Guanqing frowned, quite displeased. "And he's from the capital's Xuanwu Academy, too, such poor manners." Though he didn't catch the latter half, the first few words were enough for him to guess how vulgar it was. Whatever, he wouldn't hold it against them. He jumped down from the banner and gripped the flagpole's base, yanking it out with force. Congratulations to Guanqing for obtaining ownership of the arena battle flag. Students from this city, Please hurry to the arena center. Victory can be achieved by successfully defending the battle flag for 30 minutes or eliminating all participants from other cities. Not an immediate victory. Changqing stared at the battle flag in his hands, momentarily puzzled. Arena battle flag. Support type item. Arena battles only. Effect. Team members from the flag holder city receive 20 to all 4 beast companion attributes. 10 skill damage, 10 skill defense. So it doesn't end just by capturing the flag. He disdainfully replanted the battle flag in its original spot, his interest immediately waning. Before long, Su Qing and other teammates from the same city arrived. Everyone surveyed the crater-riddled arena scene and couldn't help but swallow hard in unison. Tang Luoyao's eyes lit up as she raised her hands to smooth her hair on both sides, then walked forward with perfect ladle-like steps. Her next words shocked everyone. You're Gu Changqing, right? Hello, I'm Tang Luoyao. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, let me be your girlfriend. Gu Changqing's mind couldn't process this for a moment. Huh? An admirer? Are people from the provincial capital really this forward? Gu Changqing stood frozen in place, unable to find a suitable response, so he pretended not to hear and sat cross-legged under the battle flag to meditate. Su Qing noticed his embarrassment and chuckled softly behind her hand, then walked over to Tang Luoyao to remind her. Now that the flag has been taken, they'll come to seize it soon. For directions to defend, and since you have more people, we'll follow your command. Brother Changqing is tired, let him rest first. Tang Luoyao had been rather uninterested before, but hearing this suddenly ignited her fighting spirit. Our team's combat strength is almost intact. Friends from Chun Hai City, hold the western side, will take care of the other 3 directions. With these words, her sword-like eyebrows rose dramatically, and she seemed to come alive like a wound-up spring. Haydn approached with his sword, wanting to flatter Xiao Jin, but before he could speak, Xiao Jin dismissed him with a single sentence to go help. Haydn's pitiful expression made Gu Changqing laugh. Haydn did well. We should encourage him more. Haydn snorted and muttered under his breath. Give him a little sunshine, and he shines. I don't want any of that. Gu Changqing could only shake his head helplessly at him. The subsequent battle had nothing more to do with Gu Changqing. The 5 masters leading the provincial capital's forces had been dealt with by him earlier, and the remaining enemies posed no real threat. Despite their small numbers, Tang Luoyao fought as if injected with adrenaline, leading her 2 teammates to form this steel blade squad, charging forward and cutting through enemies like slicing vegetables. Combined with the battle flag's attribute bonuses, the people of Chun Hai City now matched the combat prowess of the major city disciples. After fierce fighting until the end, only Su Qing, Qi Sheng, Chun Hai, and Murong Qin remained from Chun Hai City, while on the provincial capital's side, Tang Luoyao had killed the most enemies and still had 11 people left. Only then did Gu Changqing stand up and call out to Tang Luoyao. Only our 2 teams remain, and you've contributed the most. We'll let you have the victory. With that, he brushed the dust from his clothes. Seeing him casually hand over victory without a care, Tang Luoyao's heart fluttered wildly. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Gu Changqing had already decisively chosen to exit the arena. Hey, remember to find me for the survival battle, she shouted after him. But the only response she got was everyone staring at each other with expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. In terms of appearance, family background, and strength, while Tang Luoyao might not be called invincible, she was certainly among the very best. Young talents pursuing her had nearly worn down the Tang family's doorstep. Now that she had taken the initiative only to be given the cold shoulder, how could she be content? She put her hands on her hips and turned to shout. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get out to rest and recover. If you drop the ball in the survival battle, humph. One team member mustered the courage to ask, Sister Tang, about that Gu Changqing. This isn't like your usual personality. Tang Luoyao rolled her eyes. What do you little brats understand? That's what a true prodigy looks like. Look at those who fancy themselves geniuses when it comes to being human. One must stay humble. If Xian Ting and the others had heard this, they would have jumped up and pointed at her nose in outrage. As everyone left the arena and stepped into Pingding Square, thunderous applause erupted like a mountain roar and ocean tide. On the light screen, Chun Hai City's ranking had leaped from last place to 5th. Shunlin beamed with joy and gave Gu Changqing's shoulder a hearty pat. Good lad, you truly didn't disappoint me. When you took on 5 opponents at once, I was really sweating bullets. They're all students that the 4 major academies have their eyes on, especially Xian Ting. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. It went well enough. Is the survival battle starting soon? Tomorrow morning at 10. Shunlin waved his hand. Go on then. Don't be so wishy-washy like an old woman. Gu Changqing nodded and headed down from the platform toward Yi Rian, who was waiting for him. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing took Yi Rian's hand and smiled. Sister, how did I do? Yi Rian's eyes crinkled with amusement as she patted the back of his hand. Amazing, little Qing was absolutely amazing. Come on, I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Amid the surrounding chatter and curious gazes, The two left the square side by side like lovers in the throes of romance. Shenlin watched their retreating figures and sighed helplessly, then turned to Su Qing. You should head home too. The person waiting for you has already arrived. Night fell, and the streetlights flickered on one by one. Yi Rian returned home from the supermarket carrying bulging shopping bags. Various ingredients covered the dining table completely as she efficiently rolled up her sleeves, ready to showcase her culinary skills. In the living room, Changqing had already taken out the beast pet card. He pricked his fingertip, letting drops of blood fall. Do you wish to activate the badge beast space? Yes. This beast space can only contract auxiliary-type beast pets. Do you wish to contract the mimic beast? Yes. A flash of light erupted as the mimic beast from the card transformed into a wisp of shadow that flowed into the badge, completing the beast pet card's mission. Mimic beast, Changqing called softly. A six-pointed star array appeared, and a palm-sized bee burst out first. In the blink of an eye, its form twisted and changed into a small gray and white cat that landed with a soft thud between Changqing's knees. The transformation had virtually no cooldown. He glanced at the status panel. The attributes were still pitiful, but the skills were indeed decent. Oh right, I still haven't used the golden affix. He opened his inventory, where two golden orbs of light floated. Casually grasping one, information immediately flashed before his eyes. Affix, flower smile at me. Ability, all living beings, great rivers, mountains, grasslands, and trees feel affinity toward the bearer and cannot harbor killing intent. Description, a legendary special ability of a certain existence. When bestowed upon a beast pet, there's a chance to inherit its skills. Changqing blinked. A immunity charm? If fierce beasts couldn't attack, it would perfectly compensate for the mimic beast's pitiful combat strength. As for inheriting skills, he didn't care much about that. He kept the mimic beast only for its transformation abilities, which could deceive others at critical moments. Don't move, be good. He pressed the golden affix into the mimic beast's forehead. Congratulations. Your beast pet has successfully received the golden affix, flower smile at me. Congratulations. Your beast pet has inherited a skill from the golden affix. Congratulations. Your beast pet has acquired the skill Nature's Power. Holy crap, that's possible. Changqing's spirits soared as he quickly pulled up the status panel. Mimic, Beast Auxiliary Beast Pet. Grade, Common. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 0, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 50. Skills, Phantom Vision, Split, Mimicry, Nature's Power. Nature's Power. Special skill cannot be upgraded. Ability, harnesses natural energy to heal and restore the beast pet and beast master. Has a chance to alter beast pet bloodlines and purify bloodline concentration. Changqing stared in bewilderment, double-checking before pinching his inner thigh hard enough to make him gasp. Holy shit. Isn't this like combining medicine, gourmet materials, and bloodline evolution stones all in one? And it's completely natural with no side effects. He lifted the cat form mimic beast to eye level, a bold idea forming in his mind. If he took it out to set up a stall, earning hundreds of thousands a day would probably be a piece of cake. However, the mimic beast, unnerved by its new master's intense stare, curled into a ball, terrified it might be sold off cheap the next second. Suddenly, Changqing's expression froze. Understood healing. But what exactly did restore mean? Could it possibly be? Sis, come here quick. Yi Rian, who was humming a little tune while chopping vegetables in the kitchen, poked her head out upon hearing the call. The sleeves of her shirt under the apron still had some flour on them. She looked puzzled as she wiped her hands with a corner of the apron. What's wrong? Changqing mysteriously patted the empty spot next to him on the sofa. Come over, and you'll find out. Yi Rian paused for a moment, a blush rising on her cheeks. Stop fooling around. I'm cooking. Her hesitant and bashful expression caught Changqing's eye. The familiar sibling-like closeness now carried an unusual hint of intimacy. His throat moved sharply as he struggled to keep his gaze steady. Just as the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control, a fluffy gray and white kitten landed gracefully and ran straight to Yi Rian's feet, rubbing against her. Oh, what an adorable kitty. Yi Rian freed one hand to bend down and pick up the little creature. The fabric stretched tight with her movement, and the curves barely contained by her shirt swayed before Changqing's eyes, making his heart race and his ears buzz. Master! Master! The calls from the other two beast companions in his beast space forcibly dragged his soul back. Changqing coughed quietly to himself, forcibly reining in his thoughts and shutting off his connection to the beast space. It's a beast companion I just contracted, he said, holding the kitten as he approached Yi Rian. There's a skill I'd like you to help me test. Oh, Yi Rian finally understood his intention. Though her shy expression hadn't completely faded, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. She stood before Changqing, her hair carrying a fresh, clean fragrance that nearly made him lose focus again. Changqing gritted his teeth. Focus on business. He lifted the kittener more precisely, the newly contracted mimic beast. Upon receiving the signal, the little creature gently placed its front paws on Yi Rian's back from behind. The next second, a faint scent of fresh grass filled the living room. From the windowsill, floor, and corners, visible green energy surged forth from everywhere, quickly flowing into those cat paws. The green light seeped through the paw tips into Yi Rian's body. She felt a warm sensation spreading, followed by a cool, spring-like flow coursing through her limbs. The three beast spaces that had been severely damaged and covered with cracks slowly began to heal under the nourishment of this green energy. The beast companions within the spaces also sensed the restorative energy and closed their eyes to meditate. Ah! Yi Rian couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her shoulders trembling slightly with each breath. Changqing stood to the side, watching helplessly as her already tight, white shirt rose and fell with the trembling. The apron pushed up, covering only half of the peaks beneath. His throat tightened again, and his breathing grew heavier. Suddenly, the mimic beast let out a weak meow, its small body going limp in Changqing's arms, clearly having exhausted all its spiritual energy. Yi Rian snapped back from that strange, pleasant sensation, touching her chest in delighted surprise. My injuries have healed a little bit. Meow 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 meow. After the mimic beast finished calling out, Changqing sent it into the badge's beast space to rest. Little Jean translated that it was still young and could only mobilize limited natural forces. Moreover, the natural energy within the city was far less abundant than outside, so it could only suppress the condition slightly without completely eradicating it. Changqing wasn't discouraged. This at least proved that natural forces had a chance to heal the hidden injuries within Yi Rian's body. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became both intimate and awkward. Yi Rian glanced at him once before blushing and rushing into the kitchen, her spatula clanging softly against the pot. Changqing looked down and finally realized his own expression, his neck flushing red as well. Damn it, he'd given himself away. During dinner, they served each other food, but whenever their eyes met, they quickly looked away. The feeling was like honey seeping from the depths of their hearts. Each touch released a little more sweetness, making them unconsciously smile. After the meal, Yi Rian went out with the trash, while Changqing sat on the floor unpacking parcels. The golden item, Heart of Qingqiu, lay quietly at the bottom. He felt slightly regretful. Dungeon had ended too abruptly, giving the abyss no time to let him inquire about the five-tailed blood fox. It seemed his next beast companion would have to be chosen from among foxes. Suddenly, Yi Rian's muffled cry of surprise came from outside, followed by hurried footsteps. The door burst open as she rushed in, panic written across her face. Changqing jumped up in alarm, grasping her hand. Sister, what's wrong? Just then, the previously closed door opened again. An elegant, graceful middle-aged woman entered arm-in-arm with Lu Wenchao. Her eyes immediately fell on their intertwined fingers, her eyebrows arching slightly, as anger crept into her voice. Yin Yin, what is this about? Yi Rian whispered frantically. Mom, I. Changqing was also momentarily stunned. This beautiful woman indeed bore a 60% resemblance to Yi Rian. He tightened his grip on Rian's hand and spoke solemnly. Hello, Auntie. Welcome to Chun Hai City. I apologize for not knowing of your arrival in advance. It was my oversight. The woman looked him up and down. So you're the child Yin Yin has been taking care of all this time? She emphasized the word child heavily. Yi Rian's heart trembled as she glared fiercely at Lu Wenchao. Mom, why did you come so suddenly? The woman snorted coldly. If I hadn't come, would you ever return home? Since you fulfilled your obligations, what is there left to be attached to? He's an adult now with his parents' pension. Surely he can survive on his own. Faced with her graying mother, Yi Rian found countless words stuck in her throat. Changqing stepped forward for her. Auntie, we've already agreed that after the major examination ends, we'll venture outside the city together. Silence. Lu Wenchao's eyes reddened as he shouted. Don't you know Yin Yin has a chronic condition? What a vicious heart for someone so young. You want her to gather resources for you outside the city? She's been your servant for so many years. Isn't that enough? You still want to use moral blackmail on her? The woman's expression also darkened, though she suppressed her anger for the sake of appearances. Yin Yin does owe your parents a life debt, but she's already repaid it over these years. If you think it's insufficient, name your price. Only then did Changqing understand what Lu Wenchao had whispered in her ear. He looked up to meet the woman's gaze directly, his tone steady yet sharp. I'm sorry, but my sister is priceless, not merchandise. Her condition is not your concern. I've already found a way to cure it completely. Furthermore, he stepped past the woman to stare coldly at Lu Wenchao. I can also treat the Yi family's beast companions, even with a chance of purifying their bloodlines. If you don't believe me, this Mr. Lu should have investigated my background thoroughly enough, can vouch for me. Lu Wenchao was dumbfounded. Damn it, shameless brat. I came here to cause trouble. Why should I vouch for you? Mom, Shaoqing really can help. The Yi family was now caught in a stranglehold by an unavoidable crisis. Their clan's oldest and most powerful beast companion was hanging by a thread. Any prominent family in the Shunhua kingdom stayed at the forefront of beast companion inheritance. Through this system, they could steadily acquire one or even multiple beast companions with excellent bloodlines in each generation, accumulating their foundation and enhancing their immediate combat power. Relying solely on abyss rituals to gamble on probability? By then it would be too late. Even using influence and money to purchase them everywhere was just a drop in the bucket. Beast companions with king level or higher bloodlines couldn't be obtained even with astronomical prices. This was precisely why the Chun family was willing to take risks, forcibly seizing from Changqing, even at the cost of his life. As long as they obtained a legendary beast companion, the Chun family's future could reach even higher and more distant heights. Meanwhile, the Liu family's support-type beast companion had been suppressing and alleviating the Yi family's beast companion's injuries all these years, becoming the Yi family's only lifeline to maintain the status quo. At this moment, when Gu Changqing claimed he could heal and repair, it sounded like an enormous joke to the beautiful woman's ears. With the Yi family's resources, if there were truly other solutions, they wouldn't need to force their daughter into a corner. Lu Wenxiao had seized upon this very weakness, which was why he dared to press them step by step. Child, listen carefully. The beautiful woman's gaze was cold as she spoke point by point. First, our family affairs have nothing to do with you, and we don't need your interference. Second, Yin Yin is already engaged to Lu Wenxiao, and this fact will never change. Third, I hope you won't appear before us again in the future. As for the favor your family once did for the Yi family, I'll prepare 3 million in cash plus various resource materials to settle the debt completely. Do you understand? Mom, I'm not leaving. Why won't you believe Shaoqing? He really has that ability. Yi Rian was so anxious she nearly burst into tears, but the more she argued, the darker the beautiful woman's expression became. Sister, Gu Changqing raised his hand to interrupt Yi Rian, signaling her to calm down. He harbored no resentment. Putting himself in her shoes, if it were him, he might have acted even more decisively than this mother, his unmarried daughter caring for someone else's child, her future ruined, staying away from home for years. Just when her emotional barriers finally softened, he discovered she had been living day and night with that child, even developing romantic feelings. Anyone in that position would have already slapped her a few times to vent their anger. Restraining herself showed the refinement of a great family. Auntie, tomorrow is the final event of the national examination, the survival battle. If you're not in a rush to make a decision, would you consider attending to watch? If you still maintain your current position after the competition ends, I won't say another word. Yi Rian was stunned, looking at Gu Changqing in disbelief. Gu Changqing gave her a gentle smile. But I will personally come to your door to take my sister away. The beautiful woman's expression alternated between hesitation and coldness, finally letting out a long sigh and nodding faintly. Very well. Young man, the threshold of the Yi family is not so easily crossed. Whether it's easy or difficult, I won't trouble you to worry about that, Andy. It's getting late. You should take sister back to the hotel first. Tomorrow, I await the honor of your presence. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, took Yi Rian's hand, and turned to leave. As soon as the three departed, the taut string instantly relaxed, and Gu Changqing let out a long breath. As for Lu Wenxiao, he didn't take him seriously at all. From the beautiful woman's words, Gu Changqing could hear her deep love for Yi Rian. Everything hinged on tomorrow's survival battle. At this moment, Xiao Jin and He Dan both emerged from the beast taming space, and while playing with the mimic beast, the two beasts began strategizing for tomorrow. The master has hit a rough patch, so everyone needs to be on high alert tomorrow. As night painted the camp tints deep blue, the boss lady gave her command, and the three beast companions immediately formed a circle. Your orders, boss lady. Black Egg swished his chain-like tail, eyes gleaming. Simple enough. The boss lady swept her gaze over the three beasts, focusing on the gray and white little creature. Little mimic? Little Tai? Little beast? The name's too much of a tongue twister from now on. You're too small. Too small twitched his ears and blinked. You'll disguise yourself as a stray student and lure the target over. Black Egg, you tie up the prey. I'll finish them off. Meow 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 meow. The three beasts chorused in agreement. Seeing them excitedly working out the details, Gu Changqing returned to his bedroom, sent Yi Rian a victory emoji, and went to sleep peacefully. The next morning at Pingding Square, on the final day of the national examination, nearly every citizen in the city had come to watch the ultimate survival battle. The 30 competing students sat in the back rows of the leadership section, with Gu Changqing positioned in the center. When he turned around, screams and cheers surged like a tsunami. Gu Changqing, look over here. Changqing Gij, I'm the president of the Qing fan club. Look at me. The crowd swayed like waves, with glow sticks bobbing up and down. Is Gu Changqing's popularity really this terrifying? Don't his past scandals count anymore? Someone muttered. Shut the hell up. What scandals? If his bloodline grade had really been downgraded, could he take on 5 opponents? A fan roared back. The Chen family head was killed by a White Tiger Academy instructor. Are your brains full of shit? Can't you see something fishy's going on? Black fans get lost, or I'll sit on you and crush you to death. A girl carrying a water bucket nearby swung it threateningly. The person's face went pale as a sheet, and they scrambled out of the crowd. Another second later, and they really would have been suppressed by the bucket girl. In the waiting area, Su Qing covered her mouth and giggled softly. Brother Changqing's fortunes have turned around, getting more and more fans. Qi Sheng sighed repeatedly. I watched yesterday's performance dozens of times when I got home. Put anyone else in that situation, and it would have been certain death. I just can't figure out how my lion Arhood is only one grade lower. Yet the combat power gap is so huge. In the beast taming space, the three-headed, six-armed lion Arhood curled up in a ball, trembling. That wasn't legendary bloodline. It was clearly mythical. But it didn't dare make a sound, only watching as its master's brain cells died one by one. As the bell signaling the start of this survival battle drew closer, Yi Ruyan and the others still hadn't appeared. Gu Changqing's heart began to panic, and he was about to stand up when he suddenly saw the side door of the leadership section open. Zhao Zhanxiong accompanied an elegant and beautiful woman along with Yi Ruyan as they walked slowly forward. Yi Ruyan looked up, their gazes meeting in midair, the intense love almost sparking flames. Ahem. The beautiful woman cleared her throat lightly, and only then did Yi Ruyan withdraw her gaze. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled. Sister Xian, let the young people handle their own affairs. We haven't seen each other in years either. How's my third brother's health? The beautiful woman sighed. Fine, except our daughter keeps making him sigh and groan all day. Xiao Xiong, you don't understand a parent's heart. By the way, you and that Murong girl. Zhao Zhanxiong quickly interrupted. Sister Xian, let's take our seats first. The survival battle is about to begin. The beautiful woman took her position, and Gu Changqing's anxious heart finally settled. Immediately after, Chief Examiner Shen Lin took the stage, his clear voice echoing throughout the venue. Competing students, take the stage. The 30 participants stepped onto the arena one by one. As soon as Gu Changqing's name was called, another wave of support erupted. At that moment, on the other side of the leadership section, Li Haoran's face was dark with anger, his teeth grinding audibly. He whispered to his trusted aide beside him. Did you make everything clear to Chun Hai? Yes, everything's clear. But, can that thing really be used? After all, it comes from. Li Haoran lowered his voice, his expression relaxing somewhat. No problem. After spending so much manpower and resources, if we still can't solve that fatal flaw, that damn thing wouldn't deserve to be called an evil god. What? Don't you trust my word? It's not that. With Chun Ziming dead, Chun Hai's temperament has changed drastically. I'm worried he might interfere with your plans. Li Haoran sat cross-legged by the window, waving his hand with confident composure. Humph. So what if he gets into White Tiger Academy? He'll have to return to Jinhai City eventually. I've already told him that all the conditions promised to the Chun family will be honored in full when he comes back. At this point, a cold smile curved his lips. After witnessing his father's murder firsthand, does he really think he can suppress his urge for revenge? I don't believe it. While the two conversed in low voices, Zhao Zhanxiong was exchanging glances with an elegantly dressed, beautiful woman nearby. Sister Xian, you've been persistently asking why Yin Yin and I chose that boy, haven't you? Now I can give you the real answer. We can't see through him at all. The woman raised an eyebrow slightly. She knew that little Xiong, as Zhao Zhanxiong was called, possessed unfathomable cultivation. If even he couldn't see through someone, the implications were obvious. Could he be even stronger than those two from back then? Zhao Zhanxiong sighed softly. At the same age, their national exam scores weren't nearly as high as his. And this is only what he's deliberately letting us see. The woman narrowed her eyes. Little Xiong, you and Yin Yin aren't conspiring to fool this old lady, are you? Sister Xian, I wouldn't dare. You know that before Murong left, he spoke privately with those two. I don't know the details, but I remember one thing Murong said: if there's no future to return to, Changqing can take their place. This is the fundamental reason why Jinhai Girls High School and the Murong family are determined to support Gu Changqing. He paused, then added, the Forbidden Sea indeed requires legendary grade beast companions to enter, and such bloodlines are extremely rare in the beast-taming world. But those families with deep heritage can find not just legendary bloodlines, but even mythical ones. The era of information blockades is over. People today are more clear-headed and objective. After hearing this, the woman let out a long breath. It seems I've come at exactly the right time. Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Perfect timing. Nearby, Yi Ruyan clenched her hands, silently encouraging herself. Xiaoqing, you must do your best. On the plaza's elevated platform, voices buzzed with excitement. Shen Lin stood at the front, using an amplification stone to explain this survival battle rules point by point to the 30 candidates in the watching crowd. The so-called survival battle was essentially an individual battle royale dungeon. Unlike ordinary trials, fierce beasts would pursue participants throughout. The dungeon map was packed tight with various levels of beasts, leaving no room to breathe. Contestants had to kill beasts for points while guarding against sneak attacks from other candidates. There were only two ways to victory. 1. Kill or force all other participants out of the dungeon. 2. Kill the level 30 Beast King at the map's center. The scoring system was clearly outlined. Lower tier beasts worth 1 point, mid-tier 2 points, high tier 4 points, and so on. Killing a participant earned 10 points directly. Points not only determined the probability of high-quality rewards and final rankings, but could also be used to purchase medicine and supplies from the dungeon's portable shop. With the rules announced, the survival battle began on schedule. A massive red portal materialized in the platform center. Chun Hai City's top 30 participants received their instructions and stepped through one by one. Changqing walked last. He turned around, locking eyes with Yi Rian in the crowd below, raising his hand in a subtle gesture of understanding. Just as he was about to step through the portal, Shen Lin suddenly called out to him. If, and I mean if, no academy extends an offer to you after the survival battle, I'll apply to the city lord to have you reorganize that city guard unit from back then. Of course, with your achievements, even without early academy selection, you could still force your way in. I'm just giving you an option, think it over carefully. As soon as Shen Lin finished speaking, Changqing nodded in agreement without asking for more details. Though he still couldn't recall where exactly he'd met Shen Lin before, that innate sense of trust made him step through the teleportation portal without hesitation. Dazzling lights swirled around him, and as the world spun, he landed and opened his eyes to find bone-chilling cold creeping up his spinny. An adult reedy tiger had its bloody maw wide open, about to swallow his entire head. Fortunately, the Abyss rules provided brief protection during teleportation, blocking what would have been a fatal bite. I've got this. Before Changqing could even speak, Black Egg charged out wielding his black staff, first delivering a whip kick to the tiger's belly, then following up with several crushing blows. The reedy tiger barely had time to roar before being knocked to the ground. Congratulations on killing a lower-tier beast, gained experience 10. Just a nameless wild tiger with pitifully little experience. Changqing surveyed his surroundings. Dense forest layers upon layers, nearly blocking out the sky. About 20 meters above ground, he could sense an invisible barrier. The Abyss rules prohibited flying any higher. Beneath his feet, a winding path stretched into the forest depths, with no visible end. He knew all contestants' teleportation points had been scrambled, making it nearly impossible to regroup in a short time. Little Gold. He summoned his golden feather sparrow, and Little Gold took flight. Initially, it could barely weave through, but once entering the dense forest, ancient trees on both sides of the path shot up from the ground, some with canopies that even broke through the no-flee zone, completely sealing off the sky. Come back. Changqing recalled Little Gold, his pupils shifting slightly. I need to suppress this entire forest first. Master, should we use that technique from Lone Eagle Ridge? Little Gold perched on his shoulder and asked quietly. Let's begin. Changqing nodded. Little Gold took flight again, with a golden crow phantom materializing behind it. It shrieked sharply, shaking countless fingertip-sized crimson light points from its wings, instantly pouring down like torrential rain into the forest. Leaves ignited, fire spread, humid air was dried out, and scorching waves rolled forth. Outside the trial plaza, the light screen gave the rookie king ample coverage, with the central display locked onto Changqing. What is he trying to do? Set the mountain ablaze? How can a mid-tier beast tamer withstand such temperatures? Arrogant, far too arrogant. The beautiful woman's brow furrowed deeply. Zhao Zhanhong and Yi Rian exchanged glances but remained silent. The fire intensified, steam rose from the forest, and even Black Egg with his robust physique frowned from the heat. Changqing tried using fire control techniques to suppress the flames, but the fire completely ignored his efforts. At that moment, Little Gold suddenly dove down, gathering the blazing solar flames around its body into a pale golden giant bell that descended from above, sheltering both Changqing and Black Egg within. The bell-shaped flame's outer wall blazed like molten gold, pushing back rolling heat waves and layers, causing the flames that had been rushing toward them to immediately reverse direction. In the plaza, the beautiful woman suddenly shot up from her seat, staring at the pale golden flame bell and the light screen with disbelief. Did this appear from above? That must be it. An invisible hand was secretly supporting and fueling everything from the shadows. Zhao Zhanxiong only cared about the results. As for what happened during the process or what was gained, he knew nothing at all. He was certain that the item had fallen into the young man's hands, but whether it could truly be used remained an unknown. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with successive waves of astonishment as she slowly sat down and asked, "How confident are you? Should we arrange for him to meet old Yi?" Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. Too early. Though his beast companion is strong, his rank is too low. We can wait until he breaks through to spirit level and advances to king level before they meet. The beautiful woman looked toward Yi Rian with concern, saying in a low voice, "I'm just afraid that with old Ye's temperament, by the time that happens, it'll be too late for everything." Zhao Zhanxiong suddenly remembered something and burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. He mentioned the same thing to you last night. I really want to see him charge into the Yi family single-handedly and go head-to-head with my brother Yi. The Yi family mother and daughter glared at him, their teeth grinding audibly. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Zhao Zhanxiong waved his hand, though he could barely contain his anticipation. Let's just wait and see. This escape battle will drop jaws not only among the hidden prodigies from all walks of life, but also those geniuses treasured by the academies, and even many scions of prominent families won't escape the shock. The beautiful woman snorted softly and said no more, only staring at the burning flame giant bell in the light screen, lost in thought. The flames raged fiercely, painting heaven and earth crimson red. Billowing smoke shot straight into the clouds as birds and beasts in the forest were forced to flee. Changqing traveled along leisurely and contentedly. He continuously used fire control techniques to capture flame clusters, steadily improving his proficiency. But the more he practiced, the more he frowned. Xiaojin, this fire control technique is way too hard to upgrade. Since it comes from you, can't you give me some tips? Xiaojin shook her head, her golden feathers swaying back and forth. I can't, master. My control over flames is innate. I really don't know how to teach you. Gu Changqing nodded silently. The Great Sun Golden Flame was exclusive to the Golden Crow bloodline. Fire mastery was naturally inherent. So even if Xiaojin were to demonstrate, it would amount to nothing more than like that done in 3 sentences. There were no shortcuts. He could only honestly accumulate proficiency. This made him appreciate the heaven-reaching flowing silk robe even more. For beast tamers wanting to forge their own path, relying solely on beast companions was far from enough. Strengthening oneself was essential to rival fierce beasts unless one possessed possession or fusion skills like Su Qing, which could explosively increase combat power in short bursts, but that ultimately wasn't a long-term solution. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the fire finally began to subside. Xiaojin spread her wings and flew ahead to scout, but just as she returned and opened her mouth, suddenly, ice coffin. A rectangular coffin cast from crystalline blue ice blocks abruptly rose up, trapping her firmly inside. Hey Dan had been dozing but seeing his big sister trapped, immediately drew his precious sword and roared angrily. What scoundrel dares ambush us? The next second, the thick ice turned to water and evaporated instantly. Xiao Jin's gaze locked onto a location like a blade as strings of fireballs rained down like a violent storm. After several explosive sounds, the Abyss system notifications rang out in succession. Xinhai City candidate number 666 Gu Changqing has eliminated a Xianbing City contestant. Xinhai City candidate number 666 Gu Changqing has eliminated a Xianshui City contestant. Xinhai City candidate number 666 Gu Changqing has eliminated a Xianbing City contestant. Congratulations on eliminating contestants. Points gained 10. 30 points were credited to his account, but Gu Changqing felt no joy whatsoever. He stood there dumbfounded, listening to the Abyss announcement. Then he angrily pointed at the sky and cursed. Damn you, Abyss. What the hell did I ever do to you? Profanities flew out like machine gun fire as Gu Changqing got more and more worked up. Why is my identity completely exposed while everyone else gets protection? You piece of... His curses echoed around the valley, and the livestream audience's faces turned dark as coal. Black Egg, standing beside him, hunched his shoulders and whispered a reminder. Bro, your future mother-in-law is still watching. Only then did Gu Changqing reluctantly stop his tirade, though he was still fuming inside. In the last match, when he took on 5 opponents, he had openly given out his exam number, prepared for all kinds of harassment. But that didn't mean he deserved to have even his full name publicly announced by the Abyss. Thinking about the inevitable chaos that would follow, he let out a long sigh. At the other end of the survival map, a waterfall cascaded down like a silver dragon. Behind it hid a delicate figure, crying her eyes out. Brother, this Gu Changqing is so mean. The girl sobbed while dramatically embellishing the harsh words from the Abyss announcement to the man tempering his body under the waterfall. He said forget about you even if those sneaky cowards were here. He'd kill them all, without hesitation. Before she finished speaking, the man suddenly stopped his training. A golden humanoid silhouette instantly appeared behind him as he threw a punch, causing the several meter-wide waterfall to suddenly halt and flow backward before resuming its normal cascade. The girl's eyes lit up. Brother, your beast power angel form, you finally mastered it. The man emerged from the water as his clothes automatically flew from the shore to drape over his shoulders. He ruffled her hair. Not quite there yet, just barely reached the 3rd level. He had originally planned to lay low after all. There's always someone stronger out there. But now that his sister had been bullied to tears, he wouldn't be a man if he didn't seek justice. Hearing this, the girl went limp and threw herself into his arms, pressing various parts of her body against him. I knew it, brother loves me the most. In a depression, a furious roar suddenly erupted. The giant horned rhino lowered its head and charged, crashing into the Xuanwu shield. The young man Xianting behind the shield staggered back several steps. The rhino, with its horn broken and skull cracked, was killed instantly by the rebound force. Xianting lowered his shield with a frown, muttering to himself, still not enough. His mind replayed yesterday's battle and over 5 people working together couldn't even withstand one of Changqing's moves. The crushing defeat had become a mental demon. Behind him, a young man with similar features looked at the rhino's corpse and offered comfort. Our power comes from beast companions. The Xuanwu shield is called the strongest defense not just for its rebound, but also for its force dispersion. Xianting pondered for a moment before uttering 2 words, thank you. I'm your brother, what's there to thank? The older youth smiled bitterly, then asked, is that guy really that strong? Among the new generation, fewer than 10 people can break through the Xuanwu shield. It's not that he's strong, I'm just too weak. Xianting's voice was heavy. Just then, another abyss announcement echoed through the air, mentioning candidate 666. Xianting's body stiffened, his shoulders trembling. His brother took it all in and commented quietly, being able to kill 3 contestants simultaneously, not bad. Meanwhile, in 3 other directions across the map, Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and that baby-faced girl were each leading their teams, converging on Changqing's location with tacit understanding. In his portable shop, all kinds of medicinal items were fully stocked, common materials, beast stones, low-grade bloodline evolution agents, and everything else imaginable. Changqing's fingertips slid across the light screen as the numbers in the price column rapidly changed. Though the point conversion made everything cost significantly more than market price, the beauty was that it was all free, didn't need to spend a single cent. Scrolling to the very bottom, a deep crimson orb caught his eye. Its appearance was plain and unremarkable, yet it seemed to scream silently. 5 Spirit Pearl Fire Element. Special Auxiliary Consumable. Effect, upon consumption, increases proficiency of 1 beast tamer skill by 2,000. Price, 5,000 points. Stock, 10. 1 pearl gives 2,000 proficiency points. Swallow all 10, and my fire control technique jumped straight to level 3. Changqing's eyes burned with intensity. My current level 2 can already sweep through enemies with Xiao Jin's firepower. Level 3. I'd probably take off completely. Unfortunately, even desperately hunting for points might not be enough to gather 5,000, let alone buy 10 pearls. Sigh. If only this forest could spawn some tree demons or similar fierce beasts. He muttered to himself, lifting his feet to continue toward the center of the map. The fire-scorched woodland was charred black, the air still carrying the scent of carbon. The fierce beasts had been scattered, leaving only a dozen or so stragglers that he casually harvested. The journey was unnaturally quiet. Suddenly, screams and the thunderous clash of skills echoed from the distance, accompanied by faint shockwaves. Changqing accelerated, leaping over a burnt, barren hillock. In the hollow below, 2 contestants had cornered a girl whose clothes were nearly burned away, with only her vital areas barely covered. Their words dripped with mockery. The girl was beside herself with shame and fury. One of her beast companions lay collapsed on the ground, barely breathing, its body covered in skill burn marks. The other struggled to shield her, though it too was battered and wounded. Haydn scratched his head, squinting at the girl. Master, that woman doesn't look like a good person at all. Changqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, even you can tell. Haydn proudly lifted his head. Of course. In such a dangerous place, she wasn't killed by fierce beasts or beaten by opponents, but just happened to be burned by fire in such a seductive way. Her acting is terrible. I can't escape Lord Hei's fiery golden eyes. At the mention of fiery golden eyes, Changqing's heart stirred. The golden trait of the destiny path was destined to bring countless trials. To recreate the black minion from his memories, should he have Xiao Jin refine it? The thought flashed by as his gaze returned to the hollow. Give up struggling, classmate. My brother and I have cleared out everyone in this area. Exactly. Come into Big Brother's arms. The 2 men reached out to get physical when a sword light, black as ink, struck down like lightning, slashing into the gray earth at their feet. Who's there? The man on the left looked around warily, while the one on the right shouted angrily. Changqing appeared at the hilltop, sneering coldly. Which city are you contestants from? Harassing women in front of the live cameras, are you trying to become famous overnight? Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. The 2 men's faces darkened. We don't mind collecting 10 more points. Hearing their threats, the girl grasped at this lifeline like a drowning person. She stumbled toward the slope while deliberately twisting her waist to show off her curves. Her eyes filled with joy, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and every few steps she purposely revealed gaps in her burned clothing, controlling the tantalizing glimpses between seduction and propriety. When she was just 1 step from the hilltop, her toe caught on something, and her entire body tumbled toward Changqing's embrace. At that moment, the 2 men began shouting again. Kid, you're asking for death. I'll send you packing right now. The shout was deafening, yet no one actually made a move. Changqing didn't even bother to shift his feet, simply picking at his ear. A cold gleam flashed. 2 short daggers struck simultaneously, and a line of blood instantly soaked the cracked ground. The woman's dagger pierced Gu Changqing's heavenly flowing robe but couldn't advance another inch, while Gu Changqing's blade had already sunk into her chest. The moment he withdrew his knife, the massive momentum dragged the woman down the slope, though her companions caught her just in time. Her disguise torn to shreds, she couldn't hide her shock. How did you see through it? Terrible acting, obviously fake. Even my beast companion found it distasteful, Gu Changqing said casually. Go back and practice more before trying again. He pointed at the two young men nearby. You two baby-faced kids, playing perverted thugs? The mismatch is ridiculous. A hero saves beauty, rage for a fair maiden script in a survival battlefield map? You're just asking to get stabbed. The woman swallowed a pill, stopping the gushing blood, but still sneered through gritted teeth. Chun Hai City's top ranker truly lives up to his reputation. Too bad you won't escape elimination. With you three amateurs? Gu Changqing scoffed. Not happening. What about with me? And me? Don't forget me. Voices erupted one after another, as if a curtain had been lifted, revealing 20 to 30 people materializing from thin air, forming a circle around him. Gu Changqing quickly scanned them. Contestants from 8 cities, their beast companions mostly lord level at best, with generally low grades. Still not enough. His right palm extended, pale golden fire lines shooting out like frenzied serpents. These enemies were nothing more than points to him 5 spirit pills delivered to his doorstep. Boom. Thick smoke billowed. Gu Changqing, you deceived me so cruelly. An angry roar crashed down, stirring up clouds of dust. The Xuanwu shield's light blazed as it blocked the fire serpents. The shield lowered, revealing Xian Lei's frustrated and venomous face. On the other side, a contestant with angelic wings sprouting from his back punched the air fiercely, shattering the fire lines with a heavy blow. Following closely behind were Wu Yu, Wu Tian, that baby-faced girl. All 5 who had been brutally defeated in the arena were present. Gu Changqing. Wu Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and if not for being held back, he would have already lunged forward for revenge. Gu Changqing surveyed his surroundings, grinning carelessly. What a spectacular formation. What have I done to deserve such unity from all of you? Though his words were calm, he was internally cursing the Abyss instance countless times. His dark history was easily discoverable with a simple search, and this fire had spread too quickly. He sighed, gently patting the golden little lion's head. Looks like I'll have to trouble you again. Little Gold's golden fur bristled. A bunch of weaklings leave them to me. Black Egg, protect the master. Black Egg sheathed his sword, gripping his black staff as his heartbeat thundered like war drums. Big sister, focus on the enemy. Black Egg roared. I won't let the master lose a single hair. The only anxious one was the cat-like mimic beast at his feet, tail trembling as it circled around Gu Changqing's toes. Everyone's busy, so let's cut the chatter. Gu Changqing raised his hand. Come at me together. Before his words finished, fury exploded. The most impatient contestants charged forward with their beasts. Bang! A massive yellow tiger with a white forehead dropped from the sky, its rear end squashing that beast companion straight into the mud. How could I miss such fun? The young man on the tiger's back grinned widely. Behind Gu Changqing, scattered footsteps also appeared. Brother Changqing, going into a group fight without calling us? That's not cool. Qi Sheng whistled in agreement. Exactly. Even if we can't help, watching would be worth it. As he spoke, he and Su Qing led a small team of contestants from the province, city, and Chun Hai City to the foot of the mountain, finally managing to gather everyone together. On the hillside, Tang Luoyao sat astride a magnificent tiger, her robes fluttering in the wind as she called out to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, you still haven't answered the question I asked you last time. Gu Changqing immediately broke into a cold sweat. Yi Ruyan and his future mother-in-law were watching from the sidelines. He quickly changed the subject, looking toward the fierce tiger. Miss Tang, this beast companion is extremely rare among tigers. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Kaiyuan spirit tiger with peak king-level bloodline. Your knowledge of spirit beasts is indeed extensive. Tang Luoyao stroked the tiger's neck and nodded in explanation. That's right, Kaiyuan. Its ancestor was a Wuqian tyrant tiger, only slightly inferior to the one at White Tiger Academy. Unfortunately, through generations of breeding, the bloodline has thinned. The Kaiyuan spirit tiger let out a low growl, as if to prove that even with impure bloodline, it was still capable of protecting its master. Gu Changqing sensed the pure yang energy within its body and instantly understood the source of Tang Luoyao's domineering personality. According to the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, tigers are called by different names depending on their age. Big Cat, Striped One, Great Beast, White-Browed, Mountain Lord. After reaching Mountain Lord status, their bloodline gradually returns to its ancestral form, with grades ascending in order: Xiantan, Kaiyuan, Bazhou, Wuqian. One step further would be the divine level bloodline legendary at White Tiger Academy, the Gungjin White Tiger. This showed that the Tang family's foundation was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Wu Yu's cold shout interrupted their pleasantries. Tang Luoyao, if you know what's good for you, step aside. We're only here for Gu Changqing. Having competed in the same circles for so long, everyone knew each other's styles well. Wu Tian was even more direct. Our dispute doesn't involve outsiders, unless the Tang family wants to stand behind him. Don't misunderstand. Tang Luoyao pointed at the flashily dressed girl. I'm just catching up with my slutty sister here, not planning to interfere. She coldly questioned. Wei Shufan, you lied to me saying nutrient solution could replace evolution serum, causing my tiger to be constipated for days. We're settling that score today. One sentence brought the tense atmosphere to a grinding halt. Gu Changqing looked at the girl and couldn't help but smile. Wei Shufan. What a lovely name. Wei Shufan's face flushed red with rage. Tang Luoyao. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. The now-healed poisonous scorpion was instantly summoned, swinging its pincers as it lunged at Tang Luoyao. Bring it on. Tang Luoyao squeezed the tiger's flanks, and the Kaiyuan spirit tiger leaped forward. She turned back to give Gu Changqing a look that said, this is all I can do for you. Gu Changqing understood perfectly and instructed his companions. Stay calm. The survival battle rewards are generous and act rashly. Before his words had finished, he had already leaped onto Xiao Jin's back. Golden feathers beat as they carried him to the highest point on the map. Looking down at the battlefield, he provocatively wiggled his finger. Want to kill me? Come and get me. Then, over 100 fireballs formed from blazing solar flames began ruthlessly bombarding the most densely packed areas below. Below, someone tried to use Earth-type beast skills to restrict Xiao Jin's flight path, but was stopped by Wu Tian. His flames burn at extremely high temperatures. Don't be foolish enough to add fuel to his fire, Wu Tian growled. Water-type beasts move up. Use elemental advantage. In an instant, dozens of water-based attacks erupted from their respective beasts. Water blades, water spikes, and water cannons wove together into a net. But the moment they touched the blazing solar flames, they all turned into misty white vapor. Defense. Raise your defenses. On the hillside, contestants from various provinces and cities could only hear the continuous thunderous roars through the mist, all swallowing nervously. When he said, hold steady, he really just meant for us to hold steady. Someone whispered tremblingly. Su Qing and the others seemed accustomed to this. My God, one person taking on 20 or 30 people, and many of them are experts too. Why is this completely different from what I imagined? Shouldn't he be overwhelmed by layers of counters? Haydn rolled his eyes dramatically. Country bumpkin, making a fuss over nothing. He suppressed his restlessness, listening to his heart beating like war drums as power continued to swell within him. The last fireball exploded below, heat waves sweeping across and evaporating the mist. Shield barriers formed by two Xuanwu turtle phantoms protected everyone tightly. Even Xiao Jin's mental damage of over 1,400 points couldn't break through their defense line. The one maintaining the Xuanwu shield wasn't just Xianting, but also his brother. Gu Changqing could tell at a glance that the real masters, those who hadn't participated in the team competition, had finally appeared. Xianting was breathing heavily. He had thought that yesterday Gu Changqing had only unleashed his ultimate power by borrowing the momentum of Wu Tian's heaven-falling seal. But now facing pure flames, he was still struggling. Despite mastering the essentials of the Xuanwu shield, he could barely hold on. In contrast, his brother only showed a slight flush on his face, and feelings of defeat surged in his heart once again. So you're Gu Changqing? Indeed, a heaven-blessed beast tamer rarely seen in a century. Xian Xn spoke calmly. Through luck and effort, reaching this point already puts you alongside those legendary figures in history. But being too arrogant and wild will eventually lead to trouble. Gu Changqing looked down from above and said indifferently, it seems you want to avenge Xian Ting's humiliation? Xian Xin of the Xuanwu family requests your guidance. Xian Xin cupped his fists as a six-pointed star formation flashed, and a giant turtle, nearly 5 meters wide and 4 meters tall, slowly emerged. Compared to Xian Ting's beast, this giant turtle looked more like a true Xuanwu. A spine-chilling hissing sound arose as a blue python as thick as a water barrel emerged from the turtle shell, coiling around it. The giant python opened its mouth, shooting out a blue water column that suddenly froze mid-flight, transforming into an ice sword radiating cold air, stabbing straight at Gu Changqing. Xiao Jin cried out, and the blazing solar flames condensed into an ancient, simple bell. Rolling waves of scorching heat surged forth, and when the ice sword struck it, it merely created ripples of fire before being melted and evaporated. Xian Xin frowned deeply, knowing he had encountered a tough opponent. The Xuanwu turtle stomped the ground fiercely, and several earth spikes wrapped in ice layers shot up like blue spears, stabbing at Gu Changqing again. Xiao Jin suddenly gathered power and blasted down with a pillar of flame. Boom! Two extreme forces collided, dust flew, and debris shot in all directions. Xian Xin groaned and spat out blood. The Xuanwu turtle's shell glowed with blue-green energy, barely dispelling the clinging flames. The elemental advantage was completely suppressed at this moment, and he deeply understood the terror of his opponent's flames. At this moment, The man shrouded in angelic phantoms stepped forward and patted Chun Hai's shoulder. You're no match for him alone. That big bird is too Strangites, probably not even legendary bloodline at all. After speaking, he looked around at the contestants behind him and smiled faintly. Our people have been bullied like this, and you few can still sit still? As soon as he finished speaking, Changqing saw 3 contestants step forward, their auras no weaker than any of the others. Among them, 2 wore rank badges on their chests that were actually spirit level. 5 individuals Tian, Di, Xian, Jiang, and Jingda stood together, each radiating distinct energy fluctuations and overwhelming auras. In that moment of united battle stance, they resembled fierce tigers descending from the mountains, their 5 pairs of sharp, battle-hungry eyes locked directly onto Changqing. Changqing stood at the highest point of the no-flee zone, looking down upon everyone below, showing no fear in the face of the 5 waves of spiritual pressure. As their gazes clashed, the air became taut like twisted steel wire, almost frozen solid. Chun Hai no longer held back, tilting his head back to swallow several pills. His blood surged, and both his spiritual power and his beast companion's condition instantly returned to peak state. Everyone else, step back. The portly yet charismatic contestant from Xian province smiled warmly, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Brother Lin, I won't retreat. Wu Yu's face flushed red with boiling killing intent. Changqing has gone too far, I want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Little Yu, Lin maintained his warm, calm tone. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Don't tell me that during my few days of rest, the top position in Xian province has been handed over to someone else. This seemingly casual remark struck Wu Yu like a thunderbolt. Trembling, he replied, Brother Lin, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave right away. That's more like it. Lin patted his shoulder lightly. Don't worry, once we defeat him, whether he lives or dies will be up to you to decide. Wu Yu was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Lin. You'll definitely win. Lin raised his eyes, drawing a cold line as he glanced toward Changqing in the air. Hopefully, hearing the true genius speak, the others also withdrew from the valley one after another. Just as Changqing's gaze turned towards Su Qing, a figure caught his attention. Shi Sheng had already led his people to retreat to a hillside 1,000 meters away. Su Qing waved her hands frantically, shouting with all her might, Brother Changqing, we remember what you said, stay steady, stay steady. Changqing shook his head with an amused smile, thinking to himself, how adorable. Both sides had completely withdrawn, except for one person who hadn't left. This individual sat cross-legged with great interest, as if waiting for a good show. All 5 provincial geniuses noticed, but tacitly chose not to intervene. Come, let's fight. Luo Xian from Tian province took a deep breath, and golden light instantly covered his entire body. The moment the word fight left his lips, his right fist shot forward with a force like muffled thunder. Behind him, an angelic phantom rose from the ground, slowly spreading its golden wings. The howling fist tore through the air. Xiao Jin initially wanted to rely on mobility to dodge, but Luo Xian locked onto him with a cold snort. The sky is no longer your advantage. Almost simultaneously, golden light flashed behind Changqing as a nearly 2-meter-tall winged angel suddenly appeared, its slender light sword thrusting directly at his vital points. A golden fist in front, a light sword behind, this killing combination was completed in the blink of an eye. Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. Each of these 5 possessed the strength to take on all 5 members of the Xian Lei team single-handedly. The process might not be as crushing as his own performance, but the outcome would be the same. What was truly terrifying was their extreme development of combat experience and beastmaster skills. So this was the elite produced by truly prestigious families? Whether it was Luo Xian's 2-winged angel or Chun Hai's black tortoise, their bloodline grades had already far surpassed the king level, infinitely approaching the legendary tier. They were just one step away from breaking through the final bloodline barrier, following the perfected evolutionary path inch by inch toward their perfect forms. But now, the overwhelming pressure of a super divine level beast companion descended upon them, instantly turning all advantages to dust. Changqing raised his hand and spoke 2 simple words, little gold. Blazing flames instantly enveloped his entire body as his fire control technique, enhanced by its true master, reached critical levels. He threw a punch, his fist resembling a miniature sun as it met the 2-winged angel's golden light punch heaten. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as gold and fiery red intertwined, sparks scattering everywhere. The 2 beast tamer techniques were evenly matched. Shock flashed in Luo Xian's eyes, quickly replaced by a confident smile of certain victory, but that smile soon froze. The golden light sword that had been about to pierce Changqing's chest was blocked by a dark iron staff that appeared out of nowhere. Hey, where did this feathered birdman come from, daring to sneak attack Black Master's owner? Take this. Black Egg charged forward to the rhythm of war drums. His staff strikes heavy as mountains, each blow making the air explode with thunderous sounds. As the drums roared, he abandoned defense for pure offense, dark energy layering around him like pieces of armor forming. Though the two-winged angel possessed exceptional bloodline and superior attributes, it was forced into pure defense by Black Egg's brutal assault. Moreover, Black Egg's power continued climbing with the drum beats, approaching and even faintly surpassing the angel's strength. Sweat appeared on Luo Xian's forehead as his thoughts raced. This is bad, help me quickly. Ruthless. Lin Yi gritted his teeth as a six-pointed star formation suddenly appeared. A clear bird cry pierced through the formation as a large bird wrapped in green flames shot directly toward the aerial battle between Black Egg and the two-winged angel. The other two companions also stopped holding back. One summoned a blue dragon with flesh wings on its back and clawed feet, its dragon roar rolling like thunder as it followed the green fire bird into battle. The other called forth a howling sky horned tiger with platinum markings and a horn bearing the character King on its forehead. Metallic energy howled forth, instantly forming 100 golden tiger claws that pierced through the sky. Meanwhile, Xian Xin held his palms out, one yellow, one blue, and shouted, "Mountains and waters reunite. Xuanwu shakes the heavens." The spirit snake transformed into blue liquid, filling the patterns on the tortoise's shell as a Xuanwu phantom emerged majestically. Massive ice pillars and sharp earth spikes rose from all directions, forming an inescapable net that frantically contracted toward Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's eyes swept across the battlefield. Firebird, dragon, horned tiger, tortoise, four mystical beasts corresponding to the four great families. Could this be a secret arrangement by the Four Symbols Academy? Little Gold, stop holding back, he said with a gentle smile. Behind him, Little Gold's fighting spirit blazed like fire, while Black Egg was immersed in the drum rhythm, something like a seal loosening within his body. Gu Changqing's mind shook. The path of destiny, would that blurry golden entry finally reveal its answer? He pointed toward the four pseudo-beasts attacking from above, his voice calm, yet penetrating the battlefield. Don't hold back. Forget four pseudo-beasts 7. If their true forms descended, we'd still fight them. He looked one last time at those shocked yet defiant faces across from him, his tone indifferent but resolute. Let them see that all so-called geniuses and prodigies are nothing but stepping stones. Holy crap. Is this really what a high school beast tamer can achieve? The audience erupted instantly, with gasps and exclamations rising one after another. That dazzling green flame danced through the air, forming into a magnificent firebird with overwhelming presence. In the crowd, someone quickly recognized its master Lin Yi, the acknowledged prodigy of the new generation from Xian province and young master of the Lin family. A young man beside him lowered his voice but couldn't hide his pride. I have relatives in Xian province. I heard the Lin family has close ties with Vermilion Bird Academy of the Four Symbols Institute. Even our province's goddess Tang Luoyao publicly confessed her love for him and helped shoulder much of his competitive pressure. On the other side, supporters from Jiang province weren't backing down, shouting back, "Don't just praise Lin Yi. Jiang province's Luo Xian and his twin-winged angel are just as impressive. The Luo family's guardian beast has a full 6 wings." As soon as those words fell, a third voice chimed in. "Stop arguing. Gu Changqing is invincible." This was immediately followed by single-handedly challenging multiple prodigies unprecedented in all previous national examinations. That's right. Gu Changqing is invincible. Go Gu Changqing. Within seconds, cheers supporting Gu Changqing swept through the audience. Amid the chaotic voices, someone suddenly shouted, "There's a spy. Someone throw him out. Our Qing fan support club doesn't need fans like that." The atmosphere instantly ignited with new tension. In the backstage rest area, Zhao Zhanxiong straightened his back for the first time in front of his elder sister, wearing a rare smile. He glanced up at the light screen, where the young man's face appeared stubborn and sharp at the center. Beside him, Yi Rian's gaze was tender, reluctant to look away even for a moment. The beautiful woman, however, snorted coldly with a barbed tone. Too reckless. He could have won easily, but instead chose to thrust himself into the eye of the storm. Exactly like those two annoying guys. Sister Xin must be remembering when those two tricked away our resources back then. Before Zhao Zhanxiong could finish, the beautiful woman's sharp glare forced him into silence. Though his backbone had stiffened, his courage hadn't quite caught up. Someone whispered, "Isn't the primary beast supposed to be a beast tamer's foundation? But that black monkey of his keeps changing the more it fights." Another person explained to the newcomer beside them, the primary beast, meaning the first contracted beast, is the source of a beast tamer's first skill. While advancing, one can acquire additional beasts, but the primary beast always has one more opportunity for ability absorption than secondary beasts, with greater enhancement potential. Only upon reaching king level does the distinction between primary and secondary disappear. Therefore, beast tamers are extremely cautious about choosing their first beast. But Gu Changqing was full of mysteries. Yi Rian had revealed that he'd already contracted his third beast, an intermediate beast tamer with 3 beasts, each appearance bringing greater surprises. The beautiful woman smiled faintly with mockery. Aren't you afraid he'll slip from your control? If he learns about what you've done behind the scenes and comes back for revenge? Zhao Zhanxiong clapped his hands together and cheerfully replied. That would be perfect. I could retire early. The beautiful woman withdrew her gaze and said coldly. Humph. Let's see how he breaks through this challenge. At that moment, in the center of the arena, pseudo-sacred beasts simultaneously surged with spiritual energy, unleashing their strongest techniques. Killing intent and overwhelming pressure crashed toward Changqing like a tide. The audience held its breath as the screen trembled. Full power, fire. Changqing commanded in a deep voice. Xiao Jin responded instantly, its slightly spread wings suddenly blazing with intense golden flames as a blood-soaked golden crow phantom unfurled behind it. Blood energy boiled, intertwining with flames in layer upon layer, instantly reaching peak momentum. Since acquiring Sunshine's High, the Golden Crow's battle spirit boiling trait had seemed somewhat redundant. But with great advancement and bloodline skill enhancement, though noon hadn't yet arrived, the battle spirit ignited like rekindled gunpowder, erupting with heart-stopping pressure. Before the light screen, Gu Chongqing was stirred to magnificent passion by the towering blood energy. He stepped forward, robes billowing, and under all focused gazes pointed toward the four beasts, roaring. Mere beasts, how dare you act so insolently? Drawing upon Xiao Jin's flames, Gu Chongqing's chest swelled with boundless confidence as he unleashed his fire manipulation technique once more. Guided by his will, for towering waves of fire surged forth, transforming under his mental command into four fire dragons that lunged toward the four beast companions from all directions. Fight! 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 From the spectators' stands below, Xian Xin and the others roared in unison. The skill auras around the four beast companions suddenly intensified, faintly emanating the subtle pressure of the four sacred beasts, the horned tiger wielding the sharpness of metal, the flood dragon carrying the vitality of wood, the firebird commanding the destruction of flame, and the black turtle commanding the solidity of water and earth. The four provincial prodigies, the cream of the crop among the new generation of the Four Symbols Academy, dispensed with all probing attacks. Their opening moves were killing strikes. It was either kill or be killed. Looking up at Gu Chongqing wreathed in flames, he appeared to them as a great demon lord suspended high in the heavens. Hesitation meant death, so they dared not hold back. The fire dragons collided head-on with the four beast companions, creating continuous thunderous roars like towering waves crashing upon a calm sea. Shockwaves rippled outward in layers, sweeping across the entire arena. The contestants watching from the periphery hastily summoned their beast companions to form defensive formations, barely managing to withstand the raging torrent. Is this something a human can actually do? The hastily assembled alliance of Avengers was nearly struck speechless, with Xian Ting, Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and others gaping in shock. Only now did they understand that Gu Chongqing's arrogance wasn't unfounded. Among the four provincial prodigies, any one of them could have dominated previous national examinations with crushing superiority, easily securing a top 3 position. Now with all four united, their beast companions' bloodlines and evolution paths pushed to the extreme by resources, though not yet sacred beasts, they already possessed the embryonic form of the four symbols. Yet that fire-bathed man of humble origins was holding his ground against their combined might through sheer individual power, even seeming to gain the upper hand. The crowd was both amazed and terrified. The fire dragons and four beast companions remained locked in combat, each explosive clash tugging at every heartstring. Finally, Xian Xin and the others swallowed enhancement pills, allowing their four beast companions to absorb their master's essence and spirit, surging in power and breaking through the fire dragon's blockade in one decisive push. Not bad. Gu Chongqing's gaze sharpened. Xiao Jin had only evolved once, though her bloodline was heaven-defying. It remained relatively thin. The four beast companions held the advantage of evolution feedback, and with their four masters working together, they had finally evened the playing field. Master, I'm getting serious now. Taking advantage of the stalemate, Xiao Jin suddenly reined in her flames as the progress bar for the Golden Crow's roar visibly surged forward. But just then, a booming voice interrupted the power buildup. Big sister, hold your horses. I'm terrifyingly strong right now. It was Hey Dan. Gu Chongqing's attention immediately shifted as he saw that Hey Dan, while clashing with the two-winged angel, had somehow drawn in part of the blazing solar flames and was now completely enveloped in dense black fire, so thick it seemed almost solid. The drumbeat-like sound of his heartbeat grew increasingly urgent, as if ready to burst from his chest at any moment. Mangy birdbrain, this master's done playing with you. From within the black flames, a burning black staff created countless afterimages as it suddenly crashed down on the two-winged angel's head before it could react. The next second, the two-winged angel plummeted like a falling meteor, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater before dissolving into white light and returning to its beast-taming space. For little rats, eat this master's staff. Crack. With He Dan's explosive roar, the war drum of his heart suddenly stopped. In the instant the drumbeat ceased, it seemed as though some invisible shackle had been forcibly shattered. Suddenly, the abyss's notification sound rang in Changqing's ears. Congratulations. Your beast companion has activated the unique, limited, golden attribute, Path of Destiny. In the black flames, Changqing seemed to see a familiar figure. The black gold chainmail gleamed coldly in the firelight. The phoenix-winged purple-gold crown stood tall and proud, and the lotus silk cloud-walking boots stepped lightly through the void. A black flame staff was gripped in one hand, with fire patterns surging across its surface and 15 zhong of black energy coiling around it. As if ready to pierce through heaven and earth, this was Haiden's battle stance. At this moment, it faced the strongest combined attack of 4 beast companions alone, its figure composed and radiating overwhelming dominance. The hard days for this little black guy are finally over. As a transmigrator, Changqing felt his heart burn with emotion upon witnessing Haiden's transformation, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Take a hit from your Black Master's staff. Haiden's power accumulated layer by layer like war drums beating in its heart. With the golden trait of the Destiny Path fully activated, it clearly felt the rapid drain of power within its body. Without understanding the trigger mechanism, this mysterious golden trait might have slumbered for a lifetime. Haiden leaped into the air, its staff brimming with black energy, the staff's shadow already reaching the ground. It suddenly exerted force, gritting its teeth as it wielded the staff, sweeping it fiercely toward the 4 beast companions. Just one circle. A pitch-black arc expanded swiftly, enveloping all 4 beast companions. The moment the circle formed, Changqing immediately drew them along with Haiden into his beast-taming space. He wasn't sure what Haiden had gained from the golden trait's awakening, but as long as this circle existed, he felt at ease. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Xuanxin and the other 3 beast tamers burned with fury, pushing their main companions to full power without holding back. Yet, Changqing had sent out his secondary companion in their eyes. This was tantamount to public humiliation. Changqing snorted coldly. Idiots, you've already lost. The skills of the 4 beast companions nearly shattered the circle Haiden had drawn, but in the next moment, they were blocked by walls of black energy. Boom, boom, boom. 5 elemental forces clashed and exploded in the air, generating and restraining each other while simultaneously amplifying one another, their power surging wildly. Black-red flames, azure frost, golden lightning serpents, emerald vines, and earth-yellow stone spikes all erupted simultaneously, creating chaotic skill torrents that swirled into the circle like a tornado. Amid several agonized screams, beams of white light fled from the chaos as all 4 main companions were banished back to their beast-taming spaces. The backlash struck, and Xuanxin's group of 4 struggled to remain standing. Their faces Ashinthi had lost, and lost completely and humiliatingly. For great prodigies joining forces at full strength couldn't even last a single exchange, instead being eliminated by their own skills. Even though they still had other beast companions, the moment their main companions were defeated, their fighting spirit had already plummeted to rock bottom. The opponent before them was merely an intermediate beast tamer. Among their group, the lowest was advanced level, with 2 even at spirit level, yet they had been instantly crushed. At this moment, they finally tasted the despair that those common folk and mediocrities they had once trampled underfoot must have felt. High above, Shaojin spread its golden wings, mercilessly pouring down blazing solar flames. This competition allowed only one survivor. Mercy would be cruelty to oneself. Big brother. Brotherlin. Boss. The elites from 5 provinces roared in unison, charging through the flames with bloodied bodies to shield the 5 who had lost their will to fight. Changqing turned his head and pressed his right hand downward. The shadow of the golden crow behind Shaojin seemed to come alive like a divine bird reborn, its blood-red aura of battle intent growing even more intense than before. Blazing pale golden flames churned and rolled as spiritual pressure crashed outward like massive waves, causing blood vessels to burst across everyone's skin as they nearly turned to ash. At this critical moment, a 7-colored auspicious light descended, enveloping the crowd and drawing upon their strength to form a rainbow bridge overhead that barely managed to hold back the sun-like flames. The young man who had been watching from the sidelines finally stood up, dusting off his pants as he looked up at Changqing floating in midair. Fellow student Gu, he said calmly, why must you be so ruthless? They no longer pose any threat to your first place. Why not show some mercy? This young man possessed considerable strength, something Changqing had long been wary of. Hearing the attempt at persuasion, he frowned as similar voices echoed in his ears, but he remained unmoved, with Shaojin continuing to maintain the roaring flames. Oh, ruthless? Show mercy? Tell me, friend, which academy are you from? What family? Some sane academy perhaps? What a compassionate heart you have. Just as the young man was about to reveal his identity, Changqing raised his hand to interrupt. Actually, don't tell me. Have you ever heard the saying, in chaotic times, kill the saints first? As fellow members of humanity's new generation, we should unite rather than the other tried to argue. Changqing snorted coldly. Friend, weren't you also part of the group that surrounded my team? When they attacked me, did you remind them not to be ruthless? Did you tell them to show mercy? I. The young man had no response. Since you didn't, then stay out of this. Right here, right now, they are my enemies. Do you understand? Besides, people are supposed to die in survival battles. Fine. What a sharp tongue you have. Don't blame me for being impolite then. As his words fell, a six-pointed star formation blazed to life, and a beast companion emerged, scaled armor covering its body, with a goat's head and wolf's hooves, all in deep blue. The moment it appeared, the ground collapsed as deep blue water gushed forth, instantly rising into waves over 10 meters high, carrying intense water elemental power as it surged toward Changqing. A water Qilin. Changqing's eyes sharpened slightly. When Xiao Jin's flames collided with the wave crest, sparks flew and the fire actually showed signs of being extinguished. Since granting Xiao Jin the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline, this was the first opponent besides dungeon beasts to make him feel truly evenly matched. The water Qilin bloodline of his opponent was far superior to other prodigies. This level of confrontation was exactly what he wanted. Battle intent surging, Changqing tilted his head back and swallowed a handful of pills, roaring, "Excellent! Just what I needed." As the waves pressed closer, he launched himself into the air. The divine bird within the golden crow's shadow released an earth-shaking cry as it separated from the shadow, all flames converging as the golden crow's form became increasingly solid. The immense pressure forced the young man's expression to tighten as he shouted, "Auspicious light!" The seven-colored bridge that had been protecting the crowd lifted from the ground, taking with it a portion of their collective power as it slowly rose. Seven-colored rainbow bridge, suppress. The rainbow bridge merged with the giant wave, carrying tremendous gravitational force as it pressed down toward Changqing. Having unleashed 3 consecutive beast companion techniques, the young man's tension no one had ever escaped his seven-colored rainbow bridge. Golden crow's roar. Destroy. Suddenly, from beneath the waves and rainbow bridge that had engulfed everything, tremendous firepower erupted. The flame-bodied divine bird spread its wings like a brilliant sun rising from the ocean's surface. Iridescent mist rose and swirled around the seven-colored rainbow bridge, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The scorching heat made the air seem wrinkled, causing all scenery to twist gently in their vision, which only made the rainbow bridge appear even more dreamlike. In the center of the depression, the young man's face suddenly changed, could clearly feel the spiritual energy within the water Qilin draining away at an alarming rate. Piercing wails echoed throughout the beast-taming space. Without time to hesitate, he immediately issued a recall command. However, in the next second, a blazing sun burst through the water surface, thunderously lifting massive waves. The seven-colored rainbow bridge made crisp cracking sounds under that scorching force, splitting from the center before dissolving into scattered starlight, swallowed by the rising mist. "Damn you, Gu!" The young man roared furiously, his eyes nearly spitting fire. When the sun rises, all things fall. Even true ocean waves must bow down, let alone a single Qilin stirring up wind and water. The waves crashed down, and the surging water instantly filled the depression into a small lake. The once majestic water Qilin now floated on its back, its body continuously radiating scorching heat. Surrounding water element energy desperately poured into the beast's body, struggling to expel the invading high temperature. Above the lake surface, Changqing stood on Xiao Jin's back, the blazing small sun in his palms suddenly expanding with a crisp snap of his fingers, splitting into dozens of pieces. Go! Dozens of miniature suns containing tremendous flames, like world-ending meteors, thundered down toward the alliance below. Before the roar arrived, a pair of arms like iron walls caught one of them first. The seven-meter-tall giant gritted his teeth, holding up the blazing sun as flames licked his palms with sizzling sounds, and the scent of burning flesh even wafted through the air. The young man quickly recalled his water Qilin into the beast-taming space, his tone rapidly softening. Changqing, you should guess my identity. In the entire human race, fewer than 5 people can control a water Qilin. If you show mercy today, when I enter the Four Symbols Academy in the future, I'll be forever grateful. Changqing curled his lip. Sorry, I don't need favors. The young man grew desperate. As long as you stop, name your conditions. Money, materials, anything you want. His response was an even stronger killing intent in Changqing's eyes. He turned his head away, letting the golden crow roar and the blazing suns pour down. Boom, boom. One fireball after another exploded, and all contestants caught in the aftermath were eliminated without exception, turning into white light as the system transported them out of the map. The Abyss notification bar scrolled endlessly. The towering giant finally couldn't hold on, crying out in despair as flames consumed him. The young man roared. Even if you kill us, you can't kill that beast king, and you won't get what you want. Changqing, I'll remember you. In the future, you. His final words were swallowed by the flames, completely reduced to ash. Phew, it's over. Changqing took a deep breath, then collapsed from exhaustion. The golden crow phantom behind Xiao Jin also dissipated, falling powerlessly along with its master. Lion Arhut, bye-bye. Qi Sheng and Su Qing simultaneously released their beast companions, catching both master and pet. The few remaining contestants from Jinhai City quickly formed a protective circle around Changqing. The other participants from various provinces and cities watched in stunned amazement. What's this about? Just moments ago we were all working together, and now you're guarding against me stabbing you in the back. Su Qing, sharp and perceptive, fed Changqing the pill and said, "Sorry, that was just our natural reaction. We didn't mean anything else by it." Changqing waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, totally normal." The spectators from various provincial and city teams chimed in. "We understand. If we had such a prodigy from our region, we'd probably be even more dramatic." Whether Changqing truly had no strength left to fight, they couldn't confirm. But the scene of him instantly taking down 20 to 30 people had already shattered any scheming thoughts. Combined with Jinhai City's fierce protectiveness, the visiting provincial and city guests felt not only awe but also a touch of envy. "What's going on?" A tiger's roar approached from the distance. Tang Luoyao rode back on her Kaiyuan spirit tiger, her elegant dress torn to rags by the tiger's claws, the fabric fluttering in tatters. She glanced at Changqing surrounded by the crowd, immediately grasped the situation, and pulled a crimson fruit from her backpack, casually tossing it to Su Qing, vermilion blood fruit. Much better than those pills. Su Qing, born into a wealthy Jinhai City family, and considering herself well-informed, couldn't help but smile bitterly at seeing Tang Luoyao casually throw away this spirit fruit worth a fortune. Even among prestigious families, the gap could be so starkly apparent. Changqing had wanted to save the fruit for Little Gold, but the little creature with its golden tail swished back into the beast-taming space with a whoosh. Left with no choice, he tilted his head back and swallowed it himself. Warm spiritual energy instantly surged through his limbs, rapidly healing his damaged meridians. He leaped down from the lion Arhut's back, full of vigor. "This thing is countless times better than pills." Tang Luoyao playfully responded. "Not enough? I can give you a few more. I just came out in a hurry and didn't bring many." Changqing scratched his head awkwardly. Under the Abyss Rule's protection, there were many resources he'd never even seen. But in Tang Luoyao's eyes, a vermilion blood fruit was no more than candy. The girl dismounted the tiger and patted its broad shoulder. "What's next?" "Kill that beast king," she added. "Don't worry, whatever drops is all yours. If we can't handle it, we can retreat anytime so you won't have to hold back on our account." These words struck like two sharp blades at his spine, making Changqing's hair stand on end. "Huh." Tang Luoyao laughed heartily, waving her hand to signal him to relax. "Just kidding. You actually took that seriously. I've heard about your story. Good luck." Changqing thought to himself. "Big sister, your timing for jokes is really off." After a brief rest, they left the crater-riddled slope and headed toward the Beast King at the center of the map. Although Tang Luoyao promised not to steal opportunities, Changqing didn't pin all his hopes on her word and chose to try his luck. The map was too vast. Trying to hunt down other contestants like the Avengers would take too long. Better to head straight for the core. On the way, Changqing asked, "Can that Beast King really drop good stuff?" That young man's dying words seemed to hint at something. Tang Luoyao nodded. "If not for that item, the geniuses from various provinces and cities would definitely keep hiding. For major events like the national examination, people like us never reveal our identities until the crucial moment." Changqing was puzzled. "Why?" "To keep you from overthinking." Tang Luoyao shrugged. "More precisely, to keep you all from overthinking." She looked up at the lush forest along their path and continued thoughtfully. "Children of prestigious families, especially those from the top tier, have their fates predetermined from birth. Student Gu, you're a heaven-blessed beast tamer. Do you know the probability of awakening a lord level or higher beast companion from the Abyss Altar?" 1 in 100,000. She provided the answer herself. Those who obtain beast contract cards and can fight their way to where you are now are even rarely one of only two. Tang Luoyao turned her head, her gaze serious. "I know you have grand plans in your heart, but before realizing them, see reality clearly. Not all inequality is evil, nor is all fairness necessarily good." Tang Luoyao's words came straight from the heart, sincere and heartfelt. She wasn't deliberately dramatizing or trying to explain herself. It was more like a self-deprecating remark after being misunderstood by others. "Perhaps you're right," Changqing replied, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Their upbringings, social standings, and environments were vastly different, and their experiences were worlds apart. This needed no elaboration. Tang Luoyao nodded and wisely dropped the subject. After the fierce battle they'd just endured, the group found their journey surprisingly peaceful. The beasts in this map seemed intimidated by the aftershocks of their previous fight, with only a few scattered creatures occasionally appearing, which were quickly surrounded and eliminated. The hilly terrain soon became more dense, with rolling peaks stretching endlessly into the distance for thousands of miles. Standing atop a ridge and gazing out, Changqing realized this map was far more vast than he'd imagined. Su Qing and the others judged from the topography that they had reached the central region of the map. Looking for a single beast in such a massive area is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Everyone understood that encountering a beast king-level creature alone would carry an extremely high risk of instant elimination. What do you think? Tang Luoyao looked toward Gu Changqing. Should we split up or stay together? Teams of 2 or 3. If anyone discovers traces of a beast king, remember not to act rashly. Agreed. Just as the group finished forming teams and was about to venture deeper into the hills, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from the distance, followed by dust and smoke shooting skyward. Contestants hunting beasts. Tang Luoyao looked up, assuming it was ordinary combat. The next moment, violent collision sounds erupted again. Roar! A beast's bellow rolled across the hills like thunder. Suddenly, a massive black palm materialized out of thin air, radiating an ominous aura as it pressed downward with crushing force. There are experts here. Tang Luoyao was drawn by the energy fluctuations and was about to ask Gu Changqing when she saw he had already summoned the fully rested Xiao Jin and was racing toward the giant palm. Wait for me, she shouted, mounting her Kaiyuan spirit tiger to give chase. Let's go? We should head over too. With this level of power collision, someone might have already encountered a beast king. The remaining teammates didn't dare delay and followed suit. Atop Xiao Jin's back, Gu Changqing continuously urged greater speed. The aura emanating from that black palm was all too familiar, nearly identical to the evil god's hand from the wild dungeon. The three-headed touch dragon had once revealed that someone was secretly trading with the evil god's hand, and it was one of the beneficiaries. Gu Changqing had long suspected who was behind it all, but lacked evidence. Now that clues had surfaced, how could he not be urgent? He desperately wanted to understand what had truly happened during the last beast tide. The closer they got to the battlefield, the denser the energy radiating from the giant palm became. Master, the aura is unmistakable, Xiao Jin confirmed. Gu Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. If it truly was the evil god's hand, then the summoner was an evil beast tamer. Had this person entered the survival battle map as a contestant, also targeting whatever the beast king might drop? Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, Li Haoran's palms were drenched in cold sweat. He stared fixedly at the perspective shown in the light screen, then suddenly turned and snarled at Zhongguo in a low, vicious tone. What's going on? Tell me what the hell is happening. Zhongguo was equally drenched in sweat. I already told him he could only summon his third beast companion when facing Gu Changqing in battle. Perhaps they were suppressed too severely by the beast king level creature and had no choice but to. Li Haoran's eyes turned blood red with rage. Fine, just fine, Yuchen family. Scheming against me behind my back, are you? Even if I'm exposed, there will be people above to protect me. But you will be branded as traitors, despised by everyone in Chun Hai City. The loyal dog was too frightened to speak. Li Haoran thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Well played, Chun Hai. Trying to use someone else's blade to kill me, are you? That black palm, does it share the same origin as that thing in the Forbidden Sea? Compared to the hysteria of Chun Ziming and Li Haoran after their conspiracy was exposed, Zhao Zhanxiong and the beautiful woman fell into rare silence the moment the giant palm appeared. It must be. Those two were truly gifted individuals who exploited loopholes in the Abyss rules to forcibly leave behind powerful evidence. Unfortunately, after all these years, I've only managed to discover who had them transferred away back then. The other party covered their tracks well, only throwing out small fry as scapegoats. The beautiful woman snorted upon hearing this. Besides that group, who else could it be? Now that the borders are under pressure, they're still thinking of using forbidden methods to maintain temporary peace. What foolish dreams. Listening to the conversation between her mother and Zhao Zhanxiong, Yi Rian seemed to have touched upon some unwanted memories buried deep in her heart. She whispered softly, those things, they're too terrifying. Master, that's the Beast King. Gu Changqing flew to where the giant palm had appeared and saw a strange fierce beast with white wings on its back, a tiger's body and leopard's head, and twin horns on its skull. At that moment, it was releasing invisible wind scythes nearly 3 meters long, as if forcing the hidden rats in the shadows to show themselves. Suddenly, the Beast King turned its head and spotted Gu Changqing in the air. With a roar that sounded both tiger-like and leopard-like, it actually spoke in human language. Insignificant human, return my child. Then, its white wings flapped, and hundreds of wind scythes came slashing through the air with piercing sounds. Hey, you mangy beast, don't be so arrogant. Take this stick from Black Master. Black Egg appeared, wielding a thick, long black staff that danced with tremendous force, blocking all the incoming wind scythes. As the wind scythes scattered, before Black Egg could deliver his signature taunts, there was a loud thud. The dispersed wind scythes miraculously reformed and silently slashed across Black Egg's body. The black kick-condensed armor scattered from his chest area, unable to withstand the attack despite his 10,000 battles divine body defense. Damn it! Black Egg only had time to curse once before being sent flying by the powerful force of the wind scythe, crashing heavily to the ground with his fate unknown. The wind scythe's momentum didn't decrease. Little Gold summoned his flame bell, but after the bell tolled, the flames also scattered. Both Master and Bird fell from the sky, landing beside Black Egg. Master Little Gold called out weakly. Changqing brushed off the dust from his body and saw deep, bone-revealing wounds on Little Gold's body, blood flowing freely. Its strength hadn't fully recovered yet, so it couldn't withstand a single strike from the Beast King. Black Egg lay in the crater he had created, not returning to the beast taming space. Seeing that Changqing wasn't dead, the Beast King flapped its wings again. Changqing had time to recall Little Gold into the beast taming space while desperately dodging the wind scythes. Meanwhile, the Beast King's information appeared before his eyes. Beast King Wind Controlling Slayer Fusion Type Fierce Beast. Beast King Windstorm Slayer Fusion Type Fierce Beast Level 30 Attributes: Strength 500, Constitution 1000, Agility 800, Spirit 1300. Skills: Heart of Wind Spirit, Myriad Blade Wind Scythe, Wind Spirit Body, Wind Domain Prison, Extreme Wind 10,000 Annihilation Strike, Extreme Wind Ultimate Piercing. Description: once a Beast King who dominated an entire region, now confined to this place due to special circumstances. Holy Mother of... This is a Beast King. Changqing's heart pounded violently. The luxurious four-dimensional attributes combined with 6 major skills, among which Extreme Wind 10,000 Annihilation Strike and Extreme Wind Ultimate Piercing, were terrifying just by name alone, not to mention the spiritual power recovery of Heart of Wind Spirit and the physical enhancement of Wind Spirit Body. Forget about killing it, just being able to approach it would mark someone as a top-tier expert. Even Little Gold hadn't been this overwhelmed when facing the incomplete, weakened memory versions of Wang Yuntian and the heaven-reaching Azure Dragon in the artificial dungeon. Was the gap really this vast? The Windstorm Slayer's wind scythes churned, turning the gale into walls. The spectating contestants were intimidated by its overwhelming presence, hesitating to advance. Stop watching and attack together, Tang Luoyao commanded sternly. She pulled everyone back from their fear. Defense: push forward with defensive skills. Support-type beast companions provide buffs. Attack types: look for openings, don't blindly throw your lives away, wait for its skill cooldowns. Shi and Qi Sheng formed an arrowhead formation side by side, both going all out to withstand the wind scythes. Each collision felt like a giant hammer striking their chests, and they barely stopped consuming potions. Su Qing simply skipped lengthy incantations, immediately casting healing buffs whenever her Sacred Unicorn skills finished cooling down. Everyone barely managed to hold on, finally blocking the first wave of the storm. Collapse is just a matter of time, Changqing observed clearly. The gap between the two sides couldn't be bridged by numbers alone. At this moment, Little Gold was still healing in the beast taming space, while Black Egg was critically injured and on the verge of death. Master, call that cat over. From the bottom of the pit, Black Egg leaned on his black staff that was broken in half, his voice hoarse but determined. Changqing slapped his forehead, finally remembering the mimic beast. The summoning circle lit up, and the cat-formed mimic beast landed with light, graceful steps, heading straight for Black Egg. Don't hold back, absorb with everything you've got. I want you to heal Big Sister's injuries in the shortest time possible, understand? The mimic beast nodded vigorously, responding with 2 meows. Changqing immediately summoned Little Gold from the beast taming space. With a flash of golden light, the wounded Little Gold landed, and before it could steady itself, 2 cat paws were already placed on its wounds. Buzz! Green light suddenly exploded. With the mimic beast at the center, the essence of vegetation within a 10-mile radius transformed into countless threads that surged forth, continuously pouring into Little Gold's body. The wounds torn open by the wind scythes healed at a visibly rapid pace. Tui! Black Egg spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and looked up at Little Gold. Big Sister, I'm putting my life in your hands. Little Gold nodded in response, flames rising in the depths of its eyes. Master, it said in a deep voice, through your guidance, I've discovered a path different from before. Perhaps that's what you hoped to see. Black Egg's words left Changqing momentarily puzzled. The next moment, dense black energy surged from Black Egg's body again, but now it was mixed with blood red. Black and crimson intertwined, rapidly reshaping magnificent armor on its surface and condensing an almost solid black-red staff. Black Egg, you! Changqing was horrified. Black Egg's spiritual power and stamina had long been depleted. to burst forth with even more ferocious power than before. There was only one explanation: it was burning its bloodline essence. Just like little Jean back then. Break through and rebuild. No breaking, no rebuilding. Fight. I don't care if you're a beast king or beast god. If you think Lord Hai will submit to you, keep dreaming. Haydn roared as black and red mist instantly surged beneath his feet. The mist formed a platform that lifted his body, and with a powerful push, he shot up to the Windslayer's head. A massive black-red staff, thick as a water barrel and wreathed in flame-like mist, came crashing down with the roar of thunder. The Windslayer sensed the bone-chilling killing intent and immediately summoned fierce winds around its body, spiritual energy surging wildly through its twin horns. A visible shockwave exploded outward in expanding ripples. Changqing's heart sank. This was bad. This was a beast domain skill that only beast king-level creatures possessed. In an instant, everyone's movements seemed to slow to a crawl, while the Windslayer moved with impossible speed. The next moment, its horns blazed with surging spiritual energy again, and countless wind scythes materialized throughout the domain, filling every inch of space. Boom! Screams mingled with white light. The speed-enhanced wind scythes ran rampant, instantly shattering the human defense line as waves of participants dissolved into white light and were ejected from the map. Only Tang Luoyao, Qi Sheng, Su Qing, and two other provincial experts remained, barely holding on with their powerful beast companions. Their figures were slashed bloody by the wind blades, barely able to continue fighting. Haydn suffered the worst fate. His myriad war divine body kept reconstructing under the burning bloodline, shattering, reforming, shattering again. The torment lasted nearly 5 minutes before the bloodline fire finally died out. The Windslayer's horns mercilessly pierced through Haydn's chest and flung him back into the crater from before. Dust swirled as the proud battle pet never rose again. A final wisp of black energy brushed across its face, slowly closing those furious eyes. Meow chirp. The mimic beast let out barely audible groans before collapsing. But little Jean was experiencing rebirth at this very moment. Golden wings spread wide as a massive golden crow phantom enveloped it, its outline like a burning sun. Simultaneously, the Abyss system notification rang out. The sun shines bright. High noon has arrived. Your beast pet's attributes and skill power 1000. The full energy bar instantly emptied as the giant golden crow raised its head and shrieked, spewing forth a blazing flame. Though the fire column was barely as thick as a person, it was hot enough to make the earth boil, instantly reducing flowers and grass to ash. Its target was Haydn in the crater. Holy crap, that's scorching. Boss, are you working with the Beast King? You can't tell friend from foe. Did it miss? We're done. 4-way getting eliminated. The few survivors struggling in the wind domain faced double torment from the heat and wind scythes. Some simply dropped their defenses, letting the white light carry them away. Su Qing's face was deathly pale as her consciousness retreated into her beast-taming space. Within the pink mist, an alluring voice echoed. Can you still hold on? I sense a powerful bloodline awakening. Girl, find a chance to let me have a private chat with him. Wind domain, blazing flames, and screams intertwined as the situation spiraled out of control. At this critical moment, Chun Hai burst from the side of the battlefield, clad in Qingqiu armor. He carried a squealing beast cub in one arm and gritted his teeth as he hurled it into the distance. Beast, your child is here. The Windslayer immediately withdrew its wind domain, abandoning all killing intent to rush toward its offspring. As the terrifying wind pressure dissipated, everyone on the field breathed a collective sigh of relief. But Chun Hai didn't stop. He drew his thunder war halberd, lightning crackling around his arm as he advanced step by step toward Changqing. Changqing, surprised? Before he could finish speaking, a black arm silently crept up his left shoulder from behind. Changqing sighed, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Though it lasted only an instant, Chun Hai caught it. Ha ha, you're panicking. Chun Hai sneered viciously, gritting his teeth. All your trump cards are played. One beast companion dead and another wounded. You have no chance of turning this around, let alone escaping this dungeon. His father lay in a pool of blood at his feet, while those aristocratic families who once befriended him now stood at a distance, watching coldly and quickly distancing themselves. Chun Hai's pupils were instantly filled with crimson. Cold voices echoed in his mind, fanning his bloodlust as murderous desires surged wildly, nearly consuming his sanity. The black hand on his shoulder writhed slightly, as if savoring its master's violent emotions. The palm area softened, and needle-thin tentacles pierced through his clothing, slowly burrowing into his skin. Chun Hai, this is a dungeon. What the hell are you thinking? Someone in the stands gasped. Are all the candidates from Jinhai City this twisted? First we had Changqing wiping out the prodigies. Now there's this maniac who can go toe-a-toe with a beast king. Sister Tang, compared to them, isn't our province too weak? Tang Luoyao gave no response. Her gaze locked deadly on Chun Hai, her brow furrowing deeper. The Kaiyuan spirit tiger at her feet bared its fangs and growled low, but kept its voice down, clearly wary. Shut up, she snapped quietly. Can't you see? That hand isn't a beast companion at all. Su Qing withdrew her gaze as the pink radiance faded from her eyes. I can't see through it. Could it also be a mythical grade beast companion? From within her beast taming space, a seductive mature voice spoke. No, it's chaotic energy, not normal life. My available spiritual power is limited, but if possible, take a blow for him. Su Qing bit her lip. You don't need to remind me. I'll intervene anyway. No wonder you said earlier he had a problem. The problem isn't with him. It's with that fierce beast. That hand alone is comparable to legendary grade, but it feeds on the beast tamer's negative emotions. Soon, very soon, I can hear the heartbeat of bloodline awakening, coming like an overwhelming tide. Buzz the thunder war halberd swept across, brutal lightning weaving into an electric net that descended upon Changqing. Die? Changqing, I just want you dead. Chun Hai had completely lost his mind. Half of the black hand's arm had already merged into his body, dark mist seeping out with his breath like steam. Don't touch him. Tang Luoyao forcibly summoned her true qi. The power of the crimson blood fruit hadn't fully dispersed, yet she threw what seemed like an ordinary punch. The Kaiyuan spirit tiger whimpered, pouring all its remaining spiritual power into her body before transforming into light and returning to the beast taming space. Her fist manifested a fierce tiger phantom that collided head-on with the crackling lightning. Sand and dust swirled wildly in that instant. But Chun Hai, corrupted by the black hand, had his strength explosively increased. The lightning was unstoppable, shattering the fist imprint in the blink of an eye. Damn it, what kind of mess is this? Qi Sheng was covered in bloody wounds, his lion Arhut blocking in front before dissolving into white light the next moment. I'm here too. Su Qing shouted fiercely. Behind her, the white fox's tail extended, cleaving into the thunder like splitting a mountain. The soft pink spiritual power was like a sponge when the devastating lightning struck it. It immediately sank without a trace. The next second, Su Qing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, lightning threads crackling and dancing across her body's surface. Her frail figure swayed in the raging thunder, yet she still stood with her flesh and blood body shielding everyone. Changqing tried to stand, but found his strength had been instantly drained, and Xiao Jin also collapsed weakly. Go? His target is me. Changqing growled, unwilling to let others suffer needless harm. Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gritted her teeth against the lightning strike. No. Every time, you're the one protecting us. This time, it's our turn to protect you. Get lost. Chun Hai roared furiously, his thunder halberd sweeping horizontally. The heavy thunder sent Su Qing flying like a kite, with its string cut. Qi Sheng's face changed drastically as he quickly moved to catch her, stuffing a pill into her mouth. Why? Why does a lowly commoner like you receive so much affection? Chun Hai stood in the center of the lightning, gnashing his teeth. At school, your beast taming grades were always first. Do you know how disgusting the way everyone looked at you was? So what if you're a hero's descendant? So what if you're a top student? Even the abyss favors you, letting you awaken a legendary beast companion. He roared out of control. I refused to accept it. Just when I was about to give up, it was you again who caused my father's death. Changqing, you won't leave this dungeon, because within 30 meters, everything is in my domain. Dead is dead. Don't they worship and admire you? Then let them die with you. Only then did everyone realize the surrounding mountain forest seemed frozen, the air still and windless. At the Beast King's speed, retrieving the child shouldn't have taken this long. All eyes turned to Chun Hai and the hand that had almost fused with his right arm. The hand of an evil god. Changqing uttered in a low voice. I hate that expression of yours, like you have everything under control. Chun Hai's eyes were bloodshot as his thunder halberd suddenly pointed forward, lightning exploding. Kneel. Maybe I'll consider sparing their lives. Changqing sighed. You were already accepted to White Tiger Academy and could have had a bright future, yet you chose to walk this path of certain death. In the dungeon, haven't you learned from Wang Yuntian's lesson? Also, you underestimate the Beast King. Can such a domain really hold? Before his words finished, the hills and forests suddenly exploded, and two massive horns burst from the ground, piercing through the barrier. Chun Hai's face darkened. You think I didn't anticipate this? Though the domain was breached, the territorial rules remained. He said no more, his thunder halberd crackling with electric arcs as it thrust straight at Changqing. Xiao Hai don't. A familiar cry rang out like thunder in his ears. Chun Hai froze, looking toward the source of the voice in disbelief. Father! Father! Behind Changqing, Chun Ziming approached slowly with tears streaming down his face. Xiao Hai, it's me. Swoosh the thunder halberd continued without pause, piercing straight through Chun Ziming's chest. Chun Hai sneered. Trying to trick me? Chun Ziming looked down in shock as his body instantly dissolved into points of light. The mimic beast had been pierced through the abdomen and was immediately recalled by Changqing. Xiao Jin also reluctantly returned to the beast's space with a low whimper. Chun Hai raised his halberd to attack again. Done struggling? Go dot. Hey, which bastard dares hurt my master? A furious roar suddenly erupted from the pit, followed by a pillar of fire shooting skyward. Xiao Jin's full-powered flames tore open the domain, burning a massive hole. In the center of the fire pillar, a flaming cloak billowed and danced. A staff condensed from flames spun rapidly through the air, instantly reaching Chun Hai. Boom! Chun Hai raised his halberd to block, but was forced back several meters by that overwhelming force. The fire staff returned to the pillar as the abyss notification exploded in everyone's minds. Golden affix, Path of Destiny triggered. All attributes of your beast companion, 300. Path of Destiny bloodline fusion successful. Your beast companion black eggs grade advancement successful. Hey, hiding. Changqing's voice trembled uncontrollably as he looked up at the pillar of fire, watching the figure within rapidly solidifying in the blazing flames, his heart surging like thunder. Fear not, master. Just a cowardly turtle hiding in its shell-child's play, came a familiar voice from within the flames, though it carried a hint of arrogance. Time to give you a new name. Changqing immediately pulled up the pet panel, his heart lurching violently. Beast pet, Destiny monkey. Grade, bronze. Level, 10. Bloodline, Destiny gold, 10,000 battles gold. Reset attributes, strength 150, constitution 150, agility 150, spirit 150. Spiritual power, 5,000. Skills, 100 battle staff, spiritual enlightenment body. Equipment. Description, a monkey who once dared to flip off the gods, only to be beaten until its soul scattered. It worked. Haydn had succeeded. The additional attributes from 10,000 battles had been completely reset, yet the terrifying base stats of 150 points in all 4 attributes even surpassed Xiaojin's. The Destiny bloodline had doubled again, and that overwhelming pressure of destruction before rebirth made Changqing's blood boil with excitement. He had always thought the Path of Destiny was on par with the Great Sun Golden Flame, but it was actually that unknown bloodline that truly dominated. The Haydn before him was the irreplaceable god in every man's heart. 100 battle staff, a staff technique forged through 100 battles. Each strike gains an additional 10 power. After accumulating 100 strikes, can unleash the ultimate move Heaven Cleaving Staff. Heaven Cleaving Staff gathers all accumulated bonuses from the previous 100 strikes, unleashing a massive area effect attack, consuming 3,000 spiritual power. Spiritual Enlightenment Body, defense 500, skill resistance 200, immunity to negative effects, maintaining cost of 100 spiritual power per second. With these 2 powerful skills, the pressure on Xiaojin was instantly reduced by more than just a little. Changqing couldn't wait to escape this survival map and charge into various dungeons to rapidly level up, eager to see if Haydn's future evolution could truly recreate that legendary god. Changqing. Just as he was immersed in wild joy, Chun Hai suddenly roared in fury. Black, liquid-like alien matter surged frantically from Chun Hai's arm, instantly enveloping the Thunder War halberd. Leaping black lightning carried an aura of destruction, condensing into a massive thunderous black hand that pressed down toward Changqing. Though Chun Hai's domain was crumbling from the loss of power, he refused to miss this on-seen-a-lifetime opportunity to kill, completely allowing the evil god's hand to corrode his body and mind. With only one word left in his brain kill. Think your Black Lord doesn't exist? Almost simultaneously, the pillar of fire around Xiaojin suddenly extinguished. Golden flames wrapped around its body, and a pair of crimson eyes burst forth with heart-stopping light. Beneath its feet, flames rolled and condensed into billowing fire clouds. Haydn shrieked, its form transforming into a blazing solar lightning bolt. Swinging its fire staff in a wide arc, the first strike aimed directly at Chun Hai's forehead. Return. Chun Hai roared, the giant hand suddenly swinging back to block the staff's shadow while black lightning scattered into writhing thunder serpents that screamed toward Haydn. Bang! The violent shockwave sent Haydn flying. It kicked off the fire clouds and charged back into the lightning swarm. A glass-like luster quickly spread across the monkey's body. The thunder serpent's bites left only pale cracks that instantly healed under the scorching flames. Changqing watched helplessly as Haydn darted in and out of the black lightning, his heart jumping into his throat. At that moment, a crimson blood fruit was handed over. Changqing reached up to catch it and popped it into his mouth. The sweet and sour juice burst on his tongue as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded to the disheveled Tang Luoyao. Thank you. No need to thank me. It was just self-preservation, Tang Luoyao replied coolly, but couldn't help frowning as she stared at the thunderous giant hand writhing in the distance. What's his deal? And where did that hand come from? This is my first time seeing it too. Changqing shook his head, his expression grave. It doesn't look like a beast companion or a fierce beast. There's no corresponding entry in the beast taming encyclopedia. Really? Tang Luoyao's eyes flashed with suspicion. I have a feeling you're lying to me. What would I gain from lying to you? Changqing spread his hands. He indeed knew very little about the so-called evil god's hand, Aside from fragments he'd heard from a few foreign beast tamers and a few lines in the dungeon description. He looked up toward the distance. Let's finish him off quickly. There's still a beast king waiting outside. Don't rush. Let's wait for the domain to break first, Tang Luoyao reminded him. The beast king was violently ramming against the domain's light screen, which was now covered in spider web cracks and could collapse at any moment. Changqing didn't want Chun Hai to die, at least not here. Regardless of right and wrong, he owed teacher White Tiger a debt, and this matter should be settled by the city lord's manor. On the other side, the 100 battle staff in Haiden's hand struck the thunderous giant hand again with tremendous force, scattering the lightning and creating ripples in the air. Are you really human? Tang Luoyao watched as the tide turned, unable to resist staring at Gu Changqing with burning eyes, as if trying to see right through him. Gu Changqing felt uncomfortable under her gaze and stepped back twice. Luck, pure luck. Like hell I believe that. Tang Luoyao didn't press further, knowing that probing someone's trump cards was taboo. Crack, crack, crack. Chun Hai's domain barrier finally gave way, crumbling like shattered glass. Haiden immediately pulled back to create distance. The flames from Shaojin on its body had clearly dimmed after the series of fierce attacks, and the 100 battle staff had just completed its 100th strike. 100 strikes are done, kid. This Black Lord isn't playing with you anymore. Haiden touched the fire staff, and the remaining flames instantly surged along the staff's body. Screech. A clear bird cry suddenly rang out as Shaojin's phantom soared from the staff's tail, circling in the air. The fire staff expanded dramatically, reaching 10 zhang in length in the blink of an eye, thick as a pillar supporting the heavens. You mangy hand got lucky. This is your first time experiencing the combination skill of me and Big Sister. Haiden lifted the giant staff with one hand, fire clouds churning beneath its feet. Either you die, or you perish. Combination skill golden, crow heaven strike. Boom. The giant staff tilted and fell. Countless true fire sparrows carrying the fire staff burst through the air, and a tsunami-like sea of flames instantly engulfed Chun Hai. Hey, watch this Black Lord strike down the heavens. Haiden roared, pressing down with both arms as the spiritual power in its body was instantly drained. Holy crap, run. Gu Changqing turned and sprinted, hearing his companions cursing as they fled. Gu Changqing, you bastard. Would it kill you to give us a heads up? Brother Changqing, that's so mean. Gu Changqing smiled bitterly. I wanted to warn you, but I was caught off guard too. Boom. He looked back to see the heaven-striking giant staff crash down vertically, sending waves of fire skyward. Immediately after, a cold prompt echoed in his consciousness. Jinhai City Candidate 666 has eliminated a Jinhai City candidate. Like a meteor crashing to Earth, it unleashed massive waves of destruction, with shockwaves pushing rocks and sand outward in all directions with terrifying force. Burning debris swept across the landscape as Gu Changqing and his companions fled desperately through the thunderous explosions, none wanting to die at the hands of their own ally. After delivering that earth-shattering blow, the golden flames surrounding Haiden quickly extinguished, revealing its true form still jet black and gleaming, but now enlarged to human height. It panted heavily, one hand on its hips supporting its body while pointing at the crater it had created with the other, letting out a low snort. If my master didn't want to spare your life, you'd be dead already. Then it turned its gaze toward the beast king who had dodged with its cub, spitting contemptuously. Weakling, go home and sleep. With those words, Haiden transformed into a brilliant light and disappeared into the beast taming space. Having unleashed an unimaginable attack through the awakening of destiny resonance and Shaojin's full power, it had reached its absolute limit. Nailed that performance totally badass. It praised itself internally before falling into deep slumber. Cough, cough, cough. Arms emerged from the swirling dust clouds. Gu Changqing was first to poke his head out, greedily gulping fresh air. Only after sensing Haiden's safe return did he speak. Is everyone all right? We're fine. One by one, they emerged from the dirt like a row of dusty groundhogs. The elimination notification just came through. Chun Hai should have been sent out, right? Someone asked. When they returned to the battle area, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. The ground had sunk within a 100-meter radius, with a massive crater 7 to 8 meters deep at the center. At the bottom lay a blurred figure, their fate unknown. Chun Hai, Su Qing whispered. To survive such a devastating combined attack, could the evil god's hand really withstand the combined skills of two mythical-grade beast companions? An explanation came from the mature female voice in the beast taming space. Don't worry. Though he's not dead, he's barely hanging on. And that hand's sinister aura has completely dissipated. Only then did Su Qing's heart settle. But if Chun Hai was still here, who had been eliminated according to the notification? She looked around and confirmed they were indeed missing one person. Qi Sheng. Outside the dungeon portal, Qi Sheng emerged covered in dust, his face full of bitter resentment. Damn it, Gu Changqing. That was totally unfair. Why did it have to be me? The spectators suppressed their laughter as applause rippled through the crowd. Gu Changqing felt slightly apologetic about accidentally killing Qi Sheng, but didn't dwell on it. He jumped into the crater, his footsteps crunching on broken stones as he slowly approached Chun Hai. Sensing movement, Chun Hai struggled to open his eyes and mumbled, "I lost, completely and utterly." Gu Changqing, you say I've taken the evil path, but what about you? Recalling the moment teacher White Tiger had slain Chen Ziming, Gu Changqing found his hatred for the Chen family wasn't as intense as before, knowing the true culprit was someone else entirely. Winning or losing doesn't matter. If not for that arm. He looked down at Chun Hai. Tell me, where did it come from? Did you obtain it when you left the city? Huh? Chun Hai sneered coldly. You think I'll tell you? To the victor go the spoils. Indeed, you have no obligation to answer. Gu Changqing stood up. After we get out, someone will come looking for you. With that, he turned and drew his dagger, casually throwing it. The system's triumphant announcement echoed through the air. Xinhai City Candidate 666 Gu Changqing has eliminated a Xinhai City candidate. He would leave Chun Hai's subsequent fate to others. Now, standing at the bottom of the crater, he looked up to meet the gaze of the still wild Beast King at the rim. Roar! The Beast King opened its massive maw toward Gu Changqing, then came charging down with the wind. Brother Changqing, watch out! Su Qing shouted in warning. Tang Luoyao tried to summon her Kaiyuan spirit tiger, and the other teammates wanted to rush to his aid, but their previous battles had drained all their spiritual energy. Even biting their fingertips couldn't summon a single beast companion. At this moment, Little Gold and Black Egg were still healing in the beast taming space, while the mimic beast was stored in the sluggish badge space. Gu Changqing pulled out the dagger that had dispatched Chun Hai and stood in the center of the crater with a calm expression. If you want to kill me, come on. My points are still at the top anyway. He thrust the dagger forward, assuming an attacking stance, ready to face the approaching Beast King Hedon. The moment the Beast King's massive shadow landed, he actually charged straight at it, seemingly like an egg striking a stone. But in the next second, a palm-sized cub pounced at him, pinning him down. Its wet and rough tongue licked his face repeatedly until it went numb. Huh. Gu Changqing noticed the cub's puppy-like affection, then turned his head to see the mimic beast, still bleeding and with unhealed gunshot wounds, had somehow broken free from the badge space and was now half-kneeling nearby. Gu Changqing had a flash of inspiration. Is this the ability of the golden trait Flower Smile at me? But that was supposed to only work on one's own beast companions. Meow, the mimic beast, dissatisfied with its own call, flashed with fluorescent light and transformed into an identical form of the Beast King, letting out a deep roar. The cub compared the sounds, sniffing left and right with its nose, finally identifying the real one and scampering back to the Beast King's embrace, though it reluctantly turned back to call twice at the mimic beast. The mimic beast then crouched down, allowing Gu Changqing to climb onto its back. The Beast King folded its membrane-like bone wings, lowered its head, and spoke with an ear-splitting voice. Human, I misunderstood you. I thought you had stolen my child. Oh, Gu Changqing's mind couldn't quite process this was the Beast King apologizing to him. You must know, with this creature's attributes and abilities, even if Little Gold and Black Egg used the heaven-striking staff again, victory wasn't guaranteed. The beast tamer profession faced a natural barrier starting from king level, and when fierce beasts stepped into Beast King territory, they were equally terrifying because they mastered domains. Domains were the unique spatial or temporal influence that beast companions possessed. If a beast tamer completed king-level advancement, they would also gain corresponding domain skills. Thinking of this gap, Gu Changqing didn't know how to respond. The Beast King continued its low growl. Your ability has impressed me. The human race has finally welcomed a second true powerhouse. It's just a pity that disgusting arm escaped though severely damaged. It won't cause trouble in the short term. An arm? With domain-like abilities, but not like a Beast King. Gu Changqing frowned. Not a beast companion, nor a fierce beast. The Beast King protected the cub under its belly. That was a fusion entity, made from high bloodline beast companions as materials. They have no physical form, only leaving behind cores to control and fuse. Another unknown species. Gu Changqing quickly connected this to the difficulty unknown dungeon outside the city, which might hold answers. Thank you for the information and for showing mercy. Since you have no intention of killing us, we'll leave now and won't disturb you further. The Beast King's massive head gently nodded against the ground in response. Just as the mimic beast was about to rise with Gu Changqing, a sudden gust of wind brought a sharp whistling sound through the air. He dodged sideways, only to see a colorful, strangely textured chain whip clatter down in front of him. Before he could turn around, another gust of wind threw him out of the crater. Looking again, the Beast King had already fled toward the depths of the hills with its cub. Gu Changqing picked up the chain whip, and the heavenly flowing robe on his chest immediately surged with light, creating a resonance between them. Congratulations on obtaining the unique Beast Tamer equipment. Heavenly Beast Control Whip. Heaven-reaching Beast Whip rankless ability. Beast Tamer skill damage 10, Beast capture success rate 30, damage against beasts 10. Description: originally an ordinary beast whip, it gained extraordinary magical abilities after being soaked in the blood of the heaven-reaching azure dragon. This was a growable piece of equipment with a unique tag. Changqing stored the whip in his storage ring, his fingertips caressing the handle as his mind raced with calculations. Master Wang had said that the heaven-reaching azure dragon's bloodline was legendary top tier, just half a step away from mythical status. If a mere drop of blood could create such an extraordinary item, wouldn't he be able to open a divine artifact wholesale market? Once Little Gold and Black Egg truly matured? In the beast taming space, Little Gold and Black Egg, who were recovering from their injuries, both shivered simultaneously, inexplicably feeling that their days ahead might be difficult. After leaving the battlefield, Su Qing and the others jumped down into the giant crater and let out long sighs of relief. If the Beast King returned for another attack, they wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone fight, for a single round. Changqing casually patted the mimic beast's head and recalled it to the beast pen. During the brief respite, everyone swallowed pills and applied healing powders, each recovering to 70 or 80% of their combat strength as quickly as possible before gathering around the map for discussion. With just over 20 people left, let's split up and search the map systematically. I agree. Someone complained. I really don't know what those leaders who designed this survival battle were thinking, making us challenge Beast Kings. They're seriously overestimating us. Tang Luoyao shook her head. The map and mode are fine. The only bug is, her gaze slowly fell on Changqing. Changqing raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? What does this have to do with me? Su Qing and the others caught on, grinning as they delivered the killing blow. Big brother Changqing, if you hadn't sent all the other contestants out, you could have taken down the Beast King by yourself, right? Changqing awkwardly stood up, raised his hand in a casual farewell, then turned and ran. I'm not taking the blame for this. Seeing him flustered for the first time, everyone couldn't help but gloat before dispersing. Over the next several hours, elimination announcements rang out one after another. Huang Province Tuqing candidate eliminated. Chun Hai City candidate eliminated. Huang Province Tuqing candidate eliminated. When the announcement reported that Su Qing and the others had been eliminated, it was right after Changqing had defeated another contestant. He looked at the screen and smiled helplessly. They've all been cleared out by me, but I'm still way short on points. The system notification followed immediately. Congratulations on achieving first place in the survival battle. Rewards will be distributed shortly. The map will close in 30 seconds. Changqing quickly opened the portable shop. His points were just over 5,000 and, without hesitation, exchanged them for the 5 spirit pearls before being enveloped in teleportation light and leaving the instance. Changqing, 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 I love you. Your fans will always support you. Qingqing, look over here. Damn, that was satisfying. Now that's a hero. Pingding Square instantly erupted. The major families who had been condemning and jointly suppressing him just the day before quickly changed course after Chun Hai scandal was exposed, competing to curry favor with him. Several young ladies from prominent families rushed onto the stage with bouquets, each trying to outdo the others in showing their affection. Everyone quiet. Shen Lin stepped onto the stage and called out, suppressing the commotion. I'm just as excited as you all are, but now, let's have our prodigies say a few words. Changqing was stunned. Nobody told me there would be a speech segment. Seeing the beautiful woman and Yi Rian seated in the front row, he smiled and walked over to Shen Lin, saying, Sister, I've done what I promised you. As his words fell, his gaze remained fixed on the elegant woman with her cold demeanor. Yi Rian wept tears of joy, gripping the corners of her dress tightly with both hands, nodding uncontrollably. The beautiful woman remained expressionless, her face composed, showing no trace of emotion. Sister Xian, I'll say it again, let the young people handle their own affairs. Save that for old Yi. With those words, the beautiful woman raised her hand to smooth her hair at the temples and turned to leave. Changqing leaped down from the platform in one bound, landing steadily in front of her. Auntie, don't forget the 2 conditions you promised me. If Yin Yin hasn't recovered by the time we return home, I'll personally throw you out. Auntie, you've agreed? Zhao Zhanxiong followed closely behind, pushing him aside with one hand, his tone displeased. What are you doing? Don't push your luck. Don't think winning first place gives you the right to make more demands. Count yourself lucky, kid. I wouldn't dare. This is enough, more than enough. At least you're not as shameless as those other 2. While Changqing was still in a daze, the beautiful woman and Zhao Zhanxiong had already left side by side. Yi Rian approached gracefully in her long dress, her fingertips trembling as she grasped Changqing's hand. Sister, the most invincible duo is finally complete. Changqing gripped her hand tightly in return. Yi Rian's eyes brimmed with tears as her fingertips gently caressed his cheek. Their fingers intertwined as if they might fly away together at any moment. Shen Lin on the platform finally couldn't help but cover her forehead. Great prodigy Gu. Don't you want your reward? Yes, of course I do. Why wouldn't I want it? They spoke in unison, both pausing mid-step before rushing toward the platform. At the same time, the Abyss System's booming announcement echoed through every corner of Chun Hai City. Congratulations to Changqing for achieving first place in the National Examination Survival Battle. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations. You have received one Beast Pet Equipment clue. Congratulations. Your score ranks first in the national examination. You have earned the title Peerless. That's it. First place nationally, and this is all. Just one title as a reward. Changqing immediately opened his inventory, where two strips of paper shimmering with flowing light floated quietly. Peerless Wearable Fusion Equipment Ability. Beast Master Skill Level 1. Experience Bonus 50. Rare Drop Rate 20-inch. Rookie King Wearable Fusion Equipment Ability. Experience Bonus 20. Rare Drop Rate 5-inch. Use titles and fuse with badge? Yes. Both strips of paper transformed into light and merged into his chest. On the special badge symbolizing his rank, the four characters Rookie King and Peerless burst forth with blinding radiance, complementing his heaven-reaching flowing robe and instantly maximizing his presence. Hide the glow. It's not about being Loki, it's just too dazzling. After Shen Lin's closing remarks, the national examination officially concluded. Su Qing, Qi Sheng, and others were about to approach with congratulations when their family elders hurriedly pulled them away. Changqing understood this was likely early admission to academies, yet he still hadn't received a single olive branch. Xiaoqing, let's go home. All right, let's go home. He wasn't discouraged with his golden attributes. Anywhere would be the same. At worst, he'd venture outside the city. With their relationship finally settled, during dinner, the wooden table was filled with aromatic dishes, and pink bubbles seemed to dance between their eyes. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a boisterous voice rang out. Little Ye's cooking gets better and better. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Zhao Zhanxiong entered carrying a wine gourd, sitting directly between the two. Changqing's eyes turned cold, but Zhao Zhanxiong paid no attention, pulling out a piece of paper and placing it heavily in front of him. So far, no academy has accepted you. With your scores, if you insist on going, no one will stop you. But you have another option: join the Chun Hai City Guard. Changqing picked up the paper Zhao Zhanxiong had pushed toward him, an invitation from the Beast Tamer Association. Though the letter was thin, the words seemed to burn into his eyes like a brand. North District City Guard Elite Squad 6. This was the very squad his parents had personally built and led before their deaths in battle. What made his heart race even more was that both the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association had granted him complete authority over personnel assignments and operational deployments. Zhao Zhanxiong added from the side, City Guard members receive full benefits and subsidies from the moment they're hired. Promotion channels are completely open, commoners and noble children are treated equally. The invitation suddenly felt heavy in his hands. Those four words, treated equally, struck Changqing's heart like a hammer regardless of social status. As long as he nodded, anyone could join Squad 6 and receive steady rations. He wondered silently, is the City Lord testing me? Zhao Zhanxiong waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It's always been this way, just consider it carefully. I'll wait for your answer at the City Lord's mansion tomorrow. He then looked at Yi Ruyan. Girl, put down your burdens. The promise is fulfilled, live for yourself now. I understand, Uncle Zhao. Yi Ruyan nodded firmly. Uncle? Sigh. You used to call me brother. Zhao Zhanxiong pretended to be hurt as he waved his hand. I'm leaving. You're all breaking my heart. With that, he turned and departed. After a brief silence, Yi Ruyan spoke first. Don't overthink it. Whether it's the academy or the city guard, they're just different ways to gain experience. Changqing gripped the invitation and looked up. Sister, tell me about Elite Squad 6 from those years. All right. The next morning, Changqing unusually put on formal attire. In front of the mirror, Yi Ruyan patiently adjusted his collar and tie. However, Changqing's hands wandered along her arms, neck, and down to her back, causing Yi Ruyan's face to flush red as she repeatedly tapped his hands in warning with her fingers. The sensual yet flustered grooming session finally ended, revealing a spirited young man in the mirror. Yi Ruyan squinted as she looked him over, her lips curving upward. Handsome, truly handsome. Of course, I never doubt your taste, sister. Smooth talker, so narcissistic. After breakfast, just before leaving, Changqing asked, Sister, aren't you coming with me? No, I'll wait at home for your good news. All right. He suddenly pecked her lips, then danced out the door with excitement. Yi Ruyan stood stunned by the surprise attack, her fingertips lightly touching her lips as she whispered in embarrassment. You little rascal. As a frontline coastal city facing the East Sea, Chun Hai City was divided into 3 defensive lines: the buffer zone, outer city, and inner city. The inner city housed the highest authorities, including the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association. When Changqing reached the inner city gates, the guard stopped him until he presented his invitation. Stepping into the inner city, his pupils dilated in amazement. Buildings covered with glazed tiles and adorned with golden patterns stood in magnificent rows, more impressive than even the largest beast pet shop in the outer city. The beast tamers walking the streets, along with their contracted beasts, were all of superior quality. Compared to the outer city, it seemed like a different world entirely. "Hey, brother Changqing," came a sudden shout. Gu Changqing turned to see Gao Han and Qi Sheng approaching side by side, chatting and laughing together. Gao Han had a standard square face that gave him an honest appearance. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Brother Changqing, please don't take what my old man said to heart." Gu Changqing waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not that petty. Everyone looks out for their own interests. There's no right or wrong in that." Qi Sheng clicked his tongue twice and made a slashing gesture across his neck. Sun Min was scared out of his wits by you. I heard a prestigious academy was going to accept him, but when the admissions officer came to visit and saw him looking so dazed, they withdrew the offer on the spot. Gu Changqing smiled awkwardly. "I really wasn't targeting him specifically. Maybe he was just unlucky." Gao Han immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Brother Changqing isn't the type to hold grudges. By the way, what brings you to the inner city?" "City Lord Zhao wants to see me." Gu Changqing glanced at his watch. "You two go ahead and explore. I need to head over there. Let's get together another time." The two watched him walk away. Qi Sheng touched his chest. "Suddenly, I don't feel so excited about being accepted anymore." Gao Han sighed. "Yeah, I even missed the days when we fought side by side in the dungeons. Come on, he's destined to be the brightest star." At the entrance to the city lord's mansion, Shen Lin was already waiting at the bottom of the steps. Upon seeing him, he smiled and led the way. Pushing open the office door, they found Zhao Zhanxiong drinking alone, the aroma of wine filling the air. "You're here. Gu Changqing sat down on the sofa across from him. "How do you feel after seeing everything?" Gu Changqing thought of the ruins in the buffer zone, the sweat and shouting in the outer city streets, and then the golden splendor of the inner city. He shook his head with a smile. "Paradise on earth, nothing more than this." Zhao Zhanxiong raised his cup in acknowledgement. "You'll get used to it. Don't jump to conclusions about unfairness. Everyone has a chance to climb up." Gu Changqing glanced at him. "And then what? See another world and become a wall, a blade to protect it?" Zhao Zhanxiong was taken aback and sighed. "Your temperament really is like that person's. All I can tell you is that this is the system. Who gets in, who gets out, it's all very hard to change." He raised one finger. "If you don't like it, then adapt to it, or overthrow it. The Shunhua kingdom has existed for thousands of years. Geniuses have come and gone like comets. Countless idealists have tried, yet no one has truly shaken it." Gu Changqing said quietly. Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. "Wrong, it's the rules. The corruption in the rules has rotted to the very core. Most outside forces that try to penetrate are expelled or assimilated. What remains struggles desperately, but it's like trying to put out a cart fire with a cup of water." Gu Changqing fell silent, his thoughts churning, still unable to find an answer. Zhao Zhanxiong set down his wine cup and collected his emotions. "But I'm getting off track. Since you're here, you've made your decision. Finish this drink with me, then report to Team 6. I've already negotiated the resources for you. Keeping you here cost me dearly." Gu Changqing's heart skipped a beat as the pieces suddenly fell into Placino. Wonder Teacher's white tiger and vermilion bird were so angry that day. His admission had been arranged through Zhao Zhanxiong's intervention. Zhao Zhanxiong met his gaze openly. "Those academies don't lack one more talented student. But Chun Hai City, a place your parents fought for their entire lives and even died for, lacks a soul. Why me?" Gu Changqing had many questions he couldn't figure out. The dirty deeds that Li Haoran and the Chun family had committed in secret had long crossed the line for beast tamers. After a failed robbery attempt, they had him secretly executed to silence him. While Yi Rian's backing was indeed powerful, they could still cover their tracks in Chun Hai City. Distant help couldn't solve immediate problems. Fortunately, he had managed to protect that most precious period of growth. Now he understood that if Zhao Zhanxiong was willing to secretly protect him, everything would fall into place naturally, fulfilling a promise to an old friend. "Old friend? You knew my parents?" he pressed. "Met them a few times. Had great respect for both of them." Zhao Zhanxiong didn't elaborate, waving his hand to end the conversation. "Go do what you need to do. I'll expedite the resources through special channels. We won't interfere with the city guard matters." "All right, I'll take my leave then." Gu Changqing tactfully said goodbye. Now that they were under the same roof, some things would eventually come to light. Wasn't in a hurry to ask more questions. Walking out of the city lord's mansion, he looked up to see Shen Lin approaching. "Want me to accompany you to check out the garrison?" "That would be much appreciated, Secretary Shun." Shen Lin called for a vehicle. Outside the car window, various buildings and departments of the inner city flashed by. After leaving the city gates, the road headed north, and half an hour later they reached the boundary between the outermost edge of the outer city and the buffer zone. When the car stopped, only ruins and rubble surrounded them. Among the faded stone walls, scattered poor people were scavenging for remnants buried in the dust. This was the battlefield left by a devastating beast tide. Gu Changqing remembered that as a boy, he too had dug through the broken earth here, finding a crack-covered beast stone that made him so happy he couldn't sleep all night. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Shin Lin sighed softly. Let's go, Captain Gu. The two pushed open the door to the adjacent courtyard. The yard was enormous but filled with collapsed structures, with only one spacious stable-like building still relatively intact. The once mighty Firehawk city guard of Chun Hai City was buried beneath these ruins. Shin Lin patted his shoulder. I believe that someday you'll be able to build an invincible team of your own. With those words, he summoned his snow ape. The white-furred giant ape rose with swirling snow, wind stirring up dead leaves. The car is yours. I'm heading out. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Changqing walked through every corner along the broken walls and shattered tiles. Memories played back like a movie, a handsome middle-aged man playing with a young Firehawk chick, while a beautiful woman beside him laughed and scolded playfully, warm laughter filling the courtyard. The scene shifted, and everything was empty, leaving only a thin boy holding his hand as they left this wasteland. I'm back, he whispered to the empty air. Returning home in the evening, he saw a note left by Yi Rian on the table. Gone to Jinhai No. 1 High School to handle resignation procedures. Just as he finished reading, urgent braking sounds came from outside. The door was pushed open, and Murong Qin entered with a bright smile. The peerless prodigy of Jinhai City. This humble lady has come on family orders to invite you to a banquet. How dare I trouble Miss Murong? To come personally, a simple message would have sufficed. Don't give us that formal treatment. She looked around the house. Where's Teacher Yi? She went out on business. All right, check with Teacher Yi first. I'll wait for you at the door. Murong Qin's smile was particularly heart-wrenching. Changqing snorted coldly, lifting his chin as he thought to himself. Who calls the shots in this household? Isn't that crystal clear? Let's go. He slammed the car door, but just before getting in, he lowered his head and quickly sent a message to Yi Rian. Which academy accepted you? None of them. So you're staying to inherit the family business? My parents and grandfather are in perfect health. Well, that's good. Murong Qin secretly observed his nervous expression through the rearview mirror, pursing her lips with a smile. Are you worried, Teacher Yi might misunderstand? How could that be? Me worried? Changqing stubbornly protested, yet still obediently pulled out his phone and sent voice messages of their entire conversation. Murong Qin shook her head with a gentle sigh. If your green rice fans saw you like this, they'd be heartbroken. What do you know? You're just a kid. Changqing rolled his eyes. This is called happiness, understand? He decisively ended this heart-piercing conversation and tossed his phone back into his pocket. Just as the car left the residential complex, he remembered he hadn't checked the reward for placing first in the survival battle. In his inventory space lay an ancient, elegant scroll. Changqing touched it with his fingertip, and the pale yellow scroll slowly unfurled. You have opened a long-sealed tome, and its contents leave you utterly shocked. You discover a hidden message regarding beast pet equipment. The scroll crumbles to dust and gradually disperses. Congratulations. You have obtained beast pet equipment information. At the edge of the East Sea, beneath the forbidden waters, lies an abandoned palace. Unknown which clan left it behind. Venture forth to investigate, and you may gain something. Holy crap, he exclaimed suddenly. Murong Qin's hands trembled, nearly steering the car into a roadside house. What's wrong with you? You scared me. Changqing couldn't be bothered to explain the East Sea. A palace. The direction couldn't be clearer. This equipment almost certainly belonged to Black Egg. After burning the unknown bloodline and awakening the destined bloodline, Black Egg's equipment slots remained completely empty. He'd long suspected that the so-called sea-calming divine needle might be hidden in the Forbidden Sea. At this thought, he was practically drooling. Hey, what are you thinking about? I have no interest in you. Murong Qin huffed. With that physique of yours, you can't even match half of my sister. Changqing, you're asking for death. Watch the road, watch the road. Changqing's warning sent the car into chaos. As night fell, the car stopped in front of the Murong family's detached villa. Changqing emerged with several shallow scratches on his neck, glaring fiercely at Murong Qin. At the entrance, Murong Yuan had already come out with several senior members to greet them. Changqing stepped forward quickly, cupping his fists. This young man thanks you for your trust that day, senior. No matter, it was what our Murong family should have done. Murong Yuan smiled and stepped aside. Come inside. The meal is ready. The spacious banquet hall was brightly lit, with over a dozen fragrant dishes. Changqing was starving and began devouring the food as soon as he sat down. Several Murong family elders watched with smiles, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Murong Qin. Murong Qin pouted softly. Stop looking. Teacher Yi is so excellent and outstanding. With such a great figure and beautiful face, how could I compare? Oh, the little girl is still holding a grudge. Murong Yuan shook his head with a laugh. Changqing buried himself in eating until his plate was clean before slowing down. Only then did Murong Yuan speak. Young friend, we wouldn't disturb you without important matters. I heard you joined the city guard? That's good. Very good. It has broader development potential than some first-tier academies. Gu Changqing swallowed his last bite, wiping his mouth. Senior, please speak directly. Has something happened at the Forbidden Sea? Changqing, I'll admit that after my daughter disappeared, there was a period when I suspected your parents had orchestrated the whole thing. When the beast tide struck that year, your parents and the entire city guard suddenly vanished from the northern district where they were supposed to be stationed, leaving behind only a promotion order written in my daughter's own hand. Our investigation later revealed that the three of them had held secret discussions before she wrote that order. Immediately after, my daughter handpicked an elite squad, broke through the northern gate, and headed straight for the Forbidden Sea, that cursed place so dangerous even maps dare not mark it clearly. As Murong Yuan recalled these events, his weathered face contorted with pain. In the warm glow of the living room lights, Gu Changqing sat upright, listening intently. While the Murong family's senior members exchanged complicated glances, here sat the son of a dear friend, yet possibly also the bloodline of their enemy, their conflicted feelings tangled like twisted roots. On one hand, you're the son of my daughter's closest friend, Murong Yuan said in a low voice. On the other hand, you might be the continuation of those who harmed her. That's why all these years, though the Murong family has withdrawn from public life, we've been secretly watching you. Gu Changqing picked up his water glass and took a light sip of the cool liquid. Indeed, he had sensed those watching eyes more than once over the years. He had mentioned it to Yurian back then, but they could never trace the source. It wasn't until Xiao Xiong came to him one day with years of investigation and speculation that he suddenly realized he had been drawn into an even deeper whirlpool. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. The fact that I'm still sitting here, and that you can maintain your composure, says everything. I owe you an apology. Murong Yuan suddenly stood and bowed deeply to him. Elder, there's no need for this. Gu Changqing hurried to help him up, but was gently pushed away. According to our people's investigation, Murong Yuan lowered his voice. The Forbidden Sea will undergo a major change within a week. The cause is unknown, but the abyss rules that seal the Forbidden Sea are loosening. I want to ask you to go to the Forbidden Sea and rescue my daughter. Gu Changqing didn't know the exact coordinates of the Forbidden Sea, but he had already mapped out clearly in his mind where the Black Egg's equipment was located. Yet just as he obtained this clue, news of the Forbidden Sea's loosening seal arrived as well. Was this really a coincidence? Or had the abyss laid this trap long ago? Before his thoughts could settle, a surge of burning warmth suddenly rose within him, and the rank insignia on his chest blazed with seven-colored light, momentarily dazzling everyone present. System notifications appeared in succession. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest and becoming first in Jinhai City. Hidden rewards distributed. Experience 100,000. Skill experience orb obtained. King tier beast pet card obtained. Unique consumable item obtained, beast space expansion card. Follow-up hidden quest triggered. Investigate the mysterious palace beneath the Forbidden Sea. Quest rewards will be distributed based on investigation progress. Failure penalty. All beast pets will be downgraded to white common tier. Gu Changqing felt his scalp tingle. Not earlier, not later, but these rewards had to arrive at this exact moment, clearly forcing him to depart immediately. The 100,000 experience points flooded in instantly, shooting his level up to 11. The Murong family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Leveling up just from eating a meal? What kind of monster was this? Elder, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have come to find you in the next few days, Gu Changqing said as the light faded. But for safety's sake, I'll need a large amount of equipment and materials. No problem, leave it to me. Murong Yuan immediately turned to give orders. Fourth brother, prepare everything at once. Yes, big brother. Gu Changqing thought for a moment. Would departing the day after tomorrow give us enough time? Murong Yuan nodded. There's still time. To pursue that girl, we've cleared a route toward the Forbidden Sea. Though dangerous, the full combat strength of the Murong family is sufficient to escort you there safely, he added. Gu Changqing clasped his fists in gratitude. Excellent. Then, senior, I'll return to prepare. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Go ahead. Xiao Qin, escort Changqing back. I know. Murong Qin pouted as she agreed, but continued grumbling even after leading him out the door. The night wind blew, and streetlights cast their shadows on the ground. On the way back, Gu Changqing opened his hidden quest panel. There were 3 rewards in total. 1. Skill experience orb grants 50,000 skill experience when consumed. 2. Beast space expansion card, unique consumable that opens a new beast taming space. 3. King tier beast pet card. Arctic Silver Fox grants a king tier bloodline beast pet upon contract. 50,000 experience points, enough to level up fire control technique once more. The experience orb shattered into light, instantly filling the experience bar for fire control technique on his skill panel. Combined with the peerless additional attribute, the skill jumped directly to level 5. However, what followed was an increasingly steep experience curve for leveling up. While Little Gold and Black Egg grew stronger, he remained stuck in place due to doubled experience requirements. Unable to advance his rank without opening beast spaces, he couldn't contract new beast pets. This reward seems like timely assistance, but it's actually a hidden trap. If not handled properly, I could lose my life here. Changqing frowned deeply. What are you thinking about? How will you explain things to teacher Yi later? Qin suddenly spoke, her voice carrying its usual disdain. Too lazy to deal with it, Changqing replied dismissively. Are you going to the Forbidden Sea the day after tomorrow? Is teacher Yi going too? Plans have changed, she won't be going. Then, can you take me along? Changqing instinctively wanted to refuse. Don't say no right away. Qin grabbed his sleeve. I really want to see her, even if just from afar. Under the slanted streetlight, the tears glistening in her eyes didn't escape Changqing's notice. Could it be that City Lord Murong and Xiaoqin aren't simply uncle and niece? He wondered suspiciously, but didn't feel comfortable asking further. All right then. Since your Murong family will be providing escort the entire way, it shouldn't be a problem. Really? Thank you. Just insult me a bit less. We'll see how you behave. When he arrived home, the lights were already on. Yi Rian was packing a travel bag, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Sister, I'm back. Changqing moved behind her, naturally wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his nose brushing against her hair as a sweet fragrance filled his senses. Go take a shower immediately. Yi Rian turned her head and glared at him. Sister, my arms are too short to reach my back properly. What should I do? The toilet brush is brand new, it'll definitely do the job. Changqing looked dejected. Fine. As hot water cascaded over his shoulders and back, he pulled out the Beast Space Expansion card. The card transformed into golden light that flowed into his consciousness. Beside Little Gold and Black Egg, a third beast taming space slowly opened. Next, he took out the King Tier Beast Pet card, Arctic Silver Fox. Contract. A system notification appeared. Would you like to bestow the gold attribute Heart of Qingqiu upon the beast pet Arctic Silver Fox? Yes. Golden inscriptions covered the card's surface as Heart of Qingqiu resonated with the silver fox's bloodline. Another notification appeared. Gold attribute successfully bestowed. Heart of Qingqiu successfully activated. Your beast pet, Arctic Silver Fox, has evolved into one-tailed white fox. Direct bloodline activation. Changqing opened the information panel, his mouth forming an O shape. With this, I'm soaring again. Beast Companion, White Fox, Bronze Grade, Single Bloodline, Qingqiu Heart Metal Attribute. Strength 10, Constitution 20, Agility 30, Spirit 40. Spiritual Power, 3000. Skills, Swift Speed, White Fox Claws, Fox Heart Chain, Enchanting Eyes. Description: in Qingqiu dwells a fox whose charm surpasses all in the great wilderness. Swift Speed, dramatically increases agility and speed, maximum boost 600, level 1, spiritual power consumption 100. White Fox Claws, attack skill with extremely high probability of breaking shield type abilities, spiritual power consumption 100. Fox Heart Chain, binding bloodline ability that links with one beast companion, enhancing all attributes 10, skill damage 10, spiritual power recovery 10. Once locked, can only be released upon the beast companion's death. Enchanting Eyes, Qingqiu Fox clan bloodline skill that instantly confuses enemies. Success rate and duration increase with spirit attribute. Evolution requirements. 1. Evolution requires large quantities of fox-type beast stones to stabilize the Qingqiu heart bloodline. 2. Location and timing must be during a full moon night, with abundant spiritual power. This support-type beast companion was exactly what Changqing lacked. The mimic beast focused on healing and surprise attacks, but proved inadequate in high-level combat. This white fox perfectly filled that gap. He extended his mental probe into the newly opened third beast space. A 6-foot-long, snow-white fox lay quietly within, its fur gleaming silver under the spatial light. Sensing its master's gaze, the white fox raised its head, tail tip gently tapping the ground as it made soft, welcoming sounds. A new friend has arrived. Black Egg suddenly appeared, circling around like a sneaky little thief, examining curiously. Brother, you're way too white. No, no, let your second brother fix you up. Before he could finish, a sharp cry rang out. Screech. Blazing flames roared forth, sending Black Egg flying through the air. Little Gold spread her wings majestically, her massive bird form wrapped in scorching solar flames, looking down at the white fox like a boss. Are you blind? She's obviously a sister. And don't go wandering around without master's permission. Black Egg, smoking all over from the burns, scurried back with sheepish laughter. Big sister is absolutely right. Fourth sister, second brother was being rash. You also have a third brother, but we can't connect to his space right now. I'll introduce you another day. Watching Black Egg's carefree demeanor, Changqing couldn't possibly connect him with that legendary great sage of fearsome reputation. He could only sigh inwardly. Better wait for his gradual evolution, perhaps things would improve. The overwhelming presence of mythical-grade bloodlines Little Gold and Black Egg forced the white fox to cower on the ground, not daring to lift her head. her silver tail trembling slightly. All right, rest and recover for the next couple days. The comfortable times are almost over. Black Egg rubbed his hands together eagerly. Excellent. I was getting so bored I could die. Little Gold couldn't be bothered with more words and spat another stream of flames, making Black Egg howl and scramble about. Changqing withdrew from the beast's space, dried himself off, and put on a bathrobe. In the living room, Yi Rian had already sorted various medicines into 2 piles. As soon as he emerged, she pointed at the table. Those are yours. These are mine. Sister, you're going too? Yi Rian paused, then reached out to pinch his ear. Were you just humoring me with everything you said before? No, 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 how could that be? It's just. There's no just. She released his ear decisively and turned away, her voice quiet but firm. I don't want to stay home worrying sick. Do you understand? Changqing smiled tenderly, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear. I know. I understand everything. His warm breath made Yi Rian tremble all over, her body stiffening momentarily before melting like water as she leaned into Changqing's embrace. The atmosphere gradually heated up, and both could hear each other's increasingly rapid heartbeats. Sister, feeling certain changes in his body, Changqing's inner desire burned intensely. Yi Rian felt the same way, that dominating aura acting like an intoxicating drug with each breath. Her rationality crumbled a little more. Xiaoqing, we shouldn't. Changqing's hand slowly moved upward amid Yi Rian's soft moans, about to reach those 2 magnificent peaks. Suddenly, a phone rang sharply. Like thunder on a clear day, it instantly brought both of them back to reality. You answer it, I'm going to sleep. Yi Rian's face flushed crimson as she hurried into the bedroom. Changqing felt murderous. This better be important. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered ready to curse, but heard Murong Yuan's voice on the other end. Changqing, everything's ready. Just come to the warehouse tomorrow. This is the equipment and materials you prepared. At the Murong family warehouse, Changqing stared wide-eyed at mountains of equipment and materials. Thinking it wasn't enough, Murong Yuan quickly told his subordinates, go to the inner city again and have them transport all remaining inventory here. Changqing hastily stopped him. Enough, it's too much. Good then, I'll leave first. If you need anything, just call the people outside. Good heavens, the Murong family really went all out. This warehouse alone must be worth tens of millions. Though there's plenty, there are too many duplicates. Changqing summoned Xiao Jin, who immediately flew to his shoulder in their usual affectionate manner. Go eat, it's all yours. Xiao Jin chirped joyfully and dove headfirst into the mountain of equipment and materials. As the small mountain disappeared at an alarming rate, the abyss notifications rang out relentlessly. Glutton's Paradise triggered. Your beast companion consumed a radiant gold axe, strength 10. Glutton's Paradise triggered. Your beast companion consumed an intermediate beast stone, agility 7, spirit 9. Glutton's Paradise triggered. Your beast companion. Under the constant triggering of golden traits, Xiao Jin's attributes skyrocketed like a rocket. Half an hour later, a satisfied burp echoed from deep in the warehouse as Xiao Jin emerged with a round, bulging belly. Without waiting for Changqing's inquiry, it returned to the beast space to digest. Good heavens! If it advances a few more times, I won't be able to feed it enough. But this improvement is substantial. Beast Companion, True Fire Sparrow, Grade, Silver Level 12, Bloodline Traits, Great Sun Golden Flame Gold, Battle Spirit Boiling Gold, Glutton's Paradise Gold, Sun Shines High Gold. Attributes, Strength 400, Constitution 400, Agility 400, Spirit 2400. Spiritual Power, 10,000. Skills, Form Transformation, Blazing Solar Flames, Fire Immunity Passive, Golden Crow Shadow. Energy Storage, 100, Golden Crow War. Bloodline Combination Skill, Scorching Sun Burns Heaven. Bloodline Forbidden Level. So much equipment and materials directly pushed Xiao Jin's 4-dimensional attributes to the peak of a silver-grade True Fire Sparrow. With 2,400 spirit points, he now had another trump card for the Forbidden Sea expedition. Little Forbidden Sea, your Master Gu is coming. It happened a bit earlier than expected. Zhao Zhanxiong sat behind his office desk, chin resting on one hand. In the center of the desktop lay a pre-ordered Elite Squad 6 badge, with Changqing's handwritten leave request pressed beside it, the ink still not completely dry. Shunlin, he called out. The door opened, and Shunlin hurried in with quick steps, standing at attention. City Lord, what can I do for you? Zhao Zhanxiong pointed toward the leave request. The Murong family has already begun their operation. We must keep a close watch on Li Haoran and Chun Hai. We've been sending reports up the chain non-stop, but there's still no conclusion. Some are protecting them, others are covering their tracks. The evidence is far from sufficient, and Chun Hai keeps insisting he knew nothing while in prison. Shunlin frowned. Should we ask that person from White Tiger Academy, too? Don't trouble him. Zhao Zhanxiong waved his hand. One favor has already drained me dry, and even wealthy families run out of grain. He stood up as he spoke. Handle the guards personally. Also, prepare my car. I'm going to the Morong family. In the training ground warehouse on the other side, Little Gold had just finished devouring a pile of spiritual material scraps and retreated to a corner with a satisfied burp. Changqing stood before heaps of equipment and materials, picking and choosing. With his special unique equipment enhancement, he had no interest in ordinary gear that was at most gold tier. Soon, 2 pieces of well-crafted golden beast companion equipment were selected, a black chainmail armor and an iron staff. Black Egg, make do with these for now. Black Egg materialized obediently, smoothly donning the chainmail and gripping the iron staff. After testing its weight, he pouted. Master, it's too light, feels like wearing and holding nothing, but still better than going empty-handed. Once we enter the Forbidden Sea, I might get you a proper weapon. Changqing patted its shoulder. Really? Black Egg's eyes lit up. Then I'll make sure to perform well. Upon receiving confirmation, it immediately dove back into the beast taming space to boast to Little Gold and Little White. Just then, the warehouse door was pushed open, and a guard hurried in. Student Gu, the family head requests your presence in the reception hall. City Lord Zhao has arrived. Please lead the way. Changqing tidied up the scene and returned the remaining materials to storage. In the reception hall, Zhao Zhanxiong and Murong Yuan sat, facing each other in casual conversation. When they saw Changqing enter, their discussion came to an abrupt halt. Zhao Zhanxiong laughed heartily. My newly promoted Squad 6 captain is requesting leave before even cleaning up his station. Murong Yuan sipped his tea lightly. Can't be helped, Changqing has an agreement with us. Rest assured, I'll renovate Squad 6 headquarters to the highest standards, giving it one of the finest appearances in Chun Hai City. Changqing greeted them in turn. Thank you, family head. City Lord Zhao, you must have other business with me? Zhao Zhanxiong raised his hand and tossed over the badge, Squad 6 badge. There's also serious business. Li Haoran and Chun Hai haven't uttered a word about the hand of the evil god until now. The higher-up's attitude is ambiguous, so you need to be careful. Changqing fingered the badge and nodded. I suspect Chun Hai is protecting his family. If he tells the truth, though Chun Ziming is dead, the mess he left behind remains. Li Haoran is following someone else's orders. We're on the same page, Zhao Zhanxiong sighed. I wanted to go to the Forbidden Sea with you, but I can't leave now. With that, he pulled out a heavy small pouch from his storage space and handed it over. My savings from these years didn't think it's too little. Thank you, City Lord. Changqing accepted it without hesitation, storing it directly in his space. Zhao Zhanxiong strode toward the exit. I need to go back and clean up this mess. Changqing and Murong Yuan escorted him to the courtyard gate. The moment the car door opened and Zhao Zhanxiong's foot touched the step, he paused and turned back. Changqing, if possible, bring her back. The car slowly pulled away. Changqing watched the vehicle disappear around the corner and said, all right. Everything was nearly ready. In the afternoon, the team heading to the Forbidden Sea outside the city was fully assembled. After resting along the way, Yi Rian looked much better than before. The natural energy absorbed by the mimic beast had helped heal some of her internal injuries, though she would need more time to recover before truly returning to battle. Murong Qin remained restless, her face showing both joy and worry. Since the fierce beasts descended, humans had barely set foot in the Forbidden Sea, and that area had become a dead zone. After all these years, Murong Danya's fate remained unknown, and no one dared draw conclusions. Yi Rian grasped Murong Qin's hand and softly comforted her. Don't worry. City Lord Murong is no fragile girl. Back then, so many talented individuals were overshadowed by her brilliance. If she dared venture into the Forbidden Sea alone, she must have prepared contingencies. Really? Murong Qin's eyes held hope. Yi Rian gently ruffled her hair. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoqing. Changqing, who was about to get into the car, turned back and nodded. I still remember that heroic figure, writes unforgettable. Don't worry. Only then did Murong Qin's worries ease somewhat. Teacher Yi, Changqing, thank you. Outside the car, white-haired Murong Yuan's eyes were already wet with tears. After years of planning, today the veil would finally be lifted. The old man's heart was equally anxious. Let's go. Return safely. The mighty convoy departed from the Murong family villa, crossed the outer city roads, and headed straight for the city gate. After inspection at the east gate, everyone abandoned their vehicles and stepped through the teleportation array to exit the city. Strange, humid air hit their faces. Yi Rian took a deep breath and sighed heavily. Changqing summoned a white fox, leaped onto its back, and pulled Yi Rian up in front of him. This journey had over 100 Murong family experts as guards. They only needed to focus on traveling. At dusk, everyone reached a secluded mountain base and quickly set up camp. Bonfires danced, dispelling the darkness. Uncle Tai, where are we now? Murong Qin asked. The burly Uncle Tai spread out a hand-drawn map and showed it to Changqing and the others. At our pace, we're already 100 kilometers from Chun Hai City. Here Mulin Mountain. Cross the mountain and there's a plain. At this rate, we can reach the East Sea shore tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening. Gu Changqing stared at the map. At the lower left of the route's endpoint, a black beast head symbol was particularly striking. Uncle Tai, what's this beast head drawn here? Uncle Tai recognized it immediately. A wild dungeon, hidden in a small town. We suffered losses when scouting there. The beasts inside aren't high grade, but are hard to kill. Stranger still, when we fought our way in, the dungeon entrance showed conditions not met, not severely injured or dying, and we couldn't enter. Who knows what the abyss is up to? He couldn't help but grumble. Before he finished speaking, both Gu Changqing and Yi Rian's faces changed simultaneously. According to Uncle Tai's description, this location perfectly matched the position provided by Director Qi, the private independent researcher. No, Xiaoqing, don't. Yi Rian suddenly gripped Gu Changqing's hand, her voice full of pleading. Our goal is the Forbidden Sea, to rescue City Lord Murong. Don't create complications. Gu Changqing's heart stirred. Although the thousand-year resurrection ginseng's allure had weakened due to the mimic beast's natural energy, Yi Rian's reactions to hearing the news were growing stronger each time. What exactly was she afraid of? Was it really because of the extreme danger? The night sky beyond the city walls resembled a massive crimson cloth draped over the light source, dim and oppressive, with a faint scarlet hue that carried an inexplicable, unsettling restlessness. Gu Changqing sat alone on a stone ledge protruding from the cliff face, cold wind striking his face as the distant city lights blurred in the darkness, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. After concluding the discussion about the thousand-year revival ginseng, he had questioned the mimic beast again, only to receive an answer that sent his spirits plummeting. Given Yi Rian's current internal injuries, natural healing alone would conservatively require a full year. During this time, she could neither summon her beast companions nor use any beast tamer abilities. Medicinal treatments could help, but the slightest incompatibility in the formula would have the effectiveness, or even undo, all progress, a risk he absolutely dared not take with Yi Rian's body. However, now that he knew the exact location of the thousand-year revival ginseng, he could hardly suppress his urge to seek it out. Just as he found himself torn between saving Teacher Yi first or rescuing my aunt. Footsteps echoed behind the stone platform. What's wrong? Struggling with whether to prioritize Teacher Yi or my aunt. Murong Qin had somehow climbed onto the platform, the gentle breeze stirring the hair by her ears as moonlight danced in her eyes. You're not one to be indecisive, she said, brushing her loose strands behind her ear. When you think of something, just do it. Often, you should focus on the present rather than the future that hasn't happened yet. While it's true that those without foresight will have immediate troubles, the prerequisite is he must have the power to control the overall situation. Gu Changqing listened in silence as the knot of frustration in his chest gradually loosened. He smiled at her and said softly, "Thank you." Then, curious, he asked in return, "Since you see things so clearly, why do you still leave yourself with regrets?" He was referring to the former city Lord Murong Danya. Murong Qin didn't dodge the question, accepting it frankly. From birth, I followed grandfather's instructions, practicing communication with beast companions, but the family's inherited beast never let me near it. Until one day, I accidentally discovered that my beloved aunt seemed to have another identity. Her floodgates opened completely, and her usually strong mask quietly slipped away. Every family's inherited beast is extremely particular about bloodlines, favoring direct descendants above all. But I'm from a branch family. She smiled bitterly. Yet every time I contract with beast companions, I always feel a mysterious guidance coming from the forbidden area behind the mountain exactly where the inherited beast resides. As Gu Changqing listened, he understood. If she could truly sense the inherited beast's call, it meant her bloodline wasn't from a branch family. Combined with old Master Murong's excessive favoritism toward her, the clues were crystal clear. Can you be certain that City Lord Murong is? Murong Qin shook her head. I'm not certain, but I really miss her. She accompanied my entire childhood, not my birth mother, yet better than one. Gu Changqing nodded, sympathy evident in his expression. He hadn't expected Murong Qin's experience to be so similar to his own. Oh my, why did I end up telling you so much tonight? Murong Qin suddenly tilted her head playfully, looking directly into his eyes. Gu Changqing quickly turned aside, scooting over on the stone platform. Well, empathy aside, don't get any ideas. Murong Qin rolled her eyes. You? In your dreams. No matter how much of a sensation you've become in Chun Hai City, you still can't catch my eye. Gu Changqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. I'm honored by your discerning judgment. What are you still standing around for? Let's go? If Teacher Yi wakes up, we'll miss our chance. All right, wait for me at the agreed location. I'll be back soon. Gu Changqing summoned Xiao Jin, leaped onto its back, and quickly disappeared into the thick night. How could I not fall for such a man? Murong Qin shook her head and jumped down from the stone platform, bumping right into Yi Rian. He left. Murong Qin nodded. I really envy you, Teacher Yi. Such devoted love is truly precious. Yi Rian's expression darkened. I actually wish he would think more about himself. Huh? I heard that Teacher Yi's mother has agreed, hasn't she? Since you're in a relationship, isn't considering your problems the same as considering his own problems? Xiaojin, head west. The sky revealed a dim, fishbelly white. After an entire night, Changqing finally spotted the familiar terrain marked on the map. Directing the course, he took out a pill from his backpack and swallowed it, instantly revitalizing his weary body. Master, please rest for a while. I'm fine. I'm young and strong. Staying up all night is nothing. At that moment, the mimic beast emerged from the badge space, channeling emerald green natural energy into his body. In an instant, his spirit blazed brightly, and all traces of fatigue vanished. What a treasure! Changqing couldn't help but murmur to himself. If I used a burst of natural energy after battling Yi Rian for 10,000 rounds and being completely exhausted, then wouldn't she have to surrender obediently and submit completely? The mimic beast felt frightened under Changqing's blazing gaze, fearing it might be devoured alive by its master the next second. Master, that should be the place. Xiao Jin's voice reminded him. Changqing stood up and looked ahead. He saw a small town nestled between a hill and a lake, with hundreds of houses. All had collapsed and fallen into ruin. Inside the town, trees grew densely, wild grass flourished everywhere, and the vitality was frighteningly abundant. Meow 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 meow. Suddenly, the mimic beast began crying out anxiously. Master, it says there's very rich natural energy nearby. This energy should be able to heal the mistress's hidden injuries and ailments. Then this must be it, definitely the 1,000-year revival ginseng. Xiaojin, clear the obstacles. Understood. Blazing flames transformed into fireballs, whistling down to cover the town below. Like anti-aircraft guns and machine guns, under the enhancement of his 2,400 mental power points, each impact created rolling waves of fire. The small town was instantly filled with raging flames. Congratulations. You have killed the lower-tier fierce beast yang-facing grass. Experience gained. 20. Bonus experience. 14. Congratulations. You have killed the lower-tier fierce beast sun-seeking tree. Experience gained. 20. Bonus experience. 14. Though the experience was modest, the sheer quantity made up for it. Under the experience boost from 2 title effects, Changqing's narrow experience bar moved significantly. However, aside from yang-facing grass and sun-seeking trees, there were no other fierce beasts. Changqing frowned slightly. Something's wrong. This doesn't match Uncle Tai's description. Even stranger, after burning all the trees and wild grass, he still couldn't see the red portal of a wild dungeon. Could I have found the wrong place? The mimic beast's perception of natural energy shouldn't be wrong. Xiaojin, let's go down. Changqing was extremely cautious, not entering the town directly, but landing on the outskirts. Only after confirming there was no unusual activity did he step forward. You have entered an undeveloped map evil altar. Suddenly, the abyss notification rang out. Immediately after, the town that had been burning with fierce flames instantly transformed. An evil altar? Changqing drew his heaven-reaching beast whip, fire control techniques swirling around the weapon as he remained on high alert. In just one breath, the flames around him suddenly extinguished, and the scene before him transformed into ash-covered ruins among the broken walls and debris. Strings of crimson eyes began lighting up one by one. Hiss, a bone-chilling hiss penetrated from all directions, seeping into his very marrow like invisible ice blades scraping across his spine. Changqing called out in a low voice. Haiden, Xiaobai. This was an outer city map, and the dungeon entrance hadn't appeared. Ye dared not be careless. Haiden emerged first, his iron staff stirring the air as his blood-red pupils gleamed. He snorted coldly. You cowardly rats hiding in the shadows, if you've got guts, come out and face your master. Hey. As his shout echoed, the red dots in the darkness suddenly surged forward like a tide. You idiot. Xiaojin scolded in displeasure, breathing out scorching dragon fire that spiraled through the air into a massive ring of flames, protecting everyone in the center. Under the firelight, Xiaobai rolled his eyes and looked timidly at Changqing, his expression clearly pleading. Please don't chain me to this maniac. Changqing's mind sharpened as he locked onto the foremost red dot outside the fire ring. The heaven-reaching beast whip whistled through the air, its tip twisting into a loop the moment it approached its target, then snapping tight. Bind, he commanded in a low voice. The whip's flames transformed into thousands of fine threads, layer upon layer reinforcing the restraint. Let me see who's playing ghost here. With a fierce yank, the trapped creature was forcibly dragged into the fire ring. Under the firelight, the figure was fully exposed. It was actually humanoid. More precisely, it had been human while alive. This corpse was covered with over 100 curved black spikes gleaming with an eerie cold light. Its limbs had been cleanly severed, while 3 spider-like appendages sharp as blades had grown from both sides of its chest and abdomen. Triangular hunter mid-level beast. Level 45. Attributes: Strength 170, Constitution 200, Agility 130, Spirit 50. Skills: Abdominal blade, black poison, decomposition. Description: a beast mutated after drinking altar spirit liquid. Extremely venomous and lethal. Exercise extreme caution. High level with decent stats. Changqing's pupils contracted as fury surged within him. Before the triangular hunter could hit the ground, Haydn had already charged forward with his iron staff. Splat! With the sound of shattering bone, the head exploded like a watermelon, black fluid splattering everywhere. Changqing raised his hand and swept flames across, vaporizing all the incoming toxic liquid. Heat waves rolled as the fluid that hit the ground still hissed with corrosion, instantly pitting the surface. So toxic. Congratulations on defeating mid-level beast triangular hunter. Experience gained, 800. Bonus experience, 560. Nearly 1400 experience from just one, and it wasn't hard to kill. The beasts outside the city really are worth it. Changqing felt secretly pleased, yet a sense of familiarity arose. This appearance reminded him of those enslaved fallen beast tamers from the evil god's hand dungeon. Though retaining human shells, they weren't beast fusions. The evil altar was truly evil indeed. Charge in, Changqing commanded. Xiaojin and Haydn were already restless and eager for battle. Big sis, lend me some fire. Haydn gripped his iron staff and thrust it into Xiaojin's roiling flames. The scorching staff sparked brilliantly as he pulled it back, and like a cannonball shot from its barrel, he was the first to charge into the dark depths. Blazing solar flames. Accompanied by a crisp phoenix cry, boundless karmic fire gathered above Xiaojin's head, covering nearly half the map like burning clouds. Changqing had intended to charge forward with his chain whip, but seeing Xiaobai and the mimic beast staring each other down, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having beast companions too powerful was also troublesome. He was almost running out of opportunities to be useful. Without any enhancement, relying solely on the flame's inherent damage, the triangle hunters couldn't resist at all. Fire rained down from the sky, and each hunter that was struck instantly turned to ash. The experience bar, which had only been half full, now shot up like a rocket until the system notification appeared. Your level has increased by 1. Infinite golden trait triggered. Please draw your golden trait. Flames still spread everywhere as Changqing lazily sat in the center of the sea of fire, casually pulling up his personal information. Name, Changqing. Level, 12 experience. 320020 for 800. Beast companions. Dawnbird mythical, Destiny monkey mythical, Mimic beast common, One-tailed white fox mythical. Equipment. Heaven-reaching flowing robe, Heaven-reaching beast taming whip, 10,000 beasts codex, King's badge, rank badge fusion unparalleled, Rookie king token. Beast tamer skills, beast power fire control, level 5. Talent, infinite golden traits unique. Although the mimic beast had obtained a golden trait, it wasn't a bloodline trait, so its rating remained at common level. However, its strength was already sufficient to match mythical beasts. Big sister Xiaojin and second brother Haydn charged ahead, while as the third brother, it moved with elegant steps, weaving through the crossfire of fierce beasts and skills like a cat. The hunters seemed unable to see it, all bypassing it and desperately rushing toward Haydn, who was surrounded but slaughtering in all directions. 10,000 battles triggered, Destiny Monkey's 4 core attributes 1. In less than 10 minutes, the last triangle hunter shattered into a blood mist under Haydn's staff. The Destiny Monkey, covered in wounds and dragging one leg, limped back to the group. The mimic beast immediately released nature's power for healing. Haydn spat out blackened blood and cursed with a grin. Damn things are hard to kill. This poison is too vicious, even I almost couldn't handle it. Meow 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 meow. Xiaojin translated. Little beast says this poison isn't ordinary, but formed by the fusion of natural energy with certain unknown substances. Since this is an altar, there must be other things hidden here. Changqing stood up, using Xiaojin's flames to form a layer of fire armor on the surface of his heaven-reaching flowing robe, his gaze determined. With the 1,000-year resurrection ginseng at stake, even if what lies ahead is the underworld itself, we must press on. With the first wave of monsters cleared, Changqing led his 4 beast companions deeper along the pitch-black passage. The temperature plummeted sharply, their exhaled breath forming white mist like fine needles. After the dimness faded, the surroundings were dyed an eerie green by ghostly light. The leading one-tailed white fox suddenly stopped, pink energy surging in her spiritual eyes as she let out a low growl, her pupils covered by silver moon patterns. The pink energy scattered in all directions like fireflies, and Changqing's vision instantly blurred as snowflake patterns flashed. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the same place, but within the green light appeared a group of blurry figures that seemed neither human nor ghost. Beyond them, at the far end, a crimson towering altar stood silently. This is the Eye of Enchantment. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.